Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
The year 2001 marked a turning point for China's economy on a national scale. It was a year of reform and the beginning of rapid growth. But for Chen Weiguo, a man living in Jiangning City, Lotus District, Zhonan Province, it was a year of tragedy and hardship. Two major events happened that year. First, due to poor performance, the factory went bankrupt. Chen, once a workshop director, became an unemployed worker overnight. Second, his wife, Su Aihua, passed away during childbirth due to severe bleeding. Thankfully, their son, Chen Hao, survived. Chen Weiguo would never forget it happened on December 18th, the day Jiangning experienced its first snowfall in 10 years. Before rushing to the hospital, he had joined other workers protesting outside the factory gates. His coat pocket still held a rolled-up banner from the protest. When he first saw his newborn son, Chen was still drowning in grief over losing his beloved wife. He couldn't say he loved the baby. In his heart, he blamed him for her death. After handling his wife's funeral, Chen fell into a deep depression for months. It wasn't until after Spring Festival the following year that he began looking for work again. For most of his life, he had relied on the stability of a state-owned enterprise big pot system where everyone got fed equally. Suddenly thrust into the competitive job market like a commodity with a price tag, he struggled to adapt at age 30. After trying two poorly paid management jobs, he gave up and stopped looking altogether. Instead, he spent his days playing cards with former colleagues. His son, Chen Hao, was raised entirely by his retired mother. Chen barely took any interest in the child. When the factory collapsed, Chen received a severance package of several thousand yuan. Within 3 months, he had squandered nearly all of it. Then came May. It felt as if Jiangning leaped directly from winter into summer overnight. At the same time, Chen Hao grew from a tiny infant into a healthy, chubby baby. Meanwhile, the balance in Chen Weiguo's savings account dropped from 5 digits to just 3. Panic started to set in, so he resumed his search for work. Unfortunately, he looked down on low-paying jobs. After all, he used to be a workshop director managing dozens of people he couldn't bear to lose face. On the other hand, better-paying jobs looked down on him. On the last day of May, Chen returned home defeated after failing to land a workshop director position at a dairy plant. His elderly mother was sitting on the sofa feeding milk to young Chen Hao. Chen simply brushed his finger against his son's cheek before collapsing onto the couch. "How did the job interview go?" his mother suddenly asked. Chen sighed, but said nothing. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. "The baby's almost out of formula. Remember to buy more," his mother reminded. Chen blinked, then nodded slowly. As the boy grew older, he now drank a full can of formula every week. A decent brand cost around 80 yuan per can, nearly 300 a month. That was close to half the average person's monthly salary. Chen thought about switching the baby to rice porridge instead. He glanced at his mother, hesitated, then decided not to bring it up. His mother doted on the child like a treasure. She had willingly give up a piece of her own flesh for him. If Chen even dared suggest it, she might disown him. As the TV switched to a sports channel, something unexpected happened. Chen Hao, who had been quietly drinking milk, suddenly burst into excited shouts. Both Chen and his mother were startled. Looking at the screen, they realized it was the opening match of the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup, France versus Senegal. Could the baby want to watch football? His mother teased. To everyone's surprise, little Chen Hao opened his wide eyes, smiled at his grandmother, and let out a joyful cry. Uninterested in football, Chen immediately flipped the channel to a movie station. Ah, ah, ah. The baby screamed in frustration, spitting out milk from his mouth. "Let him watch football." "Change it back," his mother ordered firmly. "Mom, he's way too young to understand anything about football." Chen scoffed. "Ah." The 6-man-hold cried again. His grandmother frowned in Shinkeng, a mix of worry and Shinka, then glared at her son. "Change it back." Sighing helplessly, Chen flipped the channel back to sports. "Ha!" Instantly, the baby's expression changed, and he broke into a cute smile. "You see? Look how happy your son is." Chen chuckled slightly, thinking the baby would fall asleep soon anyway. But now until the entire first half ended, the baby kept watching intently. Only then did he drift off to sleep in his grandmother's arms. As for Chun himself, he had already dozed off after about 30 minutes into the game. In the following days, Chun continued searching for work. Meanwhile, the World Cup fever exploded across the country, especially since the Chinese national team had qualified for the World Cup for the first time. Whether on TV, in newspapers, or during casual card games with neighbors, the World Cup dominated every conversation. Though Chun had no interest in the matches themselves, he became fascinated by football betting, especially when one of his card buddies claimed to have won a large sum through betting. Chun started studying football odds and followed his friend to official betting stations to place bets. Once he placed a bet, naturally, he became deeply invested in the results. Every afternoon, he no longer played cards or sought job. She stayed home watching World Cup matches. Unexpectedly, the baby's initial fascination with the World Cup wasn't a fluke. It seemed like he genuinely enjoyed watching. So every afternoon when the matches began, Chun would send his mother to rest and watch the games together with his son. At first, his mother didn't object, but within days, she started worrying about the baby's eyesight and only allowed him to watch for a few minutes before carrying him off to bed. By mid-June, the group stage of the World Cup ended, and the knockout rounds were about to begin. By now, Chun had already spent hundreds of yuan on football bets. Every time, he missed winning by just 1 or 2 matches, making him even more determined. Morning, his mother had gone shopping, leaving him alone to look after the baby. The knockout match would start in the afternoon, and Chun hadn't placed his bet yet. How could he focus on childcare? Son, be a good boy. Dad needs to study the football odds. I'm almost out of money. I need to turn things around with this bet. With that, Chun placed the baby on the couch and picked up the betting slip, focusing intensely. Germany versus Paraguay, which team has a better chance? He muttered. Suddenly, the baby beside him grunted twice. Chun frowned and looked at his son. Need a diaper change? The baby grunted again, staring at the betting slip in Chun's hands. Confused, Chun scratched his head. Seeing that the baby had stopped, Chun resumed studying the odds. Sweden versus Senegal? Senegal? Never heard of them. Sweden will definitely win. The baby grunted 4 times in a row. Chun looked at him again, then checked the baby's diaper. It's dry. The baby's round eyes remained fixed on the betting slip, letting out another series of grunts. Ha! Chun suddenly laughed aloud. You're not telling Dad to bet on Senegal, are you, son? Chapter 2. The son's hints, however, what took Chun Wei-guo by surprise was his son's slight nod and jubilant cheer, as if he had comprehended his words. With a look of astonishment, Chun pondered for a moment before inquiring, Germany against Paraguay? The son responded with 2 muffled humps. Brazil versus Belgium? Again. The son offered 2 more muffled humps. Wondering if his son merely enjoyed humming, Chun pressed on, what about Japan against Turkey? This time, the son emitted 3 muffled humps. When the old mother returned from her shopping expedition, Chun Wei-guo hastily departed from home. A few minutes later, he nearly sprinted to the nearest sports betting shop. At that moment, the World Cup was in full swing, and the betting shop was teeming with people. Among them were Chun Wei-guo's 2 card-playing friends, Zhang Aimin and Li Xiying. Just a few days prior, it was through these 2 that Chun had been introduced to soccer lottery tickets. Hey, Chun Wei-guo. Zhang Aimin greeted him, pulling Li Xiying over to stand before him. Have you placed your bets? Chun asked. Just bought them, Zhang replied, snatching the betting slip from Chun's hand. Chun didn't mind, similarly taking Zhang's slip as a reference. After glancing at Chun's betting slip, Zhang inquired, Chun Wei-guo, the teams you marked 1T be your picks, right? Chun nodded in affirmation. Are you just making random bets? Zhang couldn't help but say, Senegal winning against Sweden? If I gave you a world map, you might struggle to locate Senegal. It's already a miracle they made it to the knockout stage. Chun was at a loss for words. He truly felt as if he were utterly clueless. Moreover, he hesitated to reveal that his son's suggestions had guided his choices. And for Korea against Italy, you're betting on Korea to win? Do you have any idea how formidable Italy is? Zhang asked. His loud voice caught the attention of numerous patrons in the betting shop, who turned to chuckle at Chun Wei-guo. With that money, you might as well give it to me, chimed in Li Xiying. With a wry smile, Chun asked, is the Korean team really that weak? Zhang patted Chun on the shoulder, adamantly asserting, trust me, I've been watching football for over a decade. If Korea wins, I'll treat you to a month's worth of meals. I'm with you on that. Li Xiying concurred. Chun Wei was squinted in contemplation, feeling somewhat swayed. However, when it came time to place his bet, he ultimately followed his son's suggestions. Initially, he had intended to wager his remaining 100+ yuan in its entirety, but decided instead to place a 50 yuan bet. He then used another 50, guided by Zhong Aimin's advice. For a separate wager. After witnessing Chin's unwavering commitment to betting on Korea, Zhong Aimin and Li Jiying couldn't resist teasing him as they exited the betting shop. In addition, because Chun Weiguo placed bets on all 8 matches of the 18 finals, although the potential returns were greater, the probability of winning was considerably lower. Thus, in the eyes of Zhong Aimin and Li Jiying, Chun Weiguo was merely indulging in fanciful dreams, embodying the typical mindset of one who seeks overnight wealth. Fortunately, he had followed their lead and placed a bet on the Western match. Otherwise, his money would have been in vain once more. Upon returning home, his elderly mother inquired, "Did you buy baby formula as I asked last time?" "I forgot, but I will purchase it in the next few days," Chun Weiguo replied. Unable to confess to his mother that he had squandered all his savings over the past few months playing cards, he had resorted to wagering the little savings he had left, considering it his last desperate throw. "Remember, you can only afford to eat at the Western restaurant at most," his mother reminded him. Chun Weiguo nodded in agreement and then approached his son, who was seated in a stroller. Gently ruffling his child's hair, he softly vowed, "Daddy promises you, from now on, I will never play cards again." His son looked up at him, smiled, and began to babble excitedly. Chun Weiguo pondered whether his son was inquiring about his bets. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the first match of the World Cup's 18 finals commenced, with Germany facing Paraguay. With an anxious heart, Chun Weiguo watched the game. Earlier on the way home, Zhong Aimin had noted that while Germany had the greater likelihood of winning, the disparity in strength between the two teams was not significant, making any outcome plausible. He had placed bets on both matches, and if Germany were to lose, everything would be over. When Germany scored their first goal, an emotionally restrained Chun Weiguo leapt from the sofa in excitement. He glanced over to see that his son had already fallen asleep. Ultimately, Germany maintained their lead until the final whistle, triumphing over Paraguay with a score of 1-0. Upon witnessing this, Chun Weiguo exhaled deeply in relief. As night fell, the match between England and Sweden took place. Like the earlier game, Chun Weiguo had wagered on both outcomes. However, in contrast to the earlier tension, this match held little suspense. England scored early and ultimately won the game with a decisive 3-0. The night was late. Chun Weiguo lay in bed, the warm air causing discomfort, mirroring the restlessness within him as he eagerly awaited the arrival of the next day. Finally, dawn broke. In the afternoon, the match between Sweden and Senegal began. Although he had only placed a single bet on this game, Chun Weiguo felt a wave of anxiety. Almost everyone, including himself, doubted Senegal's chances. Had it not been for his son's choice, which bore a hint of mysticism, he would have followed Zhong Aimin's lead and bet on Sweden. When Sweden scored first, Chun Weiguo sighed in despair, glancing at his son and thinking that perhaps his child was mistaken. However, when Senegal equalized, he could not help but burst into laughter, looking over to see his son already fast asleep. After 90 minutes, the match proceeded into extra time. Just at that moment, his son opened his eyes, glanced at the television, and began to emit a series of soft, rhythmic hums. Chun Weiguo smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm within. As expected, when the overtime reached the 14th minute, Senegal scored the decisive goal and triumphed. He glanced at his son, who had fallen asleep once again, and felt as though everything had unfolded just as he had anticipated. "Son, you are remarkable," Chun Weiguo exclaimed. In the evening, after dinner, he ventured to a nearby convenience store. At that moment, Zhong Aimin emerged, purchasing cigarettes and chatting with others about the afternoon's match. Upon seeing Chun Weiguo approach, Zhong Aimin awkwardly lowered his head, pretending not to notice. "I mean, buying cigarettes?" Chun Weiguo inquired with a smile. Zhong Aimin nodded and swiftly turned to leave. Chapter 3. If Korea wins, I'll treat you to a month of meals. Watching Zhong Aimin's retreating figure, Chun Weiguo chuckled. "Ah? Senegal is indeed hard to locate on the map." He certainly recalled what Zhong Aimin had said to him that morning at the betting station. Ignoring him, Zhong Aimin quickened his pace. Returning from the convenience store, the match between Spain and Ireland commenced, although he had placed bets on this game as well. Following Senegal's victory in the afternoon, Chun Weiguo felt a surge of confidence in his son's choice and was entirely untroubled. However, as the match progressed into a penalty shootout, his heart raced, more anxious than at any prior game. Ultimately, Spain emerged victorious, but it felt as though it had drained him of half his vitality. Thank goodness for his youth. Otherwise, he might have needed a quick-acting heart remedy to revive him. After switching off the television, Chun Weiguo returned to his room and retrieved 2 betting tickets from the drawer. As long as Brazil secured another one the following day, He would profit from his wager on the West match. First, I'll buy milk powder for my son, he thought to himself. That night, yet again, was one of sleeplessness. On the 17th, having experienced the excitement of the previous 2 days, Chinweigo appeared markedly calmer while watching the game. In fact, during the afternoon match, he stepped out to interview for a floor manager position at a shopping mall. Although he did not secure the managerial role, the recruiters offered him a job as a maintenance worker, which was comparable in terms of compensation. It was not that there was a lack of promotion opportunities, rather, they were entirely non-existent. Reflecting on the absurdity of his life over the past few months and the daily growth of his son, Chinweigo accepted the offer. After the interview, as he passed by the television section of the mall, he caught a glimpse of the World Cup match that was currently airing. The game was nearing its conclusion, with the United States leading Mexico 2-0. He smiled, realizing his son had guessed correctly once again. Upon returning home that evening, Chinweigo's elderly mother was delighted to hear he had found work and had even prepared an extra dish of his favorite cured meat for dinner. After the meal, the match between Brazil and Belgium began. While it was said that Brazil's trio was unbeatable and certain to win, Chinweigo felt a wave of tension due to the implications of this match on one of his bets. With only 20 minutes remaining in the game, he immediately left his home and hurried to the betting station. Once the match concluded, he promptly exchanged his winnings and hurried to purchase baby formula before the mall closed. As the game entered extra time, he approached a staff member, requesting them to calculate the potential payout of his bet. Finally, the match ended with Brazil emerging victorious, and Chinweigo also triumphed. Exchanging his money amidst the envious gazes of others, he swiftly departed from the betting station and raced towards the mall. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, he witnessed the front shutter descending slowly. Bent over, he stood at the entrance, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, filled with remorse for his son. However, upon returning home, his elderly mother informed him that she had gone to buy the formula herself, having noticed his repeated forgetfulness. Though he smiled outwardly, his heart was heavy with sorrow. Deep down, he understood that his mother was aware of his financial struggles, but chose to spare his pride by offering such an excuse. Watching her feed his son once again, he clenched his fists, vowing to strive for a better life for them all. As night deepened, Chinweigo lay in his bed, his left hand clutching the substantial winnings from his bet, while his right hand held the betting slip purchased on his son's suggestion. Just 2 more matches, he murmured. Son, you must be a savior sent by heaven to me. The following day, at the break of dawn, Zhang Aimin and Li Jiying knocked on his door. Chinweigo, still somewhat bleary-eyed, answered. The mall had informed him to report for work on the 1st of next month, allowing him a few more days of leisurely slumber. Like him, ever since losing their jobs, Zhang Aimin and Li Jiying had also become idle drifters, surviving through gambling, lottery tickets, and various odd jobs. Why are you two here so early? Chinweigo inquired. Chinweigo, the bet we taught you was spot on. Shouldn't you treat us to some noodles? Zhang Aimin asked. Chinweigo did not decline, recognizing their contribution to his success. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at a renowned noodle shop nearby. Inside, the sounds of slurping noodles resonated continuously. After a few bites, Li Jiying remarked, Chinweigo, you've already guessed 6 out of 8 matches correctly. Just 2 more and you'll have a full win, which could yield a significant amount. Come on, don't talk nonsense. How could South Korea possibly defeat Italy? Zhang Aimin retorted, visibly displeased. Li Jiying shot Zhang Aimin a disapproving glance, muttering under his breath, you said the same about Sweden beating Senegal. Had you followed Chinweigo's lead, you'd have won. Zhang Aimin, even more irate, slammed his bowl down onto the table. Well then, go place a bet on South Korea winning. It's not too late. Li Jiying lowered his head, opting for silence. His earlier comment stemmed from envy towards Chinweigo, regretting his own bet on Sweden. Suddenly, Chinweigo flashed a mischievous grin. Since I'm treating you both, don't forget, if South Korea wins, you owe me a month's worth of meals. Rest assured, if South Korea wins, I'll not only treat you for a month, but also for a month's worth of noodles, Zhang Aimin promised. However, what if South Korea were to lose? Zhang Aimin suddenly posed a rhetorical question. Chinweigo shrugged and replied with a sardonic smile, isn't it rather normal for South Korea to lose? I never believed they were guaranteed a victory. After finishing their meal, Zhang Aimin and Li Jiying invited Chinweigo to play cards, but he declined, citing the need to take his son for vaccinations as his reason. Just a few days prior, in his son's presence, Chinweigo had promised to refrain from playing cards. He did not wish to break that promise. Moreover, he genuinely had to take his son for vaccinations that day. An hour later, Chinweigo, accompanied by his elderly mother, arrived at the community hospital with his son. Before they even reached the third floor designated for children's vaccinations, the air was filled with the heart-wrenching cries of children. He glanced at his son, who remained calm and composed, exhibiting not a trace of fear. Since birth, his son had received 5 vaccinations, never shedding a tear. Consequently, whenever this was mentioned, his mother could not help but boast. Aside from vaccinations, his son had also remained stoic during blood tests, hair washes, baths, and even minor bumps. "Son, the doctor will prick you with a needle soon," Chinwagwa teased his son. The boy's reaction was unforgettable. He scrutinized Chinwagwa with an expression of disdain. When the moment for the vaccination arrived, his son indeed displayed no reaction whatsoever. In fact, after receiving the injection, he even extended a hand to comfort a nearby sister who was wailing inconsolably. Chinwagwa smiled with pride, recognizing that his son's considerate and gentle nature mirrored his own. Chapter 4. A near altercation at the bar in the afternoon, Chinwagwa entertained his son while also watching the match between Turkey and Japan. The outcome of Turkey's victory was inconsequential. What mattered was Japan's defeat. As soon as the match concluded, Li Jiying rushed over. Chinwagwa had successfully predicted the outcomes of 7 out of 8 matches, which Li Jiying found astonishing. If South Korea were to win that evening, Li Jiying declared that he would forsake all deities, worshipping only Chinwagwa. "Chinwagwa, you're just 1 match away," Li Jiying exclaimed, even more excited than Chinwagwa himself. Chinwagwa tapped his fingers, perhaps feeling content with his financial gains, and thus he was less concerned about the evening's match outcome. One cannot rely solely on luck throughout life. Ultimately, effort is paramount. He understood this simple truth well. "If South Korea wins tonight, I will bet with you next time," Li Jiying proposed. Chinwagwa's lips curled into a slight smile, brimming with satisfaction. "Let us not forget, you owe me a month's worth of meals." Li Jiying's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly responded with a goofy grin of acquiescence. With the World Cup still featuring the round of 16, semifinals, and finals, if he could accurately predict every match alongside Chinwagwa, the cost of a month's meals would be trivial. He had already envisioned consulting an agent for a villa once the World Cup concluded. During dinner, Li Jiying treated Chinwagwa to a sumptuous meal. Afterward, he took Chinwagwa to a nearby bar, which was bustling with patrons eager to watch the evening's World Cup match. At 7:30, the match between South Korea and Italy commenced. Li Jiying ordered several bottles of liquor, and the two engaged in lively conversation while they drank. The bar thrummed with an exuberant energy, presenting a stark contrast to the solitary experience of watching from home. Each time Italy seized possession or took a shot, the establishment erupted in a fervent cheer, a palpable hope for Italy's triumph resonating through the air. Chinwagwa, who had placed his bet on Korea, remained silent, inwardly rallying for Korea's victory. However, as the match progressed, the atmosphere within the bar shifted. The fervent chants of support for Italy transformed into vehement accusations against the referee. A cacophony of discontent filling the space. Even Chinwagwa, a supporter of Korea, found the referee's decisions preposterous. Ultimately, Korea triumphed over Italy in an unexpected manner. "Chinwagwa, Korea has won. Congratulations," exclaimed Li Jiying, gripping Chinwagwa's arm with enthusiasm. His expression darkened, suspicion creeping in as he questioned whether Li Jiying was being deliberately provocative. As the angered gazes of the surrounding patrons bore down upon him, Chinwagwa hastily escorted Li Jiying out of the bar. Once outside, he reflected on the earlier tension. A sense of unease washing over him. Establishments like bars were clearly meant for the fervent youth, not for someone of his advancing years. "You guessed all 8 matches correctly. And 2 of them were upsets," Li Jiying remarked. "By the grace of heaven," Chinwagwa replied, though his thoughts were occupied with his son. After a bout of laughter, Chinwagwa suddenly clasped Li Jiying's shoulder. "Don't forget to treat me to a month's worth of meals." Li Jiying nodded eagerly, suggesting, "Shall we visit Zhong Imin's house now?" A few minutes later, the two arrived at the foot of Zhong Imin's building, only to find a throng gathered at the stairwell. Li Jiying approached a familiar face to inquire, "What is going on?" "Zhong Imin and his wife had a fight, and he smashed the television," came the reply. Just as the words left his mouth, a furious roar from Zhong Imin's wife echoed from above. Li Jiying and Chinwagwa exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Clearly, Zhong Imin's outburst stemmed not from a quarrel with his wife, but rather from Italy's defeat. Yet, it would be unjust to place all the blame on him. The match was indeed exasperating. The two abandoned their intentions to visit Zhong Imin and opted to return to their respective homes. Upon entering his house, Chinwagwa was greeted by the sight of his elderly mother cradling his son on the sofa. Still awake? He queried, surprised. I suppose your child refuses to sleep. Waiting for you to return, his mother chuckled. As he approached, half-squatting before them, his son sported a slight smirk, casting a look that seemed to convey, what do you think? Are you impressed? Were it not for his mother's presence? Chenweigwa might have felt compelled to bow reverently before his son. Just as he began to drift into a sweet slumber, a voice pierced through the tranquility. Chenweigwa. Chenweigwa. He struggled to open his eyes, startled by Li Jiying's gaunt face looming over him. After a moment of confusion, he sat up in bed, irritation evident in his tone. Li Jiying, how did you get in here? Your mother let me in. Li Jiying explained. Get up, quickly. What for? Chenweigwa grumbled, displeased. Let's place a bet. This time I followed your lead, Li Jiying said with a smile. Chenweigwa, feeling rather irritable, scratched his head and grumbled. The quarterfinals are still 2 days away. Why the rush? I'll treat you to noodles, accompany you to claim your winnings, and then take you out for lunch. Li Jiying replied, grinning. All right then. Chenweigwa finally lightened up, but added a warning. Just don't have any intentions on that money of mine. It's reserved for my child's milk powder. I wouldn't dream of it. After enjoying their noodles, Chenweigwa and Li Jiying made their way to the sports betting station. As usual, the place was bustling with activity. Most patrons were like Chenweigwa, unemployed factory workers seeking to change their fortunes through betting, much like Li Jiying. In these individuals, Chenweigwa saw a reflection of his own future and thought to himself that he could not continue down this path. With his betting slip in hand, Chenweigwa approached the staff at the station. After scrutinizing his slip for a moment, the staff member exclaimed, Goodness! You've predicted all 8 matches in the knockout stage correctly. At this announcement, the station fell silent, and all eyes turned toward Chenweigwa. He forced a smile, feeling rather embarrassed. After all, he had only begun betting since the World Cup commenced. Impressive, right? Li Jiying chimed in, further stoking the excitement. Consequently, everyone crowded around, eager to verify the staff member's claim and to seek Chenweigwa's insights on betting on South Korea. Chenweigwa managed to respond with a smile, a skill he had honed during his time as a workshop director while simultaneously signaling the staff to expedite his winnings. Amidst the awe of the crowd, the staff member presented him with a stack of cash. After receiving the money, Chenweigwa purchased several packs of cigarettes and betel nuts to share with those present before grabbing a few new betting slips and dashing off. Upon reaching the Community Activity Center, he and Li Jiying settled on opposite ends of a seesaw. Chenweigwa chuckled as he counted his money, while Li Jiying watched him with a silly grin. Once he finished counting, Chenweigwa carefully pocketed the cash and said to Li Jiying, Allow me to treat you for lunch. Let us invite Zhong. Sounds good. Li Jiying replied cheerfully. However, he soon lamented, I shouldn't have listened to you. If I had bet the full 100 on that single game, my earnings could have doubled. Chenweigwa complained, feeling a pang of regret. Nevertheless, he rationalized that betting the entire 100 would have been somewhat reckless. What is that saying? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. By the way, Li Jiying, I almost forgot to mention something important. Li Jiying immediately became serious, anticipating Chenweigwa's advice on which team to back. In the future, speak less and learn to amass wealth quietly, Chenweigwa instructed. Chapter 5. Son, please give Dad a hint during lunch. The two called Zhong to join them. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhong appeared quite sullen. Once seated, he began recounting an argument he had with his wife the previous night. As Chenweigwa and Li Jiying had speculated, Zhong indeed became enraged while watching a football match and smashed his television, leading to a fierce argument with his wife. The root of his frustration stemmed from 2 factors. Firstly, his favorite Italian team was eliminated by the referee, and secondly, he had lost a significant amount of money on the match. Not only had he squandered all his winnings from the group stage, but he had also secretly taken 2,000 yuan from his household funds, now pondering how to explain this to his wife. Don't worry, just follow Weigwa's bets next time, and you'll recover your losses in no time, Li Jiying remarked. Zhong shot a disdainful glance at Chenweigwa. Despite Weigwa's successful predictions in all 8 matches, believed it was merely a stroke of luck. How could one possibly be so fortunate every time? Such luck is a rarity in this world. Weigwa, how will you bet on the quarterfinals? Zhong inquired. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll let you know tomorrow, replied Chenweigwa. Zhong smirked coldly, thinking to himself that he doubted Weigwa could maintain his winning streak. After a satisfying meal, Chenweigwa settled the bill. As they exited the restaurant, he playfully tapped Zhong on the shoulder, saying, don't forget to treat me to meals for a month. Zhong Imin's expression soured as he reluctantly acknowledged, I know. And a month's worth of snacks. Chen Weigua added, further darkening Imin's countenance. Upon returning home, Chen Weigua found his mother feeding his son. He approached and playfully interacted with the boy, hoping to garner some affection, as he would need his son's support for future betting endeavors. Initially, Chen Weigua had considered giving up betting after securing a job. However, upon holding a thick wad of cash at the lottery office that morning, he felt the familiar urge return. After all, earning money this way was quite effortless. And as a single father, he needed to save for his son's future. After making silly faces for an extended period, his son finally smiled, albeit briefly, as if acknowledging his father's efforts with a fleeting expression. This child is just like me. Chen Weigua chuckled. Oh, please. The baby is so clever and obedient. Where does he resemble you? You're the one who causes worry. His mother chimed in. Chen Weigua chose not to engage in an argument with her and instead pulled out a stack of cash, counting out 1,000 yuan to hand to his mother. Mom, 400 of this is for the milk powder I bought the other day, and the remaining 600 is for groceries over the past 2 months. His mother, ever quick to seize an opportunity, swiftly took the money, her eyes gleaming with excitement. By the way, son, I'd like to play some music for the baby. The old tape recorder is broken. Nowadays, it's all the rage. You should buy a new one. It could even be used to play cartoons for the baby, his mother suggested. As soon as she finished speaking, his son let out a cheerful shout. Glancing at the boy, Chen Weigua replied, What do we need that for? We have a television. You won't understand anyway. Any random program will do. The son protested, appearing displeased. Be good, son. Listen to your father. Chen Weigua laughed as he affectionately ruffled his son's hair. The sun blazed down, a day of sweltering heat. Seizing the opportunity while his elderly mother was out shopping for groceries, Chen Weigua hastily fetched a chair and settled himself before his son. Once again, I must rely on you, he declared, producing a betting slip for the football match between England and Brazil from his pocket. He read aloud to his son, his face alight with anticipation. However, after a mere glance, the boy turned his head away. Son, Chen Weigua leaned in closer. England or Brazil? The boy cast a sidelong glance before again shifting his gaze elsewhere. Undeterred, Chen Weigua persisted, leaning closer still, furrowing his brow as he repeated, England, Brazil, England, Brazil, England, Brazil. Noticing his son's lack of response, he reluctantly mentioned another matchup. Germany, USA, Germany, USA. The boy turned his head once more, surveying the surroundings as if disinterested in the conversation. Spain, South Korea, Spain, South Korea, Turkey, Senegal, Turkey, Senegal. Chen Weigua reiterated these options several times. Yet his son remained unresponsive. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Chen Weigua went to answer the door, revealing Li Jiying standing outside. What brings you here again? He asked, irritation creeping into his voice. So, which teams are you betting on? Li Jiying inquired. I'll tell you at dinner tonight. With that, Chen Weigua shut the door. Upon returning, he found his son watching him, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Son, give me a sign, Chen Weigua implored. To his surprise, the boy let out a muffled grunt immediately. A spark of hope ignited in Chen Weigua's eyes as he rushed towards his son, anxiously asking, Brazil or England? Brazil or England? Yet, disappointingly, the boy merely glanced at him before turning his head once more. Chen Weigua frowned, pondering whether his son was simply being contrary. But why would he be? It soon dawned on him, recalling the conversation his mother had initiated the previous day regarding a purchase. Son, do you truly wish to buy something? Instantly, the seemingly absent-minded boy turned to him, his chubby face blossoming into a radiant smile. Chen Weigua, brimming with excitement, clapped his hands and, without further ado, scooped up his child and exited their home. As they reached the alley's entrance, they encountered his mother returning from the market. Chen Weigua, where are you taking the child? She asked, bewildered. Going to buy something, Mom. Come along. Surprised yet intrigued, his mother followed him into a taxi. Half an hour later, the trio first visited a mall to purchase a machine, then turned to a nearby audiovisual store. His mother consulted the staff and located a shelf brimming with children's records. While she perused the selections, Chen Weigua's son began to wail incessantly. Initially assuming his son was hungry, he softly attempted to soothe him. However, the boy only cried louder, tugging at his collar with tiny hands. Noticing that his son was fixated on a row of shelves ahead, he decided to approach. Hearing his son emit an excited exclamation, Chen Weigua was taken aback. Realizing that his child had been captivated by something intriguing, As they approached a peculiar album cover, his son suddenly animatedly tapped his shoulder several times. Chinwagwa reached for the record, furrowing his brow and murmuring to himself, J-Cho? Fantasy? He had never encountered this artist before. Son, are you certain you wish to listen to this? To his surprise, the boy nodded vigorously. Chinwagwa hesitated, glancing at the record. This may not be suitable for you. Right? However, seeing his son's eager expression and persistent nodding, he reluctantly decided to purchase it. On the bus ride home, his elderly mother initially expressed delight over the new acquisition, but upon seeing the fantasy album, her brows furrowed in disapproval. You spent 30 yuan on this? Are you sure it's appropriate for the baby? She inquired, visibly irritated. He insisted on buying it, and I had no choice. Chinwagwa defended himself. At such a young age, how could he possibly know? I suspect you simply wanted it for yourself, his mother retorted skeptically. Chinwagwa looked to his son, hoping for a reaction that would vindicate him. Yet, the child sat quietly in his grandmother's lap, gazing out of the window with bright eyes. Lost in the serenity of the moment, with a resigned sigh, Chinwagwa lamented feeling duped by his own son. Chapter 6. His 6-month-old son wants to listen to J-Cho upon returning home. Chinwagwa, a seasoned electrician, swiftly set up the device. At his mother's request, he inserted a lengthy disc of children's songs. As the television displayed animated scenes accompanied by the tune of Two Tigers, his mother began clapping and cheering, attempting to elevate her grandson's spirits. However, the child remained unmoved, gazing at his singing grandmother with a look of confusion, sensing the disdain reflected in her grandson's eyes. The grandmother urged Chinwagwa to change the track. Two little friends are making a phone call. Hello, hello, where are you? After only a brief snippet of the next song, the expressionless boy suddenly erupted into a high-pitched scream. What's wrong? Don't you like this one either? His grandmother asked. Glancing at the fantasy album cover, an idea struck Chinwagwa. Mother, let him choose the disc he wants. His mother shot him a disapproving glare, exclaiming, he is far too young to appreciate such music. Regardless of her protests, Chinwagwa insisted on switching the disc. 20 minutes later, observing his son joyfully dancing with uncontainable excitement, both Chinwagwa and his mother shared a look of bewilderment. What on earth are these chaotic songs? His mother finally murmured to Chinwagwa. He blinked, sharing her sentiment. Had he not read the lyrics, he would have struggled to discern the actual singing. Some tracks resembled more of a recitation than a melody. Yet, he refrained from expressing such thoughts, fearing that his son might become upset and refuse to share his interests. Additionally, the lyrical themes range from family to ninjas and historical tales, among others. It cannot be described merely as refreshing. Rather, it was beyond imagination that such a song existed in this world. What astonished him even more was that his son listened with great delight, thoroughly enjoying it. Ever since his son had taught him how to place a bet, he felt that his child was quite different from the average 6-month-old. Today, as he gazed at his son, memories of a fortune teller from his childhood resurfaced, who had referred to him as a fated child of destiny. His elderly mother, unable to endure any longer, excused herself to the kitchen under the pretext of cooking. Seizing this opportunity, Chinwagwa inquired of his son, Brazil or England? Humph, humph. His son joyfully looked up at him in response. Chinwagwa's face lit up with surprise, thinking, here it comes. Germany or America? The boy merely hummed, indicating his preference for the first option. South Korea or Spain? To Chinwagwa's astonishment, his son chose South Korea once again. Could it be that South Korea would triumph over the formidable teams? Senegal or Turkey? After some contemplation, the boy hummed 3 times this time. Chinwagwa gave his son a thumbs up, thinking, yes, this is it. Quickly, wield the nunchaku, humph humph. Suddenly, a resonant roar echoed from the television. Startled, Chinwagwa turned his gaze toward the screen. To his amazement, a man was indeed performing with nunchaku. It seemed that even nunchaku could inspire a song. In the evening, at a restaurant, Zhong Imin declared he would treat Chinwagwa to a month's worth of meals, and he kept his word. Upon Chinwagwa's arrival, Zhong Imin and Li Jiying had already ordered their dishes. As soon as Chinwagwa sat down, Li Jiying eagerly asked, Chinwagwa, which teams are you betting on? After casting a glance at Li Jiying, Chinwagwa pulled out his betting slip from his pocket. The ones marked are the ones I believe will win. Li Jiying snatched the slip with anticipation. Zhong Imin leaned in closer, peering at it together with Li Jiying. Brazil winning against England? Zhong Imin frowned slightly. Can Turkey defeat Senegal? His frown deepened. Li Jiying glanced around and reminded Zhong Imin, keep your voice down. South Korea will win against Spain. Zhong Imin exclaimed loudly, unable to restrain himself from slapping the table. Beside them, Li Jing wore a pained expression, placing an arm around Zhang Aimin's shoulders, saying, "What is there to be so excited about?" Zhang Aimin turned to Chen Weiguo, somewhat irate, saying, "If it weren't for the referee's assistance in the last match, South Korea would have been eliminated long ago." Chen Weiguo nodded in agreement. "I know that. Then why do you still believe South Korea can win against Spain?" Zhang Aimin questioned, his tone incredulous. Chen Weiguo scratched his head and countered, "Why can't the referee help South Korea once more?" Zhang Aimin was left speechless. Zhang Aimin, stop asking so many questions. Just follow Chen Weiguo's lead this time, Li Jing urged. Zhang Aimin shook his head, his resolve firm. "I refuse to believe South Korea can win." Despite his words, when he arrived at the betting station the following day, he still placed a bet according to Chen Weiguo's suggestion. Aside from the differing opinions regarding the match against South Korea, Zhang Aimin believes that Brazil will succumb to England, while Senegal is poised to triumph over Turkey. 2 days later, on June 21st, the World Cup round of 16 commenced. Just after lunch, Li Jing arrived at Chen Weiguo's home, expressing his desire to watch the match together. Prior to the game, Li Jing quietly inquired of Chen Weiguo, "How much have you wagered in total?" Chen Weiguo glanced towards the kitchen, ensuring that his elderly mother, who was washing dishes, was oblivious to their conversation. He leaned closer to Li Jing and whispered, 600. "To be honest, that's my entire fortune. What about you?" Li Jing leaned in and murmured something in Chen Weiguo's ear, causing him to gasp in shock. "Li Jing, have you lost your mind?" he exclaimed. Chen Weiguo was taken aback to discover that Li Jing had staked his entire savings. Li Jing chuckled foolishly, then patted Chen Weiguo's shoulder, saying, "It's fine. I believe in you." Chen Weiguo pushed Li Jing away, suddenly feeling an immense weight of pressure. Had he known of Li Jing's reckless abandon, he would have refrained from engaging with him. Although he had also placed a substantial bet, it was merely a few hundred yuan. Even if he ultimately lost, he could consider it a contribution to a charitable cause. Moreover, his mother had saved a considerable sum over the years and was now receiving her pension. At the very least, there was a safety net. But Li Jing was different. He had lost both parents and was nearing 30, still a solitary figure. Now unemployed and struggling to find work, if he lost even this small amount, it would spell disaster for him. "Li Jing, if you make a wrong bet, don't blame me," Chen Weiguo cautioned. Li Jing responded with a silly grin. "What are you talking about? You can't blame me for this, if there's fault. It lies with my bad luck. Honestly, wagering like this is nerve-wracking and quite dull. It would be better to place a decisive bet and then never engage again." Chen Weiguo sighed deeply. They had once worked together in the same factory, leading a relatively stress-free and comfortable life. But he could not fathom how they had fallen to such depths. Initially calm, Chen Weiguo found himself worrying for Li Jing after learning of his all-in wager. Chapter 7. Either the rooftop or a seaside villa. In the 23rd minute of the first half, when England scored first, Chen Weiguo and Li Jing exchanged glances, their spirits plummeting. The ensuing match became a torment for both. As the first half neared its conclusion, when Brazil equalized, Li Jing leaped up in excitement and lunged towards Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo was momentarily taken aback, thinking, is he out of his mind? He glanced at his son, who was in a nearby stroller, and urgently urged, "Li Jing, don't scare my son." At that moment, his mother emerged from her room, scolding, "What is the commotion? What is so thrilling about watching a game? Don't frighten my grandson." Li Jing immediately returned to his seat, casting a glance at the stroller, where Chen Weiguo's son was wide-eyed, staring at the television. "Chen Weiguo, your child is still awake." Upon hearing this, the old mother immediately rushed over to take her son away, reproaching Chen Weiguo. As the second half commenced and Brazil scored again to turn the tide, Li Jing could not contain his excitement and leapt up in cheers. Unable to tolerate his exuberance any longer, Chen Weiguo expelled him from the room. "Chen Weiguo, what are you doing? Let me back in," Li Jing shouted from outside. "Get lost, hurry up and go," Chen Weiguo retorted, sneaking in a breath of relief. In truth, at the moment Brazil reclaimed the lead, he felt a surge of excitement that surpassed even that of Li Jing. Ultimately, the score remained unchanged until the end of the match. "Chen Weiguo, did Brazil win?" Li Jing called out from outside. Meanwhile, in another building of the complex, Zhang Aimin was watching the game in a small shop downstairs, having smashed his own television at home. Watching the Brazilian players celebrate, he furrowed his brow, wondering if this time Chen Weiguo would be completely right again. Later that evening, after dinner, Li Jing sought out Chen Weiguo once more. Were it not for Li Jiying's solemn vow to refrain from shouting, Chen Weiguo would never have allowed him inside. However, when Germany scored, Li Jiying could not help but jump up and yell. Chen Weiguo regretted this decision, internally chastising himself for believing a dog could change its ways. The following day, just before the third quarterfinal match, Chen Weiguo resolutely barred Li Jiying from entering. Left with no recourse, Li Jiying departed and wandered to the nearby shop, where he found Zhong Aimin watching the game outside. Zhong Aimin, hasn't your television been repaired yet? Li Jiying inquired. It's beyond repair, what's the point? After tonight's match between Senegal and Turkey, I'll buy a new one tomorrow, Zhong Aimin replied. Hasn't England already lost? Subsequently, Zhong Aimin confided that he had secretly placed a bet alongside Chen Weiguo, urging Li Jiying to keep it a secret. Li Jiying agreed, stating, I knew I wouldn't go wrong following Chen Weiguo's lead. If Korea actually wins this match, I'll be utterly convinced. All those years of watching would have been for naught. Zhong Aimin chuckled ruefully. As the matches progressed, Zhong Aimin found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to root for or against Korea. If Korea lost, he could mock Chen Weiguo, yet if they won, he would not only recoup his losses, but would also need to replace his television and purchase a washing machine and air conditioner. After contemplating, Zhong Aimin decided that rooting for Korea was the better option. After all, why should he be at odds with his finances? As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, a collective gasp arose from the crowd as Korea triumphed over Spain in a penalty shootout. They won. They won. Li Jiying exclaimed, embracing Zhong Aimin. After a moment of astonishment, a genuine smile spread across Zhong Aimin's face. Haha, just one more to go. In the evening, Zhong Aimin honored his invitation to dinner with Chen Weiguo, with Li Jiying tagging along for a free meal. The recent World Cup matches naturally became the topic of their dinner conversation. As the conversation progressed, Li Jiying inadvertently revealed that Zhong Aimin had been secretly following the betting activities, which infuriated Zhong Aimin to the point where he insisted on splitting the dinner bill. After their meal, the trio strolled back to their neighborhood. Upon arrival, they noticed a considerable gathering of neighbors at the small shop, eagerly awaiting the match. After exchanging glances, the three of them, surprisingly in unison, chose to return to their respective homes. Li Jiying did not plead to watch the game at Chen Weiguo's house. Although Zhong Aimin no longer had a television at home, he had already resolved not to watch the match. Chen Weiguo desired to return home to play with his son, planning to bow and worship if Turkey emerged victorious. The outcome of this match held immense significance for all three, and as such, they opted for avoidance. One might say that while humans can plan, the outcome rests in the hands of fate. Chen Weiguo pondered the truth in this notion. As the clock struck 9, the atmosphere in the room grew stifling. Observing Chen Weiguo amusing his son, his mother curiously inquired, Isn't there a match today? I saw a crowd at the shop downstairs. Why aren't you watching the game? Chen Weiguo pinched his son's cheek and replied with a smile, What is there to watch? The result is already predetermined. His son, drowsy yet wide-eyed, offered him a puzzled smile. Mom, do you think my child can understand what we are saying? Of course. My grandson is exceptionally clever. His mother proudly exclaimed, lifting the child from the stroller. Sweetheart, it's 9 o'clock. Time for bed. After tucking her grandson into the room, Chen Weiguo glanced at the clock on the wall, contemplating that the match must have concluded. He then turned on the television. The match had indeed finished. Yet the score stood at 0-0, with extra time about to commence. Realizing that a goalless extra time would lead to the thrilling prospect of a penalty shootout, he promptly turned off the television. One must do their part and leave the rest to fate, he mused as he reclined on the sofa. Moments later, a deafening cheer erupted from downstairs. Chen Weiguo, startled from his reverie, thought, could it be that a goal has been scored? Has the match concluded? He swiftly turned on the television, only to be left astounded. After half a minute, he hastily slipped on his slippers and dashed out of the house, forgetting to turn off the television. Upon reaching downstairs, he sprinted towards the last building at the end of the road. Li Jiying's residence was on the 3rd floor of that very building. Arriving at Li Jiying's door, he nearly pounded the door down in his urgency. Bang, bang, bang. When the door opened, he found a tearful Li Jiying. You fool, Chen Weiguo chastised, pushing Li Jiying forward. Grasping his hand tightly, Li Jiying sobbed. We won, we won. Turkey has triumphed. You big idiot. Don't act so recklessly next time, understood? Yes, yes. Li Jiying nodded fervently. I want to bet again. Never again. From now on. You can bet as you wish, just don't come to me for advice, Chen Weiguo replied. The pressure they had both felt over the past few days had been overwhelming, and he wished never to endure such a relieving sensation again. Chapter 8. Is Brazil on the brink of defeat? Within the luxurious Tianchi restaurant in Jianing City, despite the presence of merely 3 individuals, Chen Weiguo, Li Jiying, and Zhang Aimin, they indulged in a lavish feast, ordering 7 dishes. This was the most extravagant way they could conceive to celebrate. Following the final match of the World Cup quarterfinals, Chen Weiguo's savings had once again soared into 5 figures. Zhang Aimin's household was poised to acquire a new color television, while the impulsive Li Jiying experienced a windfall akin to sudden wealth. Jiying, now that you have some money, what are your plans for the future? Zhang Aimin inquired with a smile, having once mentored Li Jiying during their time at the factory. Li Jiying had always been somewhat lackadaisical, lacking ambition, and at nearly 30, remained unmarried, which led Zhang Aimin to regard him with a degree of disdain. However, the overnight transformation of Li Jiying's fortunes prompted a complete shift in Zhang Aimin's attitude. Listen to me, first buy a house. Jiying, you can drive. So get yourself a taxi. That way, you'll have a home, a vehicle, and a job, Chen Weiguo advised. Li Jiying nodded vigorously in agreement, fully endorsing Chen Weiguo's suggestions. That sounds excellent, Zhang Aimin concurred. I will have my partner help you find a suitable match. Oh, Zhang Aimin, how generous of you, Chen Weiguo jested. When this fellow had no money, where was your matchmaking enthusiasm? Zhang Aimin's expression darkened momentarily before he hastily retorted. Well, he wasn't settled at that time. Enough. Chen Weiguo clapped Zhang Aimin on the shoulder. We've narrowly escaped this time, and now with some money, we should all live more grounded lives. Let's not always dream of wealth through gambling. Otherwise, we shall inevitably find ourselves ensnared in its grasp. Both Li Jiying and Zhang Aimin nodded in agreement, acknowledging their recent bouts of recklessness, which could even be described as obsession. Usually, I would wager just a few coins for fun, if I won. I would treat everyone to a meal, and if I lost, it was merely a contribution to charity. No loss there, Zhang Aimin remarked. For him, having engaged in sports betting for years, the prospect of complete abstinence seemed unlikely. As for me, I shall never touch it again. This fool Li Jiying has kept me awake at night with worry, Chen Weiguo complained. Yet, despite his words, after their meal, he discreetly visited the betting station. While Li Jiying and Zhang Aimin approached betting with the mindset of gamblers, an unwise pursuit, Chen Weiguo believed himself to possess insight, confident in his ability to profit. Upon returning home, in addition to his betting slip, Chen Weiguo brought back a toy car as a gift for his son, believing that the colorful, fabric-stitched racing car would delight him. However, upon seeing the toy, his son cast him a look of disdain, leaving Chen Weiguo feeling quite embarrassed. He couldn't shake the feeling that in the future, his son would look down upon him. He felt an urgent need to establish a formidable image in his son's eyes before the child learned to form memories. Although his son was indifferent to the toy car, he still provided a hint regarding the outcome of the World Cup semifinals. In the match between Brazil and Turkey, without any prompting from his son, Chen Weiguo anticipated Brazil's victory. Against Germany, his son's suggestion was likewise in favor of the German team. Ultimately, even the referee could not assist the South Korean squad. Nonetheless, the fact that South Korea reached the quarterfinals was a testament to the referee's exertion. Initially, Chen Weiguo intended to emulate Li Jiying and wager everything, but upon reflection, he hesitated and only staked half of his remaining ballots. After all, with responsibilities both above and below, it was prudent to leave a safety net. Moreover, he found himself somewhat weary of the betting endeavor. After this World Cup, he resolved to abstain from placing further bets. To avoid detection by Li Jiying and Zhang Aimin regarding his clandestine wagers, Chen Weiguo deliberately chose a distant official betting station. A few days later, the 2 World Cup semifinals unfolded as anticipated, with the results aligning with his son's predictions. Due to the reduced number of betting events, the cumulative returns were considerably less than those from his previous successful streaks. However, for Chen Weiguo, any profit was satisfying enough. He believed that this reliance on chance and superstition for earnings paled in comparison to the security of earning through diligent work. Furthermore, over this period, he discovered the inherent joy of the sport of football. By the time the World Cup final arrived, he had ceased wagering, choosing instead to revel in the match itself. According to his son's insights and predictions, Brazil was destined to claim the coveted trophy, a belief he held firmly, as he too favored the Brazilian team. As the match approached the 85th minute, with the score still at 0-0, Chen Weiguo pondered whether they were destined for another nail-biting penalty shootout. Suddenly, his son emitted a high-pitched scream. Chen Weiguo turned to see his son, visibly excited, gazing at the television screen with an expression of disbelief. What is the matter? Are you tired or in need of milk? He asked. The child shook his head, then turned to him, babbling in infantile sounds, clearly exhilarated. At that moment, his mother emerged from the room, chiding, I've already said not to let the child watch too much television. She then attempted to take the child away. However, the boy responded with two excited shrieks. Look, my little one is not happy. Chun Weiguo protested. There are only a few minutes left. Let him watch until the end. This World Cup match will conclude, and he will have to wait for years to see another. After a moment of hesitation, his mother settled beside Chun Weiguo, holding the child. What is so captivating about a group of people chasing a ball around? She complained. Chun Weiguo chuckled and remarked. Who was it that insisted I show the game to the baby? Now you're the one complaining. He noticed that his son remained transfixed on the screen, still wearing that incredulous expression. As the game entered stoppage time and the final seconds ticked away, Chun Weiguo found himself troubled by how to explain the overtime to his mother when the commentator on the television suddenly exclaimed, Goal! Germany scores in the last minute of stoppage time. Chun Weiguo was taken aback. Was the match about to conclude? Could it be that the Brazilian team will score again and equalize, thus taking the match into extra time? Or will the score remain unchanged until the final whistle? With Germany triumphing over Brazil to claim the World Cup title, Chun Weiguo leaned towards the former possibility, hoping for a miraculous equalizer from the Brazilian team. His son had accurately predicted the outcomes of the previous matches, even foreseeing South Korea's stunning advance to the quarterfinals. How could he possibly be wrong in the final? He glanced at his son, Chun Hao, and found him in a state of shock. Son, I believe in you. Chun Weiguo smiled as he held his son's small hand. Chapter 9. Unemployment again as the match entered its final minute of countdown. From the moment the Brazilian players kicked off from the midfield, Chun Weiguo awaited a goal with bated breath, especially when Ronaldo received the ball and shot from the edge of the German penalty area. He even stood up in anticipation, ready to cheer. Yet, the ball narrowly missed the goalpost and went out of bounds. Chun Weiguo was taken aback. How could that shot have failed to score? Time was running out for Brazil. Look at you. Is it really worth getting so worked up over a game? Don't scare the baby, his mother remarked with disdain. No sooner had she spoken than the child in her arms let out a sharp cry. See, she continued. Chun Weiguo sat back down, feeling somewhat embarrassed. On the television screen, the German goalkeeper was deliberately wasting time, kicking the ball far into play as the displayed extra time had already elapsed. As players from both teams battled for possession at midfield, the referee blew the final whistle. Watching the jubilant German fans celebrating wildly on the screen, Chun Weiguo was stunned. Brazil had lost. His son had guessed incorrectly this time. He never anticipated that after so many correct predictions, his son would falter in this decisive match. In that moment, Chun Weiguo felt a sudden wave of regret for having placed bets based on his son's predictions. Although it was remarkable that his son had accurately predicted 10 consecutive matches, tonight's outcomes seemed to suggest that it had all been mere coincidence. He felt relieved that he had not, as he had in previous days, lost his reason and placed more bets. It was fortunate that Li Jiying and Zhong Aimin had also managed to withdraw in time. Regaining his composure, Chun Weiguo looked at his son, who was still in a daze, clearly shocked by the result. Approaching him, he gathered his son into an embrace. Son, it turns out you are a Brazilian fan. The child was still so young. Not only could he not distinguish between Brazil and Germany, but he likely did not even understand what was happening on the television. Chun Weiguo's mother couldn't help but tease. With that, she rose from the sofa and took the child from Chun Weiguo's arms. I'll take him to sleep. Turn the TV volume down a bit, she instructed before carrying the child toward the bedroom. Chun Weiguo observed as his son's gaze remained fixated on the television screen, seemingly unable to accept the outcome. July. On the first day of the second half of the year, Chun Weiguo officially began his new career in a shopping mall. However, less than half a year later, the mall, suffering from a lack of business, began laying off employees. Unfortunately, he found himself on the first round of layoffs. Upon learning of his impending dismissal, Chun Weiguo sat in his office, staring blankly at the newspaper. Although the job at the mall was rather unremarkable, it afforded him a certain tranquility. Aside from the busyness of the first couple of months after opening, he found little to occupy his time. His daily routine consisted of a brief inspection before work, after which he could leisurely read the newspaper in his office. When the workday concluded, he departed the mall as nonchalantly as ever, exchanging light-hearted banter with familiar colleagues. As winter nights fell early, he hurriedly plunged into the biting chill after parting ways with his coworkers. En route home, he watched as buses and pedestrians passed him by, fading from view. and an indescribable discomfort settled in his heart. Approaching the age of 30, he felt abandoned once more after the factory closure the previous year. Uncertain of what lay ahead, he was painfully aware that reality would not grant him ample time for contemplation, given his responsibilities to both his elderly mother and young son. Losing his job meant the absence of funds for his son's formula. Upon arriving home, he found his mother feeding his 1-year-old son, Chunhao. The child, while still mastering the art of speech and walking, exhibited remarkable proficiency that was nothing short of astonishing. It was not mere parental pride. Anyone who encountered Chunhao could not help but exclaim at his brilliance or label him a prodigy. There could scarcely be another child of just 1 year who would inquire if it was time to eat, wonder about the hour, or remind adults to bring an umbrella if it rained. No other child his age could transition from walking to running within mere days. Naturally, Chen Weiguo felt a swell of pride for such an extraordinary son. However, one aspect that troubled him was the child's overly expressive demeanor, often revealing disdain or discontent for certain individuals, akin to a naive child who wore his heart on his sleeve, which could be quite irksome. "Welcome back," his mother remarked after casting a glance at him. Chen Weiguo responded with a faint acknowledgement, removing his shoes and settling onto the sofa. Upon hearing him exhale a long sigh, his mother inquired, "Why the long face upon your return?" Chen Weiguo hesitated, swallowing hard, deciding it best not to burden her with his troubles just yet. I'm unemployed, Daddy-s lost his job," his son suddenly interjected, still chewing on rice porridge. Chen Weiguo's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know?" he asked. His mother gasped. "Chen Weiguo, you've truly lost your job?" Embarrassment washed over him as he nodded in response. After a moment of silence, his mother said nothing further and resumed feeding the child with a smile. Only after his son had finished eating did she rise, saying, "Losing a job means you can seek another. Take a few days to rest and spend time with your son. If necessary, you can always look for work after the new year." With that, she headed towards the kitchen. As Chen Weiguo gazed at the silhouette of his elderly mother, his heart swelled with profound emotion. He had initially assumed that she would resent him for his lack of diligence and ambition, which had ultimately led to his dismissal. However, he now found himself contemplating what type of work would truly suit him. Furthermore, he realized that he could no longer afford to be complacent. As he had been during his time at the shopping mall, he needed to engage in continual learning and self-improvement. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before he faced the harsh reality of being cast aside by the evolving world. Retracting his thoughts, Chen Weiguo turned his attention to his son, who was nestled in a baby chair, and lamented, "It's all your fault for speaking out." To his surprise, the child did not respond with anger or sadness. Instead, he smiled and encouraged, "Daddy, keep going." In that instant, Chen Weiguo felt as though a tender part of his heart had been struck, and his eyes grew moist. The last time he received such encouragement was from his late wife. "Your mother left me a wonderful son," he said, gazing at his child with deep emotion. "In this world, nothing is insurmountable as long as one is willing to let go," the son stuttered, attempting to echo wisdom. Initially moved, Chen Weiguo's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. "Who taught you such nonsense, my son? Your grandmother was right. You shouldn't watch too much television." The more he spoke, the more his anger surged. "Go on, son, vent your frustrations. It's useless, Daddy is truly useless." Hearing his son's words, Chen Weiguo felt tears welling up, his heart nearly fracturing under the weight of despair. Chapter 10, Is My Son Advising Me Against Entrepreneurship? On the last day of 2002. It marked the 6th day since Chen Weiguo had been dismissed from the shopping mall. He had planned to seek employment after the new year, but in the meantime, he either stayed home with his son or wandered aimlessly like an unemployed drifter. Over the course of a few days, he noticed that most of his former colleagues, who had been laid off from the same factory the previous year, had successfully found new roles and gradually reintegrated into the competitive workforce. Among them were Zhong Aimin and Li Jiying, who had been his companions in card games just 6 months prior. After making a profit from betting on the World Cup, Zhong Aimin had opened a dry cleaning business, while Li Jiying had rented a storefront to engage in wholesale clothing sales. The news of Li Jiying's venture left Chen Weiguo feeling exasperated. Originally, Li Jiying's plan was to purchase a house first and then acquire a vehicle for taxi services. However, shortly after entering into a relationship in September, this fool had squandered all his money on his girlfriend's clothing business. Upon hearing of this, both Chen Weiguo and Zhang Aimin had earnestly advised against it, fearing that Li Jiying was being deceived by his girlfriend. Yet, no matter how hard they tried to persuade him, Li Jiying remained steadfast in his belief that his girlfriend would not betray him, convinced that their combined efforts would surely lead to success. Since Li Jiying's girlfriend was a distant cousin introduced by Zhang Aimin, Chen Weiguo had often expressed his grievances towards him. In the evening, at a newly opened restaurant near their neighborhood, Li Jiying had invited Chen Weiguo and Zhang Aimin for dinner. Upon meeting, before they even sat down, Zhang Aimin inquired about the status of Li Jiying's clothing business. Upon hearing Li Jiying mention that business was thriving, Zhang Aimin let out a sigh of relief. After taking their seats, Li Jiying cheerfully poured drinks for the two men and then offered each a cigarette. Noticing the quality of the cigarettes, Chen Weiguo exclaimed, "Ah, Li Jiying, you clever lad. It seems you've made quite a fortune." Li Jiying chuckled and replied, "Oh, not at all. This is merely my humble tribute to you both." "Tribute? I wouldn't dare accept such a thing." Chen Weiguo laughed. Beside him, Zhang Aimin scoffed, recalling that back in the factory, Li Jiying had once called him master. While Chen Weiguo felt unworthy of such honorifics, Zhang Aimin certainly did not. "Master, I, Li Jiying, have long been without parents. I owe a great deal to you two fine brothers for taking me under your wing when I first joined the factory. Otherwise, I would have fallen prey to deceit countless times." Li Jiying suddenly spoke with heartfelt emotion. Chen Weiguo and Zhang Aimin exchanged glances, and Chen Weiguo furrowed his brow, asking, "Li Jiying, have you encountered some trouble?" Li Jiying forced a wry smile and shook his head, hastily explaining, "No, everything is perfectly fine. Today is merely the last day of 2002, and reflecting on all that has transpired this year has stirred many emotions within me. Indeed, it has only been a year since we were laid off, yet it feels as if an eternity has passed." Chen Weiguo sighed meaningfully. Over the past year, he had endured unemployment, bereavement, fatherhood, and yet another job loss. He was uncertain how he had persevered through it all. At that moment, Zhang Aimin slapped Chen Weiguo on the shoulder with his left hand, raised his glass with the right, and proclaimed, "Come, let us toast. Happy New Year. May tomorrow be even better. Happy New Year. Tomorrow will be better." The wheels of time gradually turned forward, ushering in the year 2003. Across the nation, a scene of flourishing prosperity unfolded. On New Year's Eve, Zhang Aimin invited Chen Weiguo over for dinner, but did not extend the same invitation to Li Jiying. Thus, upon arriving at Zhang Aimin's home, Chen Weiguo inquired, "Why wasn't Li Jiying invited? He is a businessman now, unlike us who have so much idle time." Zhang Aimin retorted with a smile, placing a cup of hot tea before Chen Weiguo. "Actually, the reason I called you over is that I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Chen Weiguo asked, puzzled. "I'll tell you later. First, you must sample my wife's cooking," Zhang Aimin replied. Not long after, Zhang Aimin's wife, Huang Lu, emerged from the kitchen bearing several steaming dishes, which she set up on the dining table. Cured meats, frog legs, fish heads, lamb, and meatball soup. Oh, such a sumptuous spread. Chen Weiguo marveled at the visually appealing and aromatic dishes, swallowing hard in anticipation. "Let us eat first. We can talk afterward. In that case, I shall not hold back." Half an hour later, Chen Weiguo, now satiated, let out a burp and could not help but praise Huang Lu, saying, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is truly remarkable. It would be a shame if you did not pursue a career as a chef." "Do you genuinely believe so?" Zhang Aimin suddenly asked with a serious expression, regarding Chen Weiguo intently. Chen Weiguo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his sister-in-law's cooking surpassed the offerings of the local eatery, Fatty's Kitchen. Zhang Aimin set down his chopsticks and inquired, "Do you think opening a restaurant would be profitable?" "Zhang Aimin, you can't be seriously considering starting a restaurant, are you?" "Indeed, I wish to find someone to partner with me. And since you are currently unemployed, why not join forces to open a restaurant?" Chen Weiguo was taken aback. Zhang Aimin's proposition came rather unexpectedly. How much can one earn working for someone else in a month? Look at Li Jiying. He and my cousin now make around 10,000 a month, whereas he was once the least successful among us, Zhang Aimin continued. After departing from Zhang Aimin's home, Chen Weiguo pondered on his way back. Had he hastily agreed to partner with Zhang Aimin in opening a restaurant? Upon arriving home, he discussed the matter with his mother. However, as soon as he broached the topic, his son, who was playing nearby, exclaimed, "Daddy, no, no. Listen, even your son is advising against it," his mother teased. Chen Weiguo cast a resigned glance at her. After all, what could such a small child possibly understand? "You don't know," his son retorted instantly. His mother chuckled, narrowing her eyes with amusement, and gently ruffled her grandson's hair. "Mom, you should say something," Chen Weiguo urged. His mother suddenly turned serious and asked, "First, tell me how much savings you have." About 50,000. How much would it cost to start the restaurant? She inquired further. I would invest 60,000. And Zhang Imin would contribute 40,000. Moreover, the storefront is his family's property, which saves us on rental expenses. After a moment of contemplation, his mother solemnly stated, I have no experience in business and am quite ignorant of this field. However, if you wish to take a chance, I will support you, provided it does not lead to total financial ruin. It won't come to that. At most, I might lose my savings, he reassured her. Lose everything, lose everything. His son chimed in. Hey, can't you wish for your father to succeed just a little? Chen Weiguo lamented. His mother smiled again and gently said to his son, Sweetheart, refrain from such talk. Only when daddy earns money can you enjoy good food and drinks. If he doesn't earn, he won't earn, his son replied. Chapter 11. Does my son want me to buy an old house? Once the new year had passed, Chen Weiguo and Zhong Aimin began to immerse themselves in the preparations for the restaurant. With the spring festival approaching at the end of the month, they aimed to complete the renovations before the holiday, intending to open after the new year. The establishment was originally Zhong Aimin's laundromat, covering an area of approximately 110 square meters, excluding the kitchen, restroom, and cashier area. It could accommodate 2 tables for 8 to 10 people and around 7 or 8 tables for 4 to 6 people. The surrounding area boasted numerous residential complexes, schools, a commercial center, and several under-construction commercial buildings, resulting in significant foot traffic and population density. According to their plan, the restaurant would initially serve affordable and authentic home-cooked meals, targeting local residents as the primary clientele. Once the nearby commercial buildings were completed and operational, they intended to shift towards selling boxed lunches, focusing on the office workers within those structures. In Chen Weiguo's perspective, as long as Huang Lu, the wife of Zhong Aimin, maintains her standards, it is unlikely that he will incur losses. What perplexes him is that every time he returns home, his son consistently advises him against opening a shop, warning that he will suffer financial setbacks. As mid-January approached, the laundry shop's inventory was finally cleared and renovations commenced. From the day the renovations began, Chen Weiguo found himself leaving early and returning late each day. Fortunately, his 1-year-old son had ceased to utter those ominous phrases. By late January, just before the small new year, the store's renovations were completed. Although simple, the decor was designed to highlight cleanliness and tidiness, setting it apart from nearby competitors. All necessary items, cooking utensils, business licenses, and store signage were meticulously prepared, awaiting the grand opening after the new year. On the small new year, as customary, Chen Weiguo assisted his elderly mother with the cleaning. Near midday, Li Jiying arrived with his girlfriend, Wang Lifan, bringing numerous gifts. Chen Weiguo's mother promptly welcomed them into the living room and went to brew tea for the guests. Oh, how come the boss and the lady boss have time to visit today? Chen Weiguo inquired, peering back at them from the ladder where he was cleaning windows. Li Jiying approached, steadying the ladder, and smiled up at Chen Weiguo, saying, You'll be a boss soon too. Can you refrain from calling me boss? Chen Weiguo chuckled and replied, Considering how many gifts you've brought for my son, I'll let it slide. Why aren't you opening the shop today? It's the holiday, Li Jiying responded. We won't resume operations until the 9th day of the new lunar month. Descending the ladder with a light-hearted demeanor, Chen Weiguo quietly inquired, How are things with Xiao Wang? We plan to get our marriage certificate after the new year, Li Jiying replied, a hint of shyness betraying his joy. Oh, that is quite swift, Chen Weiguo exclaimed, then called out, Mom, prepare a few extra dishes for a celebration. Li Jiying is getting married. It's just for the certificate. We haven't finalized the wedding feast yet, Li Jiying interjected. Silly boy, in this day and age, a wedding feast is insignificant. Obtaining the certificate is tantamount to being truly married. At that moment, Chen Weiguo's mother emerged from the kitchen, beaming with 2 cups of tea, and said, Li Jiying, congratulations. Your lifelong commitment is finally set. Li Jiying smiled sheepishly, scratching his head, while Wang Lifan on the sofa also shared a shy smile. During the lunchtime feast, Chen Weiguo's mother indeed prepared 3 additional dishes, all of which were her signature specialties. As they chatted, she suddenly broke into tears, startling the other 3. Mom, what is wrong? After a sniffle, she looked at Wang Lifan and said, Jiying as parents and I used to work at the same factory. We knew each other when we were young. I've watched Jiying grow up. She continued, He is not foolish at all. He is simply very sincere. It was truly heartbreaking when his parents passed away one after the other. As she spoke, her tears flowed more freely, prompting Li Jiying and Wang Lifan to also redden their eyes. Just as everyone was engulfed in a somber mood, Chinwegua's son, who had been quietly playing with his toys, suddenly piped up, "Grandma, don't cry. Uncle is getting married. Let us celebrate with a feast." As soon as the son spoke, he instantly amused everyone present. Looking at Chinhao, Li Jiying could not help but praise Chinwegua. "Your child is exceptionally clever and endearing. I wish my son could be as astute as he is in the future." Wang Lifan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. "Since you are about to obtain your marriage certificate, when will you renovate your house?" Chinwegua inquired. "No, Lifan and I have purchased a marital home. We have already paid the deposit and are just waiting for the new year to finalize the transfer," Li Jing replied. "Where did you buy it? Did you pay a down payment or the full amount?" "At Shermao Garden, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. It was too expensive. Just over 100,000, so we paid in full." Upon hearing this, Chinwegua's eyes sparkled with intrigue, contemplating that Li Jing had indeed prospered in her clothing business. "What about the old house your parents left you?" his mother asked. "I plan to sell it. Initially, I considered renting it out. But given its dilapidated state and high floor, it would require additional appliances to make it rental-ready. It's better to sell it for a couple of thousand." The old woman nodded slightly and sighed deeply. She had intended to encourage Li Jiying to keep the house as a memento, but upon reflection, she realized that for Li Jiying, the old house might evoke more sorrow than nostalgia. "I like Uncle's house," the son suddenly interjected. "Ah." All eyes turned to the boy once more. "Son, you like Uncle Jiying's house?" Chinwegua asked, bewildered. The boy nodded vigorously. "Uncle's house is fun. I like it." Chinwegua was increasingly puzzled and turned to Li Jiying. "Have I taken him to your house?" "Twice, I believe," Li Jiying replied uncertainly. "Daddy, I like Uncle's house. Bye." Bye. Chinwegua sighed in exasperation. "Son, be good. Don't say such things. If you like Uncle Jiying's house, I will take you to play there." "If it's sold, we can't go," the son retorted. At this, both Li Jiying and Wang Lifan could not help but burst into laughter. "Grandma." The son looked at his grandmother. Bye. All right. Grandma will buy." The old woman coaxed, then pretended to ask Li Jiying, "How much is your house for sale?" Li Jiying took her seriously and replied with utmost sincerity, "Auntie, do you really want to buy it? If Howsy truly likes it, I'll gladly give it to him. It wouldn't fetch much anyway." "Great." Chinwegua and his son chimed in almost in unison. The old woman, flustered, slapped her thigh. "Why are we all taking this kid's antics so seriously?" Suddenly, the son let out a sharp cry and began to sob. "Mom, is the baby hungry? He just had milk. He's probably tired," the grandmother responded, swiftly picking up the child. "I like Uncle's house. Bye, the son insisted, repeatedly patting his grandmother's shoulder. All right, Grandma will buy." The grandmother feigned agreement and carried the boy to the room. Chapter 12. My son doesn't want me to sell the old house. As the grandmother closed the door, the son continued to chant bye. As the door to the room closed, Chinwegua withdrew his gaze and offered an awkward smile to Li Jiying and Wang Lifan. "Chinwegua, if Howsy truly likes it, then the house can be." Li Jiying paused, casting a glance at Wang Lifan beside her. Chinwegua noticed Wang Lifan's right hand gently tugging at Li Jiying's coat, attempting to dissuade him. Nevertheless, Li Jiying continued. "Then let us give it to your family as a token of gratitude for the money you helped me earn through betting 6 months ago." Chinwegua hurriedly waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "That simply won't do. That house was left to you by your parents. My child is still young. We mustn't take what they say too seriously." As he spoke, Chinwegua kept a close watch on Wang Lifan's expression. Upon hearing his words, Wang Lifan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Chinwegua chuckled to himself, thinking that Li Jing was rather naive, and he needed a clever wife to compliment him. After dinner, once Li Jing and Wang Lifan had departed, Chinwegua made his way to his mother's room. After much coaxing, his mother was still unable to get him to sleep, as he was adamantly insisting on purchasing Li Jing's house. This left his mother quite perplexed. "What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you so determined to buy that old house from Li Jing's family?" she questioned, looking at Chinwegua with concern. He shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. Suddenly, his son, who lay in bed, sat up and declared earnestly, "Dad, we absolutely must buy the house from Uncle." Chinwegua was bewildered by his son's serious demeanor. Previously, he had never mentioned wanting to visit Li Jing's home. Why was he suddenly expressing a fondness for the house today? The following day, Chinwegua had hoped that after a night's rest, his son would have forgotten about the matter. However, early in the morning, Before he had even awakened, his son rushed into his room, once again chanting like a mantra about buying Li Jiying's house. With no other option, he decided to call Li Jiying. At lunchtime, Chen Weiguo met Li Jiying at a nearby small restaurant. As soon as they met, Li Jiying remarked, "Weiguo, you're not planning to borrow money from me, are you? Is that why you specifically asked me to sneak out with you, away from Li Fin?" Chen Weiguo smiled wryly and shook his head, sighing before saying, "Ever since you mentioned selling the house yesterday, my son has been incessantly pestering me to buy it. It's driving me nearly insane. You called me here for this matter, didn't you? Didn't I say yesterday that if Haozi liked it, I would give it to your family?" Chen Weiguo felt a flicker of joy within, yet maintained a serious facade as he waved his hand. "That simply cannot be." He poured wine into Li Jiying's cup while continuing, "You are bound to sell it eventually. Let me buy it and name your price." "Oh, I've already told you." "I don't want your money," Li Jiying replied. "No, I can't accept that. It would weigh heavily on my conscience. Furthermore, how will you explain this to Xiao Wan?" "You needn't worry about that. I will clarify everything with her. If it weren't for you 6 months ago, I wouldn't be where I am today." Chen Weiguo suddenly slapped the table, feigning displeasure. "Li Jiying, let's be clear about this matter. How about this? You are aware that Zhong Aimin and I have opened a restaurant, and to be honest, my finances are rather tight at the moment. So let us settle on 5,000. After a brief pause, Li Jiying nodded repeatedly. "It's a deal then. Once you move into your new house after the new year, we shall proceed with the transfer formalities." The two clinked their glasses, and the matter was thus resolved. Upon returning home, Chen Weiguo shared the news of purchasing Li Jiying's house with his son and elderly mother. He had anticipated that his son would be overjoyed and celebrate. But instead, his son merely nodded expressionlessly. "The little rascal, I invested quite a bit to bring you joy," Chen Weiguo remarked, ruffling his son's hair. 5,000 for the purchase is quite a bargain," his mother interjected, noting that once the baby grows, she would move to that place. Furthermore, it would provide accommodation for Weiss Wang and Wei Hong when they returned for visits. As the Spring Festival approached, many guests came to visit and present gifts to Chen Weiguo, primarily comprising relatives and friends with whom he maintained regular contact. However, on the 28th day, an unexpected couple arrived, neighbors from his old hometown whom he had not seen in a long time. Although they hailed from the same town, they resided in a different district of Jining City. Before entering the workforce, Chen Weiguo had lived in his old family home with his parents. Shortly after he was allocated his own residence, his father passed away suddenly, prompting him to bring his elderly mother to live with him. The neighbors, known as Li Dan, was merely a year younger than Chen Weiguo, and the two had grown up together. Following the death of Chen Weiguo's father, their contact had diminished significantly, and he could scarcely recall the last time he had seen Li Dan, which had been several years prior. Thus, both Chen Weiguo and his mother were quite taken aback by Li Dan and his partner's unexpected visit. Upon entering, Li Dan handed a red envelope to Chen Weiguo's son. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Dan finally articulated the purpose of their visit. "Andy, Weiguo, we are here today to discuss a matter with you." "Go ahead. We are familiar enough for you to speak freely," Chen Weiguo encouraged. After exchanging glances with his partner, Li Dan continued, "Didn't your family used to run a small convenience store by the train station?" His mother nodded. "Ever since your uncle passed, we have rented that store to someone else." "Auntie, renting it out only brings in a meager income. Why not sell it to me outright?" Chen Weiguo's face brightened, surprised that someone would want to buy that dilapidated place, and he immediately asked, "All right, how much are you willing to offer?" Having invested all his savings in the restaurant and having just purchased a house from Li Jiying, he was currently in need of funds. In Chen Weiguo's view, as long as Li Dan offered several thousand, he would be ready to sell. However, to his astonishment, Li Dan opened with a price of 10,000. Chen Weiguo was taken aback, never expecting the notoriously frugal Li Dan to be so generous. Seeing his reaction, Li Dan thought he might be displeased, so he quickly revised his offer to 12,000. Chen Weiguo widened his eyes in confusion, pondering whether Li Dan had misunderstood his response. 15,000. Li Dan, with a forlorn expression, lamented that they could not afford to offer more. Chen Weiguo, perplexed, nodded in agreement and couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, his son, who was scrutinizing the red envelope, suddenly exclaimed, "We can't sell it. Daddy, we can't sell it." "Why can't we sell it?" the old mother inquired, gazing at her son. Chapter 13. Does the old father send dreams to his son? After a moment's contemplation, the son replied, "Grandpa said what we have must be kept. We can't sell it." Upon hearing this, Li Dan and his partner exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Your child is quite astute, Li Dan remarked to Chen Weiguo with a wry smile. But surely the words of a child cannot hold weight. Of course not, Chen Weiguo responded. Shall we then come to an agreement? Chen Weiguo gestured and added, however. The lease for that small shop won't expire until after the Lunar New Year. If you don't mind, you'll have to wait another 2 months. Li Dan quickly waved his hand, anxious. That won't do, Weiguo. Why don't you speak to the tenant and ask them to vacate early? That wouldn't be appropriate. It's the spring festival travel season, a peak time for business, Chen Weiguo replied, feeling embarrassed. After exchanging glances with his partner, Li Dan suggested. Let us just sign a note. I'll give you the money now. Chen Weiguo was taken aback by Li Dan's willingness. However, this sudden straightforwardness made him suspicious. As if the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Not wanting to refuse Li Dan outright, he looked to his son for a reason to decline the offer. To his surprise, the child immediately understood and shouted, We can't sell it. Grandpa's house. We can't sell it. Following this, the child began to wail loudly. Chen Weiguo rushed forward and lifted his son from the stroller, soothing him. Oh, okay. Daddy want to sell. Daddy want to sell. Upon hearing this, Li Dan and his wife's expressions darkened significantly. After calming his son, Chen Weiguo handed him over to the old mother and quietly remarked to Li Dan and his partner, You see, my child doesn't understand what's going on. But he just refuses to let us sell that small shop. Weiguo, your child is so young. How can we take his words seriously? Li Dan exclaimed. It's not that I take it seriously, but my child is simply too attached. Anyway, there is still a month left on the lease. We can sell it to you after that, Chen Weiguo replied, leaving Li Dan and his wife at a loss for words. Once Li Dan and his wife departed, Chen Weiguo turned to his mother. Mother, don't you find it a bit strange? That old house left by my father is so dilapidated. It's surely isn't worth 15,000. How could Li Dan be willing to pay such a sum? I can't figure it out. His mother sighed. But if we could indeed sell it for 15,000, that would be splendid. We can't sell it. We can't sell it. The child, cradled in his grandmother's arms, insisted again. His mother, both amused and exasperated, quickly changed her tune to appease her grandson. All right, we'll listen to the baby. We want to sell. Chen Weiguo thought that selling the small shop would at least be postponed until after the new year. Yet, to his astonishment, the next day, Li Dan's elderly mother personally came to visit. Li Dan's surname is Lu, and Chen Weiguo affectionately referred to her as Aunt Lu. Upon seeing Aunt Lu, who had been their neighbor for most of her life, the old mother was filled with joy. The two elderly individuals, both with graying hair, clasped hands and reminisced about the arduous and impoverished times of their youth. Although Chen Weiguo listened with great interest, he understood that Aunt Lu had come with the intention of discussing the small convenience store left behind by his father. As their conversation flowed, Aunt Lu eventually broached the subject of the store. Xiafeng, Weiguo, you may have guessed it. But the primary reason for my visit today is to purchase the small convenience store that your father left behind. Chen Weiguo and his mother nodded in acknowledgement. A few months ago, the chemical plant declared bankruptcy, and both my son and daughter-in-law lost their jobs. We are unsure of what to do. Which is why I am considering buying the store to start a small business, Aunt Lu explained. Your son and daughter-in-law are unemployed as well? The old mother sighed. Indeed, Aunt Lu replied, gazing into the old mother's eyes and nodding. It's not just a lack of good jobs. Even nearby positions are scarce. Initially, I thought about renting from your family, but after much contemplation, I believe it would be better to purchase it outright. This way, it could benefit both families. As she spoke, Aunt Lu held the old mother's hand tightly. Today, I have brought the money with me. If you have no objections, let us finalize this arrangement so my son can begin sourcing supplies. All right. The old mother readily agreed, then turned to Chen Weiguo, asking, You have no objections, do you? Chen Weiguo shook his head, indicating he had none, just as Aunt Lu was about to produce a stack of money wrapped in newspaper from her bag. Chen Weiguo's son unexpectedly ran out of the room. Grandma, Dad, we can't sell, the boy exclaimed anxiously. The three adults were momentarily taken aback. Chen Weiguo, your son is quite adorable, Aunt Lu remarked, rising to embrace the boy. He evaded her, leaping into his grandmother's arms, looking earnestly at her and insisting, Grandma, we absolutely cannot sell. Sweetheart, don't fuss. You wouldn't understand adult matters. Come, let me introduce you to your grandmother's old neighbor, Aunt Lu. The boy stepped away from his grandmother and approached Chen Weiguo. Dad, just now, I dreamed of Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo was struck with alarm. His son had been born just last year, and his father had passed away many years prior, the boy had never met him. So how could he know what his grandfather looked like? Chen Weigua crouched down, stroking his son's head as he asked, "Are you sure it was Grandpa you dreamed about?" "Grandpa looks like you, Dad. He has a mole on this side," the boy said, pointing to his left cheek. A chill ran down the spines of Chen Weigua, his mother, and Aunt Lu as they absorbed the boy's description, which indeed matched the characteristics of his late grandfather. "What else did Grandpa say to you?" the old mother inquired, rising abruptly. The boy turned to her and replied, "He said he misses you and Dad." At this, the old mother's eyes welled with tears. The son turned to Chen Weigua and said, "The small shop cannot be sold. Father, it would be unfilial, and he will not let you go." Upon hearing his son's words, Chen Weigua's face turned pale and his body trembled. His late father had always been a cantankerous old man, and it was not surprising that he would utter such disowning words. A sense of fear crept into Chen Weigua's heart, if there were any truth to it. His life would be far from peaceful. He immediately turned to Aunt Lu and said, "Aunt Lu, you heard him. I cannot sell that small shop." Aunt Lu, with a bittersweet twist of her lips, refrained from saying anything further. People are watched by the heavens. There are deities above us. The elderly held such beliefs deeply. Thus, without even staying for lunch, Aunt Lu departed. The old mother then embraced her son, inquiring about the dream concerning the grandfather. Chapter 14. The house is to be expropriated during the spring festival. Chen Weigua and his mother took their son to pay New Year's visits. Without requiring his mother's assistance, the son greeted each elder with clasped fists, exclaiming wishes for prosperity and requesting red envelopes. No one could refuse a charming child who spoke auspicious words, and they willingly presented him with generous red envelopes. Observing his son's delight upon receiving the gifts filled Chen Weigua with pride. The way his son sought the red envelopes mirrored his own childhood, hinting at a promising future. On the 6th day of the new year, Chen Weigua rented a van to take the family back to their hometown to pay respects at his father's grave. While at the gravesite, recalling the dream his father had relayed to him, Chen Weigua knelt before the grave and silently vowed, "Father, rest assured. We shall not sell the small shop you left us. If you have no urgent matters, please do not trouble us." After this, he rose and remembered something crucial. Closing his eyes and clasping his hands again, "If anything arises, just reach out to my mother. She will relay any messages to us. Please find peace below." After paying their respects, Chen Weigua's sister expressed a desire to see their hometown village. Soon, the family arrived at the village entrance. Since their father's passing, they had rarely returned, rendering them unfamiliar with the children playing at the entrance, who gazed at them with wide-eyed curiosity. After walking a few steps, they were recognized by Uncle Wang, a neighbor. After exchanging pleasantries, Uncle Wang insisted on inviting them to his home for tea. Unable to decline his warm hospitality, Chen Weigua and his family acquiesced. Uncle Wang's house stood in front of the old Chen family home, with their front doors facing each other. After sipping a few cups of tea at Uncle Wang's, Chen Weigua took his son to the door of their old house. This old house was constructed by Chen Weigua's grandfather, and it has now stood for nearly 10 decades, appearing as though it has been long forsaken. It was within these aged walls that Chen Weigua was born. When he reached the age of 9, his father built a small brick house at the railway station and commenced a modest retail business, prompting him and his siblings to relocate there. The shop was not far from the village. By taking a shortcut, one could reach it in under 10 minutes. According to his father, when the village divided the land years ago, the residents regarded that area as too distant and were reluctant to claim it, ultimately resorting to a fair draw. It was Chen Weigua's grandfather who drew that parcel of land. At the time, the villagers mocked him for his ill fortune. However, once a railway stop was established nearby, their sentiments shifted, and they began to commend his luck. "Son, this is the starting point of your father," Chen Weigua remarked with a sense of nostalgia. His son blinked and replied, "We can't sell it." Chen Weigua chuckled, pondering that if he dared to sell, his grandfather would surely haunt him for it. After lingering in front of his childhood home for a while, Chen Weigua intended to visit the neighboring Li Dan's family. During the new year, Li Dan and his wife, along with his elderly mother, Aunt Lu, had brought gifts to visit Chen's home. However, upon arriving at Li's doorstep, they found the windows tightly shut, indicating that the family was likely visiting relatives for the holiday. Returning to Wang Dajia's residence, he found the two families engrossed in animated conversation. Not wanting to interrupt their merriment, Chen Weigua sat quietly with his son at the side. Shortly thereafter, Wang Dajia turned to him and inquired, "Weigua, how long do you plan to rent out your little shop?" "It will be due for renewal after the new year," Chen Weigua replied. "Why do you ask?" "Make sure you do not renew the lease," Wang Dajia cautioned. Why not? Chen's mother asked with curiosity. I've heard that a road is to be constructed by the end of the year, and a segment will run along the railway, likely passing through your shop. They are expected to begin requisitioning in 2 or 3 months, Wang Dajia explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo and his mother were taken aback. Is what you say true? Old Wang. His mother asked, her excitement palpable. I believe so. Not long before the new year, I saw surveyors measuring the area, Wang Dajia affirmed. Chen Weiguo's mother's expression darkened, her eyes igniting with anger. No wonder Li Dan and Aunt Lu had sought them out at the shop. They must have known the area was soon to be requisitioned. Although the shop was dilapidated, its size was considerable. Once, it had accommodated a family of 5, each with their own room, alongside a storage space for goods and a room for rice and firewood. Additionally, there was a vegetable garden at the back and a sizable front yard between the house and the railway. If requisitioned, it would likely fetch at least 100,000 yuan. Chen Weiguo finally comprehended why the usually frugal Li Dan was so forthcoming. Once the road is completed, it will be much quicker to reach your place from ours, Wang Dajia remarked. Subsequently, Grandpa Wang's family wished to invite the Chun family for dinner. However, Chen Weiguo tactfully declined, citing the need to return home to feed his son. On their way back, the elderly matriarch wore a sullen expression, still fuming over the deception perpetrated by the Li family regarding the sale of the small shop. Grandma, don't be angry, the young boy seated on Chen Weiguo's lap advised, tilting his head towards his grandmother. Upon hearing her grandson, the elderly woman's face softened into a smile. All right, my dear grandson, my sweet baby, Grandma is no longer upset. At this moment, Chen Weiguo felt emboldened to voice his grievances to the matriarch. Thank goodness we didn't agree to sell to Li Dan and Aunt Lu. Otherwise, we would have been driven to despair. The elderly matriarch sighed deeply. I never imagined they would deceive us for money, the 3 of them, mother, son, and daughter-in-law. Nowadays, people are like that. They are all about money. If it were me, perhaps I would do the same. After all, they are no longer our neighbors, and we see each other less frequently. Why not earn some money? Indeed, people's hearts have changed, the matriarch concurred, gazing out the window. Just then, the van turned onto a broad avenue, and the scenery outside transformed from trees and quaint houses to towering skyscrapers, the entire city rapidly donning a new facade. However, I must praise my child. Chen Weiguo lifted his son slightly. When Li Dan first approached us about buying a house, he was the first to oppose it. Later, when Aunt Lu came, had he not intervened in time, that small shop would have been sold to her. The elderly matriarch's gaze shifted back from the window to her grandson. She reached out to hold his hand and smiled. Yes, our little darling is indeed our family's lucky star. Chapter 15. The restaurant opens, business is booming. The son worries too much after the new year. Chen Weiguo and Zhong Aimin began to busily prepare for the restaurant's grand opening. Initially, they planned to inaugurate it on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the day dedicated to the god of wealth. However, observing the streets were rather deserted, with most people still in their hometowns. They decided to postpone the opening to the 12th day of the lunar month. Thus, during this interval leading up to the restaurant's launch, Chen Weiguo took the opportunity to accompany Li Jing to finalize the transfer of her old house. One night before the opening, Chen Weiguo had a troubling dream. He dreamt of his son lamenting about losses, which startled him awake in the middle of the night. The following day, amidst the crackling of firecrackers, the restaurant opened as scheduled. Named the National Restaurant, it was derived from a character of each of their names, Chen Weiguo and Zhang Aimin. In addition to Li Jing and a few colleagues from the factory with whom they had maintained good relations, the elderly matriarch also came to celebrate with her grandson. Observing the boy's discontented demeanor and recalling the unsettling dream from the previous night, Chen Weiguo grew anxious that his son's worries might manifest. By lunchtime, as waves of customers continued to pour in, the restaurant quickly filled to capacity. Witnessing this bustling scene, Chen Weiguo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As night fell, after a day full of activity, the National Restaurant finally closed its doors. At the cash register, after counting 3 times, Chen Weiguo looked up and smiled at the couple, Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu, saying, today's total revenue amounts to 2,516 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, both Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu expressed considerable delight. After deducting costs, the first day of business could yield approximately 1,300 yuan, equivalent to Huang Li's monthly salary at the supermarket. If the daily business continues to thrive like today, they could potentially earn around 10,000 yuan in a month, allowing them to recoup their investment in just 3 months. After tallying the accounts, The three held a brief meeting to summarize the day's operations. The most pressing issue was the shortage of manpower. Although they had hired a chef in addition to Huang Lu, the kitchen still lacked sufficient staff. Consequently, during the peak lunch hours, Zhong Aimin had to juggle the roles of a server and a kitchen assistant. While Chen Weiguo was caught between managing the cash register and welcoming customers, resulting in a chaotic scene. They decided to hire another server so that when the kitchen became overwhelmed, Zhong Aimin could assist, while Chen Weiguo and the new server could manage the front. When Chen Weiguo returned home after closing the restaurant, it was already 11 at night. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted even to complain. Just then, his mother emerged from her room. "You must be tired. Shall I make you a cup of tea?" she asked. Chen Weiguo opened his eyes, weariness evident on his face, and replied, "No, I just had a large pot of tea at the restaurant. Has the baby gone to sleep?" "Long ago. By the way, how is business today?" his mother inquired. A smile crept onto Chen Weiguo's lips as he responded, "It was decent. We made over 2,500 yuan. His mother appeared pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Oh, that's quite good." She then added, "Earlier, your son kept saying it was a bad idea, that we would lose everything, which made me quite worried." Suddenly, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chen Weiguo's eyes. After glancing towards his mother's room, he slowly rose and leaned closer to her, whispering, "Mom, do you also feel that the baby has a bit of an uncanny aura?" His mother immediately frowned, gently admonishing him, "Chen Weiguo, how can you speak of your own child in such a manner?" Chen Weiguo furrowed his brow and quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. You know what I mean. I just feel that he possesses some mysterious power, much like those fortune tellers." His mother couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, retorting, "Children say all sorts of nonsense. How can you take it seriously? If it shouldn't be taken seriously, then why worry at all?" Chen Weiguo countered. His mother was left speechless. When Li Dan approached us to buy that old house, he opposed the sale, as if he already knew it would be expropriated. "Wasn't it your father who appeared in his dreams, warning him not to sell?" Chen Weiguo speculated. "Then how did he know your father had a mole and a limp?" "That's what makes it so remarkable," his mother scoffed. "By your reasoning, does that mean the restaurant's business is destined to fail?" Chen Weiguo queried. Chen Weiguo let out a bitter smile and reclined once more upon the sofa. "How can one take the childish words seriously?" he murmured, closing his eyes. "Quickly prepare a foot soak and retire for the night. Be wary of catching a chill while dozing on the sofa." On the second day of operations, the restaurant continued to thrive. Due to the inability to recruit staff promptly, Zhang Aimin called upon his recently retired cousin to assist temporarily. The hustle and bustle during work hours was matched only by the joy of counting the earnings at the close of the day. For the following week, the restaurant maintained a robust flow of business. As profits soared, both Chen Weiguo and Zhong Aimin found themselves in unison, contemplating the prospect of relocating to a larger venue and opening a branch elsewhere. However, as the festive season faded, the patrons began to dwindle, plunging into a more routine pace of life. Lunchtime brought only a few small tables of customers, and Zhong Aimin, who had previously lamented the overwhelming rush, found himself reminiscing about the frenzied days gone by. Fortunately, by evening, the restaurant managed to fill its seats, and the turnover rate was satisfactory. Although the earnings paled in comparison to the bustling opening days, they still surpassed what they would earn working for others. Yet, to grow and strengthen their establishment, meticulous planning was essential. Chen Weiguo analyzed the stark contrast in business. On one hand, the previous surge was spurred by the festive dining season. On the other, the post-New Year reality forced patrons to tighten their belts. Nonetheless, he was heartened to discover a substantial number of repeat customers, many residing or working nearby. As long as this loyal clientele remained, the restaurant would continue to thrive. As spring blossomed, March arrived in a blink. One day, seizing a lull in activity, Chen Weiguo found an excuse to slip back home. Upon entering, he saw his son engrossed in the television while his elderly mother was stirring a pot in the kitchen. "Baby, daddy's home," he called out. Glancing over, his son struggled to grasp the remote, ultimately changing the channel to the news. "Oh, my son, you can operate the remote. How clever." Chen Weiguo chuckled. At that moment, the news anchor announced, "The situation regarding lung disease has become increasingly severe." Upon hearing this report, Chen Weiguo's gaze shifted from his son to the television. During the new year, he had heard whispers of a lung disease outbreak in a neighboring province. He was taken aback by the realization that numerous individuals were now infected, and a worrisome trend seemed to be emerging. Would the proximity of the two provinces yield any repercussions? In the ensuing days, news coverage regarding this lung disease proliferated, yet the immediate impact remained negligible. However, by mid-March, a confirmed case of lung disease appeared within Jining City, igniting a rapid spread of panic and rumors akin to an uncontrollable flood. At noon, Chen Weiguo was busy at the restaurant when suddenly his elderly mother hurried in, cradling her grandson. Immediately rising from his position at the cash register, Chen Weiguo went to greet her, inquiring, "Mother, what brings you here?" Without hesitation, his mother handed the child over to him, exclaiming, "Watch over him for a moment. I need to run to the pharmacy to buy some Banlon gin and masks, and then head to the supermarket for oil, salt, and rice." No. The child suddenly shook his head in protest. Furrowing his brow, Chen Weiguo questioned, "Mother, why do you need to buy these things? There are many people in our city who have been infected, including quite a few doctors and nurses. I've heard that drinking Banlon gin and consuming more salt can help prevent this illness. Everyone is scrambling to buy them. If we wait any longer, they might be gone." His mother explained, It's fake. The child interjected again. Not taking her grandson's words to heart, the grandmother smiled at him, saying, "Be good, dear. Play here in your father's shop for a while, and I'll come back to take you home once I finish my shopping." With that, she turned to leave. Helplessly, Chen Weiguo could only watch her departing figure with a sigh. "Daddy," the little boy suddenly looked up at him. "I'm miserable." "Miserable? How am I miserable?" Chen Weiguo replied. Bewildered, the child said nothing more but insisted that Chen Weiguo set him down so he could greet Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu. An hour later, the grandmother finally returned, carrying 2 large bags filled with Banlon gin, masks, and edible iodized salt. After placing the bags down, she sighed in relief, stating, "The pharmacy and supermarket were packed with people. The prices of these 3 items have skyrocketed, yet they are nearly all gone." Unsure of what to say, Chen Weiguo poured a glass of water for his mother. "Mom, I just saw the news. Experts say there's no need to worry. Just continue with our usual eating and drinking. With so many people contracting this lung disease, how can there be no cause for concern?" "It seems we cannot trust everything the experts say," his mother retorted. Chen Weiguo couldn't help but scoff. "You're right. The experts on television cannot be trusted. Perhaps you should buy fewer health products and avoid eating raw mung beans." "Dad, that's true," the child chimed in agreement, initially displeased. The grandmother couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing her grandson support his father. "You little ungrateful one, I must have spoiled you for nothing. You are just trying to vex your grandmother," she teased. "Grandma, health products are fake." All right, I hear you. I won't buy them anymore," she replied, lifting her grandson into her arms and then advising Chen Weiguo, "I can't carry all of this at once. Please take these 2 bags back home tonight." After exchanging farewells with Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu, the grandmother departed, holding her grandson. "Auntie, have a safe journey. And remember to bring Housie to the shop to play often." Huang Lu waved goodbye as he watched them leave. Once the grandmother was far away, Huang Lu glanced at the 2 large bags on the ground before saying, "My mother-in-law also rushed to buy these items last night. I've heard the situation has become quite serious." "Surely not. If it were truly that severe, it would be reported in the news." Huang Lu nodded slowly and added, "I hope it won't affect our business." Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo felt a sudden pang of anxiety, reminiscent of the time his son forbade him from opening the restaurant. What if the reason his son disallowed him from running the establishment was due to this pneumonia? The following day, the local newspaper in Jining published an official statement. "One confirmed case of pneumonia has been reported in our city, but all other rumors are unfounded. For instance, Banlangen cannot prevent this illness, and excessive salt intake does not offer protection. Rather, it could lead to other health issues. There is no need to hoard medical supplies, and stockpiling rice and cooking oil is unnecessary." Upon reading this statement, Chen Weiguo silently sighed in relief, believing that the situation would not adversely impact his restaurant's business. However, to his surprise, the following day saw a steady decline in patrons. Even during the usually bustling dinner hours, customers were scarce. Out of safety concerns, many chose to eat out less or refrain from gatherings. Faced with such dismal business conditions, both Chen Weiguo and Zhang Aimin could only fret. Their sole hope was that the pneumonia would come to an end soon. To their disappointment, by the time September arrived, the illness had not only persisted but worsened. Although Jining had not reported any new cases during this period, authorities advised citizens to wear masks when venturing outside, minimize outings and gatherings, and closed public venues such as internet cafes and bars. As a result, on September 3rd, Chen Weiguo's restaurant recorded an embarrassing milestone. Not a single customer had entered since its opening. This left both Chen Weiguo and Zhang Aimin distraught. By 7:30 p.m., The restaurant had closed its doors at least an hour and a half earlier than usual. Seeing Chun Weiguo return home so early, looking dejected, his elderly mother inquired, "Why are you home so soon? No business today?" With a long face, Chun Weiguo reluctantly replied, "Yes." "Oh, when will this pneumonia finally be eradicated? Otherwise, the restaurant's business will not improve," his mother lamented. Chun Weiguo let out a sigh of despair. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration crossed his mind, and he approached his son. Lifting him from the sofa, "Son, tell Daddy, did you foresee this pneumonia, which is why you initially dissuaded me from opening the restaurant?" Chun Weiguo, "What nonsense are you speaking?" His mother scolded disapprovingly. Chun Weiguo gestured to his mother, signaling her to refrain from interrupting. "Son, be good and tell Daddy the truth," he urged his child. Chapter 17. The son's suggestion. The boy's lips quivered, seemingly torn between speaking and remaining silent. After a moment, he finally appeared ready to speak. Just then, a sudden thunderclap startled everyone. "Wow!" the boy cried out in fright. "Oh, my dear, do not fear." Chun Weiguo immediately embraced his son, gently patting his back and offering soft reassurances. "Why did it suddenly thunder? Could a torrential rain be on the way?" his anxious mother remarked, gazing out the window. Chun Weiguo remained silent, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Half an hour later, as his mother went to take a shower, he observed his son playing with toys on the soft mat, pondering whether he should inquire again. After a moment's hesitation, he approached, crouching down to ask, "Son, tell Daddy, do you possess some sort of prophetic ability?" As his son looked up, a thunderclap resounded once more, causing his small frame to shudder and shake his head repeatedly. Chun Weiguo turned his gaze to the window, finding the timing of the thunder remarkably coincidental, and asked his son again, "How did you know that Daddy would surely lose money running a restaurant?" "Daddy, silly. Daddy, silly," his son replied. Chun Weiguo's expression darkened. Did his son mean to imply that he was ill-suited for business? "If I had known such a pneumonia outbreak would occur, I would never have partnered with Uncle Zhong to open a restaurant," he confided to his son. In this world, nothing is insurmountable as long as one is willing to relinquish. Hearing this phrase again from his son struck a resonant chord within Chun Weiguo. As mid-September arrived, the weather gradually warmed, yet the restaurant's business remained in a deep freeze. During dinner, as they surveyed the empty establishment, a chill settled in the hearts of Chun Weiguo and Zhong Aimin. The severity of the pneumonia situation was escalating, leaving no glimmer of hope in sight. When the clock on the wall struck 7, Zhong Aimin sighed, "We haven't made a single sale in 2 consecutive days. If this continues, we are doomed. We need to devise a plan." "What plan could there possibly be?" lamented Zhong Aimin's spouse, Huang Lu, her face etched with despair. "Perhaps we could lower the prices a bit? Selling at a thin margin could work," suggested Zhong Aimin. Chun Weiguo shook his head. "That won't do. With vegetable prices so high, lowering prices would yield no profit. Besides, the lack of business is not due to high prices. It is primarily because people are afraid to dine out." Indeed, Huang Lu concurred. Zhong Aimin was left speechless, uttering a helpless sigh. A few minutes later, in an effort to save on electricity expenses, the three decided to close the doors and head home. On the way back, Chun Weiguo noticed that apart from a few street vendors, the streets were devoid of people. In contrast to the past, this would typically be the liveliest time, with the roads congested to the point of being impassable. The nearby tea houses and game rooms were either shuttered or entirely vacant. He wondered when such days would come to an end. Upon returning home, his mother seemed accustomed to his early arrival and did not question why he was back so soon. "You play with the baby for a while. I will wash the dishes," she instructed before heading to the kitchen. Chun Weiguo responded with an acknowledgement and then lifted his son from the mat to the sofa. "My dear son, you are indeed our family's lucky star. With no one dining out anymore, please tell your father what to do," Chun Weiguo said as he lifted his son high into the air. He did not genuinely expect a solution from his child. Rather, he sought an outlet for his frustrations. His nagging mother-in-law had become tiresome, and his 1-year-old son was undoubtedly the most suitable target for his venting. However, as he concluded this game of lifting and placed his son on the sofa, the child unexpectedly uttered the words "takeout." "Takeout?" Chun Weiguo furrowed his brow, sensing he might grasp his son's meaning, yet he remained uncertain. His son nodded vigorously and added, "Food delivery." "Food delivery? What food? To whose door?" Chun Weiguo murmured to himself. As soon as he spoke, realization dawned upon him. "Son," he exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, with joy bubbling forth. "Father understands now. You truly are my lucky star." He promptly scooped up his son and left their home. "Where are you taking the baby, Chun Weiguo?" His mother-in-law called out from the kitchen. We're going to visit Zhong Aimin for a while. Within minutes, Chen Weiguo arrived at Zhong Aimin's residence, surprising him with their visit. Chen Weiguo, have you forgotten something at my place? Zhong Aimin inquired. I have something very important to discuss with you. Once inside, Huang Lu took their son to play in the study. Although Zhong Aimin was only a year older than Chen Weiguo, he had married early, and now his son was already in middle school. Thus, their study contained toys that his child had played with in his youth. I have come up with a brilliant idea, Chen Weiguo declared excitedly to Zhong Aimin. What idea? Delivery. We will prepare meals and personally deliver them to our customers' doors. But how will we deliver them? How will customers place their orders? They cannot just come to our restaurant to order and then have us deliver it to their homes. Can they? That would be redundant. You foolish head. Chen Weiguo shot Zhong Aimin a disdainful glance. They can order over the phone. Tomorrow, we will go to a printing shop and have them create flyers that include our menu, contact number, and address. Oh, I understand now. Zhong Aimin chuckled with delight. We won't deliver to distant locations, and we won't accept orders below 15 yuan. Will anyone even order from us? Zhong Aimin expressed his concerns. Rest assured, my friend. This world lacks nothing except for lazy individuals and those who cannot cook. Since they are reluctant to dine out, we shall bring the food to their doorsteps. Zhong Aimin nodded repeatedly, realizing they were out of options and could only try this desperate measure. On their way back from Zhong Aimin's home, Chen Weiguo joyfully lifted his son into the air once more, exclaiming, Son, you truly are a genius. Surely, heaven must have seen your father's plight and sent you to my side. Don't celebrate too soon. The sun promptly doused Chen Weiguo's enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Chen Weiguo felt a stir in his heart, pondering whether he would encounter yet another challenge. Son, could you perhaps utter some auspicious words for your father? He mused. Hearing you say that makes me quite fearful. Father, keep pushing forward. Chen Weiguo's spirits lifted. In this world, nothing is insurmountable. One merely needs to be willing to let go. Yet, in an instant, his mood soured again. Where there is will, there is a way. Chapter 18. The first day of takeout service in the early morning, upon waking, Chen Weiguo, as was his custom, first made his way to the vegetable wholesale market to procure supplies. Anticipating a plethora of delivery orders for the day, he purchased more ingredients than usual. After delivering the provisions to the restaurant, he took the menu in hand and hurried to a nearby print shop. Upon arrival, he requested a simple design for a flyer, printed one copy, and then ordered 100 copies, along with an additional 500 flyers for the following day. With the 100 copies in hand, Chen Weiguo arrived at the eastern intersection of Pioneer Road. This junction provided access to several residential complexes, flanked by 2 bus stops that connected to the city center and beyond. Even during these unusual times, the foot traffic at this intersection was remarkably high. Most notably, these residential areas housed a considerable number of young tenants close to their national restaurant. Chen Weiguo had his share of shortcomings, one being his thick skin. However, in the context of distributing flyers, this flaw became an asset. Thus, within half an hour, he managed to distribute all 100 flyers, emphasizing the enticing proposition of home delivery to each passerby. By the time he returned to the restaurant, it was already 10:30. Upon entering, Chen Weiguo noticed that Huang Li's expression was somewhat grim. What troubles you, dear? He quietly inquired of Zhong Aimin, who looked back at his partner and whispered, Why did you purchase so many vegetables today? Wasn't there still a considerable amount left in the fridge? I have already disseminated the flyers. Trust me. Business will surely thrive today, Chen Weiguo replied with unwavering confidence. Zhong Aimin remained noncommittal. As lunchtime approached, Chen Weiguo positioned himself by the phone, eagerly anticipating calls. As seconds turned into minutes without a single ring, he picked up the receiver to check, suspecting it might be malfunctioning. Finding everything in order, he was astonished, pondering why no one had called. By 1 o'clock, the phone remained silent, yet a group of customers entered the restaurant. Zhong Aimin approached Chen Weiguo, inquiring, What is happening? Did you not assert that business would be flourishing today? Chen Weiguo hesitated, twisting his lips before finally responding, Perhaps in the evening. Everyone is at work during the day. But I believe there will be orders when they return. Zhong Aimin scoffed softly before walking away. Chen Weiguo scratched his head, feeling a surge of discontent. What did Zhong Aimin's laughter signify? Was it mockery? He had diligently sought out individuals to create and distribute flyers, all in hopes of uplifting their business. Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu did nothing. One wore a sullen expression, while the other questioned him, making it seem as if the restaurant's poor business was entirely his fault. As dinner time approached, Chen Weiguo was disappointed to find that, Much like during the day, no one had called to place an order. The restaurant remained devoid of customers. The faces of Chen Weiguo, Zhang Aimin, and Huang Lu all reflected their discontent. With only 5 minutes to 7, Zhang Aimin sighed. It's over. Today is another disaster. I told you, we have no delivery at all. Huang Lu added. Chen Weiguo, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. Perhaps we distributed too few flyers. I have already arranged for 500 copies. We should distribute them in the surrounding neighborhoods tomorrow, he proposed. What? Huang Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Weiguo, why would you waste money on so many useless flyers? This is a foolish business strategy. We aren't making any profit, and you still squander money. Look. Not a soul has come in. Zhang Aimin chimed in with his grievances. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chen Weiguo retorted angrily. Then I shall cover the cost for the flyers and today's groceries myself. After we distribute the flyers tomorrow, I will no longer exert myself. And I no longer wish to contemplate future strategies. If you are so capable, you come up with a solution. When the time comes, let us see how I hold you accountable. With that, Chen Weiguo stormed out of the restaurant and headed home. Upon arriving home, his mother noticed his grim demeanor and inquired, Chen Weiguo, what happened? Did you have an argument? He then recounted the dispute with Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu, while his son quietly listened nearby. After hearing the entire story, his mother sighed. This is the nature of partnerships. When profits flow, everyone is joyful, but once losses arise, friendships can easily fray. That's why the old adage advises against going into business with relatives or friends. How was I to know they were those kinds of people? Chen Weiguo's frustration mounted. Uncle Zhong has a narrow vision. He's going to ruin everything. Suddenly, his son interjected, narrow vision? It was the first time Chen Weiguo had heard that term. Though novel, he grasped its meaning. His mother beamed, saying, oh, my baby is so clever. Chen Weiguo fell into contemplation. Was his son advising against starting a restaurant because of Zhang Aimin? His son was correct. Zhang Aimin was suited for technical work, not for significant endeavors, and doing business with him was bound to lead to losses. Around 9 o'clock that evening, Zhang Aimin called. He did not mention their earlier quarrel but promised to join Chen Weiguo in distributing flyers the following day and assured him that he would not need to bear the cost of the flyers or today's groceries. However, from Zhang Aimin's tone, Chen Weiguo sensed that he was merely acting out of obligation rather than sincerity. Furthermore, he could faintly discern Huang Li's complaints and dissatisfaction in Zhang Aimin's speech. He could not be bothered by these nuances. The pressing concern was how to resolve the restaurant's crisis. Once they weathered this challenging period, he would consider stepping back. There is no difficulty in this world if one is willing to give up. This saying held profound truth. And thus, a new day dawned. After rising from slumber, Chen Weiguo first indulged in a bowl of noodles at home before proceeding to the print shop, where he met with Zhang Aimin. After acquiring 500 flyers, the duo split up to distribute them throughout the nearby residential community. It was not until lunchtime that they returned to the shop together. To their astonishment, the establishment was graced by 2 tables of patrons, a rare occurrence. As Huang Lu was the sole staff member present, she had to juggle the roles of hostess, chef, and server, leaving her quite irritable upon their arrival. Seated at the cash register, Chen Weiguo awaited the phone call with eager anticipation, only to be met with disappointment as the phone remained silent, just as it had the previous day. When the 3 of them sat down for dinner, Huang Lu sarcastically remarked, what a waste of effort and money. Please refrain from such comments. We all desire the success of the business, Zhang Aimin responded. Huang Lu scoffed and muttered something under her breath. Chen Weiguo, weary from the day's endeavors, chose to ignore her. As dinner approached and the clock edged towards 6, the restaurant remained empty, prompting Chen Weiguo to rest his head on the table in despair. It seemed yet another evening would pass without any customers. Thankfully, they had not overpurchased ingredients that day. Huang Lu, addressing Zhang Aimin, spoke loudly, evidently for Chen Weiguo's benefit. Just then, the phone rang. Chapter 19. The thriving takeout. At the moment the phone rang, Chen Weiguo was momentarily stunned, feeling as though he were on the cusp of receiving something he had long desired, exhilarating yet surreal. After 3 rings, Zhang Aimin urged, Chen Weiguo, answer the phone. Regaining his composure, Chen Weiguo swiftly picked up the receiver. Hello, is this the National Restaurant? A male voice inquired from the other end. Yes, indeed. Good day. May I assist you with the takeout order? Zhang Aimin, standing by the kitchen door, approached the cash register, eager to hear the response. As he neared within a meter of Chen Weiguo, the latter suddenly glanced at him and then hung up the phone. It's 1 serving of green pepper stir-fried pork and 1 serving of spicy diced chicken, along with 3 servings of rice, Chen Weiguo exclaimed. Zhang Aimi nodded enthusiastically and dashed into the kitchen. We have a customer. Quickly. 1 serving of spicy diced chicken, 1 serving of green pepper stir-fried pork, and 3 servings of rice. Meanwhile, Chen Weiguo lowered his head. Jotting down the address, Metallurgy Institute Staff Community, Building 2, Apartment 301. 10 minutes later, while Huang Lu was still busy cooking, another call came in. Chen Weiguo promptly answered, stating, "You've reached the National Restaurant. May I assist you with a takeout order?" After hanging up, he hastily noted the address and called out to the kitchen. Zhang Aimin, 1 serving of spiced fried tofu with pork and 1 serving of garlic sprout stir-fried pork with rice. Zhang Aimin poked his head out from the kitchen, smiling and nodding at Chen Weiguo. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bag of takeout, and handed it to Chen Weiguo with care. "Be cautious. Don't spill it. This is our very first takeout order." Chen Weiguo smiled and nodded, then left the restaurant with the packed meals. Riding his motorcycle, he delivered the first takeout order to the customer in less than 5 minutes. At the moment he received the payment, a sense of joy filled his heart. After 2 days of distributing flyers, he finally heard a rewarding sound. He eagerly anticipated that more and more people would seek their delivery services in the future. A few minutes later, upon returning to the restaurant, he noticed Zhang Aimin at the cash register, listening intently on the phone while swiftly jotting down notes on a piece of paper. After hanging up, Zhang Aimin immediately looked up at him, urgency in his voice. "While you were gone, 3 more calls came in." Saying this, Chen Weiguo picked up another packed delivery from the table, stating, "Deliver this one later. There's another order going to the Diamond Industrial Community as well. Deliver both together." With that, Zhang Aimin dashed into the kitchen. For the dining customers, 1 order of stir-fried pork with tofu and 1 order of stir-fried bean sprouts. Watching Zhang Aimin's figure disappear into the kitchen, Chen Weiguo grabbed the notebook on the cash register, noting that there were already 5 orders recorded. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang again. "Hello, this is the National Restaurant. Would you like to place a delivery order?" After hanging up, he shouted into the kitchen, "Zhang Aimin, 1 order of mushroom slices with meat, and 1 order of hand-torn cabbage." Before he could finish, the phone rang once more. 1 order of hand-torn cabbage, and 2 servings of rice. After completing his shout, Chen Weiguo answered the phone, his pen once again capturing the details of a new delivery address. In the following 10 minutes, he had lost count of how many addresses he had recorded, having filled 2 pages in his notebook. During this time, he also made 3 deliveries, totaling 7 orders. When he returned from the second delivery, it was already 7 in the evening. Just then, the phone rang again, prompting Zhang Aimin to rush out of the kitchen, panting. "We can't take any more orders. We're overwhelmed, and there are still 10 orders left to deliver. Moreover, we're running low on many dishes." Chen Weiguo shot him a glare, exclaiming, "I told you to prepare more ingredients. You never listen. My son was right. You two have such a narrow perspective." Thus, when he answered the phone, he had no choice but to apologize to the customer. After hanging up, Chen Weiguo lowered the roller door and joined the kitchen to help chop vegetables and pack meals. Soon after, Zhang Aimin rode alongside him to deliver the orders. By 8 o'clock, the 3 of them finally completed all the delivery orders. During this busy time, there were still 5 or 6 calls from customers wanting takeout. Business had transformed from bleak to booming, leaving the 3 of them utterly exhausted. Despite their fatigue, the prospect of earnings brought joy to Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu. While eating, Huang Lu jokingly complained about being worn out. Chen Weiguo seized the opportunity for a playful jab, looking at Huang Lu and saying, "Had you not insisted that we buy fewer ingredients, we could have taken on more delivery orders today." Huang Lu, visibly embarrassed, pretended not to hear. "Weiguo, you are indeed correct, but as you have just witnessed, no matter how many orders we receive for delivery, we are simply overwhelmed," lamented Zhang Aimin with a wry smile. "If we are overwhelmed, we should take our time. Who would turn down business when it comes knocking? Do you even know how to run a business?" Chen Weiguo retorted, slapping the table as he questioned him. Zhang Aimin could only respond with a bitter smile, his face flushed with embarrassment. After casting a fierce glare at Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu, Chen Weiguo set down his chopsticks and said, "All right. Let's put today's events behind us and summarize our issues. You are right, Zhang Aimin. During peak order times, we indeed struggle to keep up," he acknowledged. Zhang Aimin replied, "Yes, had I known, I shouldn't have dismissed our previous chef. Should I go and bring him back? Let us observe for a couple of days. If business continues to thrive as it did tonight, we can certainly rehire him and offer a bit more in wages," Chen Weiguo suggested. Upon hearing this, Huang Li's eyes widened in surprise. Wanting to object, but holding her tongue. She was reluctant to offer the chef a higher salary, yet found herself at a disadvantage in the current debate with Chun Wei-guo. All right. Zhang Aimin had no objections to this plan. Let us prepare more dishes tomorrow. And we should pre-cut the meat and vegetables. It would be best to pack the rice in advance as well, along with the takeout boxes, chopsticks, and bags. We should prepare everything we can. Both Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu nodded in agreement. By the way, I have a suggestion. Huang Lu raised her hand to speak. The current boxes are not suitable for packing saucy dishes. For example, dishes like sauerkraut fish and spicy fish head are prone to spilling. I wonder if there are better takeout boxes available on the market? You make a valid point. That is indeed an issue. I will visit the disposable goods wholesale market first thing tomorrow to check and stock up on better takeout boxes and disposable chopsticks. Chapter 20. Hidden conflicts. When Qin Wei returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Observing him, his mother inquired, "Why are you so late returning today?" "The business at the shop was quite good," he replied. A look of joy spread across his mother's face as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Really? How did business suddenly improve?" Chun Wei-guo approached, smiling brightly at the child in his mother's arms. "All thanks to my little one." "Baby?" His mother looked bewildered. "What does the baby have to do with it?" "That's a secret between my son and me. No need for you to pry, Mom. In any case, my child is my lucky star." Chun Wei-guo teased, pinching his son's cheek. The child gazed at him, his squinted eyes betraying a hint of anger. Another day dawned. After purchasing vegetables at the farmer's market, Chun Wei-guo placed an order for 500 flyers at the printing shop. The flyers distributed a couple of days prior had yielded promising results, and he was determined to intensify the advertising efforts. Subsequently, he proceeded to the wholesale market for disposable tableware, selecting 2 superior quality takeout boxes. By the time he arrived at the restaurant, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu were already busy, one preparing rice and the other chopping garlic, ginger, green onions, and peppers. Chun Wei-guo joined them, washing the freshly purchased meat and vegetables, cutting them, and neatly arranging them on different plates on the stainless steel table in the kitchen. By this time, it was well past 11 o'clock. "Chun Wei-guo, everything is almost ready. The rest is up to us. You should go open the door now," said Zhang Aimin to Chun Wei-guo. Just as Chun Wei-guo agreed, the phone in the restaurant rang suddenly. The two exchanged glances, and Zhang Aimin chuckled. "Could it be that someone is calling for delivery this early?" Chun Wei-guo smiled and strode to the cash register to answer the call. "Hello, this is Gumin Restaurant. Are you placing an order for delivery?" Yes. After hanging up, Chun Wei-guo shouted into the kitchen. "1 serving of stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat and 1 serving of shredded pork with green peppers." "All right," Zhang Aimin replied. At that moment, Huang Lu unexpectedly walked out of the kitchen and looked at Chun Wei-guo, saying, "Chun Wei-guo, it's not very polite to shout like that, especially when there are customers. Moreover, when there are many orders, I can't remember everything at once." "You're right. During busy times, I'll write it down and then deliver it to the kitchen," Chun Wei-guo agreed. "That's best," Huang Lu said before returning to the kitchen. Less than 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Chun Wei-guo was about to head out for delivery, with his motorcycle helmet on, but had to remove it to answer the call. After hanging up, he brought the written order to the kitchen and told Zhang Aimin, "This is a large order. They've ordered 5 dishes, so remember to pack them well." Zhang Aimin nodded repeatedly. "Also, when I go out, don't forget to answer the phone." "Got it. Hurry back," Zhang Aimin replied. If only we had someone to help us with deliveries," he added. Once Chun Wei-guo left the restaurant, Huang Lu, who was busy cooking, suddenly complained to Zhang Aimin, "From the way Chun Wei-guo spoke just now, it sounded like he was the boss and you were working for him. Just remember, he only holds a minority share. We own 60%. We are the true bosses." Zhang Aimin furrowed his brow in irritation and replied, "It's just a small restaurant. What do you mean by big boss? Besides, I don't feel like he's ordering me around. That's just how he talks, and you know it." Huang Lu huffed in displeasure, looking disgruntled. "The restaurant belongs to us. I cook all the dishes, and you're the one serving and washing dishes. We do all the dirty work while he just counts money and banters with the customers, being called boss by everyone. That's not entirely fair. Doesn't he buy all the ingredients? And doesn't he clean up after the customers leave?" Zhang Aimin countered. "What do those tasks amount to? Why don't I switch roles with him? He can cook while I handle the front and the cash register." Zhang Aimin sighed helplessly, unsure of what else to say. Just then, the restaurant phone rang again. "A customer wants to place an order. I'll go answer it," Zhang Aimin said, quickly departing. Huang Lu, frustrated, tossed the spatula into the pot, muttering angrily to himself. Only when the pot began to smoke did he hurriedly retrieve the spatula and pour oil into the pan. About 10 minutes later, Chin Wei-guo returned from his delivery. Zhong Aimin had just hung up a call and hurriedly said to him, "While you were gone." 2 more calls came in. "Isn't that a good thing?" "Indeed, it is a positive development, albeit somewhat overwhelming. Out of the 5 dishes ordered, only 3 have been prepared. However, I have informed the customers that there may be a slight delay. They assured me it was acceptable as long as delivery is made before 12:30. I shall not detain you further, as I must return to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients." Just as Zhong Aimin stepped away from the cash register, the phone rang again. He glanced back at it, a frown crossing his brow. After that point, as noon approached, calls began to flood in every 3 to 5 minutes. Each time Chin Wei-guo delivered an order to the kitchen, he observed that Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu appeared to be embroiled in a frantic battle, overwhelmed with their tasks. Unfortunately, he could do little to assist, as he also had to personally deliver over a dozen orders, half of which required climbing stairs. To enhance the efficiency of the deliveries, Chin Wei-guo found it necessary to reorganize and optimize the delivery sequence. Opting not to follow the order of placement, but instead to group deliveries within the same neighborhood or along the same route. By 1:30, after an arduous period of work, all delivery orders were finally completed, allowing Chin Wei-guo, Zhang Aimin, and Huang Lu a moment to catch their breath. After counting the stack of orders twice, Chin Wei-guo inquired, "Can you guess how many delivery orders we just completed?" "How many?" Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu responded eagerly. "Including the first 2 that were not documented, we managed a total of 21 orders," Chin Wei-guo replied with a smile. Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe the figure. "That is equivalent to having every seat in the restaurant filled and turned over once," Zhang Aimin sighed. "Indeed. But the average spending for delivery customers does not match that of those dining in," Huang Lu noted. "Nevertheless, it suffices. We had no dine-in customers earlier. Without deliveries, we would have faced significant losses," Zhang Aimin remarked. "With such a high volume of orders at noon, one can only imagine how busy the evening will be." "I cannot manage it alone," Huang Lu expressed. Zhang Aimin turned to his spouse and declared, "I will contact that former chef shortly to bring him in." He then shifted his gaze to Chin Wei-guo, adding, "There's another issue. While you are out delivering, I need to answer the phone and write orders. Yet the kitchen demands my attention for packing and ingredient preparation, leaving me overwhelmed." After a moment of contemplation, Chin Wei-guo responded, "How about this? I will call my mother to come and assist. When I am out making deliveries, she can handle the phone and take the orders. And who will care for your child? I will bring my child along. After all, my mother will simply be answering the phone, which won't significantly hinder her ability to look after the little one." Chapter 21. Vision and Ambition. A man must possess a sense of purpose. After finishing lunch, Chin Wei-guo, Zhang Aimin, and Huang Lu closed the shop and returned home for a brief respite. Upon arriving home, Chin Wei-guo first discussed with his mother the possibility of her assisting at the shop in the evening, and then he took a short nap. More than an hour later, Chin Wei-guo awoke from his slumber, mounting his motorcycle to head to the farmer's market to procure vegetables. By approximately 4:30, he arrived at the shop. Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu were already in the kitchen preparing ingredients, and his mother had brought his son along to the store. After amusing his child for a while, Chin Wei-guo entered the kitchen with the freshly purchased produce. Upon his entrance, Zhang Aimin swiftly turned to him and remarked, "I just called our former chef. He has agreed to come in tomorrow." "That is splendid. Should we also invite back the previous waiter?" Zhang Aimin inquired. Before Chin Wei-guo could respond, Huang Lu interjected, "There aren't many patrons dining at the restaurant currently. Summoning Xiao Yang back would be rather inconsequential." "You are indeed correct," Chin Wei-guo concurred with Huang Lu. "Let my mother come in to assist for a while. We shall address the rest as the situation unfolds." Shortly after 5:00, the phone in the restaurant rang. Chin Wei-guo answered, while his elderly mother held his son, observing how to take orders. Within minutes, the second and third calls followed in quick succession. As Chin Wei-guo prepared to make a delivery, he entrusted the task of answering calls and taking orders to his mother. Although her age had advanced, this simple and light work posed no challenge for her. The only drawback was her belief that one's handwriting reflects one's character. Thus, she wrote slowly to ensure her script was neat and aesthetically pleasing. As Chin Wei-guo stepped out of the restaurant with the first delivery of the evening, the establishment had already processed 6 orders. By the time he returned, the number of orders had escalated to 10, and it was only 5:39. Upon his return, he hurriedly sipped a cup of tea before heading out again. By 5:50, when he made his second delivery, the orders had surged to 17. As his mother remarked, The phone had not ceased ringing, leaving her with little time to write. Consequently, Chen Weiguo encouraged his mother to take a short break while he took over the phone duties. As his mother had indicated, calls flooded in, one after another, with barely a pause between them. By 6:15, when Chen Weiguo embarked on his third delivery, the orders had reached 30. Fortunately, he had visited the market earlier to procure fresh ingredients. Otherwise, they would have faced shortages akin to the previous day. Just as he mounted his motorcycle, ready to depart, his son suddenly dashed out of the restaurant. "Dad!" Chen Weiguo turned to his son, exclaiming, "Howsy, don't run about, quickly return to your grandmother." The boy, ignoring his father's plea, approached him instead. With no other option, Chen Weiguo dismounted and lifted his son into his arms. "Howsy, dear, Daddy cannot play with you right now." "It's my fault." The child shook his head vigorously and inquired, "Daddy, find someone, deliver food. Find someone, deliver food." Chen Weiguo had indeed contemplated this matter. But whom could he enlist? The boy pointed behind Chen Weiguo, suggesting, "Ask them." Curiously, Chen Weiguo turned to see where his son was indicating. The child was referencing two motorcycle drivers conversing at the intersection. Next door, Uncle Wang. Downstairs, Uncle Li. "They're not working, have them deliver," the boy suggested. "How would they agree to that?" Chen Weiguo chuckled. "Hey, you little rascal, you know everyone in the neighborhood now. Soon you can go over to their homes for a meal. One order, 50 cents. 10 orders, then the rest 2 yuan. The child exclaimed. Chen Weiguo chuckled heartily and replied, 10 orders amount to 5 yuan, not 2. Having spoken, Chen Weiguo's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Given the current circumstances, their establishment could manage 50 to 60 orders in a day, yielding a modest profit of around 20 to 30 yuan, which accumulates to approximately 700 yuan over the month. Previously, as an electrician in a shopping mall, he earned merely 1,000 yuan a month, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk. However, should he assist with deliveries, he would only need to come during meal times, dedicating merely 3 hours each day. This arrangement was perfectly suited for the neighbors, the elderly Wang next door and the old Li downstairs, as it would not interfere with their card games while allowing them to earn a pack of cigarettes or Erica nuts daily. "My son, you are indeed clever. This way, I can remain in the shop to take orders while others manage the deliveries," Chen Weiguo exclaimed with delight, and, in a moment of affection, he leaned in to kiss his son's cheek. Father, silly. Father, silly." The child protested. If father is silly, how could he have such a clever son? Soon after, the boy requested to be set down and dashed back into the restaurant. It then dawned on Chen Weiguo that his son had intentionally followed him out to offer guidance, leaving him momentarily stunned. The idea of food delivery had originated from his son, who was merely a 1-year-old child. How could he possess such understanding? In a moment of reflection, Chen Weiguo looked up at the sky, tears of joy streaming down his face, and exclaimed, "Surely, the heavens have taken pity on me, sending such a brilliant child to assist." At that moment, one of the motorcycle taxi drivers his son had pointed out honked and called out from a distance, "Hey, are you all right, brother?" Lowering his gaze, Chen Weiguo approached the motorcycle driver with a beaming smile. "Brother, may I ask your name? Just call me Wu. Aren't you the proprietor of the national restaurant?" Chen Weiguo nodded and replied, "Brother Wu, how's business today?" "Daytime is decent, but once night falls, business dwindles. The recent outbreak of pneumonia has made people reluctant to venture out at night. Do you have time now? I have a task for you." "What kind of task?" "I can't cook," the motorcycle driver jested. Chen Weiguo raised the few delivery orders in hand and said, "Help me deliver these meals to the customers. They are not far and all along the same route. I'll pay you 50 cents per order." 50 cents per order? Isn't that a bit too little? How much do you earn a day driving your motorcycle? My restaurant has dozens of meals to deliver daily. If you handle it alone, you could earn around 30 yuan a day, and it only requires about 3 hours of your time. Chen Weiguo calculated the potential earnings for the motorcycle driver. After contemplating seriously, the driver replied, "All right, I'll give it a try today to see if I can earn what you mentioned. Rest assured, it's no problem. However, I need you to leave a deposit of 100 yuan with me, which I will return when we settle the payment later." "What? A deposit?" the driver replied, visibly displeased. "Of course. Each meal costs nearly 100 yuan. If you take off with the customer's payment, how would I find you?" The motorcycle driver scoffed and retorted, "But what if you don't return my money afterward? You have become small-minded." Chen Weiguo borrowed a phrase taught by his son, asserting, "My shop is right here. Even if the monk runs away, the temple remains. I cannot jeopardize my establishment for a mere $100. All right then, when we settle the wages later, make sure to refund me." "Certainly," If you dare not refund, I shall bring people to stir trouble at your doorstep every day. Rest assured, my brother. It is a matter of perspective. A man must possess a certain vision. Chapter 22. The son's sudden sleep talk after entrusting the delivery to the motorcycle driver. Chin Wei-guo returned to the restaurant. Upon his arrival, his mother, surprised to see him without the packed meals and engaged in a phone call, was taken aback. Before she could hang up, Chin Wei-guo had already stepped into the kitchen. Inside, Zhang Aimin was busy packing meals while his spouse was cooking over high heat. I'm here to help, Chin Wei-guo announced. Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu turned to him, confusion etched on their faces. Chin Wei-guo, didn't you just go out for deliveries? How could you return so quickly? Huang Lu inquired, promptly turning back to his cooking. I found someone to deliver for us. I paid him 50 cents per order. Ah, Huang Lu exclaimed, pausing momentarily before resuming his cooking, a look of dissatisfaction creeping onto his face. Zhang Aimin nodded. That sounds good. After Chin Wei-guo exited the kitchen with several packed deliveries, Huang Lu complained to Zhang Aimin. Did Chin Wei-guo discuss this matter with you? What matter? The delivery arrangement. Zhang Aimin shook his head, perplexed. No, why? Why did he decide without even consulting you? Zhang Aimin's brows furrowed as he quietly asked, is there a problem? A significant one. Consider this. If our shop manages to deliver 60 orders a day, we would need to spend an extra 30 yuan to hire someone for deliveries, amounting to 900 yuan a month. That's almost enough to hire 2 waitstaff. Zhang Aimin contemplated this, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, when you break it down, that is quite costly. Chin Wei-guo's actions stem from his desire to take the easy route. He has always been lazy, and you should know this better than I do. Yet he has not been idle. Didn't he just come in to help with the dishes and packing? Today, he has his mother here, but once she departs, he will revert to sitting idly while taking calls and writing orders. His mother is here merely to lend a hand. We cannot expect her to come every day. Huang Lu scoffed in discontent and declared, regardless, I do not agree with spending so much on delivery personnel. It is wiser to spend 500 or 600 on hiring a waitstaff. Weren't you the one who said hiring waitstaff was pointless yesterday? I merely wanted to avoid unnecessary expenses. Now that we must spend, we might as well hire a waitstaff. When the staff arrives, you can answer calls and take orders at the front while Chin Wei-guo handles the deliveries, Huang Lu suggested. Zhang Aimin appeared helpless, murmuring, that may not be appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. We are partners in this business, and we cannot bear all the burdens alone. With a sigh, Zhang Aimin responded, let us discuss this matter again in a couple of days. It is not acceptable. If you cannot lower your pride, I shall speak later. Very well. Do as you wish. Unbeknownst to them, Chin Wei-guo had already been standing outside the kitchen door for some time, clenching his left fist. He turned and walked towards the cashier. His elderly mother was still busy answering phone calls, while his son obediently played with his toys nearby. Approaching his son, Chin Wei-guo said meaningfully, Son, was it because of Uncle Zhang and Aunt Huang that you did not want your father to open a restaurant? The child looked up and replied, Your vision is too narrow. Chin Wei-guo smiled wryly and affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Shortly thereafter, he asked his mother to take the child home. By 8 o'clock that evening, the delivery driver returned to the shop after completing his last delivery. He walked up to the cashier, panting, and asked, Is there another delivery? Chin Wei-guo shook his head and replied with a smile, We are closing. No more deliveries. Finally finished. The driver sighed, pulling out the money from his shirt pocket and handing it to Chin Wei-guo. This is for the last 5 orders, totaling 83 yuan. Chin Wei-guo pushed the money back, retrieving 10 yuan from the drawer and handing it to the driver. Adding this 10, the total is 123 yuan. 100 was the deposit you received earlier, and the remaining 23 is your delivery fee. The driver quickly accepted the money, smiling as he said, Boss, business is good. So many orders in one night. Will you need me for deliveries tomorrow? Chin Wei-guo sighed and shook his head. It's uncertain. If I need you, I'll reach out. All right then, come and check during lunchtime. Barely had the driver left when Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes. Chin Wei-guo, it's time to eat. All right. Once seated, Zhang Aimin eagerly inquired, How many orders did we have tonight? Over 10, Chin Wei-guo replied. Zhang Aimin's face lit up. That means we've done nearly 70 orders today. But what does it matter if we haven't made much profit? Huang Lu muttered softly. Chin Wei-guo cast a sidelong glance at Huang Lu, hesitant to respond. At this moment, the restaurant was just beginning to show promise, and he did not wish to disrupt the harmony or abandon his responsibilities. However, he had already resolved that once the impact of the pneumonia subsided and the business stabilized, he would part ways with Chin Wei-guo and Huang Lu. Huang Lu looked at Zhang Aimin, persistently signaling him. When he received no reaction, he discreetly kicked him under the table. Startled, Zhong Aimin glanced at Huang Lu and stammered, "By the way, Shenwei, just now we discussed and thought it might be a good idea to hire another waiter. What do you think?" Zhong Aimin added, "Since you have both agreed, let it be as you wish. The new waiter can assist in the kitchen while you two take turns at the front, taking orders and delivering meals," Huang Lu suggested. Shenwei nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 7 days had passed. Previously, Chef Lao Jiang and waiter Xiao Yang, who had worked in the establishment, were invited back as the takeaway business of the national restaurant flourished, reaching nearly 90 orders in a single day at its peak. However, witnessing the success of the national restaurant's delivery service, neighboring eateries began to emulate this model. Fortunately, the national restaurant had seized the initiative, and its takeaway business remained largely unaffected. One night, Shenwei returned home. As usual, he first glanced into his mother's room to check on his sleeping son. Just as he leaned down to kiss his son's forehead and intended to leave, the boy suddenly opened his eyes. "Daddy," he said. "Son, it's my fault for waking you." Shenwei responded hastily. The boy slowly sat up and looked into his father's eyes, saying, "Daddy, remember, only do takeaway. Do not serve dine-in." With that, he promptly closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. Chapter 23. Ignoring his son's words. Consequences loom ahead after uttering this phrase. The boy fell asleep again. Shenwei was taken aback. Was his son merely mumbling in his sleep? Was this a message or reminder from him? Considering the extraordinary nature of his son's insights, Shenwei felt compelled to take this dream talk seriously. It might indeed be an important indication. Upon leaving his son and mother's room and entering the living room to turn on the television, he was startled to see an urgent news report from the local station announcing 2 cases of patients in Xing City. After seeing this news, Shenwei's heart raced, pondering whether his son's words were a warning regarding this very situation. The next day at the restaurant, upon meeting with Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu, Shenwei proposed, "Given the recent surge in our takeaway business, we are nearly overwhelmed. Perhaps we should temporarily halt dine-in services and focus solely on delivery?" Upon hearing Shenwei's suggestion, Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu exchanged puzzled glances and replied in unison, "Why would we do that? There are new confirmed cases in Xing City, and our city is adjacent to it. If someone were to come here from there, it could pose a danger," Shenwei explained. Huang Lu scoffed dismissively, countering Shenwei. "I thought it was something serious. Isn't the situation in Xing City already under control? Rest assured, there is no danger. Indeed, besides, we haven't been able to serve even a single table of dine-in customers in the past 2 days. You're suggesting that we stop altogether. But what if no one comes to dine with us?" Zhong Aimin concurred. "Your reasoning is flawed," Huang Lu retorted. "Shenwei, if we stop dine-in services now, our takeaway orders will undoubtedly decrease. We still rely on patrons dining in. If customers think we will no longer serve dine-in meals, how will they ever return to our restaurant?" Zhong Aimin agreed once again. Seeing the couple harmonizing in their argument, Shenwei realized that persuading them would be futile. After all, a narrow vision cannot achieve grand accomplishments. In the following 2 days, the takeaway business continued to thrive, and a few dine-in tables were also served. As night fell, when Shenwei returned from a delivery, he discovered an ambulance parked in front of the restaurant. A group of medical personnel clad in protective gear had erected a yellow caution tape, cordoning off the entrance. After parking his motorcycle, Shenwei approached and inquired, "What is going on?" A female medical worker responded, "Sir, what is your relationship with this restaurant?" "I am one of the owners," Shenwei replied. Immediately, several other medical personnel gathered around him. "Sir, we apologize, but we need your cooperation." He was informed that the previous evening, a potential patient from Xingxing had dined at their establishment with family members. Consequently, according to regulations, they would need to undergo a period of strict observation, and the restaurant would have to cease operations. Upon hearing this, Shenwei was infuriated, stamping his foot in frustration. He could not believe that his worst fears had come to fruition. If only Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu had heeded his advice in the past 2 days and focused solely on delivery services, no one would have visited their restaurant, and this predicament could have been avoided. Therefore, upon entering the restaurant and confronting Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu, Shenwei expressed his anger. "I warned you about the potential risks and suggested pausing dine-in services, but you refused to listen. Look at the situation now. Are you satisfied?" Zhong Aimin averted his gaze, unable to meet Shenwei's eyes, his expression grim. "What do you mean by 'are you satisfied'?" he asked. "Do you think we wanted this?" Huang Le retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Zhang Aimin quickly grasped her hand, urging her to cease the argument. I never said you wanted this. But it is indeed your disregard for advice that has led to this situation. What do you mean we caused this situation? We are not clairvoyants. How could we possibly know if a customer had issues? Huang Lu countered, her voice growing louder and more strident. At this point, I can no longer argue with you. I'm utterly exasperated with your incompetence. Qinwei Gua, Huang Lu exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Do you have the audacity to speak like that? What have you done? All the dirty and laborious work falls on us, while all you do is answer calls and take orders. Qinwei was scoffed, had I not conceived the idea of delivery. You wouldn't even be able to handle the dirty work. You'd be sitting in the restaurant, enjoying the breeze. Zhang Aimin, unable to contain himself, looked gravely at Qinwei Gua and said, all right, Qinwei Gua, enough with the shouting. I acknowledge that we were at fault in this situation, but what exactly did we do wrong? Huang Le interrupted Zhang Aimin. You should be silent. Your voice is always included in everything. Isn't it enough to argue with me at home? Now you must quarrel here too? Zhang Aimin shouted at Huang Le. Stunned, Huang Li's eyes welled with tears. After glaring at her for a moment, Zhang Aimin turned back to Chen Weigua. If you truly cannot tolerate us any longer, then let's part ways. We have known each other for over a decade since you entered the factory. There is no need to let this trivial business ruin our friendship and lead to a permanent estrangement. Let us endure this challenging period before making any decisions. Though it appears we may not withstand it, Chen Weigua remarked in a somber tone. Zhang Aimin nodded, choosing to remain silent. His partner, Huang Lu, feeling aggrieved and in pain, hastily retreated to the restroom. Observing Huang Li's retreating figure, Zhang Aimin's face turned ashen, his heart a tumult of emotions. Initially, when the restaurant opened, business flourished, and the prospect of profit brought joy to all. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. It was believed the restaurant might be doomed. Yet thanks to Chen Weigua's innovative idea of delivery services, the establishment experienced a revival. Just as Zhang Aimin envisioned a prosperous future, the current predicament struck. Beyond the whims of fate, he could conjure no other rationale to reconcile himself with this reality. After 9 o'clock, Chen Weigua and his companions departed the restaurant in an ambulance. Witnessing the closure of the restaurant weighed heavily on Chen Weigua's heart. He felt a pang of regret, contemplating that had he been more resolute a few days prior and insisted on suspending dine-in services, perhaps these troubles could have been averted. Yet, in this world, anything is possible except for a chance to begin anew. Upon returning home in the ambulance, due to his situation, his family and the entire building were confined to their homes for an indefinite period. After learning the circumstances from Chen Weigua, his elderly mother was filled with trepidation. Grandma. Chen Weigua's son grasped his mother's hand. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Indeed, mother, he reassured. Howsy is right. Stay calm, Chen Weigua added. Fatigue etched across his face. Father, that's not right. His son suddenly raised his gaze at him. What is not right? Ignoring his son's counsel led to imminent consequences. Chen Weigua's expression darkened, leaving him speechless. Chapter 24. In the face of adversity, heroes are but illusions. 10 days later, Chen Weigua's family was finally permitted to leave their home. By now, it was mid-May, and the recent days had seen temperatures approaching 30 degrees, heralding the arrival of summer. Although it had ultimately been a mere scare, Chen Weigua felt no joy, for their restaurant had yet to be allowed to resume operations. Observing neighboring establishments thriving with their own delivery services, he felt a pang of envy. How wonderful it would have been had their restaurant not been forced to close. Upon encountering Zhang Aimin once more at a noodle shop, Chen Weigua noted that merely half a month had passed. Yet Zhang Aimin appeared as though several years had gone by, his visage marked by hardship. I just returned from the restaurant and noticed that an increasing number of our peers have begun offering delivery services, Chen Weigua informed Zhang Aimin. With a weary smile, Zhang Aimin replied, appearing quite worn. Chen Weigua, during these days, I have come to realize a profound truth. What truth? Circumstances give rise to heroes. In the face of adversity, all heroes are mere illusions. Those who align with fate shall thrive, while those who defy it shall perish, Zhang Aimin reflected thoughtfully. Zhang Aimin. It is merely a small business setback, and yet you have gleaned such a significant insight, Chen Weigua remarked. 2 years have scarcely passed since the factory's closure, transforming all of us into unemployed workers. Some, like myself, squander their severance pay on card games and idleness. Others, such as you who previously worked in a mall, have sought employment elsewhere, while a few, like Li Jing, have embarked on entrepreneurial ventures. It is evident that the gap between Li Jing and us has widened significantly. Is it that he possesses more talent than we do? Inquired Zhang Aimin. Qin Weiguo shook his head and chuckled. I doubt that foolish lad even realizes it. Indeed. Why does he seem to be thriving the most? This is because he chose the right path, seizing the fair opportunities that our generation has been afforded by the times. After Zhang Aimin finished speaking, Qin Weiguo furrowed his brow and asked, Zhang Aimin, what have you been reading at home these past 2 weeks that has so profoundly shifted your perspective? I've read a few books and engaged in some deep self-reflection. Zhang Aimin clarified, taking a sip of water before continuing. During my time at home, I initially regretted not heeding your advice to suspend the dine-in service at the restaurant. And then I realized that even if I had followed your counsel, the restaurant could still be operational, yet it would not alter one undeniable fact. What fact? The chasm between us and Li Jing continues to grow, Zhang Aimin replied. To be candid, I was once his superior at the factory, his mentor. Now, seeing him prosper more than I feel a sense of discontent and resentment, which is why I persuaded you to join me in opening the restaurant. Qin Weiguo was taken aback and asked, aren't we friends? Shouldn't friends wish for each other's prosperity? That is because you have yet to regard him as a true friend. Or perhaps you have not fully acknowledged the disparity between you. What disparity do you mean? He has already purchased a new home and is about to acquire a car. In just a couple of years, he will likely upgrade to a larger house and a better vehicle. And what about us 2 years from now? Back in the factory, the manager's salary was only marginally higher than that of the average employee, and we all lived similarly. But now, times have changed. Qin Weiguo was struck dumb, compelled to admit that Zhang Aimin's observations were accurate. Indeed, the times have transformed, and the disparities among individuals have broadened. Yet, he could not fathom why Zhang Aimin appeared as if he had undergone a transformation, brimming with such new ideas. After a few more exchanges, Qin Weiguo realized that during this period, Zhang Aimin's partner, Huang Lu, had been incessantly complaining to him, using Li Jing as an example to illustrate his lack of ambition. Much like the majority of parents today who use the achievements of others' children to spur their own. What are your plans moving forward? Will the restaurant continue operating? Qin Weiguo asked, gazing intently into Zhang Aimin's eyes. Zhang Aimin shook his head. I have yet to reach a conclusion. However, the restaurant must remain open. As the business was decent before and still profitable, I simply do not wish to rely solely on a single restaurant for income. If the opportunity arises, I aspire to establish a second, a third, and even more. Qin Weiguo nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment's hesitation said, let me share a truth with you. I do not intend to continue. I wish to wait until the business recovers and begins to yield profit before I withdraw. Zhang Aimin offered a faint smile. He had suspected Qin Weiguo's desire to exit ever since that night when Qin had quarreled with his wife, Huang Lu. After a brief silence, Zhang Aimin replied, if you wish to leave, then leave. I only hope that our many years of friendship will not be adversely affected by this matter. It won't, rest assured. Qin Weiguo reassured him. After parting ways with Zhang Aimin, Qin Weiguo felt an indescribable sense of loss as he ascended the stairs to his home. Reflecting on Zhang Aimin's words, he realized that since losing his job at the factory, he, Zhang Aimin, and Li Jing, 3 individuals of distinct temperaments and circumstances, were destined to tread divergent paths in life. Yet, where would his own path lead him? Qin Weiguo's heart grew heavy with uncertainty once more. Upon returning home, his elderly mother informed him that a call had come from their hometown, stating that the authorities had confirmed the expropriation of the small convenience store left by his father, and that specific compensation measures would require Chun to return for negotiation. Upon learning this news, Qin Weiguo felt a surge of joy. After all, his savings were dwindling, and this compensation would be a timely boon. In the following days, he commuted daily between his home and his hometown, ultimately finalizing the compensation agreement. The sum amounted to 120,000 yuan, and he found himself contemplating whether to purchase a new home. Currently, their living quarters comprised merely 2 rooms, and in a few years, once his son had grown, it would no longer be feasible for him to live with his elderly mother. Although he had recently acquired Li Jing's old house at the start of the year, it would not be prudent to leave his mother to reside there alone, as she was aging, and should anything happen, there would be no one to assist her. After much deliberation, Qin Weiguo resolved to buy a house and began inquiring and contacting real estate agents. However, within a couple of days, his son suddenly grasped his hand and exclaimed, Dad, Uncle Wang next door is selling his house. Is that so? Mom, has old Wang also bought a new house? Qin Weiguo quickly called out to his mother, who was hanging up laundry. No, he lost all his money gambling. How could he afford a new house? But he is indeed selling his house. He is not from around here, and a few years ago, his wife ran off with someone else. Now, after being unemployed for over a year, he plans to sell and return to his hometown. Oh, I see. Dad, let's buy Uncle Wang's house, his son urged eagerly. Hearing his son insist on purchasing their neighbor's house, Chinwagwa chuckled wryly and gently ruffled his son's hair, saying, Son, a house is not a toy. It's not something that can simply be bought on a whim. His son shook his head insistently, replying, Dad, we must buy it. Why is that? Chinwagwa asked. If we don't buy it, you'll regret it, his son declared. Upon hearing this, Chinwagwa's initial reaction was one of skepticism, recalling the extraordinary nature of his son, particularly regarding the matter of preventing him from selling the small shop left by his late father. Chinwagwa felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that our area is to be expropriated? Contemplating this possibility, Chinwagwa experienced a moment of clarity, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. Their community, established in the 1970s, had undergone 2 expansions, transforming the surrounding landscape from fields and fish ponds into broad avenues and towering skyscrapers. The journey from their neighborhood to the bustling city center took no more than 5 minutes at a brisk pace. In recent years, alongside schools, hospitals, and public institutions, numerous office buildings and new residential complexes had sprung up nearby. In stark contrast to the surrounding modern developments, their community appeared dilapidated and out of place. Although there were no immediate indications of impending expropriation, it was merely a matter of time. Son, do you truly wish for your father to purchase the Wang family's house? Chinwagwa asked earnestly, gazing intently at his son. The boy nodded seriously in affirmation. Very well, I shall speak with him shortly. Chinwagwa's elderly mother, initially believing he was merely attempting to placate his son, was taken aback when he approached her directly. Mother, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? She inquired. Mother, I would like to borrow some money. Once the compensation from the shop's demolition arrives, I will repay you. Upon hearing this, her forehead creased with multiple lines of concern as she lowered her voice and responded, Chinwagwa, you cannot be serious. Are you truly considering purchasing it? Chinwagwa nodded. Who would just about such matters? I assure you, it is genuine. You must be out of your mind. Why would you buy the Wang family's house? He wished to affirm his son's wishes but suspected his mother would deem him insane for such a notion. Thus, he fabricated an excuse. Mother, isn't our home somewhat cramped? If we acquire the Wang family's house, when the time comes for our son to grow up, either you or I could move there. And it would be as if we were all together. But what about the Li Jing's house? His mother countered. The Li family's house is far too old. And its higher floors are impractical, he explained. Practicality. We are in the same community. How could it be inconvenient? She protested. Mother, let me speak frankly. After a pause, Chinwagwa continued earnestly, my intention in purchasing Li Jing's house is not for us, but for him. To be precise, it is a gift for him. No matter how unappealing that house may be, it is the sole remnant of his parents' legacy. While he may wish to sell it now, he will inevitably regret that decision one day. Therefore, I intend to buy it, to preserve it for him, and return it when he comes to that realization. His mother, taken aback, questioned, Chinwagwa, is this truly how you feel? Absolutely. Chinwagwa affirmed, silently admiring his own ingenuity in devising such a compelling rationale. Very well, then. His mother finally acquiesced. I have some savings. Go and negotiate with Mr. Wang. Once you've settled on a sum, let me know. With his mother's approval, Chinwagwa promptly went to knock on the door of the Wang household next door. When Chinwagwa expressed his intention to purchase a house from old Wang, the latter was taken aback. Chinwagwa, did you not just acquire Li Jing's house? Why are you now interested in mine? Old Wang inquired. Li Jing's house was bought by me to keep for him, and I intend to return it when he wishes to reclaim it. My interest in your house stems solely from our proximity. It would be more convenient when my mother moves in, Chinwagwa replied. Old Wang scrutinized Chinwagwa with a skeptical gaze. Are you selling or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Chinwagwa feigned impatience and began to rise. Old Wang quickly stepped in to obstruct him, smiling apologetically. Of course I'm selling. I thought you were acquiring so many properties because you had heard some insider information. What kind of insider information? Do I appear to be someone with that kind of capability? Chinwagwa retorted. Among the impoverished, disdain can be mutual. But elevating one's gaze is an affront. It's not as serious as you claim. I merely spoke casually. Let us negotiate a price. Your house, your price. If it's reasonable, I will purchase it immediately. Chen Weiguo understood well that those who initiate haggling often find themselves at a disadvantage. After contemplating for a considerable time while gazing at his television cabinet, old Wang finally stated, "Let us say, including all the furniture, this amount." As he spoke, he spread out his left hand, fingers splayed. 60,000? Chen Weiguo exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, as he stood up to leave. "Director Chen, don't go. If you find the price unsuitable, we can discuss it further," old Wang pleaded, prompting Chen Weiguo to pause and glance back at him. "However, that is nearly the figure. Perhaps just a few thousand less," old Wang continued. Chen Weiguo turned away again, making his way toward the exit. Old Wang hurriedly grasped him, saying, "Then you should suggest a number." Chen Weiguo turned back, raising 3 fingers. "You must be jesting. I paid over 30,000 when I bought this house, and now, including the furniture and appliances, you say it's worth only 30,000? Old Wang's displeasure was evident. "Those few pieces of furniture and appliances of yours would barely fetch 1,000 at a second-hand market. When you bought this house, it was new, and now, after 7 or 8 years of living in it, you expect to sell it at the original price? Were it not for our proximity, I wouldn't even consider it. Impossible, at least 60,000. Otherwise, I'm not selling," old Wang insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Chen Weiguo remained silent, striding purposefully toward the door, although he appeared unfazed. Inwardly, he fervently hoped old Wang would reconsider. He had resolved that if old Wang did not relent by the time he reached the door, he would concede. As he approached the threshold, Chen Weiguo slowed his pace, internally urging old Wang to hurry. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, intending to turn it, old Wang spoke up. 30,000 it is, then. I can't be bothered to haggle anymore. The sooner I sell, the sooner I can return home," he said to Chen Weiguo's retreating figure. Chen Weiguo turned back, feigning nonchalance as he complained, "Old Wang, you are never straightforward." After finalizing the arrangement with old Wang, Chen Weiguo returned home to borrow money from his mother. That afternoon, he paid a deposit to old Wang, signed the agreement, and together they proceeded to complete the necessary formalities. Chapter 26. Acquiring another old house. By late May, nearly a month had passed, and the National Hotel finally resumed operations. 2 days prior to the announcement of the hotel's reopening, Chen Weiguo and Zhong Aimin had meticulously printed 1,000 delivery flyers, distributing them throughout the nearby residential areas and businesses. Zhong Aimin, brimming with confidence, believed that, at the very least, they would receive a dozen delivery orders. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. After lunch had come and gone, not a single order had been placed, prompting the two to suspect that perhaps the phone in the restaurant was malfunctioning. As for dine-in customers, not even a shadow of one could be seen. This situation was difficult for both Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu to accept, given the previous success of their delivery service. It seemed implausible that they would experience a complete absence of orders after such a long hiatus. Chen Weiguo, however, felt that this outcome was to be expected. When their establishment was forced to close due to the outbreak, it had made headlines in the local newspapers, and the news had likely spread throughout the vicinity. Consequently, the community may have developed an aversion to their restaurant, resulting in a lack of patronage and delivery requests. Furthermore, neighboring establishments had already emulated their delivery model, seizing their former customers while they were closed, making it increasingly challenging for them to reclaim their clientele. In the days that followed, a couple of tables were occupied for dining, yet delivery orders remained non-existent. Witnessing the lack of business and no signs of improvement, Zhang Aimin reluctantly decided to dismiss the chef and a server, which left both of them quite displeased. As June approached, temperatures began to rise, and the outbreak was effectively contained, with encouraging news of 0 cases emerging from various regions. Observing the flourishing business of nearby restaurants while their own national hotel remained stagnant filled Chen Weiguo and Zhong Aimin with anxiety. At 7 in the evening, with dusk still lingering, the National Hotel was preparing to close its doors. At that moment, Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu emerged from the kitchen to approach Chen Weiguo. "Are we closing already? It seems too early. Perhaps more customers will arrive," Chen Weiguo remarked in surprise. Huang Lu shook his head, a frown etched on his face. "Chen Weiguo, look at how poor business is. We need to devise a strategy." "What strategy can I possibly conjure?" Chen Weiguo replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. "If I had any ideas, I would surely share them." He reflected inwardly, recalling how, when their delivery service thrived, he had urged her to suspend dine-in services. But she had resisted, citing numerous reasons that ultimately led to the forced closure of the establishment. Now that business had dwindled, he thought, was she not the one who could articulate arguments? If even she could not think of a solution, Their restaurant was indeed doomed. Chen Weiguo shook his head. Feeling equally powerless, he had exhausted all conceivable options. Let us wait a little longer. Once this pneumonia crisis passes, perhaps business will improve. Despite his words, his heart harbored a different sentiment. Everyone has already associated their restaurant with the illness, and it will take a considerable amount of time to dispel this unfavorable impression. Although business at the restaurant is poor, Chen Weiguo remains proactive, inquiring throughout the community if anyone is looking to sell their house or storefront. The buildings in the community were originally constructed as factory accommodations. The first batch of worker apartments was built in the 1970s, including the old house of Li Jiying. The second and third batches were constructed in the early 1980s and early 1990s, respectively, with Chen Weiguo's home belonging to the third phase, thus relatively newer. After 2 months of inquiries, he finally learned that a retired colleague was looking to sell his house. The retired colleague, surnamed Zhang, had previously served as a director at the factory, and everyone referred to him as Old Zhang. Several years ago, Old Zhang's children settled in Xingqing, and he and his wife continued to live in their old home. This year, after his wife passed away, his children grew concerned about him living alone, prompting them to bring him to reside with them in Xingqing. Additionally, Old Zhang owns a new apartment in Chaoxi, providing him with a place to stay should he wish to return to Jianing. Upon learning of Old Zhang's intention to sell, Chen Weiguo hurried over to his home after closing the shop. Surprised to hear that Chen Weiguo wished to purchase his house, Old Zhang, in his 70s, remarked, "Xiaoqin, I thought you had already bought Old Li's house?" The Old Li referred to by Old Zhang is Li Jiying's father. That foolish boy wanted to sell his father's house at a bargain, so I bought it to keep for him, Chen Weiguo explained, when he decides to return. I will sell it back to him at the original price. Understanding the situation, Old Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief discussion, they finalized the deal. And Chen Weiguo purchased the house for 18,000. Like Li Jiying's old house, Old Zhang's home was also among the first batch built, modest in size and somewhat dilapidated. Hence the reasonable price. Upon returning home, Chen Weiguo contemplated borrowing money from his elderly mother. He dared not reveal to her that he had already purchased Old Zhang's house, for she would undoubtedly disapprove. Instead, he fabricated a story claiming that a middle school classmate needed to borrow money. His mother, not probing further, handed him the bankbook, allowing him to keep it for the time being, stating that he could repay her once the compensation for demolition arrived. The following noon, Chen Weiguo accompanied Old Zhang to the bank, where he transferred 18,000 into Old Zhang's bankbook in his presence, including his original property. Chen Weiguo now owned a total of 3 apartments, all within his community. He made a point to inquire about the compensation standards for nearby demolitions, for if their community were to be requisitioned, it would yield considerable gains. Glancing at the balance in his mother's bankbook, he realized he could acquire yet another property. As July arrived in all its fervor, the illness had subsided, and the entire nation of Huag seemed to be infused with unprecedented vitality, akin to a lion released from its cage. For the first time, Chen Weiguo heard the term revenge consumption on the television news. Yet, it appeared that their restaurant's fortunes were untouched by this phenomenon, as business continued to languish without any signs of improvement. What angered Chen Weiguo was that Huang Lu audaciously placed the blame for the poor business on his shoulders, claiming that he and Zhang Aimin, 2 grown men, could not devise a solution. Chen Weiguo, disinterested in engaging in an argument with her, devoted his thoughts solely to the matter of acquiring properties. That evening, as was customary, the shop closed early. Upon returning home and opening the door, Chen Weiguo discovered his son standing behind it, seemingly waiting for his arrival. His son had never before stood at the door like that, which alerted Chen Weiguo to the unusual circumstances. "Grandma is angry," his son suddenly remarked. Chen Weiguo's eyes brightened, and he bent down to quietly ask his son, "Is she angry with you or with me?" "Of course, it's you. Grandma would never be angry with me." Chen Weiguo scratched his head, contemplating that his mother must have heard about his purchase of Old Zhang's house. After a moment's pause, he resolved that it was best to leave. However, just as he turned, his mother's icy voice pierced the air. "Chen Weiguo, stop right there." Chapter 27. Inside Information? "Mom, I just remembered I have an urgent matter to discuss with Zhang Aimin." Chen Weiguo hastily fabricated an excuse and quickly opened the door to his home. "Wait." His mother pursued him. "Chen Weiguo, Old Zhang came to see me earlier. I already know." Chen Weiguo turned back, forcing a smile. "Mom, it's not that. I was just afraid you would disapprove, which is why I kept it from you," he stammered. His mother's expression grew grave as she inquired, "Then tell me, why are you suddenly buying so many houses?" Is it because the baby wants you to? Shinweigwa glanced at his son, hesitating to shift the blame onto him. After all, his mother cherished his son and would undoubtedly not hold him accountable. Dad, are you really going to shift the blame onto me? His son questioned, staring at him incredulously. Shinweigwa was taken aback, surprised that his son could see through his thoughts. Shinweigwa, you must tell me the truth. What do you intend to do with so many houses? His mother demanded angrily. With a resigned sigh, Shinweigwa realized he had no choice but to confess. Mom, in a couple of years, this area is going to be redeveloped, which is why I purchased so many houses. His mother's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Who told you? Noticing Shinweigwa glance at his son Shinhao once more, his mother scolded, Shinweigwa, stop trying to pin everything on the child. Is this how a father should behave? Shinweigwa shook his head helplessly. He had not lied to his mother this time, yet she remained skeptical, prompting him to concoct another explanation. A classmate of mine told me, Mom, this is insider information, so you mustn't share it with anyone. His mother nodded, her serious expression gradually softening. Then why did you feel the need to hide it from me? Mom, I was just worried you might tell others. My classmate insisted I keep it confidential. Otherwise, he could get into trouble. Am I the kind of person who spreads rumors? His mother retorted, displeased. Shinweigwa shook his head, pondering that these retired ladies gather daily just to gossip about others. How much savings do I still have in that bank book? His mother inquired. About several tens of thousands. Is it nearly sufficient to purchase just one set? You may proceed with the purchase, and should you find yourself lacking, do not hesitate to inform me. Shinweigwa's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, Mother, did you not say you had already given me all your savings? How is it that you still have more? Do not ask so many questions. Just know that if you find yourself short, you can always come to me. His mother replied. Goodness. Shinweigwa muttered, realizing that his mother indeed held secrets. By the way, Old Zhang came by just now and mentioned that he has located all the necessary documents. If you have the time, you should go see him to handle the transfer. As dawn broke, Shinweigwa sought out Old Zhang, and together they proceeded to complete the transfer procedures. What, you again? Exclaimed a female staff member upon seeing Shinweigwa. Surprised that this was already his third visit this year for the transfer, Shinweigwa signaled to her with a glance, urging her to refrain from making a fuss. While the procedures were being processed, suddenly a hand landed on Shinweigwa's shoulder. Turning around, he recognized a familiar face, Jiang Dahai, with whom he had previously conducted business at the factory. Director Chun, it has been quite a while, Jiang Dahai said, extending his hand in greeting. At that moment, Old Zhang turned his head, and Jiang Dahai's eyes lit up. Deputy Factory Director Zhang, what a pleasure to see you. I barely recognized you. Jiang Dahai immediately reached out his hand toward Old Zhang. Old Zhang shook Jiang Dahai's hand while saying, Please do not call me director anymore. If I hadn't retired 2 years ago, I would be just another unemployed worker struggling to make ends meet. Jiang Dahai chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Shinweigwa, asking, Director Chen, are you two here to handle the transfer as well? Shinweigwa nodded, indeed. Old Zhang is relocating to Star City and needs to sell the staff apartment allocated by the factory. Jiang Dahai, upon hearing this, flashed a knowing smile at Shinweigwa and added, You two carry on. Later, I would be honored to treat you to a meal. Once Shinweigwa and Old Zhang completed the transfer and emerged, they found Jiang Dahai waiting for them outside. Gentlemen, it is still early. Let us find a place to sit for a while before dining together. Old Zhang waved his hand in polite refusal. Xiao Jiang. I did not bring my blood pressure medication with me, so I must return home and cannot join you for dinner. My apologies. It was thoughtful of you. In that case, Deputy Factory Director Zhang, I shall not insist on your company. We shall dine together on another occasion. Certainly. Xiao Chun, please raise a toast to Xiao Jiang for me. After giving Shinweigwa this instruction, Old Zhang departed. After Old Zhang left, Shinweigwa turned to Jiang Dahai with an awkward smile, saying, Xiao Jiang, I fear I too cannot join you for dinner. Oh, Director Chen. Jiang Dahai grasped Shinweigwa's arm. Let us converse for a few moments. I promise it will not take up too much of your time. All right, no problem. Please. Speak your mind, Shinweigwa replied. Follow me. Jiang Dahai gestured for Shinweigwa to walk to the left as they strolled leisurely forward. I am here today for the transfer as well. Are you buying or selling a property? I am purchasing a residence in the 301 community adjacent to your factory's dormitory complex. What purpose do you have in buying there? How inconvenient it is. The narrow roads are one thing, but to reach the city center by bus, one must traverse through our community, Shinweigwa questioned. You don't understand. I didn't purchase it for living, he replied. Shinweigwa was taken aback and inquired. Then what was the purpose of your purchase? Jiang Dahai leaned closer to Chun Weiguo and whispered, to be frank, this is already the third apartment I have acquired in that complex this year. Upon hearing this, Chun Weiguo's first thought was, could that area be slated for demolition? I have connections at home and learned some insider information. That area is set for demolition next year. Jiang Dahai continued. Chun Weiguo couldn't help but feel elated. If Jiang Dahai was speaking the truth, then his own complex would likely be demolished alongside Complex 301. Unfortunately, you just bought a unit, Jiang Dahai added. Had I known you were looking to invest, I would have advised you to purchase in Complex 301. What? Chun Weiguo exclaimed in shock. Why? Is it true that our Complex 1T be demolished? Jiang Dahai shook his head. I haven't heard anything about your complex. Its area isn't large enough, yet it has a considerable number of units. Moreover, the construction would simultaneously exacerbate congestion on Hehua Road, Gongyuan Road, and Remin Road, making demolition improbable. Complex 301, however, is different. It has a larger area and can accommodate several more buildings. More importantly, it is intended to facilitate road construction, connecting Gongyuan Road and Renmin Road, which would save you a considerable distance when traveling to the north and east districts. After listening to Jiang Dahai's words, Chun Weiguo was left speechless. After a moment, he exclaimed, what did you say? Our Complex 1T be demolished? Chapter 28, Restaurant Transfer. Seeing Chun Weiguo was so agitated, Jiang Dahai scrutinized him suspiciously and asked, Director Chen, you've already asked this question twice. You purchased Director Zhang's apartment and don't think your complex is going to be demolished, do you? Chun Weiguo did not deny it. His face turned pale. Why would you think your complex is due for demolition? Jiang Dahai remarked with a hint of disbelief. Chun Weiguo was taken aback. Could it be that he had misinterpreted his son's words? Is your insider information reliable? Rest assured, let me put it this way. Jiang Dahai leaned in closer to Chun Weiguo's ear and whispered a few words. As Chun Weiguo listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. If what Jiang Dahai said was accurate, then their complex would likely remain untouched for years to come. This is disastrous. Jiang Dahai asked. Besides Director Zhang's apartment, you haven't purchased any other properties, have you? Concerned about being ridiculed by Jiang Dahai, Chun Weiguo fibbed. Of course, I only bought one. That's good, that's good. Try to sell Director Zhang's apartment if possible. Or at least rent it out if selling proves difficult. All right, Chun Weiguo nodded. This year, he had bought 3 apartments, and if he could rent them all out, the combined rental income would amount to around 800 or 900 yuan, totaling over 10,000 yuan annually. With this in mind, he could break even in 7 or 8 years. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight crossed Chun Weiguo's eyes as he turned to Jiang Dahai and asked, Director Jiang, why are you sharing such significant insider information with me? Of course, I want us all to prosper together. Jiang Dahai explained. Chun Weiguo cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Dahai, pondering how a man of over 30 could utter such nonsense and expect anyone to believe him. Jiang Dahai, feeling awkward, forced a smile and said, Director Chen, I genuinely wish to make money together. I have insider information. If you invest in real estate, once the area is redeveloped, you can share a bit of the profits with me. Upon hearing this, Chun Weiguo grasped Jiang Dahai's intentions. He was eager to profit from the redevelopment. But wouldn't you earn more if you purchased the property yourself? Chun Weiguo inquired. I've already used all my funds to buy properties. This latest transaction was financed through a loan from my uncle on my mother's side. I've exhausted all my resources. So I thought it might be a good idea to involve friends in this venture, Jiang Dahai explained. Chun Weiguo scrutinized Jiang Dahai with suspicion and quietly asked, How many properties do you currently hold? Jiang Dahai spread his left hand and raised 2 fingers on his right, beaming with pride. If it weren't for my lung condition, the demolition in District 301 would have commenced early next year. However, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to acquire so many properties. At this revelation, Chun Weiguo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but commend him. 7 properties. If they are demolished, you could be a millionaire. What ambition you possess. Director Chun, you truly are a man of experience, speaking of ambition so readily. What do you think? Would you like me to gather more information for you? Jiang Dahai asked with a smile. Though Chun Weiguo harbored doubts, he did not dismiss Jiang Dahai's offer. All right then, I appreciate your efforts, Director Jiang. Let us prosper together, he said, patting Jiang Dahai on the shoulder. However, once separated from Jiang Dahai, the smile on Chun Weiguo's face vanished. If the district was not slated for demolition, he would have to rent out the property to others. Thus, he hurried to a printing shop and had several rental posters made. By 10:30, Chen Weiguo arrived at the restaurant. Upon entering, he spotted Zhong Aimin anxiously seated at a table. As soon as he saw Chen Weiguo, Zhong Aimin rose and approached him, exclaiming, "What are we going to do? My cousin refuses to come to the restaurant and insists on working at the supermarket." "What? No chef in the restaurant is quite a predicament," Chen Weiguo replied, taken aback. "Indeed, but you know her temperament, she is impossible to persuade. Why on earth does she not want to come?" Chen Weiguo furrowed his brow. "She claims the restaurant has no business, and we're both wasting our time here." "We might as well starve," Zhong Aimin lamented. Frustrated, Chen Weiguo glared at Zhong Aimin, saying, "Aside from the two of us, everyone else is receiving a salary, including your wife, and it's in line with the market rate." "I know, but she argues that 60% of her salary comes from me. So it's as though money is merely shifting from one pocket to the other. That is because you hold 60% of the shares," Chen Weiguo retorted, visibly displeased. "Do you think hiring another chef would save you that expense? I understand the logic, but she simply refuses to listen," Zhong Aimin exclaimed in frustration. Chen Weiguo scratched his head repeatedly, unable to suppress a curse at the unreliability of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Zhong Aimin and said with irritation, "What are we to do now? The chef is gone. Should we find a replacement or simply let it be?" "Considering there are no customers?" Zhong Aimin's eyes narrowed to slits, his chubby cheeks flushed crimson, and his gaze was bloodshot. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "Perhaps we should just give up and transfer it. Then let us proceed with the transfer. We might recover some funds. This establishment originally belonged to your family, so you could still earn some rental income each month." Chen Weiguo concurred. Initially, during the height of the delivery boom, he had contemplated withdrawing from the business. However, it was unfortunate that the restaurant had not proven to be as profitable upon his exit as he had envisioned. He could see that Zhong Aimin had invested considerable effort into this restaurant, but his ideas and initiative were rather limited, making him ill-suited for the role of a proprietor. Zhong Aimin took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and inhaled deeply. As he exhaled the smoke, he gazed dreamily at the Pai-Shio figurine on the counter and lamented, "I had hoped we could thrive through this restaurant, open branches, and amass wealth. Yet here we are, contemplating a transfer after merely 6 months. If it weren't for the impact of my lung disease, perhaps I would already be engrossed in expanding our branches," Chen Weiguo remarked. Then he began to doubt himself. Was it truly the lung disease that influenced this outcome? Without that factor, perhaps branching out would not have been feasible. This was merely a hypothesis he was reluctant to confront. As I mentioned the other day, only circumstances create heroes. Heroes do not create circumstances, Zhong Aimin exclaimed. With that, he discarded the cigarette and extinguished it underfoot. "What price do you intend to set for the transfer?" "At least 30,000, I suppose. Our establishment, equipment, and decor are all new. What do you think?" Chen Weiguo nodded in agreement. "Let us initially set it at 60,000, and we can negotiate later, provided we don't go below 35,000. After some discussion, the two closed the restaurant for the day. Chen Weiguo made another trip to the printing shop, this time to print a poster announcing the transfer of the establishment. Chapter 29, Settling Accounts at precisely noon, Chen Weiguo returned home. His elderly mother, who was feeding his son porridge, was quite surprised by his sudden arrival. "Chen Weiguo, why are you back so soon?" Approaching his mother and son, he sighed and said, "Wang Lu has gone to work at the supermarket. I discussed it with Zhong Aimin, and we decided to transfer the restaurant." His mother paused for a moment before inquiring, "Is that really your decision?" "Yes." Chen Weiguo squatted down and affectionately stroked his son's head, lamenting, "I should have listened to you from the start and not opened this restaurant. Ignoring your advice has led to our current predicament." His son, still chewing, spoke with a mouthful of porridge, his lips smeared with the sticky substance. Chen Weiguo recognized that his son had always been tidy. It was merely that his mother, with her advancing age and poor eyesight, had failed to guide the spoon into his mouth properly, resulting in the mess. Initially feeling a bit disheartened, his mother instantly brightened at her son's words. "Mother, why do you teach my son to say such things? This is not something I taught him. He learned everything from the television. This little rascal is exceptionally clever," his mother retorted. Chen Weiguo smiled proudly, acknowledging that his son was indeed remarkable. However, upon recalling his earlier encounter with Jiang Dahai, the gleam in his son's eyes shifted from sheer joy to perplexity. If it weren't for the misleading hints from his son, he would not have hastily purchased 3 apartments in the community. Fortunately, he could still rent them out. Otherwise, he would be in quite a predicament. After discussing the restaurant transfer briefly, his mother shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Chen Weiguo, what are your plans for the future?" A chill ran down Chen Weiguo's spine. His mother's question abruptly thrust him into the harsh realities of life. What should he do next? He was utterly lost. As a man in his 30s who had been laid off, he lacked the potential of a fresh graduate and did not possess an impressive resume or academic qualifications. Securing a stable job suited to his needs seemed an insurmountable challenge. Initially, he had hoped to use the compensation from the demolition to accompany Li Jing in the clothing business. But now, with demolition prospects looking bleak, he was left to search for any job that could support his family. Mom, I still have those 3 apartments, right? I plan to spruce them up a bit before renting them out. That way, I could earn around 800 or 900 in rent each month. What? Didn't you say there would be a demolition? His mother gasped in disbelief. Chen Weiguo dared not reveal the truth to his mother. Instead, he said, we have to wait until next year. The actual construction probably won't commence until the end of next year, and there are still over 10 months left. If I can rent them out, I might collect around 10,000. Upon hearing about the money, his mother's eyes sparkled. That sounds great. Hurry and rent them out. You should rent them before looking for a job. No, we can't have long-term rentals. We can't. His son looked at Chen Weiguo earnestly, observing his son. Chen Weiguo nodded in confusion. After half a month of posting the restaurant transfer advertisement, Zhang Aimin finally received a call from a prospective buyer. After a lengthy discussion, the buyer was only willing to offer 30,000 for the transfer fee. After hanging up, Zhang Aimin immediately called Chen Weiguo to relay the news. Zhang Aimin, haven't I told you before? It has to be at least 35,000, Chen Weiguo insisted. But the buyer is only willing to pay 30,000. And you know our restaurant has made headlines because of the lung disease. It has severely affected our reputation, and no one wants to take over. The lung disease has passed. There's nothing to worry about now. Just tell him that anything below 35,000 is non-negotiable. 35,000? Didn't we just say 30,000? Chen Weiguo sighed in exasperation. Unable to resolve the matter over the phone, he decided to visit Zhang Aimin in person. Sitting beside Zhang Aimin, he took out his phone and dialed the buyer's number. Hello, Boss Zhang, have you made a decision? Boss Wu, I apologize, but we cannot transfer for less than 35,000. 35,000? Are you joking? Your restaurant has had issues with lung disease, and business is poor. No one is willing to rent your place. I'm offering 30,000. That's already generous. Boss Wu interrupted Chen Weiguo from the other end of the line. If you believe the storefront is so undesirable, then do not rent it. There is no need to waste each other's time. You are not the only one interested in taking over. I receive 3 inquiries daily. If there were truly so many interested parties, wouldn't you have already transferred it? The truth is, they have not offered as much as you have, yet they are certainly more willing than you. If a mere 30,000 could secure a storefront as excellent as ours, why are you even calling us? Chen Weiguo retorted. I merely called to inquire. If you are willing to accept 30,000, then proceed. If not, so be it, came the curt reply from the other end. With a decisive thud, Chen Weiguo hung up the phone. Chen Weiguo, why did you hang up? Exclaimed Zhang Aimin in alarm. Chen Weiguo shot Zhang Aimin a cold glance. Rest assured, mister. We will call back. And if he doesn't Zhang Aimin queried, visibly displeased. In that case, we shall wait a little longer, Chen Weiguo replied. Zhang Aimin sighed, shaking his head in discontent. Next time, if you receive an offer of 30,000 or even 20,000, simply hang up. There is no need to engage with them. If you find it troublesome, then disconnect my home number. Chen Weiguo had lost his patience. Zhang Aimin looked at him, hesitating to speak, appearing somewhat irked. Just then, the phone rang again. After exchanging glances, Chen Weiguo answered. Hello? Boss Zhang, it's me. How about this? Let us each make a concession and settle on 35,000. What do you think? I have already stated that we should not waste each other's time, Chen Weiguo interrupted, promptly hanging up the phone. Turning to Zhang Aimin, Chen Weiguo expressed his delight. There is potential here. After a brief moment, the phone rang once more. Boss Zhang, let's settle on 30,000. However, I must visit your store and review your lease agreement, came the voice from the other end. That's agreeable. Do come by our store shortly, Chen Weiguo replied. Half an hour later, at the National Hotel, Chen Weiguo and Zhang Aimin met with Boss Wu. After surveying the establishment, Boss Wu muttered, why is there no air conditioning? On such a hot day, how can customers endure this? He then turned to Zhang Aimin with a serious expression. Boss Zhang, I was unaware that your establishment lacked air conditioning, which is why I initially agreed to take over for 30,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo suspected that Boss Wu intended to negotiate the price downward. After a pat on the shoulder, he approached the cash register and dialed his home number. Once the call connected, he said, Hello, Is this Boss Chin? We are currently at the store. Is it convenient for you to come over? Chin Weigwa. What are you talking about? I am your mother, not Boss Chin. His mother responded from the other end. Oh, you're only available in the evening, is that right? Please give me a call before you come over, Chin Weigwa concluded, hanging up the phone. Observing this exchange, Boss Wu questioned Zhong I mean, what does this mean? Didn't you agree to transfer the storefront to me? Boss Wu, now that you are here, attempting to negotiate is rather uninteresting, Chin Weigwa remarked, displeased. Before he could finish, the phone rang again. Through the caller ID, Chin Weigwa recognized it was his elderly mother. As soon as the call connected, his mother's voice echoed with a query. Chin Weigwa, did you mistakenly dial the wrong number? A smile crept onto Chin's face as he mused how fortuitous his mother's call was, serendipitously aligning with his own theatrical performance. Mr. Chin, can you come over shortly? He asked. All right then, we shall dine first and wait for you at the restaurant. Suddenly, a sharp shout from his mother pierced through the phone. Chin Weigwa, ignoring her. He merely smiled and set the receiver down. After terminating the call, fearing his mother might call again, he deliberately left the handset off the hook to prevent any further interruptions. Boss Wu, it is not our intention to pressure you into making a decision. However, as you have seen, if you find the lack of air conditioning too costly, there are others who would gladly take over, Chin Weigwa remarked to Boss Wu. After a lengthy contemplation, Boss Wu, with his eyes narrowed, finally acquiesced, seizing the moment. Chin Weigwa promptly presented the transfer contract for Boss Wu to sign and requested a deposit of 1,000 yuan. Once Boss Wu departed, Zhang Aimin inquired of Chin Weigwa. When did you come into contact with a Mr. Chun? I have never heard you mention him. What Mr. Wu? That was my mother, Chin replied. Zhang Aimin's eyes widened in realization, and he could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Just as the two were about to close the shop and head out to celebrate their success, Zhang Aimin's spouse, Huang Lu, rushed in. How did it go? Did the transfer go through? Huang Lu asked eagerly. We signed the contract and received a deposit of 1,000 yuan, Chin Weigwa responded. How much did you transfer? Huang Lu pressed. 6,000 yuan, thanks to Chin Weigwa. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to negotiate with Boss Wu. Huang Lu smiled with surprise and turned to Chin Weigwa. Now that the restaurant has been transferred, let us settle the accounts. Settle what accounts? Haven't we already calculated everything? Chin Weigwa questioned. Back at the restaurant, the three of them gathered around a table. Huang Lu produced a sheet of paper and a pen, addressing Chin Weigwa previously. The accounts Zhang Aimin calculated pertain to our store's expenses and revenues. Today, I wish to discuss the division of the 6,000 yuan transfer fee. Is there any need for calculation? We can simply divide it based on the initial investment, 60% for your family and 40% for mine, Chin Weigwa asserted. That cannot be the case, Huang Lu shook her head. This division is too disadvantageous for us. How is it unfair? Chin Weigwa inquired. The storefront was provided by our family, and the monthly rent is 1,200 yuan. From the opening of the store to now, over 6 months, we have incurred losses. Counting only the remaining 1,000 yuan monthly rent, which totals 6,000 yuan for the 6 months, Huang Lu explained, diligently writing a multiplication equation on the paper. Wait, during the opening, didn't you say you would cover the storefront costs? Chin Weigwa frowned. We never made such a statement. Of course, if the store were profitable, we wouldn't contest this amount. However, since it has not yielded a profit, we would be at a significant loss if we do not account for it. After hearing Huang Li's reasoning, Chin Weigwa turned to Zhang Aimin. Noticing Zhang's silence, he relented, fine then. Let us deduct the 6,000 yuan in rent from the total. Well, deducting 6,000 from 40,000 leaves us with 34,000. If there are no objections, we shall proceed with the calculations. More calculations? Chin Weigwa expressed disbelief. Chapter 30. Have the partners fallen out? Before opening this restaurant, our family was engaged in the laundry business. I will not overstate, merely accounting for a transfer fee of 20,000 and subtracting it from 30,000 leaves us with merely 10,000, Huang Lu stated, inscribing a subtraction equation on paper. Upon hearing this, Chin Weigwa was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, is the transfer fee also to be deducted? Otherwise, what do you propose? Do you expect to take over a storefront without a transfer fee? Where do you think this sum of 30,000 comes from? Huang Lu retorted. Chin Weigwa scoffed and remarked, Huang Lu, were you not the financial officer at the factory? Huang Lu nodded. Now I understand why our factory could not sustain itself. Huang Lu narrowed his shrewd eyes, irate, and demanded, Chin Weigwa, what do you mean by that? The dilapidated laundry store you once operated. I even assisted with the renovations. Didn't the total renovation costs exceed 3,000, excluding the washing machines? What gives you the audacity to demand a transfer fee of 20,000? Chun Weigua, infuriated, disregarded their past friendship. Do the washing machines and dryers not count for anything? Of course they do. Chun Weigua nodded repeatedly, his expression betraying annoyance. However, you took one washing machine home, and the others along with the dryer were sold. What justification do you have to include those in the transfer fee? But Huang Lu attempted to interject. But what? Chin Weigua interrupted. What kind of international joke are you making? Do you comprehend why a restaurant can command a transfer fee of 30,000? It is akin to your laundry business? Huang Lu inhaled deeply, preparing to counter. Yet, Chun Weigua continued without granting her the opportunity. Let me enlighten you. Because Mr. Wu also intends to open a restaurant. If he were to take over a laundry business, he would need to renovate, purchase equipment, and acquire relevant permits, all of which require considerable time and financial investment. Wouldn't you agree? Chin Weigua paused, finally allowing Huang Lu the chance to respond. However, she merely huffed and remained silent. Thus, I am perplexed as to your reasoning in believing that the transfer fee of your dilapidated laundry store is worth 20,000. This raises doubts regarding your competence in finance. Furthermore, there are numerous vacant storefronts on this street. Had you mentioned a transfer fee back then, I would never have considered partnering with you. Huang Lu's eyes widened. Her face flushed with indignation. She turned to Zhong Aimin, displeased, and said, Zhong Aimin, say something. Aren't you always eager to argue with me at home? Zhong Aimin exhaled through his nostrils, tilted his head aside, and shook it helplessly. What do you want me to say? Should I support your claim for a transfer fee of 20,000 or side with Chin Weigua in opposing you? Who do you think you are, my husband? Chin Weigua scoffed again, fixing his gaze on Huang Lu. Huang Lu, do not place Zhong Aimin in the middle of our dispute. It is utterly unreasonable. He is indeed your husband, and he should assist you. However, it is quite unreasonable for the two of you to conspire against friends. Who among us is truly your friend? If not, then I have no desire for such camaraderie. Even among brothers, accounts must be clearly settled, let alone between us. Thus, Chen Weigua seized the pen and paper from Huang Li's grasp. Even if you consider the transfer fee to be a mere 1,000. Subtracting that from 30,000 leaves you with 30,000. You have no objections, do you? Chen Weigua inquired. Zhang Aimin immediately shook his head, his tone somber. No objections. Huang Lu glared fiercely at Zhong Aimin, his eyes ablaze with anger. Then I shall continue my calculations, Chen Weigua declared. What more is there to calculate? This time, both Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu were taken aback. The transfer fee of 1,000, coupled with the removal of a washing machine from your home. The sale of 3 other washing machines, 2 dryers, an iron, and a garment steamer, all totaling over 7,000, means that after deducting that amount, along with the second-hand price of the washing machine you brought back, you will need to compensate an additional 1,500, bringing the total to 30,000. What? Huang Lu slammed the table, furiously pointing at Chen Weigua. Are you suggesting we owe you money? Do you take us for fools? In a fit of rage, Chen Weigua stood abruptly, overturning the table. Wasn't your calculation of that 20,000 transfer fee also treating me as a fool? He bellowed. Huang Lu was momentarily stunned, having not anticipated such an outburst from Chen Weigua. Are you looking for a fight, Chen Weigua? Zhang Aimin shouted as he too rose to confront him. Chen Weigua shot a glare at Zhang Aimin before turning back to Huang Lu. Had it not been for your presumption and unwarranted interference in the operations, would our restaurant have been transferred so hastily? Without my involvement, could this establishment have flourished? The truth is, you are indeed indispensable in the kitchen, yet you're sharp-tongued. Nitpicking demeanor frightens away customers, leaving no chance for return visits. Chen Weigua, address the matter at hand rather than resorting to personal attacks. Zhong Aimin retorted, his temper flaring as well. With unreasonable people like you, what is there to discuss? You can demand rent, and I have no objections. But the notion of a transfer fee is utterly preposterous. With that, Chen Weigua stormed off in indignation. Watching Chen Weigua's retreating figure, Zhong Aimin felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Zhong Aimin, they have bullied your wife, and you remain silent. Huang Lu lamented. Have I remained silent? What more do you expect me to do? If I were to strike him, you would only complain about my impulsiveness when we return home. With that, Zhong Aimin bent down to right the table that had been toppled by Chen Weigua. How do we resolve such matters? I will certainly collect the transfer fee. This is never ending, is it? Later that evening, at the Fatty restaurant, a place they often frequented, Chen Weiguo and Zhang Aimin raised their glasses in a toast, clinking them together before downing their beers in one swift motion. The restaurant has finally been transferred, and while there is a loss, it is merely an investment in experience, remarked Chen Weiguo. Zhang Aimin sighed deeply, shaking his head thoughtfully, and mused, well, it's done. There's no point in feeling regret. He added, in future ventures, do refrain from involving your relatives. Zhang Aimin offered a bittersweet smile and replied, understood. However, I must commend your performance today, Chen Weiguo. I nearly believed you were genuinely angry. Do not flatter me. Rather, praise yourself. I too was convinced of your ire, and had you not winked at me, I might have suspected you were truly ready to confront me. Zhang Aimin chuckled as he filled their glasses with beer and raised a toast. Let us drink another round. After downing another glass, he continued, having known each other for so many years, I am well aware that you orchestrated this dramatic conflict to spare me any discomfort. Your relatives would not relent unless faced with your firm stance. After their meal, as they prepared to part ways at the restaurant entrance, Zhang Aimin produced a stack of cash wrapped in newspaper and handed it to Chen Weiguo. Upon returning home and unwrapping the newspaper, Chen Weiguo was astonished to discover it contained 16,000 yuan. He smiled with emotion, recalling Zhang Aimin's words from that evening. I only hope our friendship, nurtured over the years, remains unscathed by this incident. Zhang Aimin, indeed, has broadened his horizons. Chapter 31. A timeless classic following the transfer of the restaurant. Time had shifted from July to August. The August weather in Jianing City is typically hot and humid, and this year was no exception. After nearly 20 days of effort, Chen Weiguo successfully rented out all 3 apartments, accumulating a monthly rental income of 850 yuan, along with the 16,000 yuan transfer fee. He entrusted the money to his elderly mother. Having concluded the rental arrangements, Chen Weiguo faced the daunting task of job hunting once more. Within the span of a few days, he traversed nearly all the talent markets in Jianing City, submitting several resumes, even venturing into industries he had never considered before. However, after several days, the resumes seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving him feeling profoundly disheartened. As night fell, passing by a media store, he noticed a poster of Jay Cho displayed at the entrance. Intrigued, he approached and examined the poster, murmuring the name Yi Hui Mei. Has the renowned Zhou released a new album? With this thought, he entered the store. After confirming with the staff that it was indeed Jay Chou's latest release, he decisively purchased a copy. Boss, you enjoy Jay Cho too? I wouldn't have guessed. Quite fashionable of you, remarked the staff member while processing the payment. It's for my child. I wouldn't listen to such music myself, Chen Weiguo replied. I suspected as much. How old is your son now? Approaching middle school? The clerk inquired. Chen Weiguo smiled awkwardly, wary of startling the staff, and refrained from mentioning that his son was only a little over a year old as he exited the store with his newly acquired album. Upon returning home, when he saw his son eagerly retrieve the album titled Yi Hui Mei from the bag, the child was overwhelmed with excitement, dancing with glee. Dad, come listen. Dad, come listen. He urged. All right, just a moment, my dear. Chen Weiguo replied, tearing off the plastic seal from the album cover. He carefully opened it, extracting the contents, and placed it into the family's music player. As the device began to spin, a prayer recited in a foreign tongue resonated through the room. Chen Weiguo scratched his head, pondering what peculiar antics this Zhou was up to this time. Next, an exceedingly bizarre piece of music played. Glancing at the display, which indicated that 50 seconds had elapsed, Chen Weiguo felt a sense of bewilderment. Was this really a song? Why hadn't he heard any singing yet? No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than a series of sharp soprano screams erupted, startling him into a slight tremor. What kind of chaotic song is this? He exclaimed, immediately scrutinizing the album in his hand, discovering that the first track was entitled In the Name of the Father. His son was introducing him to such a song? Was he attempting to send him away? At that moment, his mother hurriedly rushed in from the balcony, inquiring, Chen Weiguo, what was that strange noise just now? Chen Weiguo displayed the album, explaining, Mom, this is a song. Why does that little Zhou always sing such odd tunes? Do young people actually enjoy this now? As they spoke, both their gazes instinctively turned toward the son. Observing the child nodding along with the music, Chen Weiguo couldn't help but exclaim, goodness. 5 minutes later, the song finally concluded. Seeing his son's insatiable enthusiasm, Chen Weiguo was left perplexed. Could it be that he was truly aging? This question arose in his mind. The subsequent track played, filled with incomprehensible lyrics and restless drum beats, leaving Chen Weiguo utterly stunned. He had to admit that he no longer belonged to the youth demographic. nor could he fathom what was appealing about such music. How delightful were the songs of Teresa Teng, Emil Chow, and Mao Ning. Were it not for his mother being downstairs, he would have long since wished to escape the cacophony of indistinct melodies. As the third song commenced, the announcement Zhou Jeluan from class 2 to 3, please report to the office, startled him once more. He crouched down before his son, who was utterly engrossed, and questioned, "Son, do you truly enjoy listening to this?" "Yes, it's good," the boy replied. "All right then," Chen Weiguo sighed. At that moment, the child hopped off the sofa, swiftly approached, and pressed the button for the next track. "Dad, this one is good," he said, looking up. Chen Weiguo gazed at his son in astonishment, thinking, "Isn't this your first time hearing it? How do you know the next one is good?" A piece featuring the pipa began to play. Imbued with a somewhat melancholic melody, Chen Weiguo perked up, contemplating that this might not be one of those nonsensical tunes after all. Who is playing the pipa? Performing East Wind Breaks? Time peels away in the corner, revealing glimpses of childhood. Upon hearing this melody, Chen Weiguo was suddenly struck by a moment of clarity in the lyrics. This is one of the few songs by Jay Cho that he can comprehend, and it is also among the rare melodies he finds pleasing. As the sound of the era gradually fades, the piece comes to a close. Chen Weiguo swallows hard. He must concede that the song is indeed delightful. Not only is it catchy, but it also exudes beauty and depth, marking his first encounter with such a composition. He picks up the album, committing to memory the title of the song, East Wind Breaks. "Son, could you play it once more?" Chen Weiguo inquires. His son readily agrees. Pressing the replay button before returning to his father, Chen Weiguo gathers his son onto his lap, and together they immerse themselves in the enchanting melody. Chen Weiguo, phone. Upon hearing his mother's call, Chen Weiguo opens his eyes and promptly rises to answer the phone. "Hello?" He mumbles, still groggy. "Hello. I am the owner of the Tianyuan Starlight Hotel," comes the voice of a woman from the other end. "The Tianyuan Starlight Hotel?" Chen Weiguo responds, puzzled. "What can I do for you? Were you not previously a partner in a restaurant called the National Hotel?" "Yes, I have already transferred my share," Chen Weiguo replies coldly, assuming the woman is inquiring about the transfer. "Actually, our hotel is about to commence operations, and we are in need of a manager. I wonder if you might be interested, or have you already engaged in other business?" Hearing her words, Chen Weiguo becomes alert. "Excuse me, what is your surname?" "Boss." "Please call me Guan." "Hello, Boss Guan. I am currently seeking employment. However, how did you find me? I do not recall submitting my resume to you." A light chuckle comes through the line before she responds, "We did not acquire your information from a job market. Rather, we learned about you through a mutual acquaintance. Your restaurant was the first to venture into delivery service. To conceive such an idea during the market's most challenging times is quite impressive. We believe you would be a perfect fit for us. If you have the time, would you be willing to come to our establishment for a discussion?" "Absolutely." Chen Weiguo readily agrees. Chapter 32. Interview with the young female boss. After hanging up the phone, Chen Weiguo hastily completes his morning routine of brushing his teeth, washing his face, and getting dressed. "Mom, I'm heading out for an interview. I'll return later. Please keep an eye on my child," he instructs before leaving the house. Following the address provided by the woman on the phone, Chen Weiguo takes a taxi to the Tianyuan Starlight Hotel. Upon exiting the taxi, he pauses at the sight of the hotel's grand and eye-catching sign, compared to the National Hotel he previously operated. The Tianyuan Starlight Hotel is not only larger, but also boasts a sophisticated decor that emanates a sense of elegance. Through the glass windows, he observes workers busy with the final touches of the renovation, many of whom are clad in matching uniforms, diligently wiping tables and setting them up. At the entrance, 3 individuals are engaged in a spirited discussion. After observing for a moment from outside, Chen Weiguo finally steps into the hotel. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld a woman clad in a short dress turning to face him, inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you? May I ask if Manager Guan is present?" The woman appraised Chen Weiguo from head to toe, then a smile graced her lips. "That's me. You must be Chen Weiguo," she remarked. Startled, Chen Weiguo had envisioned Manager Guan as a mature woman well over 30 when he received her call, but he was pleasantly surprised by her youthful beauty and vivacity. Who is this person?" Another woman among the group questioned. Although she appeared older, it was evident she invested in her appearance. "He is the owner of the first restaurant I mentioned that offers delivery services," Manager Guan explained to the elder woman. Upon hearing this, the older woman nodded slowly and then flashed a polite smile at Chen Weiguo. "You may continue with your tasks. We can discuss other matters during lunch." A man dressed in a striped shirt said to Manager Guan. Nodding in acknowledgement, She turned to Chen Weiguo and said, "Mr. Chen, please follow me." Chen Weiguo followed Manager Guan into one of the private rooms. After inviting him to take a seat, she stood up to arrange for a pot of Dahong Pao tea, subsequently closing the door. As the door shut, the room, previously filled with the scent of renovation, was instantly enveloped in the fragrance of Manager Guan's perfume. Observing her exquisitely made-up visage, Chen Weiguo found himself pondering her age. "Mr. Chen, I appreciate your effort in coming here," she said. "It's no trouble at all. Also, please refrain from calling me Mr. Chen. I am no longer a boss," he replied. Manager Guan smiled, her expression radiating a sense of innocent charm. "First, I would like to ask you a question. Are you interested in working at our restaurant?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Weiguo's initial reaction was that he would be open to any opportunity that promised financial gain. Yet, to show respect for Manager Guan, he responded, "I am quite interested. I previously co-owned a restaurant with a friend, though it was on a much smaller scale and does not compare to yours." Manager Guan smiled politely again and continued, "We are currently seeking a manager. The role involves overseeing daily operations and some marketing planning." Feeling a bit awkward, Chen Weiguo confessed, "To be honest, I have no understanding of marketing strategies. I previously worked in a factory, and after being laid off, I took a job as a handyman in a supermarket before co-founding that popular restaurant with a friend. Once we establish our second and third branches, we may require someone specifically for maintenance. However, I believe with your vision and talent, it would be a waste for you to only serve as a maintenance worker." Manager Guan's words left Chen Weiguo feeling quite perplexed. He could not fathom the reasons behind her considerable misunderstanding of him. "Chen Weiguo, I am curious to know, how did you come up with the idea of offering delivery services? Although some foreign chain restaurants have been doing this for quite some time, their scale vastly exceeds yours, and their models differ significantly," Manager Guan inquired. This marked the second time she had mentioned the delivery aspect. Chen Weiguo now comprehended that Manager Guan deemed him suitable for marketing planning due to the inspiration drawn from food delivery services. To be precise, this idea was instigated by his son, rather than originating from his own mind. After some contemplation, Chen Weiguo remarked, "Manager Guan, in order to survive, I conceived this notion. Unfortunately, our restaurant ultimately could not endure. However, based on my understanding, had it not been for certain reasons that forced us to close temporarily, perhaps your establishment could have profited from the delivery business." With a soft sigh, Chen Weiguo remained non-committal. Just as he hesitated on whether to outright decline Manager Guan's proposal and make a swift exit, an employee entered bearing a teapot. After pouring him a cup, Manager Guan continued, "The two individuals you met earlier were my elder sister and my second brother." "Really? Are they your biological relatives?" Chen Weiguo inquired. "Of course. Everyone says I resemble my elder sister closely. Can you not see the likeness?" "Ah, no wonder I felt there was a strong resemblance. Let us return to the subject at hand. This restaurant is a venture established by my siblings and me. Since they are generally occupied, I primarily oversee its operations." Chen Weiguo nodded, pondering whether this was a family enterprise. "To be honest, I have interviewed numerous candidates, including several university students who specialized in this field. Yet none have met my expectations. My brother and sister also recommended a few contenders, but I felt they were lacking in some respect. A few days ago, I stumbled upon the fact that many small restaurants in Jining City were engaging in food delivery services, which pleasantly surprised me. After some inquiries, I discovered you. However, from our earlier conversation, I must candidly express that you do not seem to meet my initial expectations." Hearing Manager Guan's words, Chen Weiguo felt a sense of relief. He no longer felt guilty as he acknowledged that he indeed fell short of Manager Guan's requirements. "Let me present you with a challenge. Our restaurant is about to open, and if you were to devise the grand opening event, how would you approach it? The ultimate goal is to ensure a bustling business on opening day, along with a high rate of return customers. Another challenge? I merely seek employment. I am not necessarily bound to your establishment. I have posed this question to previous interviewees as well, and so far, none have left me thoroughly satisfied. You may take 2 days to ponder this, and then give me a call," Manager Guan added. "There will be no future calls from me," Chen Weiguo resolved internally. Should he successfully pass the interview, he could commence work immediately at their establishment. The compensation here is a base salary of 3,000 yuan per month, with meals and accommodation included, and after 1 year, the option to purchase social insurance. Upon hearing the terms of remuneration, Chen Weiguo swiftly altered his perspective, exclaiming to himself, "I must secure a position here." Chapter 33. Another insight from his son regarding the remuneration. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Manager Guan asked. "Manager Guan, How is the commission calculated? Your position is akin to being the second in command at this restaurant, allowing you to partake in profit sharing. The share is approximately 3 to 5%. Dispersed annually at year's end, with the specific amount contingent upon your capability and contributions. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo's mind swiftly engaged in calculations. Given the scale of this establishment, achieving daily revenues in the thousands, even tens of thousands, is entirely feasible. Consequently, a monthly turnover of 1 to 200,000 is quite plausible, leading to an annual revenue approximating 2 million. If one considers a 3% dividend, that would amount to 60,000, equating to an average monthly salary increase of 5,000. After calculating these figures, Chen Weiguo felt invigorated and motivated. Manager Guan. I have no objections. I will contemplate this further and call you, Chen Weiguo stated. Manager Guan smiled, rising from her seat and extending her hand. I eagerly await your proposal. Chen Weiguo abruptly stood and shook her hand, noting the softness of her grip. Subsequently, Manager Guan offered to escort Chen Weiguo, but he politely requested her to remain where she was. Upon exiting the private room, Chen Weiguo approached a renovation worker to inquire about the restaurant's restroom. He learned that the restroom was located down the stairwell, which meant that he would have to pass by the private room again after using it. A few minutes later, Chen Weiguo emerged from the restroom, appearing relaxed. As he approached the private room where he had conversed with Manager Guan, he silently urged himself to avoid encountering Manager Bao. As he passed by the room, he noticed a slight crack in the door, through which voices of contention could be heard. Sister, I have already expressed my opinion. The person you recommended last time does not meet my expectations. His marketing proposal lacked any innovation. Even I could have conceived it. Therefore, why should I spend extra money hiring him? This was Manager Guan's voice. The man you mentioned earlier? He lacks education, appears to be of considerable age, and seems rather unrefined. His only relevant experience was running a small restaurant, which closed down within 6 months, came the voice of another woman, whom Chen Weiguo recognized as Manager Guan's elder sister. Whether he is suitable or not will become evident once his marketing proposal is compared to the one suggested by your acquaintance, Manager Guan replied. Brother, you ought to voice your opinion, urged Guan's elder sister. Sister, how should I respond? A resigned male voice interjected, presumably that of Guan's second brother. I have reviewed the proposal from the person you recommended, and it is satisfactory. However, since the restaurant is under Ying's management, she should ultimately decide who to employ. Guan's second brother continued. Having moved further away, Chen Weiguo could no longer discern the ensuing conversation among the three. However, from the snippets he had overheard, he could surmise the situation. Manager Guan was willing to provide him with an opportunity, while Guan's elder sister dismissed him, and Guan's second brother remained indifferent. He felt a mixture of anger and gratitude. Anger directed at Guan's elder sister for her disparaging remarks regarding his education, experience, and age, which he accepted. But he took offense at her calling him unrefined. After all, he had recently purchased a shirt from a foreign brand boutique. How could that be considered unrefined? As for the gratitude, it stemmed from Manager Guan's willingness to grant him, a laid-off employee, an opportunity. Such conscientious entrepreneurs are a rarity in these times. Previously, when he sought employment, he encountered rejection without so much as a glance at his resume, with employers intentionally offering meager salaries, making it seem as though he was begging for their charity. Some bosses presented themselves as benevolent benefactors, which left him perplexed. Was it not a fundamental obligation to compensate employees for their labor? After departing from the Tianyuan Starlight restaurant, Chen Weiguo felt a profound sense of melancholy on the bus ride home. He yearned to secure the job, yet he lacked knowledge and marketing strategies. Regret weighed on him. After being laid off, he had the opportunity to attend several free retraining sessions, one of which included a course on marketing. Had he taken the initiative to learn something then, he would not feel so insecure now. Indeed, the old adage rings true. One should learn as long as one lives. Upon alighting from the bus, Chen Weiguo hurried to a bookstore to purchase a marketing book. Once home, his mother eagerly inquired, Chen Weiguo, how did it go? With a furrowed brow, he sat beside her and tossed the newly acquired book onto the coffee table, lamenting, not well. I need to prepare a marketing plan for them to review. A plan? His mother asked, her expression one of confusion as her gaze shifted to the book. What position did you interview for? Manager at a restaurant, with a salary of 3,000 yuan and a year-end bonus of several thousand, he replied. Oh, that sounds quite good, she exclaimed. It is indeed good, but I am not good enough, Chen Weiguo responded. He then shared his concerns with his mother. After listening, she encouraged him, Chen Weiguo, since they have recognized your potential and are willing to give you a chance, why not give it a try? He glanced at his son, who was listening to music, and shook his head thoughtfully. But, Mom, I really don't understand marketing at all. Suddenly, his son turned to him and said, Daddy, keep working hard to make money and buy toys. Chinwagwa felt a bitter twist at the corners of his mouth. His son's words added to his pressure. After a while, his mother went to prepare dinner, while Chinwagwa lay on the sofa, perusing the marketing book. He found himself restlessly turning from side to side, struggling to concentrate. Daddy, his son suddenly approached him. Chinwagwa set the book down and gently patted his son's head, saying, Be good, son, and let Daddy read. Daddy, the TV said that the more people there are, the cheaper it gets. What gets cheaper with more people? He asked. Milk. One person pays full price. 2 get a 10 discount. 3 get an 80 discount, the cheapest being 10. Hearing this, Chinwagwa chuckled skeptically. That sounds like a scam. Wouldn't that mean if I find 10 people, I could pay just 10? The merchants would be at a loss. He then called out to the kitchen, Mom, didn't I tell you to let him watch less television? Daddy, you're silly, his son retorted. Chinwagwa chuckled and pinched his son's cheek, saying, You little rascal. Daring to scold your father at such a young age. Pay full price, enjoy a 10 discount, and use the balance later, his son eagerly added. Chinwagwa's face was etched with confusion as he impatiently remarked, What do you mean by purchasing at original price to enjoy a 90 discount? And that the remaining balance can be used later? I fail to comprehend what the television is conveying. As soon as he uttered these words, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes, and he abruptly slapped his thigh. Indeed, Chapter 34, My 90 discount is not quite a 90 discount. Chinwagwa suddenly sat upright, his face brimming with exhilaration as he murmured to himself, President Guan desires 2 outcomes. The first is a bustling business on opening day, and the second is a high customer return rate. The inaugural promotional activity. Invite friends to dine together to enjoy greater discounts, with the minimum discount reaching 90, ensuring a full house. Then, during the final payment phase, customers would be required to recharge their membership cards at the original price, from which the discounted amount would be deducted, leaving a balance for future use. This way, customers, eager to spend their remaining balance, would undoubtedly return, thereby guaranteeing a solid return rate. After a moment of self-reflection, Chinwagwa excitedly embraced his son. My dear boy, you truly are your father's lucky star. Toys, toys. Daddy, I want toys, he exclaimed. Once I secure the position at this restaurant, I promise to buy you any gift you desire. With that, Chinwagwa hurried to the television cabinet and picked up the phone, dialing President Guan's number. The call was swiftly connected, and a questioning voice responded, Hello. This is Guan Xining. President Guan, it's me, Chinwagwa, who just interviewed. Oh, Chinwagwa. You're calling to share your proposed plan, aren't you? Yes, indeed. That was quick. Should I hear it now? Wait a moment, Chinwagwa. I have a friend's referral coming in for an interview this afternoon. It would be best if you could join us for comparison. Chinwagwa felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He was not fond of being evaluated in front of others. Chinwagwa, I understand that you may not favor this method, but in the service industry, one must learn to endure evaluations and comparisons, subsequently improving oneself bit by bit to become stronger, President Guan remarked from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Chinwagwa could not help but smile, albeit silently. President Guan's words seemed more suited for the youth rather than someone like him, who was already teetering on the edge of middle age. After glancing at his son, he ultimately agreed. Chinwagwa, prepare your presentation well. I hope to be pleasantly surprised. After hanging up, Chinwagwa took a deep breath. For others, the afternoon interview might merely be a routine reevaluation. For him, however, it was an entirely new challenge and an opportunity. Just as his mother had once said, this was a rare chance for him. Reminiscent of when he had been laid off and was urged by community and street officials to attend free reemployment training. If he were to miss this opportunity, perhaps it would never come again. At noon, after finishing his meal, Chinwagwa meticulously organized his proposal, transcribing it word by word into his notebook. Just as he was engrossed in his work, his son unexpectedly entered the room. Dad, he said. Chinwagwa turned to look at his little star, a faint smile gracing his lips. Dad, didn't you get a discount voucher when you bought the album yesterday? What voucher? Chinwagwa asked, puzzled. Wait, what is a discount voucher? Upon uttering this, he immediately pondered the question. It's like, after making a purchase, you receive a coupon that reduces the cost on your next purchase. Chinwagwa scratched his head and shook it. No, I didn't receive anything like that. The bookstore staff didn't mention it at all. Oh, all right then. With that, His son turned and left the room. Chen Weiguo resumed his writing. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Weiguo returned to the Tianyuan Xinguang restaurant. In another private room, he once again encountered General Guan, Sister Guan, and Brother Guan. Chen Weiguo noticed that Sister Guan's gaze towards him was still rife with disdain. Before leaving home, he had deliberately changed into a fresh shirt. Yet it seemed that no matter what he wore, he appeared unsophisticated in her eyes. Brother Guan, meanwhile, was busy on his phone, seemingly engrossed in work. After flashing a smile at him, General Guan said, "Please wait a moment. 2 more interviewees will be arriving shortly." With that, he poured a cup of tea for Chen Weiguo. A few minutes later, another interviewee arrived. This candidate appeared to be around 25 years old, carrying a backpack and wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuding a youthful energy in his attire. Upon entering, the young man greeted the 3 Guan family members and then cast a glance at Chen Weiguo. At that moment, Chen Weiguo felt as if the young man's gaze mirrored Sister Guan's disdainful look towards him. This made him quite uncomfortable, after all. They were both there seeking employment, and there was no need for one to look down on the other. This young man, Zhang Tian, was a graduate of a 211 university with a degree in marketing, previously working in the marketing department of a department store. I have known his mother for over a decade and have a good understanding of his character and integrity. Sister Guan introduced him to General Guan and Brother Guan. They nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. "Brother, when will the person you recommended arrive?" General Guan turned to Brother Guan. Brother Guan flipped open his phone, glanced at the screen, muttered something under his breath, then closed it, replying to General Guan. "It seems he has matters to attend to and won't be able to make it, so we can consider him to have withdrawn." "All right." General Guan nodded, then turned his attention to Chen Weiguo and the young man who had come for the interview. Instantly, her demeanor sharpened, and her presence became more commanding. "Gentlemen, please briefly present your respective proposals." As she spoke, her gaze settled on the young man. "Since you arrived late, you may go first." The young man nodded, cleared his throat, and began. "My marketing proposal for the grand opening includes advertising on the buses passing through this route and at the bus stops, informing potential customers of our store's imminent opening, its location, and the promotional activities we will offer." The young man spoke, and Sister Guan nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with his proposal. The second point involved promoting our store through traffic radio stations, newspapers, department stores, and television, to ensure more people became aware of our establishment. Suddenly, Director Guan interrupted the young man, apologizing. "I must interject. I believe your first and second points are indistinguishable. Merely utilizing various media to create overwhelming publicity for our store." The young man nodded, his expression somewhat awkward. Director Guan frowned, then twirled the pen in his hand and coldly remarked, "Please continue." Witnessing this scene, Chen Weiguo felt a surge of anxiety. He could not comprehend how applying for a managerial position at a restaurant had transformed into an interrogation. He inhaled deeply, feeling as though he were on the brink of suffocation. "I believe the aforementioned promotional strategies are sufficient. Our opening day is sure to be bustling," the young man asserted. "I too believe it will be crowded," Director Guan responded, his gaze sharpening. "But what about customer retention? How can you assure us that patrons will return to our establishment?" The young man shrugged and replied, "Our restaurant boasts a sophisticated decor, an excellent location, and reasonable prices. As long as the food quality is assured, there is no need for concern regarding this issue." "So you mean that quality is paramount, and good wine fears not the deep alley. Am I correct in my understanding?" Director Guan inquired once more. The young man nodded. Director Guan set down his pen, glanced around, and said, "I have no further questions. Sister Guan and Brother Air, please share your concerns." "Xiao Zhang, if we were to implement your extensive promotional strategy, how much would that cost?" Sister Guan asked. "I haven't calculated the specifics, but I believe since it's a grand opening, we should make the event substantial. Once we establish ourselves, everything will be easier," the young man replied. Sister Guan nodded, refraining from further commentary. Director Guan turned to Brother Air, who nodded vacantly before asking the young man, "Xiao Zhang, if you believe that good wine does not fear the deep alley, why invest so much in promotion?" I didn't mean it entirely that way. I just think we should promote initially and subsequently rely on quality and reputation," the young man stammered. Brother Air smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. "Chen Weiguo." Director Guan suddenly called out his name. Chen Weiguo's heart skipped a beat, and he promptly replied, "Yes?" After casting a puzzled glance at Chen Weiguo, Director Guan asked, "What are your thoughts on his proposal?" To avoid offending anyone, Chen Weiguo quietly responded, It's quite good. Director Guan sighed in disappointment, then said, "Please share your proposal." Chen Weiguo nodded, took a deep breath, and opened his notebook. Observing his trembling hands, Sister Guan could not help but cast an admonishing glance at him. Regarding the issue of ensuring a bustling crowd on opening day, my proposed activity is that the more people dine together, the greater the discounts they enjoy, Chen Weiguo stated. We can call it discounts galore, he quickly added. Discounts galore? Director Guan expressed considerable interest. Please elaborate on the details of the event. For instance, if 2 individuals participate, they enjoy a 10% discount, with 3 participants. The discount increases to 20%, and so forth. The more participants, the greater the discount. In terms of promotional strategy, I believe distributing flyers in crowded areas would suffice. As once one person becomes aware, they will inevitably seek to inform others. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Weiguo noticed a faint smile on Manager Guan's face, indicating her satisfaction with the proposal. If you continue with this plan, every table will effectively receive a 10% discount. Wouldn't that result in substantial losses on our opening day? Questioned Sister Guan. Moreover, how do you intend to address the issue of returning customers? The 10-person tables in the restaurant occupy less than 50% of the seating. The remainder consists of smaller tables. Patrons unwilling to wait for a 10-person table are likely to opt for a 6-person table, thus not all will benefit from a 10% discount. Furthermore, compared to an expansive promotional campaign, this expenditure seems rather insignificant, Chen Weiguo added. Hearing this, a young man nearby became visibly displeased. If we proceed as you suggest, wouldn't the opening day result in an entire venue at a 10% discount? He asked. That is not quite the same, Chen Weiguo countered. As I previously mentioned, when one encourages 10 individuals to spread the word, the costs and outcomes differ significantly. Additionally, I have yet to finish my explanation. This 10% discount is not entirely equivalent to a mere 10%. Not entirely a 10% discount? This piques my interest, remarked Brother Guan. Chapter 35. Successfully appointed as restaurant manager, Chen Weiguo nodded, glancing at the 3 Guan managers before continuing. To qualify for the 10% discount, one must first recharge a membership card at the original price before receiving the discount. What do you mean? I don't quite understand, Sister Guan frowned. For example, if a patron spends 200 yuan, they must first recharge their card with 200 yuan. A 10% discount on that amount yields 20 yuan, leaving a balance of 180 yuan for future use, Chen Weiguo elaborated, referencing notes he had prepared in anticipation of such inquiries. As long as there is a balance in their account, that customer is likely to return, thereby ensuring repeat business. Am I correct? Manager Guan inquired, an involuntary smile forming at the corners of her lips. Precisely. This proposal is commendable, Brother Guan complimented, adding that upon exhausting the balance, the effective discount would approximate 50% rather than merely 10. Seeing that both Guan managers endorsed Chen Weiguo as proposal, the young man beside him grew anxious. After a brief silence, Manager Guan turned to Sister Guan and asked, Sister, could you evaluate these 2 proposals? Clearly, Chen Weiguo's proposal is superior, Sister Guan stated. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened further. However, Sister Guan then introduced a significant twist. There is one issue. Once a customer has utilized their balance after 2 visits, how can you ensure they will return for a 3rd? Sister, if customers leave after 2 visits without being retained, no marketing strategy will prove effective, Manager Guan interjected on Chen Weiguo's behalf. Sister Guan turned to General Guan and explained, You are not mistaken. However, the competition is becoming increasingly fierce, with more restaurants of our scale and caliber emerging. If we were to hire him as our manager, he would have to confront the formidable challenge of maintaining our first-mover advantage amidst such intense rivalry. I understand. But Sister Guan raised her hand, interrupting General Guan, and smiled at Chen Weiguo, saying, Let us first see if he has any effective strategies to propose. Unlike General Guan's smile, which was warm, Sister Guan's smile always carried an underlying edge, instilling in Chen Weiguo an invisible pressure. General Guan looked at Chen Weiguo and, with a hint of resignation, asked, Chen Weiguo, do you have any strategies to offer? Chen Weiguo scratched his head at that moment. He felt a sense of nervousness that was already quite overwhelming, rendering his mind nearly blank. Moreover, the 2 marketing proposals he had previously suggested were inspired by his son. His son. The thought of his son triggered a memory in Chen Weiguo's mind. Just before leaving, his son had asked him about the discount vouchers. After purchasing an album at the bookstore, one would receive a voucher that could be used for a discount on the next purchase. Similarly, after dining at the restaurant, Guests could be given a voucher, allowing them to enjoy a discount on their next visit. With this realization, Chun Weigwa felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, his son was his lucky star. After a guest's second visit, we could offer them a voucher, Chun Weigwa suggested. For instance, he continued, if a guest returns for a second meal after settling the bill, we could present them with a voucher for a discount of 10 yuan on their next visit, applicable for purchases over 100 yuan. As he spoke, new ideas began to blossom in Chun Weigwa's mind, and he added, furthermore, we could all write, Chun Weigwa. We understand your point, General Guan suddenly interrupted, signaling him with a glance. Chun Weigwa fell silent, still feeling a sense of unfulfilled thoughts lingering within him. Offering vouchers is akin to providing a discount, yet it is indeed a method to retain customers, Sister Guan remarked before glancing at General Guan and adding, I have no further questions. General Guan replied, I have no questions either. Neither do I, Brother Guan echoed. After confirming that they had no further inquiries, General Guan addressed Chun Weigwa and the young man, stating, Gentlemen, today's second interview has concluded. The final decision will be made after discussion among the three of us, and we will notify you by phone. As soon as General Guan finished speaking, the young man stood up, realizing that his chances were slim. After adjusting his collar, he turned to Sister Guan and said, Then, Aunt Guan, I shall take my leave. Sister Guan smiled gently at him and replied, We will be in touch. After the young man departed, Chun Weigwa also stood up, saying, Then I will take my leave as well. Wait. General Guan immediately called Chun Weigwa back and turned to Sister Guan, saying, The final candidate will be him. I trust you have no objections? Sister Guan awkwardly shook her head, saying, I have no objections, but didn't you say to let them wait for notification? What I said was clearly intended for Zhang Tian, so please do not feign ignorance. The restaurant is about to open, and there is little time left. We must ensure he becomes familiar with the establishment swiftly. With that, Manager Guan rose, gathered her belongings, and approached Chun Weigwa. Chun Weigwa, you are officially hired from this moment onward. Come with me. I shall introduce you to our operations, Manager Guan declared. Chun Weigwa, taken aback, inquired, Really? Just like that? Indeed. Your salary commences today. Let us go, she replied. After bidding farewell to Sister Guan and Brother Guan, Chun Weigwa followed Manager Guan. Once they departed, Brother Guan could not help but remark, when he works earnestly, she transforms into an entirely different person. Indeed, she is always so full of vigor. Sister, I must speak candidly, what do you think of the individual named Chun Weigwa? He may be a bit rustic, but one cannot deny that his proposals are quite commendable. Subsequently, under Manager Guan's guidance, Chun Weigwa became acquainted with the restaurant and the specific responsibilities he would undertake, though it paled in comparison to the Grand Tianyuan Starlight restaurant. The processes were largely similar, rendering comprehension relatively straightforward. However, due to the larger scale and higher standards of Tianyuan Starlight, with a greater number of staff both front and back of house, the challenges of enhancing cooperation among employees, improving service efficiency, and providing customers with a superior dining environment and experience would be significant hurdles he would need to navigate. For dinner, Chun Weigwa dined at the restaurant with the three managers. His prior experience as a plumber in factories and malls proved invaluable at this juncture. It was only at 9 o'clock in the evening that he returned home. Upon learning of her son's appointment as restaurant manager, his mother was overjoyed and even prepared a bowl of noodles for him. While she busied herself in the kitchen, Chun Weigwa approached his son and quietly asked, Son, your father has not forgotten his promise. Tell me, what gift do you desire? The child's round eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, A computer. A computer? Chun Weigwa furrowed his brow, assuming his son meant one of those gaming consoles that required game cartridges, which connected to a television and were operated via a controller. A learning machine? He suggested. The boy immediately shook his head, insisting, a personal computer with a keyboard, monitor, mouse, and main unit. Upon hearing this, Chun Weigwa was taken aback. He could not fathom why his son, not yet 2 years old, would want a computer, especially since he himself did not know how to use one. More importantly, computers were exorbitantly priced. With a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, he would have to forego food and drink for over 2 months to afford such an item. Thus, he gently patted his son's head and stood up, hoping to pass off the matter as if it had never occurred. Daddy, you're lying. Daddy, you're lying, the boy shouted, chasing after him and playfully smacking his backside. Chun Weigwa turned around, his face a picture of dismay, and explained, Son, it's not that your father does not wish to buy it for you. It's simply that I do not have enough money. Men must always keep their word. Goodness, am I no longer even considered a man in your eyes? Perhaps you should just call me mother from now on. Mother, mother. To Chun Wei-gwa's astonishment, his son actually called him mother. What a shame it would be if someone were to witness this. With a woeful expression, he pleaded, son, I promise. Once I save enough money by the end of the year, I will buy you one, all right? For now, let me get you a game console to play with for a few months. He thought to himself that by that time, his son would likely have forgotten this matter. When his son remained silent, he added softly, it's mainly because grandma doesn't approve either. Your father still owes her money. Once the demolition compensation arrives at the end of the year and I repay her, she won't have too many objections to whatever you wish to buy. After glancing back at his elderly mother in the kitchen, his son finally agreed. Chun Wei-gwa let out a sigh of relief. If he couldn't even manage a son who was not yet 2 years old, what would the future hold? Had it not been for his son being different from ordinary children since birth, he might have harbored concerns of being a failing father. On the 10th day of Chun Wei-gwa's employment at the TNYU in Starlight Restaurant, the establishment grandly opened its doors. Although the advertising campaign was quite simple, consisting merely of distributing flyers in heavily populated areas of Jining City for a few days. The enticing offer of up to 90 off ensured that the opening day was a resounding success. Not only that, but a long queue formed outside the restaurant, with many patrons willing to wait over an hour for the lowest discount rather than separate into different tables. Additionally, due to the prominent labels and explanations on the flyers, almost no customers expressed dissatisfaction over the original price when purchasing membership cards for discounts. Everyone, including Chun Wei-gwa and several stakeholders and management, was busily engaged. While Chun Wei-gwa had previously encountered similar frenzied situations at the National Hotel, this was on a far grander scale, akin to a large-scale battle. It was not until 11 at night that he finally found a moment to rest. After stretching his weary back, Chun Wei-gwa settled into a chair, having stood for nearly 5 hours without a moment's respite. At that moment, the equally fatigued manager Guan, bearing 2 bottles of soda, took a seat beside him. I'll go check if they are all tidied up, Chun Wei-gwa said as he stood up. Sit down, Guan insisted, grasping his hand and pushing a bottle of soda towards him. You drink soda, right? Not particularly fond of it, but I can manage, Chun Wei-gwa replied. You don't usually steep goji berries in a thermos, do you? Guan inquired. Chun Wei-gwa shook his head repeatedly, saying, not enough chrysanthemum. Guan nearly burst out laughing, almost spitting his soda. So, how do you feel today? Chun Wei-gwa drained half the bottle before responding, very tired. I feel the same. I never imagined running a restaurant would be so exhausting, Guan concurred. Sister Guan and Brother Guan passed by at that moment. Brother Guan playfully patted Chun Wei-gwa on the shoulder, while Sister Guan tossed him a pack of cigarettes that he could hardly afford, though neither of them uttered a word. Chun Wei-gwa understood that this was their acknowledgement of him. Once they had walked some distance away, Mr. Guan remarked, let us summarize the opening, shall we, Manager Chun? Chun Wei-gwa straightened his back, mustering his seriousness as he replied, today is the first day of our opening. Everyone is quite busy. Yet it is a frenzy characterized by disarray rather than order. As he spoke, Mr. Guan couldn't help but burst into laughter. I was merely joking with you. Why did you take it so seriously? He chuckled, leaning on the table. Chun Wei-gwa was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. At that moment, Mr. Guan appeared to him as an old friend, revealing an unguarded, innocent smile. After lifting his head from the table, Mr. Guan continued, I am utterly exhausted today. Had I known, I would have opted to rest. You were correct about the issues you mentioned. They do require improvement. However, let us wait until the opening events are concluded before making any changes. With that, Mr. Guan rose to leave. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back and asked Chun Wei-gwa, Chun Wei-gwa, why don't you ride back with me? Is it on your way? If I say it is, then it is. Shortly thereafter, Chun Wei-gwa found himself in the passenger seat of Mr. Guan's car. Mr. Guan was driving a Mercedes, a vehicle worth around 500,000 to 600,000 on the market, which Chun Wei-gwa considered a luxury. In fact, it was merely the least expensive among Mr. Guan's 3 cars. Once the car was in motion, Chun Wei-gwa suddenly recalled something important and said, by the way, Mr. Guan, about the store. Wait, Mr. Guan interjected, Manager Chun, once work hours are over, we shall not discuss work. But there is no but about it. The purpose of work is to enhance our lives. Chun Wei-gwa sighed, thinking to himself that he would prefer not to bring up work matters. As the car journeyed on, Mr. Guan and Chun Wei-gwa engaged in casual conversation. Chun Wei-gwa, how old is your child? Almost 2. You are in your 30s, and your son is only 2. That means you had your child rather late. What does your wife do now? Chun Weigua's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he replied, My wife is gone. She passed away due to severe bleeding during childbirth. Upon hearing this, Mr. Guan looked at him in astonishment, clearly taken aback. After a prolonged silence, she softly murmured an apology. It's all right. It's not as if you asked something inappropriate, Chun Weigua replied, attempting to appear nonchalant before shifting the topic. What about you, Mr. Guan? How old is your child? I am not married yet. Chapter 37. Next time, I shall host you properly. Upon hearing Mr. Guan's declaration of being unmarried, Chun Weigua nodded without expression. Gazing out the window at the passing scenery, he hesitated before asking, Mr. Guan, may I be so bold as to inquire how old you are this year? Mr. Guan glanced at him and teasingly replied, Manager Chen, inquiring about a woman's age is rather impolite. Indeed, it was an inappropriate question. Chun Weigua chuckled awkwardly. But with your excellent qualities, you must have no shortage of suitors. Every day is so busy that there is hardly any time to pursue a romantic relationship. Yet, did you not just mention that the purpose of work is to foster a better life? A subtle smile graced the corners of Manager Guan's lips as her bright eyes darted towards Chun Weigua. She replied, For me, work constitutes the entirety of life. Moreover, who claims that marriage guarantees a better life? Look at my elder sister and second brother. They are both divorced. Chun Weigua was taken aback, pondering whether Manager Guan's reluctance to marry stemmed from familial influences. After a moment of silence, Guan suddenly asked, Manager Chun, how old do you think I appear? If you insist on asking, I can only dare to say 18. Guan chuckled, tucking a silky strand of hair behind her ear. I am 28 this year. Then you must hurry, Chun Weigua remarked casually, only to immediately sense the displeasure in Guan's gaze and swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. After several minutes, the vehicle halted in front of the community entrance. As Chun Weigua unbuckled his seatbelt, Guan unexpectedly retrieved a red envelope from her bag and extended it towards him. Manager Guan, what does this mean? Chun Weigua inquired, frowning, yet his hand instinctively grasped the envelope tightly. With a playful glance at Chen, Guan loosened her grip and explained. This is a reward for you. You have worked hard during the preparations for the opening. Thank you, boss, Chun Weigua replied with a smile. Adhering to his principle of never opposing money, regardless of circumstances. This is also the sentiment of my elder sister and second brother. Thanks to the other two, Manager Guan. Now, you should return and rest early. Remember not to be late tomorrow. In the following 2 days, due to the promotional activities during the opening, the restaurant's business remained exceptionally thriving, with long queues forming outside, reminiscent of the previous day. The increasing number of patrons attracted even more customers, leading to a congested parking lot. Numerous local newspapers and news outlets arrived to report on the scene, inadvertently providing the restaurant with additional publicity. Ultimately, during the mere 3 days of its opening, the total amount of member recharges reached an impressive 16,000 yuan, with an average table turnover of approximately 6 times. The initial phase is always the most challenging. Once the opening is successful, the business is assured for a while. Thus, following the promotional activities, aside from customers with existing balances, a steady influx of new patrons continued to arrive daily. Although the fervor was not as intense as on the opening day, the restaurant remained fully occupied at every meal, averaging around 35 table turnovers. For Chun Weigua, the bustling business signified a more substantial year-end bonus. However, for the ambitious Manager Guan, this was merely the first step in a long journey. Her aspirations were to expand the restaurant throughout the entire Jining City, central southern provinces, and even across the nation. Amidst the busyness, time quietly slipped into the crisp autumn of October, with the onset of the first week of October marking the Golden Week. Many weddings typically take place around this time, and this year was no exception. Li Jiying, who had obtained a marriage certificate at the beginning of the year, celebrated her wedding with her beloved Wang Lifeng during this period. Although they faced a historic natural disaster prior to the start of their work year, the couple's adaptability and management skills ensured that their garment wholesale business not only remained unaffected but thrived even more. Seizing the opportunity amidst a wave of closures, they secured several well-located storefronts at a low rental cost, thus establishing their own clothing chain. Subsequently, they registered a company, creating their own clothing brand, while also acquiring 2 brand agencies targeted at the youth market. Amidst their busy pursuit of financial success, the couple managed to carve out time to hold their wedding. To streamline the process, they entrusted the entire wedding planning to a professional company, taking on the roles of financial backers and attendees. In a bid to maximize profits, the wedding company arranged a trendy Western-style ceremony, with the event set to take place at the finest Tianqi Hotel in Jining City. Over a year ago, during the World Cup, Chen Weiguo, Zhang Aimin, and Li Jiying had celebrated their betting success at this very hotel. None of them could have anticipated that their next visit would be for Li Jiying's wedding. Reflecting on it now, it seems that was when the three embarked on their distinct life paths. To attend Li Jiying's wedding, Chen Weiguo had requested leave from his boss, Guan, a full 2 weeks in advance. Initially intending to attend alone, he ultimately brought along his elderly mother and son at Li Jiying's insistence. As they approached the hotel around 11 o'clock, the trio hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Tianqi Hotel. From a distance, Chen Weiguo spotted Li Jiying, resplendent in a suit, alongside Wang Lifan, who looked stunning in her white wedding gown, transformed by careful preparation. "Hey, look at Li Jiying. He has really made something of himself," Chen Weiguo remarked, cradling his son. His mother gently tapped his shoulder from behind, admonishing him softly, "Watch your words, or others may take offense." "No way. What connection do I have with Li Jiying now that he would be upset?" Chen Weiguo replied as he approached Li Jiying and Wang Lifan, his son in his arms. At that moment, Li Jiying and Wang Lifan were engrossed in thanking other guests and had yet to notice their arrival. After Chen Weiguo offered his congratulations, Li Jiying immediately turned around, his face lighting up with joy. "Lifan, Chen Weiguo, and Danny are here," he exclaimed, tugging at Wang Lifan excitedly. Wang Lifan, who had been engaged in jovial conversation with the guests, shot Li Jiying an irritated glance before finally looking over. In that instant, her disdainful and impatient expression reminded Chen Weiguo of the way she had first regarded Sister Guan, who had given him a similar look. Chen Weiguo paused momentarily, furrowing his brow. In less than a year, this couple had not only become wealthy but had also undergone a significant transformation. "Congratulations, groom. You look exceptionally dashing today. And the bride is truly beautiful." Wang Lifan merely offered a faint smile in response to his mother's compliment, thanking her before turning back to the guests. Observing her distinctly different demeanor towards family and other attendees, Chen Weiguo felt a twinge of displeasure. "Oh, little Housie, come here and give your uncle a hug." Li Jiying approached with a smile and took the child from Chen Weiguo's hands. Chen Weiguo could discern that this foolish lad remained unchanged from his former self. After amusing Chen Weiguo's son for a brief moment, Li Jiying returned the child to his father. "Auntie, Weiguo, please go inside and have a seat." "I apologize for the inadequate hospitality this time," Li Jiying said. "Uncle, it's all right. Next time at your wedding, be sure to host us properly," the son chimed in. Li Jiying chuckled foolishly, but as he continued to laugh, he abruptly realized something amiss and ceased his mirth. Chapter 38. An unexpected encounter with the female superior at a friend's wedding. Wang Lifan, engaged in light-hearted banter with the other guests, turned her head with a rather displeased expression. Chen Weiguo offered Li Jiying a wry smile and urgently whispered to his son, "Baby, what nonsense are you talking? Your uncle Li will only marry once in his lifetime. Once divorced, is he not allowed to remarry?" The son replied, looking up at him. Chen Weiguo gritted his teeth, wishing he could cover his son's mouth with his hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wang Lifan's growing ire. Children are innocent and speak without reservation. The mother attempted to smooth things over with a smile. It's fine. Your Housie is so young yet so articulate. Truly clever." Li Jiying's face brightened once more as he withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Chen Weiguo. Upon receiving the cigarettes, Chen Weiguo immediately took his son into the restaurant, wary of Wang Lifan's displeasure. Once inside the hotel, the mother angrily grasped her son's ankle. "How could you say such things to Uncle Li? Today is his momentous occasion." She feigned anger, but the son's adorable demeanor made it impossible for her to stay mad, and her facade crumbled. "Good boy. Grandma knows you genuinely wish to bless Uncle Li, but you mustn't speak so freely," she admonished gently. After entering the hall where the banquet and ceremony were held, Chen Weiguo deliberately sought a secluded spot to shield his son from secondhand smoke. After surveying the entire hall, he expressed his surprise. "Why is it that I don't see a single familiar face? You may not know, but it seems Li Jiying only invited our family and the Zhang family, perhaps 1 or 2 others he was close to. The neighbors are gossiping, saying he has earned money and looks down on everyone now," the mother explained. Chen Weiguo smiled knowingly. While he was uncertain whether Li Jiying truly held disdain for others, he was quite aware that Wang Lifan certainly did. After a while, the Zhang family arrived. Upon seeing Chen Weiguo's family, only Zhang Aimin approached to greet them. Due to the quarrel during the hotel transfer, Zhang Aimin's wife, Huang Lu, still bore a grudge against Chen Weiguo and ignored him entirely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhong Aimin returned to join his wife and child at their designated table, as he was a distant relative of the bride, Wang Lifan, and was seated among the family members. From a distance, the elderly mother leaned towards Chen Weiguo and whispered, Zhong Aimin's wife is currently working for Li Jing and Wang Lifan, apparently as a store manager at a clothing shop. I heard Zhong Aimin mention it. Chen Weiguo replied, why didn't you ask Li Jing to arrange for a manager position for you back then? I would have liked to, but his wife disagreed, he explained. Before the new year this year, Li Jing even brought Xiao Wang to her home as a guest. Xiao Wang was so warm and friendly back then. Who would have thought that in less than a year, her demeanor would change so drastically? It's all money's fault. She thinks she's so impressive now that she is wealth. If I were wealthy one day, I would also elevate my stance and look down on others, Chen Weiguo jested. Suddenly, a hand clapped on Chen Weiguo's shoulder. Startled, he turned around, never expecting to see General Guan at Li Jing's wedding. He rose abruptly, incredulity etched on his face. General Guan, what brings you here? Just like you. I came to celebrate the wedding, Guan replied with a smile. Afterward, Guan turned to the elderly mother and son, inquiring, this must be your mother and your son? Yes. Mom, this is our restaurant's owner, General Guan, Chen Weiguo introduced. The elderly mother scrutinized Guan for a moment before smiling and saying, hello, young lady. I never imagined you would be such a young and successful boss. Hello, Andy, you're too kind, Guan responded, her signature smile in place. Baby, say hello and greet Andy. Chen Weiguo urged his son. The boy looked at Guan, displaying an adorably innocent grin, and exclaimed, Sister, hello. Sister, you are so beautiful. Upon hearing this, Guan's eyes widened in surprise before she burst into a fit of giggles. Manager Chen, your son is exceptionally clever. At such a young age, his emotional intelligence is remarkable. You should learn from him, she remarked. The boy then raised both hands, calling out, Sister, hug. Sister, hug. Guan laughed again, stepping forward to lift Chen Weiguo's son into her arms. Sister, you smell so good, the boy commented, gazing at Guan. Guan was once more amused. Turning to Chen Weiguo with a delighted expression, Manager Chen, your son is utterly charming. I adore him. With that, Guan sat beside Chen Weiguo, joyfully playing with his son. Chen Weiguo and his mother exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. After some time of playful interaction, Guan returned the child to Chen Weiguo, who then handed him to his mother. Manager Chen, is this seat unoccupied? If not, I shall take it, Guan inquired. It's free, Chen Weiguo confirmed, noting how Guan continued to playfully engage with his son, clearly enamored with him. By the way, General Guan, were you invited by the bride or the groom? I know the bride. She once worked at my clothing company. After I sold the company, she resigned and seems to have joined her current husband in the clothing business, Guan explained. I see. What a small world. I have known the groom for over a decade. We once worked at the same factory and resided in the same neighborhood. After the millennium, when we found ourselves unemployed, we idled for a while until he met the bride. Mr. Guan nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent to the matters concerning the groom and bride. As the clock struck 11:15, the bride, Wang Lifeng, hurriedly approached Mr. Guan. Noticing him deep in conversation with Chen Weiguo, she hesitated momentarily before leaning in to whisper in Mr. Guan's ear, Mr. Guan, I've saved you a seat. Please join us at the front. Mr. Guan looked taken aback and waved his hand dismissively. That wouldn't be appropriate. I'm not a family member. This seat is perfectly fine, allowing me to converse with Chen Weiguo's son. You are my esteemed guest. And indeed a distinguished one at today's wedding, Wang Lifeng insisted once more. Mr. Guan smiled politely but gently declined, saying, You flatter me. Today, you are the star of the show. Do attend to your guests. Rest assured, I shall enjoy myself here. Wang Lifeng's expression darkened, and she ceased her entreaties. Once she had moved away, Chen Weiguo remarked, Mr. Guan, it seems you hold significant weight in her eyes. Mr. Guan glanced around before leaning closer to Chen Weiguo, whispering, It's not as grand as she portrays. I merely recognized her capabilities and appointed her as a supervisor. What level of supervisor are we discussing? How does it compare to my managerial position? Chen Weiguo inquired. Of course, your managerial rank is superior, aside from a few shareholders. You hold the highest position in the restaurant, Mr. Guan replied. Chapter 39. The son becomes the flower boy outside the hall. The bride, Wang Lifeng, was having her makeup touched up while observing Mr. Guan and Chen Weiguo, who were engaged in quiet conversation. The groom, Li Jing, stood nervously at the podium, preparing for his speech. Darling, How did Chen Weiguo come to know Mr. Guan? Wang Lifeng asked. Interrupted, Li Jiying paused, glancing helplessly at his notes before responding. Who is Mr. Guan? Wang Lifeng tugged at the sleeve of his arm with her left hand while pointing towards Chen Weiguo and Mr. Guan with her right. The beautiful woman sitting beside Chen Weiguo. Li Jiying shook his head. I have no idea. Wang Lifeng sighed. At that moment, her sister, Wang Lifeng, arrived, holding her 3-year-old niece, looking frantic. Xiaofan, Shiyu's child, refuses to be the flower boy. He is outside the restaurant, crying inconsolably. The child, whom Wang Lifeng referred to as Shiyu, was her own son, not yet 3 years old. Originally, both her younger son and older daughter had agreed to be flower boys for their aunt, but upon arriving at the restaurant, her younger son had been overwhelmed by the crowd and clung to his mother's leg, wailing and refusing to enter. This cannot happen. At this point, no matter how much he cries, he must be brought inside, Wang Lifeng insisted urgently. Wang Lifeng nodded in resignation and handed her older daughter to Li Jing before departing. 3 minutes later, Wang Lifeng and her partner returned, carrying the young boy, who was protesting vehemently. No, I don't want to. Her youngest son was wailing loudly, thrashing his arms and legs in a desperate attempt to break free. Observing her nephew's heart-wrenching, nearly distraught appearance, Wang Lifeng felt a pang of compassion and waved her hand, saying, Enough. Quickly, take Xiaoyu outside to soothe him. We can return once he calms down. Wang Lifeng nodded and, along with her partner, carried their son toward the entrance of the restaurant. Dear, what should we do now? We're short one male flower boy, Li Jiying inquired. After pacing for a few steps, Wang Lifeng turned to the wedding planner beside her and suggested, let us simply forego the flower boy altogether. Very well then. The wedding planner agreed, but almost immediately, her niece began to cry. Oh dear, what is wrong? Wang Lifeng quickly crouched down to console her. Auntie won't let me be your flower girl anymore. Auntie is lying to me. Wang Lifeng's heart ached at the sight, recalling how delighted her niece had been when she initially asked her to be the flower girl. Moreover, in preparation for this role, her niece had smashed her ceramic piggy bank to purchase the lovely white tulle dress she wore today. It would be rather unfair to deny her the opportunity to shine on stage. One must not shatter a child's hopes and dreams. Thus, Wang Lifeng turned to the wedding planner once more and inquired, is it permissible to have just one flower girl? You may arrange it however you wish, but traditionally, this is considered inauspicious, the wedding planner replied with a hint of resignation. Why not have Chen Weiguo's son serve as the flower boy? Li Jiying suddenly proposed, noting that although Haozi was a year younger than Xiaoyu, their heights were comparable, and that flower boy suit should fit him well. But his son is even younger than Xiaoyu. He might be even more prone to crying. Wang Lifeng countered. Actually, that is not the case. I've watched him grow up. He hardly ever cries and is quite clever and sensible, Li Jiying insisted. No, I don't think he is suitable at all. Witnessing the dispute, the wedding planner interjected, Newlyweds, let us not bicker over this, shall we? First, let us ascertain whether the child you mentioned is willing to be the flower boy, and then we can discuss it further. Time is of the essence. Exchanging glances, Li Jiying and Wang Lifeng shared an understanding, and Wang Lifeng nodded, urging, please go and ask him. Li Jiying promptly entered the wedding hall and approached Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo, engrossed in a lively conversation with manager Guan, turned to face Li Jiying. What is the matter? We have a bit of a situation. We're short one male flower boy and would like to borrow your son. Really? Is that even possible? Chen Weiguo exclaimed in surprise. Not to mention whether he will perform well. I doubt he would agree. I will, his son immediately responded. Li Jiying's face lit up with joy as she leaned closer to Chen Weiguo's son. You have just helped your uncle tremendously. Whatever you desire, I will gladly grant it to you. Seated in a high chair, the boy reached out his hands, signaling for Li Jiying to lift him. Hey! Chen Weiguo was somewhat bewildered. How could such a significant decision be made without his consent as a father? I'll go check on him. Just in case he cries or wanders off, the concerned mother said, rising to follow. As the three figures walked further away, Mr. Guan sighed, Manager Chen. Your son is truly remarkable. He is undoubtedly the most intelligent child I have ever encountered. When Li Jiying approached with Chen Weiguo's son in her arms, Wang Lifeng questioned, is he really capable? Far more reliable than someone who backs out at the last moment, Li Jiying retorted, her displeasure evident. Aware of her own shortcomings in the argument, Wang Lifeng refrained from further contention and retrieved the small suit originally intended for her nephew. With the combined efforts of the grandmother and the wedding planner, The boy was soon dressed in his suit, with less than 5 minutes remaining until the ceremony commenced. Observing that Chun Wei-Gui's son remained calm and collected, the wedding planner exclaimed, "What a well-behaved little one. I've always said he has been obedient and sensible since childhood." Li Jiying beamed with pride. The wedding planner gently patted Chun Wei-Gui's son on the head and whispered, "Little one, shortly you will walk alongside this lovely young lady, following uncle and auntie, all right?" The boy seemed non-committal and inquired, "Do we not need to hold the diamond rings?" The wedding planner chuckled and explained, "You'll receive the rings just before the exchange, and then you will hand them to the bride and groom." The boy gestured confidently, saying, "Understood, that's simple." His declaration elicited hearty laughter from the wedding planner. As the clock struck 12, the ceremony commenced as scheduled. First, the host took the stage for a brief address, followed by Li Jiying. And then the bride made her entrance. Under the spotlight, Wang Lifeng appeared in a stunning white wedding gown, with Chun Wei-Gui's son and his little niece trailing closely behind. Watching his son ascend the stage, Chun Wei-Gui felt a wave of anxiety, fearing his child might suddenly refuse to participate. Ultimately, his worries proved unfounded. As the bride and groom exchanged rings, the boy exhibited no signs of distress. However, just as Chun Wei-Gui believed his son would successfully complete his role and descend the stage without incident, an unexpected event unfolded. Chapter 40. The son's wedding speech for the newlyweds. After presenting the rings to the bride and groom, the flower children were expected to exit the stage. Yet, as the wedding planner quietly prompted them to step down, Chun Wei-Gui's son unexpectedly tugged on the wedding host's trousers. The host, who had been facilitating the best man and maid of honor, paused and turned to smile at Chun Wei-Gui's son. "Our adorable little flower child can step down to find mommy and daddy," the host announced into the microphone. "Sir, I have something to say." Chun Wei-Gui's son looked up at the tall host and declared. The host's face brightened, responding, "Our delightful little flower child wishes to speak. It must be a blessing for our newlyweds." With that, the host squatted down and lifted Chun Wei-Gui's son into his arms. Observing this, Chun Wei-Gui felt a surge of astonishment and concern that his son might cause a commotion, prompting him to stride towards the stage. "Little flower child, tell uncle. Do you have something to say to Uncle Li Jiying and Auntie Wang Lifeng?" The host inquired, positioning the microphone before Chun Wei-Gui's son. Li Jiying and Wang Lifeng exchanged bewildered glances. "Yes," Chun Wei-Gui's son replied. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted from the audience. The guests were curious about what blessings such a small child could possibly convey. The host encouraged him, asking if he could share his heartfelt wishes for the newlyweds and the guests present. "I wish Uncle Li Jiying a happy marriage, and may he soon have a child," the boy proclaimed. Hearing his son speak so well, Chun Wei-Gui paused halfway to the stage, feeling that there was no need to stop him. Li Jiying laughed heartily, unable to refrain from praising the cleverness of the little boy to the bride beside him. Many guests applauded, impressed that such a young child could express himself so articulately in front of a crowd. "Auntie, your grandson is exceptionally smart and adorable." General Guan could not help but exclaim to Chun Wei-Gui's elderly mother. The old woman beamed with pride, but her gaze scrutinized General Guan, thinking that the young lady was quite impressive, youthful, beautiful, capable, and, importantly, she adored her grandson. "And I wish Aunt Wang Lifeng a prosperous marriage," Chun Wei-Gui's son continued. "Although your looks and personality are not particularly remarkable, you are indeed fortunate to marry Uncle Li Jiying." His words elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. "Oh dear," Chun Wei-Gui, standing at a distance, stamped his foot in frustration, wondering how his son could utter such things. He quickly glanced at Li Jiying and Wang Lifeng, noticing that Li Jiying was laughing heartily while Wang Lifeng wore an awkward smile. Although those present dismissed the child's comments as mere jokes, Wang Lifeng might not have shared that sentiment. "Little one, I don't agree," the host interjected. "I think the bride looks beautiful today and has a lovely personality. The groom is indeed lucky to have such a wonderful bride." As he spoke, the host attempted to release Chun Wei-Gui's son from his grasp to prevent him from making further inappropriate remarks. However, the boy clung tightly to the host's collar with one hand and grasped the microphone with the other, continuing, "With makeup, everyone is beautiful. Nonetheless, what's done is done. So I can only wish them well." Once he finished, laughter erupted again. General Guan, seated at the edge, was unable to contain her amusement. While children often speak without a filter, they often express truths. She surmised that Chun Wei-Gui must have made similar comments in front of his son in the past, or else the child would not have shared such sentiments on stage. At that moment, Chun Wei-Gui was utterly bewildered. Thinking to himself that he was doomed, Wang Lifan would surely despise him now. He looked up at the stage. Noticing that Wang Lifan's smile had become rigid and her expression was rather unpleasant, while Li Jiying continued to laugh heartily, calling him a silly boy. He hurried to the edge of the stage, waving at his son and calling out, "You little rascal, come here. I hope uncle and auntie remain devoted to each other. Have children soon, and grow old together," Chun Weigua's son added. The audience gasped in astonishment, never expecting that a 2-year-old could articulate such profound sentiments. Originally intending to forcibly dismiss the host who was awkwardly handling Chun Weigua's son, it was assumed that this little prodigy would refrain from uttering any more unpalatable remarks. Ultimately, Chun Weigua's son turned his gaze towards the newlyweds, expressing a hope that they would not forget their humble beginnings, remaining affluent but not extravagant, noble yet unpretentious. After delivering this final statement, he requested the host to set him down, prompting another wave of astonishment from the audience. Whose child is this? How is it possible for such a young one to articulate such profound thoughts? Surely, this child is a genius. Hearing the whispers about his son, Chun Weigua felt a surge of joy within him. "Let us give a round of applause for our adorable and intelligent little flower boy," exclaimed the host excitedly. The guests erupted into thunderous applause. On stage, the bride, Wang Lifing, also clapped, yet felt a deep sense of grievance. The boy's last words seemed to serve as a warning or a satire directed at her, akin to an invisible slap delivered publicly, unnoticed by anyone else present. Once his son rushed into his arms, Chun Weigua promptly withdrew from the stage and the gazes of the crowd. Upon returning to his seat with his son, Manager Guan could not restrain his admiration, giving a thumbs up to the boy. "Xiao Haozi, you are remarkably astute. At such a tender age, you are capable of expressing such enlightening thoughts." Chun Weigua turned to his elderly mother, lamenting, "Mother, I told you not to let him watch so much television. Just look at what he has learned." His mother, exasperated, retorted, "He has been watching very little television lately. Besides, the cartoons I allow him to watch are beyond my comprehension. I cannot fathom where he picked up those idioms, so fluent and structured, even I cannot articulate them." "I think what your son said was quite commendable," Manager Guan interjected. "Manager Chun, your son is exceptionally bright. He must be nurtured well, for he is destined for great success." Chun Weigua scratched his head in helplessness. Logically, he should be pleased by his son's intelligence. However, the concern lay in his son's extraordinary cleverness, which set him apart from children of his own age. Indeed, even those 7 or 8 years old could not compare. "Little one, tell your sister, what did your last remark mean?" Manager Guan inquired. The boy looked at her, smiling, and replied, "Aunt Lifing, the tone. Do not set it too high." Manager Guan was astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "So you understand the meaning of these words? How impressive. I truly like you more and more." "I like you too, beautiful sister." Hearing his son say this, Chun Weigua nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. Chapter 41. Manager Guan's family background. In the dressing room adjacent to the banquet hall, Wang Lifing angrily tossed her wedding veil onto the sofa. Li Jiying approached her, questioning, "Wife, why are you so upset?" Wang Lifing glared at Li Jiying, indignation evident. "Isn't it obvious? I am furious at Chun Weigua's son. He clearly came to disrupt and provoke me. Why would you be angry with a child? Besides, how can one take a child's words seriously?" Li Jiying gently advised. "It is undoubtedly Chun Weigua who taught his son to say such things. Otherwise, how could such a small child utter such words? It is implausible, isn't it? It was only because your sister's son suddenly refused to be the flower boy that we invited Chun Weigua's son to assist. Where would Chun Weigua find the time to teach him such phrases? As you mentioned, how could such a young child possibly remember so many lines? He must have been speaking off the cuff. Does this even resemble nonsense? Well, Li Jiying, on the very first day of our marriage, you were siding with outsiders rather than me. No, how am I not on your side? It's just that there is no need to contend with a child who is not yet 2 years old. But the things he said were so hurtful. What does it mean that I am inferior to you in both appearance and character? Li Jiying, do you also believe this in your heart? Do you think that I, a person from the countryside, am unworthy of you? That is a misunderstanding. I certainly do not think that." Li Jiying, with a face filled with distress, replied that it is I who feels unworthy of you, as my family has accumulated virtue to find such a wonderful wife as you. It is not you who has climbed high to be with me. It is clearly you who has married down, making you feel wronged. Upon hearing Li Jiying's words, Wang Lifan felt somewhat reassured. "Dear, today is our wedding day. Let us be cheerful," she said. "We are about to toast, so hurry and change into your toasting attire." When the time for toasting arrived and they approached the table where Chun Weigua's family was seated, Wang Lifin's smile suddenly vanished. Chen Weiguo felt immensely embarrassed and thus took the initiative to pat Li Jing on the shoulder, saying, "Ping, Xiaowang. I sincerely apologize for the words my child spoke on stage just now. I should not have allowed that little rascal to watch so much television. All he learns are nonsensical phrases. It's all right, Weiguo. Children speak whimsically. It's quite amusing. Do remember to enjoy the food and drink." Li Jing replied with a smile, her face flushed, as if she had consumed a bit too much. Meanwhile, Wang Lifin, standing beside her, remained silent and turned to General Manager Guan, saying, "Thank you, General Manager Guan, for taking the time to attend my wedding amidst your busy schedule. It is my pleasure. Moreover, if you hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to see such a clever and adorable son of Manager Chen," General Manager Guan remarked. "Manager Chen?" Wang Lifin looked at Chen Weiguo in surprise. "Yes, my elder sister, my second brother, and I run a restaurant together. And he is the vice general manager of our establishment." Upon hearing General Manager Guan's words, disbelief washed over Wang Lifin's face as she sighed. "So that's how it is. I wondered how you could possibly know him." After the wedding concluded, the guests gradually departed. Li Jing and Wang Lifin stood at the entrance, personally handing out favors to each guest. As General Manager Guan approached in her high heels, Wang Lifin beamed. "General Manager Guan, thank you for your efforts." General Manager Guan flashed her signature smile, nodded, and accepted the gift from Wang Lifin, departing without uttering a word. Just as General Manager Guan left, Chen Weiguo's family arrived. Upon seeing them, the smiling Wang Lifin deliberately turned to her bridesmaid beside her and began to whisper, "Auntie, Weiguo, have you eaten enough?" As Li Jing handed a return gift to Chen Weiguo, she inquired, "Have you eaten?" The taste was quite delightful. "Once again, congratulations, Jing." The elderly matriarch chuckled. After receiving the gift, Chen Weiguo sincerely advised, "Li Jing, may you lead a fulfilling life from now on." "Understood." Upon exiting the banquet hall, Chen Weiguo noticed the couple, Zhang Aimin and his wife, seated on a sofa in the lobby, and inquired, "Zhang Aimin, would you like to return with us?" Zhang Aimin rose and replied, "We were initially waiting for Li Jing and her cousin to finish their tasks before taking their car home. However, if it's more convenient, we can accompany you. Taking the bus is also an option." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Lifing approached and said to Zhang Aimin, "Cousin, there's no need to take the bus. We have a car. Once we finish seeing off our guests, we can drive you home." "Never mind. You all must be tired today. There's no need to trouble yourselves," Zhang Aimin responded. "It's no trouble at all. How can we speak of such things as family?" Wang Lifing insisted, adding that they still had some dishes and cigarettes to offer them. Her words clearly indicated to Chen Weiguo that he was an outsider. With a cold smile, Chen Weiguo said to Zhang Aimin, "Then you may wait for them. We shall head back first." Zhang Aimin appeared quite uncomfortable. At that moment, a voice called out from the restaurant entrance, "Manager Chen." Chen Weiguo turned to see General Manager Guan waving at him. "Come, ride back with me. It's on the way," Guan suggested. General Manager Guan. "It's not on your way. I wouldn't want to trouble you," Chen Weiguo replied with a smile. Guan strode back, grinning, and said, "Actually, I just want to spend a little more time with your child. Please grant me this opportunity." Given Guan's insistence, Chen Weiguo found it hard to refuse. As he observed Chen Weiguo's family following General Manager Guan, Wang Lifing appeared displeased. "Cousin, who exactly is this General Manager Guan?" Zhang Aimin inquired. "She used to be the owner of my former clothing company. She became a business owner at such a young age," Zhang Aimin exclaimed. "What of it? Not only was she the owner of my previous company, but even the entire building of the clothing wholesale market belongs to her family. She has an older sister and brother. Her sister is an agent for a luxury car brand in our city, and her brother is involved in real estate development, each wealthier than the last," Wang Lifing explained. After leaving the restaurant and waiting by the roadside for a few minutes, Chen Weiguo's family climbed into General Manager Guan's car. "General Manager, why have you switched cars again today?" Chen Weiguo exclaimed in surprise. Guan smiled silently, then turned to the rearview mirror to ask Chen Weiguo's son, Xiaohaozi, "What toy do you like the most?" "A computer," the boy replied immediately. "A computer?" Guan responded with astonishment. "Is it one with a keyboard and mouse?" Before the boy could answer, Chen Weiguo quickly interjected, "General Manager, please don't take him seriously. He just saw someone using a computer on television and cried for me to buy him one, but he has no real understanding of what a computer is." Chen Weiguo hastily explained this, knowing that his son and General Manager Guan were two individuals, one who dared to ask, and the other who dared to give. Fortunately, Guan believed him, then asked, "Apart from computers, What other toys do you like? After a long moment of contemplation, the boy finally replied, Ultraman, I suppose. You like Ultraman too? Guan chuckled. Believe in the light forever. When his son uttered these words, the three adults in the car were left in a state of bewilderment, completely at a loss for their meaning. Chapter 42. A return gift according to one's status at the entrance of the community. Chen Weiguo and his family disembarked from Manager Guan's luxurious vehicle. Before departing, Manager Guan presented Chen Weiguo with a return gift from the earlier wedding. Waving goodbye, the family watched as Manager Guan's extravagant car disappeared from sight. Chen Weiguo, your boss seems quite remarkable, the elderly mother remarked suddenly. Chen Weiguo chuckled softly in response, Mother. That's rather obvious. He is young, handsome, and wealthy, so of course, he seems impressive. However, a girl like her should be quite proud, the mother added. With that, she turned and walked into the community. Upon returning home, when the son opened the two return gifts, the mother was astonished to discover that the gift sent to their family was different from that given to Manager Guan. The gift for them contained some wedding sweets and a bottle of fruit wine, while Manager Guan's was filled with exquisite stationery and a bottle of expensive liquor worth over 1,000 yuan. It was evident that the gift for Manager Guan was far more refined and valuable. After scrutinizing the gifts for a while, the mother quietly set both aside. And after a lengthy pause, she sighed heavily. Noticing his mother's despondent mood, Chen Weiguo comforted her. Mother, do not be upset. There is nothing to be angry about. I never expected that even return gifts would be dictated by social standing. It is truly disheartening. In today's society, the less money one has, the more one is looked down upon. Just look at Li Jiying's wife's obsequious demeanor before Manager Guan. She nearly licked his shoes, Chen Weiguo remarked disdainfully. This return gift is far too lavish. Remember to return it to Manager Guan tomorrow, the mother insisted. Chen Weiguo disagreed, explaining, Mother, it is merely our perception of its value. If I were to return it to Manager Guan, he would only think I am keeping tabs on him. The mother fell silent, instead embracing her son and retreating to their room to sleep, observing his mother's forlorn silhouette. Chen Weiguo felt compelled to take action in her defense, so he carried the return gift intended for Manager Guan to the entrance of the community to wait. When Li Jiying and Zhang Aimin returned by car, he stepped forward to intercept them, returning the gift to Wang Lifan. Chen Weiguo, is this not the return gift I gave to Manager Guan? How did it end up with you? Manager Guan didn't want it, so he gave it to me. But I felt it inappropriate to keep it since its contents are rather valuable. I thought it best to return it to you, Chen Weiguo clarified. Upon hearing this, Huang Lu, Zhang Aimin's spouse, questioned, Chen Weiguo, what do you mean by that? Are return gifts not all the same? In an instant, Wang Lifan's expression soured considerably. How would I know? Chen Weiguo replied before departing. Upon returning home, Li Jiying called to inform him that, aside from the return gift for Manager Guan, all others were indeed identical. After hanging up, Chen Weiguo let out a derisive laugh. This was the first time he realized that wealth was not always a blessing. By late October, an unexpected autumn rain brought a sudden drop in temperature overnight, ushering in a chilling ambience throughout Jining City, intensifying the essence of autumn. Since the last encounter with Chen Weiguo's son at Li Jiying's wedding, General Guan has inquired daily about the boy's well-being, prompting Chen Weiguo to jest that he should send his son to General Guan for upbringing. Each time, General Guan cheerfully agrees, exclaiming, that sounds splendid. Despite the drop in temperature, the business at the Tianyuan Star restaurant continues to flourish. Observing the steady and profitable operations of the restaurant, General Guan has now initiated plans for a second branch. He has embarked on this expansion personally, while entrusting the management of the current establishment to Chen Weiguo, effectively making him the restaurant's true leader. With several months of experience and learning under his belt, Chen Weiguo is more than capable and adept in his role. To acknowledge his competence and value, General Guan and his associates unanimously decided to raise his base salary from 3,000 to 4,200 yuan, with the year-end bonus increasing from an initially agreed 3% to 6%. Such remuneration places him among the higher earners in the entire Jining City, filling him with immense satisfaction. He had never anticipated that after 2 years of grappling with unemployment and job hunting, he would suddenly find himself at a career pinnacle. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after completing the lunch service as usual, Chen Weiguo retreated to General Guan's office for a brief respite. The office key had been entrusted to him by General Guan, allowing him to recline on the sofa for a quick nap whenever the general was away. No sooner had he settled down than his phone rang. Hello, who is this? Director Chen, it's me, Zhang Dahai. A familiar voice resonated through the receiver, instantly rousing Chen Weiguo's attention. The last time he met Jiang Dahai, he had shared some inside information regarding demolition projects, hinting at lucrative prospects for them both. After months of waiting, the call had finally come. Director Jiang, I thought you had forgotten your old friend. How could I? It's just that there were no properties available until now. However, I have found one. It's a ground-level storefront at the entrance of the 301 community, which will be rented out for business, hence the price is a bit steep, Jiang Dahai explained. How much? A total of 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan. Chen Weiguo exclaimed in astonishment. When was that property built? When it was built is not as crucial as its street-facing location, if demolition occurs. The compensation will likely be higher, though it ultimately depends on the appraisal. What do you think? If it aligns with my vision, then it's definitely a go. Even if the compensation doesn't equate to the storefront value, you still stand to profit, wouldn't you agree? Chen Weiguo found himself in a quandary. He calculated that with his savings, including the balance in his elderly mother's account, he could muster the 50,000 yuan. However, whether the property was worth that sum remained a pressing concern. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, declaring aloud, as long as it is profitable, I am in. Let us proceed with the purchase. Great. Transfer the funds to me, and I will handle the remaining paperwork. But we must agree beforehand that when the time comes for demolition, I will require 20% of the proceeds. 20% is acceptable. But that should be after deducting the initial 50,000 cost. That won't work. 20% amounts to very little. It is quite a sum, akin to earning a hefty fee for running errands. In this world, such exorbitant fees for errands are rare. Ultimately, after much haggling between the two, they settled on a commission of 30%. Furthermore, Jiang Dahai assured Chen Weiguo that should the demolition extend beyond a year, he would forego any further fees for his assistance. After concluding the phone call, Chen Weiguo hurriedly took a taxi home, retrieved his savings book, and promptly rushed to the bank. Upon transferring 50,000 yuan to Jiang Dahai, he swiftly returned to his duties at the restaurant. When Jiang Dahai later informed him via text that he had paid the seller a deposit and signed the agreement, a smile broke across Chen Weiguo's face as he eagerly anticipated the impending demolition next year. Upon returning home after work that evening, Chen Weiguo was greeted by his mother, who inquired, Chen Weiguo, have you taken my savings book? He nodded, replying, yes, I used the money to purchase an old house. Oh, mother, what is it? Do you need money? She asked. The old Sheng family in Building 11 is selling their house. Chapter 43. My mother purchased a house behind my back. Are you interested in buying the Sheng family's house? Chen Weiguo questioned. Did you not tell me that our community is soon to be requisitioned? I asked you to keep an ear out for any houses for sale, his mother explained. Chen Weiguo's eyes momentarily flickered as he smiled and replied, indeed, I almost forgot. I've been so busy with work lately. Wait a moment. Did you not just say you used my money to buy an old house? How could you forget? Were you not purchasing a house in our community? His mother's skepticism made Chen Weiguo uneasy. He was reluctant to disclose that their community would not be requisitioned, especially since he had acquired 3 old houses in the area this year. If the demolition did not occur, his mother would surely scold him mercilessly. After a brief pause, he responded, Mother, I bought a house in Community 301. Will they be demolishing Community 301 as well? Of course, our area will certainly be requisitioned. Community 301 is adjacent to ours, so it will undoubtedly face demolition too. It has been around for quite some time. It is indeed time for it to be torn down. After conversing with his mother, Chen Weiguo retreated to his room. Once he lay down, he exhaled deeply. Thankfully, he had encountered Jiang Dahai a few months ago while handling the property transfer. Otherwise, he would have been trapped in purchasing the Sheng family's house, adding another property burden to his shoulders. After lying there for a while, his phone rang. Upon seeing that the call was from Manager Guan, his expression instantly turned serious. Hello, Manager Guan. How was business at the restaurant today? Following nearly 20 minutes of discussion, their conversation came to a close. Ever since the decision to open a second branch was made, Chen Weiguo had been reporting the daily operational status of the restaurant to Manager Guan each evening upon returning home. Sometimes, Manager Guan would update him on the progress of the second branch, share grievances, or even chat about Chen Weiguo's son, engaging in friendly banter. That morning, at just 8 o'clock, his son unexpectedly entered Chen Weiguo's room, waking him from his slumber. Typically, Chen Weiguo would not rise until around 9:30. With great difficulty, Chen Weiguo opened his eyes and, still in a daze, gazed at his son, who had just shaved his head. He gently patted his son's head and inquired, My dear son, what troubles you? Dad, I really like the house at Grandpa Sheng's, the boy replied. Sighing in resignation, Chen Weiguo rubbed his face and lamented, "Son, could you possibly find something else to admire? Desiring something as expensive as a house should be avoided." Angrily widening his eyes, the boy tugged at the blanket and exclaimed, "Dad, buy, but we cannot purchase it." Chen Weiguo responded, "Son, I mistakenly believed your words when I thought our area was slated for demolition, which is why I acquired so many properties. Little did I know that I would later learn there are no plans for demolition here." The boy huffed dismissively and retorted, "If you disregard a child's words, you will surely suffer the consequences. Rest assured, my son, your father will not be at a loss. I have already purchased an old apartment in Community 301, which will soon be demolished," Chen Weiguo declared proudly, seeing the triumphant expression on his father's face. The boy shook his head and muttered, "What a pitiful situation," before turning to leave. "Hey, you little rascal, do you no longer recognize your father?" With that, Chen Weiguo leapt from the bed and scooped his son up from the floor, playfully giving his backside a couple of light pats. Disregarding a child's words is truly unacceptable. He chuckled. "Good lad, you even adapt famous quotes now." By early November, Jiang Dehai had completed the transfer procedures for the apartment in Community 301 on Chen Weiguo's behalf. Anticipating that demolition would not occur until approximately this time next year, Jiang Dehai temporarily opened a game room in the apartment, promising to share the profits with Chen Weiguo. Furthermore, when the demolition compensation for the small shop left by his late father was finally received, Chen Weiguo handed the entire sum over to his mother. To his dismay, just after receiving the money, his mother immediately spent over 30,000 to purchase the old Sheng family's house. He learned of this news from Zhang Aimin. Including the old Sheng family's property, his family had acquired several apartments since the beginning of the year, and rumors were swirling throughout the community about their supposed insider information. Zhang Aimin approached him regarding this matter, advising him not to buy any more properties in the neighborhood. Zhang Aimin had heard from an unknown source that Community 301 was to be expropriated, prompting him to suggest that if Chen Weiguo were to buy, he should consider properties in that area instead. Upon discovering that his mother had purchased the old Sheng family's house, Chen Weiguo hurried home from the restaurant to confirm this with her. "Mother, didn't you say we were going to be relocated, which is why I made those purchases?" he questioned. "That's right, Chen Weiguo. I bought it because you said so," his mother explained. "But, Mom, we have already purchased 3 properties. What harm is there in acquiring one more?" Chen Weiguo stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he felt compelled to reveal the truth. "Mom, I can no longer conceal this from you. The insider information was mistaken. Our community will not be demolished. It is the adjacent Community 301 that is set for demolition." Ah, his mother's complexion changed abruptly, and she trembled in fear. "Chen Weiguo, didn't you say our area would be demolished? Why is it only the 301 community?" Upon seeing his elderly mother clutching her chest, Chen Weiguo hurriedly stepped forward to support her. "Mom, please don't be too agitated. Even if we aren't being expropriated, purchasing the property to rent it out is still a viable option. Within 10 years, we could recoup our investment. Who knows? Perhaps our community will be slated for demolition in the future as well." His mother, visibly upset, shook her head and raised her hand as if to strike Chen Weiguo, but ultimately restrained herself. "Chen Weiguo, you truly infuriate me. If that is the case, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Just as Chen Weiguo was about to respond, his son suddenly interjected, "Dad, doesn't he understand? He is talking nonsense." "Grandma's right." Chen Weiguo shot his son a glare and then turned to his mother to explain. "Mom, I was merely trying to spare you from distress, much like what you're feeling now. You unreliable fellow, over 30 years old and still so irresponsible. Your child is far more sensible than you." Ignoring his son's words, she lamented that her husband was no better. The son continued to fan the flames from the sidelines. Chen Weiguo wore a pained expression. Both his elderly mother and young son were his kin, and he couldn't afford to offend either. After finally calming his mother's emotions, Chen Weiguo prepared to return to the restaurant. Before stepping out, he pulled his son close and admonished, "Son, I'm off to work. You must help take care of Grandma and avoid upsetting her. Understood? Only Dad knows how to make her angry." The son countered. Chen Weiguo bitterly twisted his mouth, pondering why his son couldn't shoulder some of the blame for him. "You wanted a computer, right? I plan to buy one for you as a birthday gift next month," Chen Weiguo declared. In truth, his decision to purchase the computer stemmed from General Guan's suggestion that many activities could be conducted online, such as playing games, listening to music, watching dramas, shopping, and socializing. The future undoubtedly belonged to the internet era. Having nearly been left behind by the times before, he resolved to avoid such a fate again. Hearing that a computer was on the way, his son was elated. But you must listen to Dad, otherwise you'll only have a toy car, Chen Weiguo added. Chapter 44. A heavy blow from the computer company. On the shoe rack at the entrance of Chen Weiguo's home hung a calendar. Each day before leaving for work, he would tear off a page to update the date. However, ever since he informed his son about gifting him a computer for his birthday, his son had made it a daily ritual to ask his grandmother to lift him so he could tear off the old calendar page. Each time Chen Weiguo instinctively reached for the calendar, he was surprised to find the previous page already removed. It was as if his son silently reminded him of the impending birthday. As the weather grew colder, the date on the calendar finally turned to December 18th. His son's birthday. For Chen Weiguo, this day was bittersweet, joyful for his son's birth, yet sorrowful for the loss of his wife. To celebrate his son's birthday, Chen Weiguo specifically chose to take a day off. Early in the morning, Chen Weiguo prepared some eggs, wrapping several of them in red paper, transforming them into vibrant red eggs. When his son awoke, he personally handed one of the red eggs to him, wishing him a happy birthday and a prosperous life. After receiving the egg, his son inquired, "Dad, where is my gift?" His son, now quite articulate, no longer spoke in the fragmented manner he once did. Chen Weiguo reached out and playfully pinched his son's cheek, assuring him, "Don't worry, Dad has already purchased it. The delivery from the computer company will arrive shortly to set it up." "What about the broadband?" his son asked. "Once the computer is installed, I will call someone to set up the broadband," Chen Weiguo replied. The mention of broadband filled him with shame. It was only because his son had urged him to activate the broadband service 2 weeks prior that he realized simply buying a computer was insufficient. One must also arrange for broadband to connect to the so-called internet. Moreover, the cost of broadband was not trivial, amounting to over 1,000 yuan annually. Including the cost of the computer, the total reached 8,000 yuan, equivalent to 2 months of his salary. Around 10 o'clock, the technicians from the computer company arrived. During the installation, upon learning that Chen Weiguo had scarcely used a computer before, one of the technicians took the time to teach him some basic operations and knowledge. However, before long, Chen Weiguo's son impatiently interjected, "Uncle, you don't need to explain. I already know all this." The technician looked at Chen Weiguo's son and chuckled dismissively, saying, "Really? Little one, you think you're that skilled?" "It's just average. I can chat and watch shows without any issue," his son replied. "Young man, I doubt you even know how to use a mouse." The young technician sneered as he assembled the main unit. The son approached him and picked up the mouse still in its packaging from the floor. "How much is this mouse?" he asked. "Over 100 when you include the keyboard," came the response. "A scroll mouse costs so much?" The son tossed the mouse onto the ground and turned to Chen Weiguo, saying, "Dad, they must have scammed you." Hearing this, the expressions of the two technicians soured. Chen Weiguo's eyes widened in confusion as he asked, "What do you mean, son? What is a scroll mouse?" "Young man, please don't speak out of turn. This mouse and keyboard are brand name products, and this price is already quite reasonable." The older technician interjected, "Brand name? What doesn't have a brand?" After challenging the technician, the son turned to Chen Weiguo and explained, "Dad, this scroll mouse is outdated, and they are still supplying you with such an item at this price. If that isn't a scam, what is?" "Ah." Chen Weiguo gasped in surprise and then looked at the older technician. "Sir, although I know nothing about this, please do not deceive me. Just tell me, is what my son said true?" The technician, with a stern expression, remained noncommittal. Observing Chen Weiguo's growing discomfort, the technician quickly suggested, "Boss, how about this? I shall promptly contact the company to request the latest model of the optical mouse, which is priced at over 200 yuan. Just as Chen Weiguo was about to agree, his son interjected, "No. Why not, son?" Chen Weiguo inquired. "A standard optical mouse only costs a few dozen yuan. It can't be as expensive as he claims. That would require a speaker as well." "Ah, a speaker? That is implausible. Even the cheapest would cost over 100. The installer immediately rejected this notion. The son did not argue with the installer, but instead asked Chen Weiguo, "Father, have you paid them the installation system fee?" "What fee?" Chen Weiguo's brow furrowed, completely perplexed by his son's words. "The installation system fee." Chen Weiguo glanced at the installer beside him, raising an eyebrow in displeasure. The installer nodded, stating, "We have given you a 30% discount on the installation fee, which amounts to just over 200 yuan. The original price exceeds 900. As he spoke, the installer handed Chen Weiguo a price list. Upon careful examination, Chen Weiguo discovered that there was indeed a charge for the system installation, which was only a little over 200. "This is acceptable, isn't it?" The installer inquired. Chinwagwa nodded in agreement. There is a problem. His son interjected once more. Chinwagwa was startled, shifting his gaze to his son. What issue could there be? The two installers exchanged glances, wishing they could silence Chinwagwa's son. Father, does it state that it is an authentic system? The son asked. It mentions official authentic system, Chinwagwa replied, examining the price list. If it is not an authentic installation, wouldn't that be deceitful? Upon hearing this, Chinwagwa turned to the installer, demanding, It is authentic, correct? The installer twisted his mouth in a grimace before patting Chinwagwa's shoulder, saying, Boss, honestly, there is little difference between authentic and pirated versions. A pirated disc only costs a few dozen yuan. The son immediately retorted. Chinwagwa's eyes widened in shock. Installer, what is the meaning of this? Are you taking advantage of my ignorance of computers to charge arbitrary fees? The installer's face turned pale with embarrassment, and he lamented, Boss, please do not be angry. There is truly little difference between the authentic and pirated versions. How about this? We will gift you a speaker. Chinwagwa glanced at his son and, seeing no objections from him, finally acquiesced. After wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the installer exited the room with his phone in hand. At that moment, the son approached Chinwagwa and said, Father, please recount all the charges to me. Chinwagwa, astonished, nodded. He had not anticipated that his 2-year-old son would possess such understanding. The young installer, busy setting up the host, felt anxious, pondering whether this child truly was only 2 years old. A few minutes later, the older installer returned to the room. Boss, I apologize. I just called our supervisor. And he stated we cannot provide you with the speaker because, do not say another word. The young installer interrupted him. The older installer looked at Chinwagwa, realizing he was trembling with anger. Chapter 45. As long as one has hands upon noticing the unusual expression on Chinwagwa's face. The elder master exchanged a significant glance with the younger master. The latter shook his head incessantly, his demeanor grave. Suddenly, Chinwagwa approached the elder master, presenting the bill with an accusatory air. You, old fellow, explain to me the rationale behind these charges. The term old fellow carries a derogatory connotation in the dialect of central and southern China, causing the elder master to feel a pang of apprehension at the utterance of those words. Boss, let us discuss this amicably. There is no need for such harsh language. He replied, After you've made a mess of things, you still have the audacity to blame my choice of words? You're taking advantage of my ignorance of computers. Aren't you? Chinwagwa retorted, his usual geniality replaced by indignation. Where's the exploitation? These are merely preferential prices for you, the elder master countered. Setting aside the matter of the scroll mouse, let me first inquire about the 200 yuan software installation fee. How's that justified? The elder master hesitated, his gaze flickering as he explained, We assisted you in installing various applications for chatting, listening to music, watching dramas, along with office and antivirus software. Without these, your computer would be virtually unusable. Those applications are unnecessary. The pirated system already includes them, the son interjected. Moreover, the charged software is also pirated and should incur no cost. The elder master, growing increasingly exasperated, shot a glance at Chinwagwa's son and exclaimed, But we took the initiative to pre-install these programs. Who asked you to pre-install them? Installing software is a simple task. One only needs hands to do it. The son rebutted. Rendered speechless, the elder master could only take a breath. Chinwagwa nodded in agreement, glancing at his own hands, realizing that while he had them, they seemed insufficient. With a questioning tone, he continued, So, you have no more arguments, do you? Now, what about the 200 yuan installation fee for the main unit? Boss, I am currently in the process of installing the main unit for you. As you can see, it is rather complex, the younger master quickly interjected. Complex? It's merely attaching the hard drive, memory, and processor to the motherboard. Essentially, it's a task anyone can accomplish with hands, the son replied once more. The younger master, visibly displeased, stood up and stated, Then why don't you do it yourselves? We won't charge you. However, I must warn you, if anything gets damaged, we won't be responsible, nor will we provide after-sales service. Very well, the son eagerly agreed. At that moment, Chinwagwa swiftly approached his son, lifting him in his arms and whispering gently in his ear, Darling, be good and refrain from making such statements. This is beyond your father's expertise. Dad, it's really quite simple. The son insisted, tugging at his collar with excitement. Chinwagwa hesitated. His son was merely 2 years old and had never encountered a computer before. How could he possess such knowledge? The pressing question lingered. Did the child truly understand how to assemble a computer, or was he merely speaking fancifully? At worst, I could hire someone to do it outside for just a few dozen yuan, the son added. Upon hearing those words, Chen Weigua felt a surge of confidence within him. He addressed the two technicians, stating, "If you insist on self-installation, then so be it. Should any issues arise from our own negligence, we shall accept responsibility, however. If the problem lies within the product itself, you must honor your warranty." With a knowing smile, Chen Weigua, well-versed in the service industry, understood the pitfalls that often beset such enterprises, and thus, he harbored no fear of the computer company denying warranty claims. Continuing the discussion, he inquired about the charges for the installation and debugging of external devices. He pointed to the invoice, asking, "What are these fees for?" The elder technician explained, "Once the main unit is assembled, we need to connect the mouse, keyboard, camera, and headset, install drivers, and perform debugging to ensure everything functions correctly." Before he could finish, the technician's gaze shifted towards Chen Weigua's son, unsure how the young man would counter his claims. "This is outrageous. Are you running a black market operation? Your practices are utterly unacceptable." Without hesitation, Chen Weigua's son launched a counterattack. "Those items simply plug in. It's as easy as having a meal. The drivers are inherently included within the system. If installation is necessary, it should be encompassed within the system setup fee," he asserted. Although Chen Weigua did not entirely grasp his son's argument, he nodded in agreement. "Can we not just install it ourselves and waive this charge?" the younger technician retorted, visibly losing his patience. "Self-installation is fine. It won't break," the son replied confidently. Subsequently, Chen Weigua identified several unreasonable charges, to which both technicians provided various seemingly rational justifications. Yet they were ultimately left speechless by the son's rebuttals. When accounting for the mouse and system installation fees, the total unreasonable charges approached nearly 1,000 yuan. Having calculated this sum, Chen Weigua grew weary of further discussion with the two technicians and promptly called the owner of the computer company. He employed a strategy of aggression followed by diplomacy, first berating the owner, then presenting his resolution. Upon hearing that Chen Weigua demanded a refund along with a complimentary speaker and game disc, the owner firmly refused, stating he would neither refund the money nor provide the items, insisting that the matter could remain unresolved. However, unbeknownst to the owner, shortly after hanging up, he received calls from local television reporters, radio stations, and print media inquiring about a man named Chin who had recently purchased a computer from his company. After fielding these inquiries, the owner promptly returned Chen Weigua's call, now willing to refund the purchase price in full. Chen Weigua, however, did not acquiesce so easily. He insisted on receiving 1,000 yuan back along with a superior speaker. Ultimately, after friendly negotiations, the owner capitulated and agreed to Chen Weigua's demands. As a result of Chen Weigua opting out of the installation fee, the two technicians did not assist in setting up the main unit. Unexpectedly, Chen Weigua, under the guidance of his son, swiftly assembled a computer, connecting all external devices and installing the system. When the system's interface illuminated the screen, the two technicians stood in astonishment. Chen Weigua clapped his hands and remarked to the technicians, "My child was right. It is indeed simple. Devoid of any technical complexity, one merely needs hands." The technicians were left speechless, their expressions grim. "And yet you wish to charge me nearly 1,000 yuan. Your company is truly unscrupulous," Chen Weigua added. The technicians, overwhelmed with shame, departed in silence. Having previously earned a living effortlessly, they felt as though their knees had nearly been broken this time. Chapter 46. The sound of waves remains after the technicians left. Chen Weigua called the broadband installer from the telecommunications company. Half a month prior, the technician had already set up the broadband connection, and now he simply followed the instructions over the phone to establish a dial-up internet connection. Upon successfully connecting to the internet, and under his son's guidance, Chen Weigua proceeded to install various software for chatting, listening to music, and watching dramas. At that moment, his elderly mother returned from grocery shopping and, upon seeing Chen Weigua and his son engrossed in the computer screen, sighed in exasperation. Just days earlier, when she had heard that Chen Weigua intended to spend 7,000 or 8,000 yuan on a computer, she had opposed it vehemently. Firstly, the computer was exorbitantly priced, and she wished for Chen Weigua to save the money for future needs. Secondly, she was concerned about her grandson watching the screen so closely at such a tender age, fearing it would harm his eyesight. However, upon hearing how her son had exposed the computer company's exorbitant charges, saving the family 1,000 yuan, she felt greatly relieved. Fearing to alarm his mother, Chen Weiguo refrained from mentioning that it was his son who taught him how to assemble the computer, connect peripherals, and download software. He could hardly believe that his son, who had just turned 2, possessed such knowledge. To describe him as a prodigious genius would be an understatement. He did not inquire how his son became so familiar with computers, knowing that asking would yield no useful answers, as the child had learned from television. At noon, after lunch, the family gathered before the computer to watch a drama, concerned about the proximity to the screen potentially harming her grandson's eyesight. His mother specially held him on the bed, approximately 2 meters away from the computer, within less than an hour. Both Chen Weiguo and his mother experienced the convenience of watching dramas online. First, there were no advertisements interrupting the viewing. Second, they could binge-watch several episodes in succession, unlike before when they had to sit through only 2 episodes each night. And third, most importantly, they could easily find any previously watched or missed episodes online. Consequently, the family spent the entire afternoon engrossed in a recently popular drama, The Family of Gold Dust. As the sunset cast its warm glow through the window, his mother, contemplating dinner, handed the child over to Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo, pause for now. We can continue watching together later. As she exited the room, she did not forget to remind him. Understood. Chen Weiguo smiled, estimating that if he were to ask his mother once more, she would undoubtedly no longer oppose his desire to purchase a computer. Dad, you should register for one, his son suddenly remarked. Chen Weiguo nodded, somewhat bewildered. He understood that it was a popular chat application, yet he was uncertain about the registration process. He opened the browser, entered the official website, and clicked to register for an account. Subsequently, under his son's meticulous guidance, Chen Weiguo completed the registration and successfully logged in. Regrettably, he possessed only a 9-digit number. Had it been a few years earlier, he could have applied for a 6 or 7-digit number, his son noted. What is the difference between a 9-digit and a 6-digit number? Chen Weiguo inquired, somewhat perplexed. His son did not respond, but instead instructed him to search for Kugu Music on the search engine. As the search results appeared, his son murmured, Kugu Music wasn't around at that time. Dad, search for Chanqianjing, he added. Following his son's guidance, Chen Weiguo installed Chanqianjing. Upon opening the music software, he was astonished to discover that he could find any song within the application, even those from the late 20th century. Dad, play a song you like, his son encouraged. Chen Weiguo nodded and typed in Taoxing Yi Jiu As the familiar prelude began to play, he felt as though he had been transported back to his 20s. At that time, he had already been working at the factory for several years and had received his first apartment, finally able to live independently from his parents. Not long after, he would meet his future wife and embark on a sweet yet challenging journey together. Now, all those memories seemed to dwell within this song. Hearing it again stirred feelings within him as profound as the title suggested. During dinner, to celebrate his son's birthday, Chen Weiguo had invited the Zhong family and the Li couple. However, due to business commitments, the Li's could not attend and sent a set of winter children's clothing with Huang Lu, Zhong's spouse. Typically frugal, Huang Lu contributed a set of Lego toys. Although she harbored little affection for Chen Weiguo, she had always been fond of his son. As his son unwrapped the gifts, his face lit up with joy. Yet Chen Weiguo, knowing his son well, sensed that he was not genuinely fond of either present. As Guan noted, his son possessed a high emotional intelligence. Chen Weiguo pondered whether this was a matter worth celebrating. His son, though clever, seemed to lack the innocence and ignorance typical of childhood. The most carefree moments in life often coincide with the greatest naivety. And Chen Weiguo merely hoped that his son's worries would arrive as late as possible, just as everyone was nearing the end of their meal. Chen Weiguo's phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Guan calling, he promptly set down his chopsticks to answer. Hello, Guan, he said. Chen Weiguo, I'm at the entrance of your community. Please come down, Guan instructed over the phone. Oh, Guan, what is the matter? Isn't today your birthday? I brought him a birthday gift, Guan explained. Guan, you're being too kind. I feel quite embarrassed, Chen Weiguo replied. All right. Stop talking on the phone and come down quickly. After hanging up, Chen Weiguo immediately picked up his son and explained to everyone, You all eat first. Our boss has come to bring a gift for my child. I'll take him downstairs for a moment. Off we go. Once Chen Weiguo exited with his son in his arms, Huang Le turned to his mother and inquired, Manager Guan, is she the beautiful CEO who sat next to you at Li Jiying's wedding last time? Indeed. She is quite lovely. Despite her privileged background, she carries herself with humility. I've heard her family is exceptionally wealthy. A few minutes later, Chun Weigua arrived at the entrance of the community with his son. Manager Guan quickly hopped out of her car, rushing towards them with gifts in hand. Xiaohaozi, happy birthday. This is a gift from your sister. She bent down to present the gift to his son. Upon seeing the Nintendo handheld gaming console, the boy's eyes lit up with delight, and he exclaimed heartfelt, "Thank you, sister." After sharing a smile, Manager Guan prepared to leave. Manager Guan, have you eaten? Chun Weigua asked. Yes, I have. There were some issues with the renovations at the branch, and I need to address them. Just as she turned to leave, his son stepped forward and tugged at her clothing. Sister, I would like to invite you to have some of my birthday cake, if that's all right. Manager Guan turned back, captivated by the earnestness in the boy's pleading eyes, and her smile blossomed. She agreed to his invitation. Seeing Manager Guan take his son's hand and head into the community, Chun Weigua scratched his head awkwardly. His own pride paled in comparison to that of his son. Chapter 47. The son's birthday wish. Before long, Manager Guan, guided by Chun Weigua's son, arrived at the Chin household. Upon seeing her enter, Chun Weigua's mother immediately stood up from the dining table to greet her. Oh, dear, you've come. Have you eaten? She asked eagerly as she approached Manager Guan. Manager Guan smiled politely at her and replied, Hello, Andy. It's been a while. At that moment, the boy found a pair of fluffy slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them in front of Manager Guan, saying, Sister, wear these. Oh, Xiaohaozi. You're so thoughtful, Manager Guan exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. Chun Weigua, standing outside the door, couldn't help but chuckle. His son had never offered him slippers in such a manner. Mom, Manager Guan hasn't eaten yet. Could you please stir-fry a couple more dishes in the kitchen? Chun Weigua suggested to his mother. As Manager Guan was changing her shoes, she quickly waved her hand and said, Auntie, please don't go to any trouble. Nonsense, it's no trouble at all. Please don't be so formal with us, his mother replied before hastily heading to the kitchen. Once Manager Guan entered the house and made her way to the kitchen, Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu stood up, smiling as they greeted her. Let me introduce you. These two are my neighbors and friends. We've known each other for over a decade. This is the owner of our restaurant, Manager Guan, Chun Weigua introduced. Hello. Nice to meet you. Please, have a seat. With everyone's warm hospitality, Manager Guan settled down. Chun Weigua glanced at his son, who was sitting on the sofa eagerly unwrapping the gift from Manager Guan. It was clear that his son genuinely cherished the handheld gaming console, which explained his eagerness to open it. At this moment, the elderly mother approached with a set of hastily arranged utensils, placing them before Mr. Guan. Dear, please wait a moment. I'll prepare 2 dishes right away. Auntie, there are still so many dishes left that we won't be able to finish. There's no need to cook more. Mr. Guan attempted to persuade the elderly woman. She chuckled and replied, We've nearly consumed everything. It's all Chun Weigua's fault for not calling you here sooner, leaving you to eat leftovers. Auntie, it's truly all right. The daughter interjected. Sister, my grandmother is an excellent cook, just like Aunt Huang. She is renowned as a culinary genius in our community. The son suddenly remarked, already gripping his handheld gaming console in his hands. Hey, you little rascal, you can talk now. Surely you haven't forgotten to praise your Aunt Huang along with your grandmother. Chun Weigua said. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Huang Lu, who was beaming with joy. Manager Guan, it's only been 2 months since we last met. And your son speaks more fluently now, just like an adult? Mr. Guan exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, the elderly mother brought out 3 new dishes, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots with cured meat, braised lamb with celery, and taro with baby bok choy, all her signature dishes. As everyone enjoyed their meal, they praised the elderly woman's culinary skills. After dinner, while the elderly mother cleared the table, Huang Lu offered to help. Mr. Guan wished to join, but was politely declined by the 2 industrious women. Observing Zhong Aimin and her daughter assisting his son with the handheld console, Chun Weigua led Mr. Guan to the computer he had just purchased that day. Naturally, Chun Weigua seized the opportunity to recount the astonishing tale of how his son had reclaimed 1,000 yuan from a swindler. Upon hearing this, Mr. Guan expressed disbelief, even questioning whether Chun Weigua was pulling her leg. Yet, seeing Chun Weigua's son already engrossed in the handheld device she had gifted him, she felt he could not possibly be deceiving her. After checking her email on Chun Weigua's computer, Mr. Guan opened it, and they exchanged friend requests. Noticing that Chun Weigua was not very familiar with the computer, she offered to teach him some basic operations, but upon hearing that his son had already instructed him, she couldn't help but glance at Chun Weigua's son on the sofa. At that moment, Chun Weigua's son was teaching Zhong Aimin's daughter how to play a game. An unbelievable sight. Manager Chun, you must nurture your son well. Mr. Guan advised Chen Weigua. By 8 o'clock in the evening, it was finally time to cut the cake. After lighting the candles, Chen Weigua turned off the lights, and a group began to sing happy birthday for his son. After the song concluded, without needing a prompt, his son closed his eyes and earnestly made a wish before the cake. Upon opening his eyes, he blew out all the candles in one breath, prompting Chen Weigua to turn the lights back on. "Dad, do you know what I wished for?" his son asked Chen Weigua. Chen Weigua shook his head in astonishment. "Little Housie, what was your wish?" Zhang Aimin's partner inquired with a smile. "I made 3 identical wishes. That way, the chances of them coming true are higher." Hearing this, Mr. Guan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Such wisdom was hardly the sort one would expect from a 2-year-old child. "What exactly is your wish?" inquired the old mother. "I hope to become a second-generation wealthy individual in the future." Upon hearing this, Chen Weigua chuckled, feeling somewhat helpless. No wonder his son had posed such a question. It was evidently a trap he had set for himself. "Father, you must strive diligently. Whether I become a second-generation wealthy individual depends on you." As soon as these words escaped his lips, laughter erupted among the crowd. Chen Weigua waved his hand and remarked, "Relying on others is not as reliable as relying on oneself." After finishing the cake, General Guan prepared to leave, and Chen Weigua personally escorted her to the entrance of the community. Once they stepped outside, Huang Le suddenly remarked with a hint of significance, "If Wang Lifan knew that General Guan came today, she would surely regret not coming." The old mother glanced at Huang Lu and exchanged a knowing smile. "Huang Lu, we cannot finish this cake. Please take half back with you so that the children can have it for breakfast tomorrow." Huang Lu accepted without hesitation. The night grew deep. Both the son and the old mother had fallen asleep, while the bedside lamp in Chen Weigua's room remained illuminated. His computer was still on, playing the song The Sound of Waves on repeat. He sat at his desk, holding a photograph. In the picture were he and his wife, her head resting on his shoulder, smiling shyly. Today marked his son's birthday, as well as the anniversary of his wife's passing. It seemed that everyone, except for him, had forgotten her. "Our baby is 2 years old today. He is not only obedient and sensible but also exceptionally intelligent. Everyone adores him. And if you could see how clever and lovely he is, you would surely adore him even more." Chen Weigua spoke to the photograph. He reassured himself that as long as he remembered her, she would continue to live on. "A few days ago, I received a letter from your parents, stating that your brother is getting married and asking to borrow some money from me. The very next day, I went to the bank and transferred them 20,000 yuan. Later, when I called them, I told them that the 20,000 need not be repaid." Can you guess their response? "They said that 20,000 was insufficient and inquired if I could lend them a bit more. I hung up the phone immediately when you left. They were even unwilling to see you off for the last time. Since your son was born, they have not even come to see him once." As he spoke, Chen Weigua's anger intensified. "If you were still here, they would certainly be pestering you daily. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you?" As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. This time of year was always so sorrowful. Chapter 48. Happy New Year 2004. As Chen Weigua tore off the last page of the calendar, 2003 came to a close. Throughout the year, he, much like society as a whole, had endured a challenging and sluggish period, followed by a small resurgence. Just like the previous year, on the last day of 2003, Li Jiying once again invited Chen Weigua and Zhang Aimin to dinner. However, the venue had shifted from a small restaurant near the community to one of the finest establishments in Jining City. It was evident that Li Jiying had made a substantial profit this year. He had recently wed, enjoying a bountiful harvest in both love and career. Although Zhang Aimin was reluctant to admit it, the disparity between him and Li Jiying was increasingly pronounced. In Chen Weigua's eyes, although Li Jiying has become wealthy, he still retains that foolish demeanor from before. Were it not for marrying a capable and astute wife, he would not have achieved such success. Once seated, Li Jiying presented each of them with a cigarette. Upon glancing at the 2 cigarettes in his hand, Chen Weigua was taken aback. "Each one must be worth at least 1,000 yuan. He jested. "Li, this is rather too generous, isn't it?" "Enough of your sarcasm, Chen Weigua," Li Jiying retorted hastily. "Jiying, you now run a company with several clothing brands under your belt. It is only fitting to address you as Mr. Li. There's nothing sarcastic about it. We, too, yearn to be called boss," Zhang Aimin chimed in, teasing Li Jiying. "If you two keep this up, I might just take the cigarettes back when the bill comes. To think you could reclaim them after they've landed in our hands, dream on." At that moment, Li Jiying poured some liquor into the cups of Chen Weigua and Zhang Aimin, saying, "Let us take it easy. We have more entertainment planned for later. Where are you taking us for a foot massage?" Does your wife know? Zhong Aimin inquired immediately. Enough with the foot massage talk. We're going to sing. Just the three of us? Seeing Zhong Aimin's eager expression, Li Jiying glanced around before crumpling a napkin and tossing it at Zhong Aimin. Zhong Aimin. You lecherous old man. Who else would you want to sing with? Disappointed, Zhong Aimin muttered that it was uninteresting. Subsequently, the trio enjoyed their meal while discussing topics that ranged from work to life. Eventually, they discovered that life, aside from its troubles, is still filled with troubles. Indeed, every family has its own burdens to bear. Despite the fact that Li Jiying's business was flourishing, the accompanying pressure had also intensified. In the past, to secure a few clothing brand agencies, he and Wang Lifen borrowed a considerable amount of money. Each morning, the first thought that crossed his mind was the debt he still owed. More daunting than the financial strain was the pressure from his partner. Wang Lifen, she worked tirelessly as if possessed, often sleeping less than 5 hours a night, while insisting that he strive alongside her. He found himself questioning the purpose behind the relentless pursuit of wealth and why such a vast sum was necessary. When he posed these inquiries to Wang Lifen, she confessed she was uncertain as well. She merely understood that in today's society, wealth is paramount, and lacking it leads to suffering and disdain from others. Zhong Aimin, too, was beset by a share of woes. Since his partner, Huang Lu, began working as the manager of Li Jiying's clothing store, her days were consumed with early departures and late returns. Now that Wang Lifen had promoted Huang Lu to warehouse supervisor, her workload had increased, often keeping her out until 11 or midnight. With Huang Lu so busy and fatigued, the responsibilities of household chores and caring for their daughter fell solely on him. Previously, he would enjoy playing cards in the evening, but now he had to rush home to prepare dinner immediately after work. Later, he was tasked with picking up and dropping off their daughter for evening study sessions, leaving him utterly exhausted. To make matters worse, Huang Lu's salary had become 2 or even 3 times his own, altering the tone with which she spoke to him. She would frequently lose her temper and complain that he was not progressing. He could only regard Huang Lu as someone overwhelmed by stress, whose anger could only be swallowed down. As for Chen Weigu's troubles, they were even more profound, having to play both father and mother while also earning a living. Were it not for his elderly mother, he scarcely knew how he would have endured these past 2 years. He envied Zhong Aimin and Li Jiying, for despite life's myriad troubles, they at least had each other to share the burden. Unlike him, who often found himself with no one to confide in during his moments of distress. After dinner, the trio moved to a newly opened establishment in Jining City. 3 nearly century-old boys took to the microphone, belting out a heart-wrenching rendition of Recently, I've Been Troubled. Perhaps their singing lacked melodious charm, yet the emotion was undeniably abundant. After nearly half an hour of singing, Chen Weigu's phone rang. Upon realizing it was a call from manager Guan, he hesitated for a moment before tossing his phone onto the sofa. On this final night of 2003, he owned to cast away all burdens and revel in joy. 2.5 hours later, just as he approached his doorstep, Chen Weigua returned manager Guan's call. Chen Weigua, why didn't you answer my call earlier? Manager Guan, I apologize, I didn't hear my phone ring. What is the matter? I bought a New Year's gift for Xiao Haozi and called to ask you to come downstairs to collect it. Ah, Manager Guan, I'm really sorry. I'll come find you tomorrow, Chen Weigua said, feeling a twinge of guilt. Not to worry, I've already delivered the gift personally to Xiao Haozi. He is becoming increasingly adorable. Chen Weigua smiled faintly, eventually uttering a soft thank you. Countdown time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, Happy New Year, 2004. Manager Guan suddenly burst forth with excitement on the other end of the line. Chen Weigua could easily imagine the expression on Manager Guan's face at that moment. Happy New Year, Guan, Guanxining. On the first day of 2004, the first branch of the Tianyuan Starry Sky restaurant opened in the Tianhua district of Jining City. The marketing activities for the grand opening mirrored the strategy Chen Weigua had devised for the inaugural restaurant. Moreover, Manager Guan embraced Chen Weigua's suggestion to celebrate with both locations together. Consequently, spurred by this series of events, both restaurants experienced a prosperous start during the New Year period, with the branch's first-day revenue significantly surpassing that of the original restaurant's opening. Following the successful launch of the second branch, the ambitious Manager Guan promptly convened a meeting with the other shareholders. To Chen Weigua's surprise, his name was included on the attendee list. During the meeting, in addition to finalizing plans for the third and fourth branches, Manager Guan also proposed registering a new dining company after the new year. According to her vision, Once the new company was established, the Tianyuan Starry Sky restaurant would be incorporated as one of its chain brands. With plans to expand into areas such as Chinese fast food, hot pot, and bubble tea. At that time, Chen Weiguo would assume the role of brand director for the entire Tianyuan Starry Sky restaurant brand, overseeing operations across all outlets and the establishment of new locations. Upon hearing this news, Chen Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that General Guan and the other shareholders would place such profound trust in him. Given General Guan's decisive and efficient manner of operation, any decision she made would swiftly come to fruition. Therefore, his primary task was to enhance his capabilities before that moment arrived. Chapter 49. Driving the boss's luxury car not long after the New Year. The minor festival of Little New Year arrived. This year's Spring Festival came earlier than usual. On the eve of Little New Year, Chen Weiguo had the rare opportunity to take a holiday and spend time at home with his elderly mother and son. During dinner, his son pointed at a plate of steamed fish and exclaimed, "Grandma, I want to eat this." With a smile, his mother obliged and placed a piece of fish into his son's bowl. "Be careful of the fish bones," she cautioned. "Don't worry, Grandma," his son replied confidently. Watching his son, who at just 2 years old seemed to possess the maturity of a child aged 7 or 8. Eat steadily with a spoon without getting his clothes dirty filled Chen with great joy. Just as they were finishing their meal, his mother suddenly inquired, "Chen Weiguo, when will your restaurant have its holiday?" "Perhaps on the 28th or 29th, but General Guan has yet to finalize it. Our 2 establishments are currently thriving, bustling with patrons dining and gifting in anticipation of the new year. One must reserve in advance to secure a table," he responded. With such a flourishing business, General Guan must be making quite a fortune, his mother remarked. That amount of money is likely insignificant to her. Her ambitions are vast. I wonder what kind of person is worthy of such a beautiful and profitable woman, she mused thoughtfully. At that moment, his son, engrossed in his fish, suddenly called out "Dad," startling Chen Weiguo to the point that he nearly spat out his food. "Little rascal, do you have some misunderstanding about your father's fortitude? Or perhaps about your sister Guan's discerning eye?" He jested. Oblivious to his father's banter, his son continued to eat. "Chen Weiguo, I think not. Look how good she is to our baby, always sending gifts during festivals, and she is even planning to promote you to a director after the new year." His mother interjected. "Mom, I know my own worth," Chen Weiguo replied with sudden seriousness. "Dad," his son turned to him again. "Why must we have a holiday for the new year?" "To return home and reunite with family," he explained. "But if everyone is on holiday, where do those who can't cook eat during the new year?" his son inquired. With a smile, Chen Weiguo quickly responded. "They can go to the homes of those who can cook. Visiting each other during the new year is precisely for this reason." His son lowered his head, no longer speaking, fully absorbed in his meal, as if he had never asked anything at all. Amused, Chen Weiguo wished to tease his son further, but alas, the boy seemed disinterested, so he resumed eating. As he continued, Chen Weiguo suddenly set down his chopsticks, his eyes alight with inspiration. Startled, his mother asked, "What is it?" "Indeed, who says that New Year's dinner must always be at home? Why can't a reunion meal be enjoyed at a restaurant?" Thus, the following day, Chen Weiguo made his way to the 3rd branch to meet General Guan. At this moment, the renovation of the 3rd branch was already halfway complete. According to Manager Guan's plan, it was to be inaugurated on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Upon seeing Chen Weiguo, Manager Guan felt a surge of irritation. He had been preoccupied with his duties at the 1st and 2nd stores and should not have appeared before her. More importantly, now that Chen Weiguo was present, he had not even thought to bring her some soy milk or steamed buns. She had yet to have breakfast. After their encounter, they relocated to a nearby noodle shop. While enjoying their meal, Chen Weiguo broached the idea of continuing operations during the Spring Festival. "Manager Guan, many people are hesitant about the hassle involved in preparing New Year's Eve dinners or hosting guests, which entails considerable preparation and cleaning. Dining out at a restaurant is far more convenient," he argued. "Have you considered that everyone undoubtedly wishes to celebrate the new year at home? Forcing them to work in the restaurant during this festive time would surely provoke dissent," Manager Guan countered. "I have contemplated this issue. Therefore, only one of our 2 locations would remain open, and those willing to work from the 30th to the 3rd day of the new year would receive triple wages, along with a red envelope for the holiday," Chen Weiguo proposed. "But doesn't this increase our labor costs? Even if we are at full capacity, we might not earn much. What's the point?" She retorted. "We could introduce a reunion dinner package and set the prices somewhat higher," he suggested. "Setting prices high would deter customers." She replied, "Not necessarily. During the new year, people are often willing to spend a bit more. I firmly believe we will be fully booked, he asserted. Seeing Chinweigua's unwavering confidence, Manager Guan did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm and thus acquiesced. Moreover, should Chinweigua succeed, it would demonstrate that New Year's Eve dinners could indeed be a lucrative opportunity, while also accumulating goodwill and experience that could be replicated in the following year across the branches. After finishing their meal, Chinweigua prepared to return to the first store. Manager Guan handed him her car keys, stating, "I recall that you possess a driver's license, so you may drive my car." "Ah, Manager Guan, what about you? What will you do without your car?" he inquired. "I have my own vehicle, so do not worry," she reassured him. "Still, that car is quite valuable. If I were to scratch it, I wouldn't be able to afford the repairs," he expressed concern. Manager Guan shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "You can file an insurance claim. Besides, my elder sister runs a repair shop." "Isn't your sister in the car sales business?" he asked, puzzled. With an exasperated sigh, Manager Guan lightly nudged Chinweigua while saying, "Selling cars and repairing them allows for additional profit. Now hurry along. I tire of this conversation." Quite the clever strategy, shearing the same sheep twice, Chinweigua jested. Manager Guan could no longer tolerate his antics and playfully smacked him with her bag. As the car engine roared to life, she approached the window and addressed Chinweigua, who was seated in the driver's seat. "Chinweigua, if this New Year's Eve business doesn't succeed, I shall deduct it from your year-end bonus." Chinweigua was taken aback and immediately replied, "Manager Guan, then perhaps I should withdraw from this endeavor? Let us proceed with the holiday as planned." Manager Guan found herself momentarily speechless, feeling for the first time that Chinweigua was rather dull. "Manager Guan, to be honest, I am feeling somewhat anxious," he admitted. "Anxious about what?" "Since obtaining my driver's license, I have not laid hands upon the steering wheel. What if I fail to engage the clutch and cause a rear-end collision on the road?" Chinweigua explained. As Guanzong observed, he noticed Chinweigua's hands, gripping the steering wheel, trembled slightly. "Brother, I drive an automatic," Chinweigua said, his face flushing with embarrassment. Before abruptly pressing the accelerator and speeding off, Guanzong's face turned pale with fright, letting out a shriek, fearing that Chinweigua might crash into the curb. Fortunately, it was merely a moment of panic. A few minutes later, Chinweigua was navigating Guanzong's luxury vehicle along a road he traversed daily for work. At certain moments, he felt as though his life had undergone a profound transformation, especially when his hand brushed against the emblem of the luxury brand at the center of the steering wheel. "This car is worth more than I am. I must exercise utmost caution. Should an incident occur, I must prioritize the vehicle, then my own safety," he mused inwardly. Half an hour later, he safely arrived at the entrance of a store. As he removed the key from the ignition, he exhaled a sigh of relief. This journey had been akin to walking on thin ice. He could hardly fathom the immense pressure Guanzong endured while driving to work each day. Surely, taking the bus or a taxi would be far more comfortable. Just as he opened the car door, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "It's you," they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 50. The missing Sun Chinweigua did not expect to encounter Wang Lifan, the partner of Li Jiying, at this moment. The same thought flitted through Wang Lifan's mind. "Chinweigua, is this not Guanzong's car?" she inquired. Chinweigua, momentarily taken aback, nodded and replied, "Yes, Guanzong asked me to drive it over for her." "You drove it over this early in the morning?" Wang Lifan asked, furrowing her brow, sensing something amiss. "Indeed." After a pause, Wang Lifan's expression softened, and she smiled at Chinweigua. "Are you here to see Guanzong?" "Yes." Wang Lifan nodded, explaining that she had come to bring New Year goods to Guanzong in gratitude for her previous kindness. Chinweigua smiled knowingly, recalling that Guanzong had mentioned she had not given Wang Lifan any special treatment, merely promoting her according to the established protocols, contrary to Wang Lifan's claims of deep concern. "Then you should have called her." "I did call her," she acknowledged it. "However, since I happened to be passing by today, and the gifts I intended for her are conveniently in the trunk, I thought I'd stop by and wait," Wang Lifan continued. Chinweigua remained silent, recognizing the implications of dual negatives affirming a positive. One coincidence is fortuitous, but two suggest deliberate orchestration. "You needn't wait. Guanzong will not be coming here for a while," Chinweigua stated. "Oh, if she isn't coming, then why did she ask you to bring the car here?" "Well," Chinweigua felt a flush of embarrassment, pondering the significance of the matter. "How about this, Chinweigua? I will move the New Year goods to her car and then call her later." Chinweigua, feeling somewhat helpless, acquiesced. Based on his understanding of General Guan, it was known that he was not one to easily accept gifts from others. However, Wang Lifeng was the beloved of Li Jiying. And since he could not represent General Guan, he found it difficult to refuse her. As he hesitated, Wang Lifeng had already placed the New Year goods into the trunk of General Guan's car. Chenwei Guo, I appreciate your assistance. By the way, I had prepared a gift for your family as well, intending to deliver it with Li Jiying in the next couple of days. Since we have crossed paths, I placed your portion in General Guan's car as well. Upon hearing Wang Lifeng's words, Chenwei Guo let out a cold laugh. It seemed that Li Jiying had secretly delivered some New Year goods to their home a few days prior, unbeknownst to Wang Lifeng. This couple was quite amusing, considering they had only recently married. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Lifeng drove off. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chen Weiguo, as was his custom, held a brief meeting with the staff before announcing that the establishment would remain open during the new year. As he had anticipated, the moment he finished speaking, the employees erupted in collective protest. However, once he promised triple wages and a daily red envelope, along with a voluntary participation policy, the dissent quickly dissipated. Those willing to work during the new year, please let me know at tomorrow's morning meeting. If you prefer not to, that is perfectly understandable. General Guan has expressed his full understanding of everyone's desire to spend the new year with family, and he assures that future promotions or salary increases will not be affected by this decision. I hope you all feel reassured. After concluding the morning meeting at the first restaurant, Chen Weiguo drove General Guan's car to the second restaurant, where he conveyed the same message. The only difference was that, since only the first restaurant would operate, those willing to work would need to report to the first location. After the meeting, Chen Weiguo hurried to the advertising company, requesting them to create promotional materials for the New Year's Eve dinner and for regular operations from the 30th to the 3rd day of the new year. To his surprise, after understanding his intentions, the owner of the advertising company promptly reserved a large table for 15 people. As the promotional materials would not be ready until the following day, Chen Weiguo had the company print 2 simple posters in black and white regarding the New Year's Eve dinner, which were displayed in the windows and at the cash registers of both restaurants. The posters were put up during lunch service, thus many patrons inquiring about the matter during their meal. By dinner time, both restaurants were bustling with business, with numerous customers already reserving their spots and paying deposits for the New Year's Eve dinner, a turnout beyond even Chen Weiguo's expectations. He hastily called General Guan to share the good news. However, after discussing this matter over the phone, General Guan requested him to drive to the 3rd restaurant to pick her up. General Guan, didn't you mention you had a car to ride in? If you drive here, you could simply have your car, Chen Weiguo pointed out. That's a valid point. Half an hour later, Chen Weiguo arrived at the 3rd restaurant. By that time, the construction workers had already departed, and he spotted General Guan standing alone by the roadside, waiting for him. Once she got into the car, she remarked, I haven't had dinner yet. Let us find a place to eat. General Guan, it is rather surprising that you, as a restaurant owner, are in search of a place to dine. Had you mentioned it sooner, I would have gladly brought you a meal from my establishment. You did not inquire. By the way, are you aware of any delightful eateries around? Indeed, the Starlight Farm restaurant is quite commendable. Noticing the flicker of anger in General Guan's eyes, Chen Weiguo quickly suggested, allow me to take you to a place. After a journey of over 20 minutes, the two found themselves seated in a barbecue restaurant. Initially, General Guan expressed disdain for the hygiene of barbecued food, but after a couple of bites, he exclaimed how delicious it was, unable to resist indulging further. Upon hearing Chen Weiguo recount the incident involving Wang Lifeng's gift, General Guan remarked, I do not wish for it. It is all yours. I already possess one. Then it shall be discarded, Chen Weiguo said, his lips twitching slightly, for the items included imported dried fruits and various nourishing mushrooms, worth at least 1,000 yuan. Discarding them would be a waste. Then I sincerely thank you, General Guan. After their meal, General Guan drove Chen Weiguo back. As they arrived at the entrance of the community, General Guan suddenly stated, Chen Weiguo, your year-end bonus has already been transferred to your bank account this afternoon. You have worked hard these past months. Really? Chen Weiguo exclaimed in astonishment, happiness washing over him unexpectedly. He had intended to inquire about the amount, but refrained, not wanting General Guan to perceive him as petty. Given General Guan's nature, the bonus would only be greater than lesser. This year had been productive. Yet next year is pivotal for the company's growth. We must strive even harder together. I have observed all your contributions to the company, and I assure you, a satisfactory reward awaits you in the future, General Guan said, gazing intently into his eyes, her voice slightly trembling. Thank you, General Guan. I entrust you with my son's aspiration to become a second-generation affluent individual. General Guan covered her mouth, glancing out the window, erupting into peals of laughter. She suspected that such lofty promises were ill-suited for someone as seasoned as Chen Weiguo. Just then, Chen Weiguo's phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with the frantic, tearful voice of his mother. Chen Weiguo, something terrible has happened. Your child is missing. Upon ending the call, Chen Weiguo hurriedly accompanied General Guan to the front of the department store in Jining City. As soon as they exited the vehicle, he spotted his mother, who was being supported by 2 staff members from the department store, weeping profusely. A crowd of onlookers had gathered nearby, whispering amongst themselves. Mother! Chen Weiguo rushed forward. My son! Upon seeing Chen Weiguo, his mother rushed to him, her sobs intensifying. Mother! Chen Weiguo grasped her hand. Noticing that his mother had lost control of her emotions and could not articulate the situation, he turned to the staff of the department store and inquired, What is happening? We have searched the entire department store, including every restroom on each floor, all safety exits, and the parking garage below, yet we have not located your child. A female staff member replied, Have you contacted the police? A security guard nodded, stating, Yes, the police have already been here, conducted an investigation, and assisted us in searching the entire building. As the year draws to a close, multiple cases of missing children have emerged, and they have already initiated a formal investigation, striving diligently to locate your son. Upon hearing the security guard's words, Chen Weiguo's mind buzzed with dread. Could it be that his son had been abducted? A sharp pain gripped his chest, overwhelming him with profound sorrow and confusion, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. At that moment, Manager Guan gently placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, Chen Weiguo saw Guan's grave expression, who suggested, Let us first escort your mother home, and then we can head to the police station to gather more information. Chen Weiguo nodded in agreement and addressed his elderly mother. Mother, shall we take you home first? She, in a fit of tears, nodded in a daze, completely disoriented. After exchanging contact details with the staff at the department store, Chen Weiguo and his mother climbed into Manager Guan's car to return home. Throughout the journey, his mother wept inconsolably, pounding her chest in guilt. The baby formula was nearly finished. Seeing you so busy, I thought it best to take the child along to buy some milk and perhaps some festive goods. He was right behind me, and having sold most of the items, I foolishly decided to buy some oranges for the new year. Little did I know. After selecting the oranges, he had vanished. Initially, she assumed he was merely wandering among the fruit stands, but after searching in vain, she realized he was nowhere to be found. Listening to his mother's heart-wrenching lamentations, Chen Weiguo felt utterly helpless to comfort her, clenching his fists in silence. It was Manager Guan, as the driver, who took the opportunity at a red light to offer words of solace to the father and son. Upon arriving home, the sight of his son's toys scattered about rekindled the emotional turmoil in his mother, prompting another wave of sorrowful cries and apologies directed at Chen Weiguo. Manager Guan supported her as she made her way to the sofa, continuously offering reassurances. Observing that his mother was attended to, Chen Weiguo retreated to his room, repeatedly banging his head against the cabinet door, consumed by guilt. He realized that during this time, he had been preoccupied with work during the day and either sleeping or playing on the computer at night, neglecting to spend quality time with or care for his son. Had he gone to buy milk for his child earlier, his mother would not have ventured to the department store today. His son should have been at home, lively and eagerly awaiting his return. Overcome with despair, he buried his head in a coat-laden cabinet and wept uncontrollably. After some time, a knock on the door broke the silence. Chen Weiguo quickly wiped his tears and opened the door to find Manager Guan, along with Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu, who were making efforts to comfort his mother. Zhang Aimin glanced at him, furrowing his brow, their unspoken understanding palpable, noticing the tears at the corners of his eyes. Manager Guan lowered his head and said, Your mother is in good hands with your friends. Let us proceed to the police station. Chen Weiguo nodded, suppressing his voice to utter a soft affirmation. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Aimin and Huang Lu, he and Manager Guan departed from their home. As he descended the stairs and emerged from the corridor, Mr. Guan suddenly grasped his arm and whispered, Chen Weiguo, no matter what transpires, you must hold strong. You are the pillar of this family. Though Mr. Guan's words were gentle, they pierced his fragile heart like a sharp blade, compelling him to muster the strength to rise above the anguish. Even if it means traversing to the ends of the earth, I will find my child. Just as he neared Mr. Guan's vehicle, Chen Weiguo's phone rang. He promptly answered, only to hear the voice on the other end inquire, Hello. This is the street police station. Are you Chen Weiguo? Yes. "That's me," he replied. "Your son has been found. He is currently at our station. Please bring your identification and household registration to collect him." Before the caller could finish their sentence, Chenweigua's face was illuminated with uncontrollable joy and excitement. "Chenweigua, has Xiaohaozi been found?" Mr. Guan asked eagerly. Seeing Chenweigua nodding incessantly, he exclaimed, "That's wonderful," and covered his mouth. Appearing to be on the verge of tears of joy, Chenweigua turned towards the building that housed his home and shouted, "Mom, my child has been found." After calling out 3 times, his elderly mother and Mr. Zhang emerged from the window. Soon after, his mother, supported by Mr. Zhang and Huang Lu, descended the stairs. And together they took Mr. Guan's car to the police station. Upon entering the station's lobby, the 3 immediately spotted their son seated on a chair. "Dad, Grandma, Sister Guan." The boy beamed at them. Chenweigua and his mother rushed over and embraced him tightly. Once again, his mother succumbed to tears. Had there not been others present, Chenweigua would have joined her. He wiped his eyes, striving to suppress his own tears. "Oh, my dear grandson, you frightened your grandmother. You mischievous child, where have you been? You nearly scared both your grandmother and me to death." All right, Dad, Grandma, please don't be upset. I'm fine." Witnessing this scene, Mr. Guan found it astonishing that a child of merely 2 years could comfort a man in his 30s and an elderly woman in her 60s. Logically, it should have been the reverse, with the child being the one to cry. It dawned on her then that the true pillar of this family was not Chenweigua. After a considerable time, Chenweigua's son managed to console his grandmother, bringing her tears to a halt. At that moment, a police officer approached and asked, "You must be the child's parents and grandmother, correct? Do you have your identification and household registration?" Upon hearing the officer's question, Mr. Guan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly clarified, "I'm a friend of the child's father." "Understood, we'll be wrapping up soon." The officer replied, leaving Mr. Guan increasingly flustered. After glancing at the identification and household registration that Chenweigua had provided, the officer turned to the boy and asked, "Little one, can you tell me who this person is?" "That's my dad." "Uncle, don't you think my dad looks a lot like me?" The child responded. Chenweigua, slightly miffed, interjected, "How could I possibly resemble my son?" The police officer chuckled, gently ruffling the hair of Chenweigua's son, and remarked, "Comrade, I must say, your child is remarkably astute. You may not be aware, but he narrowly escaped being taken away by a nefarious individual on a train to another province." Upon hearing this, Chenweigua, his elderly mother, and General Guan were all taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Is this truly the case? The elderly woman trembled as she spoke. Just as the villain was about to usher your child onto the train, he unexpectedly clutched the uniform of a security personnel, claiming he had been abducted. Initially, the perpetrator denied it, insisting he was the child's father and accusing the boy of fabricating stories, nearly deceiving the security officer. However, your son then inquired about a birthmark on the villain's posterior, asking whether it was on the left or right side. When the malefactor replied left, your child exposed the lie by stating there was no birthmark at all, thereby confirming the criminal's deceit. Consequently, the security personnel promptly apprehended him. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman was overjoyed, stroking Chenweigua's son's head and exclaiming, "My darling is indeed clever. Indeed, how else could I sing his praises?" After this affirmation, the police officer continued, "Had your child initially erupted into tears, perhaps that villain would not have attempted to take him on the train. Instead, he cooperated at the outset, leading the perpetrator to believe he was obedient." What a close call. Chenweigua sighed in relief, a proud smile gracing his face. Moreover, after being brought here, your son informed us that the villain was part of an organized gang, revealing that he was first abducted from a department store by another individual, then taken to an old house near the train station before being led to the station by the villain. General Guan, taken aback, remarked, "So it was a premeditated and organized criminal operation." Indeed. Initially, that miscreant claimed he acted alone and refused to disclose their operational locations. Who would have thought your child's memory would be so keen at such a young age, leading us directly to their hideout? Our team has already dismantled their entire operation. With that, the police officer affectionately patted Chenweigua's son's head and said, "You must take pride in your contribution. Uncle, it was merely a small effort on my part. There are still members of the gang responsible for the buyers who remain at large. We must not allow any of them to escape justice," Chenweigua's son stated earnestly. Looking up at the officer paused momentarily, then solemnly assured him, "Rest assured, young one, the law is relentless and will not let a single wrongdoer evade capture. Then, "Officer, may I take my son home?" Chen Weiguo inquired. "Uncle, my apologies. I have grown accustomed to addressing you as such since childhood." After expressing heartfelt gratitude to the officers who continued their arduous work late into the night, Chen Weiguo and his companions departed the police station. General Guan drove them back to the entrance of their community, where it was already past 1 in the morning. Before exiting the vehicle, the elderly woman turned to General Guan and said, "Xiao Guan, I worry about you returning alone at this late hour. Why not stay over at our home tonight?" "Ah, Mother, our house lacks sufficient rooms." Chen Weiguo exclaimed in surprise. "Let Xiao Guan use your room." "You can either sleep on the sofa or share my room on the floor," she suggested. General Guan turned back, waving his hand and saying, "Auntie, there's no need. I can drive back alone without any trouble." "That won't do." As the year draws to a close, a sense of insecurity lingers in the air. Today, young Halsey encountered yet another unsettling incident, causing me great concern. What if something truly unfortunate were to happen? Perhaps it would be best if you allowed Chen Weiguo to escort you home first, and he can then find his own way back. Upon hearing his mother's words, Chen Weiguo found some merit in her reasoning. It was indeed rather perilous for General Guan to return home alone at such a late hour. However, he pondered the difficulties of securing a taxi at this time. The journey to his home was quite lengthy, taking at least 50 to 60 minutes round trip. "That far? Then you should stay at our place," suggested his mother. "If you find Chen Weiguo's bed unclean, you may sleep in my room. Young Halsey is still small, and I change the bedding every week. In fact, I just put on fresh sheets and duvet covers this afternoon." Concerned about the possibility of not being able to catch a cab near General Guan's residence later, Chen Weiguo added, "Indeed, General Guan. You have to be at Sandian early tomorrow morning, and we are quite close to there, so you can enjoy a bit more sleep." "Sister, if you can't fall asleep, I can tell you stories tonight," suddenly chimed in the son, who had been dozing in his grandmother's embrace. With a smile at Chen Weiguo's son, General Guan found it difficult to refuse the offer and consented. However, upon arriving at Chen Weiguo's home, a pang of regret washed over her. After all, it was not her own abode, and she felt quite uneasy. She wished she had simply allowed Chen Weiguo to escort her home instead. His mother relinquished the room to General Guan and took her grandson to sleep in Chen Weiguo's room. Chen Weiguo personally boiled a kettle of water, preparing warm water for General Guan to wash her face, brush her teeth, and soak her feet. Concerned that General Guan might find it unclean, Chen Weiguo felt compelled to explain, "The basin and towel for washing your face are solely for my son's use. They have never been used before. The basin for soaking feet is what my son uses for his baths." General Guan smiled faintly, pondering if it would also be used for young Halsey's baths in the future. After she finished washing her face, Chen Weiguo beheld her unadorned visage for the first time. A man of his rough demeanor found himself conjuring elegant descriptions akin to that of a delicate lotus flower. Later, as General Guan was halfway through soaking her feet, Chen Weiguo approached her with a pot of freshly boiled water. "General Guan, let me add some hot water for you to soak a while longer. It will make for a more restful night." General Guan did not refuse. Quickly lifting her feet to rest on the edge of the basin meant for Chen Weiguo's son, bathed in the dim light, her feet appeared luminescent, captivating Chen Weiguo as if 2 beams of white light danced before his eyes. After adding the hot water, he remarked, "General Guan, I truly appreciate your presence today. I feel you have been put to inconvenience by having to endure a night at my home." "It is not so much an inconvenience, merely somewhat unfamiliar," she replied. "However, Chen Weiguo, your young Halsey is remarkably clever. You should nurture his talents well, lest they go to waste." Chen Weiguo let out a soft sigh, contemplating how his son might have received better opportunities and resources had he been born into a family like General Guan's. After a short while, when General Guan finished soaking her feet, Chen Weiguo promptly said, "I will take care of the water. You should retire for the night, General Guan." "Indeed. Good night," she responded, and as she reached the door to his mother's room, Chen Weiguo finally shook off his reverie and bid her good night. It seems that it has been an eternity since someone last whispered good night to him before he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 53. A hasty morning after General Guan retired for the night, Chen Weiguo busied himself for a while longer, washing his face and soaking his feet. As he reclined on the sofa, he turned over, only to suddenly rise and make his way toward his bedroom. Upon opening the door, the thunderous sound of his mother's snoring enveloped him, prompting a pang of sympathy for his son. It truly was no small feat to find slumber amid such cacophony. Approaching the bedside, Chen Weiguo leaned in, observing his slumbering child for a good while before planting a deep kiss on his son's cheek. After the incident of losing track of him today, he had come to realize just how significant his son was to him. However, at that moment, his son abruptly opened his eyes and let out a disgruntled grunt. Chinwei straightened his back and softly said, "I'm sorry, my boy. I didn't mean to wake you." His son looked at him with an expression of displeasure and replied, "Daddy, I am already 2 years old. You can't kiss me anymore." Chinwei let out a mock exclamation, feigning anger. "Oh, you little rascal, refusing my affection at such a tender age. I care not. You are my child, and I shall kiss you whenever I wish." No. Seeing the serious demeanor on his son's face, Chinwei found it utterly adorable and leaned in to plan another kiss on his son's cheek. "Gross. Daddy, you are truly disgusting," his son protested. At that moment, his mother suddenly ceased her snoring and, groggy, turned to Chinwei, murmuring, "Chinwei, what are you doing here? I was enjoying a good sleep until you disturbed me." All right. I want to interfere any longer. Mother, please continue your symphony, and son, go back to sleep, Chinwei said with resignation as he stepped away. Emerging from the room, he sighed heavily. Observing his son's little adult-like expressions, he felt an unexpected wave of aging wash over him. Yet, he was only in his early 30s. Certainly, he was not old. Once he reclined on the sofa, he covered his head with a blanket and quickly fell asleep. "Daddy! Daddy!" Upon hearing his son's cries, Chinwei turned to the direction of the voice. He happened to see a strange man clad in a bright red cotton coat lifting his son and placing him into a van. Watching the vehicle slowly drive away, he immediately dashed after it. "Return my son! Return my son!" Chinwei shouted as he ran. Just as he was about to catch up with the van, the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. With a resounding thud, he plunged into the water. Instantly, he was drenched. Icy water surged into his nostrils and mouth, leaving him gasping for air. Meanwhile, the van soared into the sky, and his son's cries gradually faded into the distance. "Son! Son!" His body began to sink deeper into the water. He had never felt such despair and terror. With a sudden gasp, Chinwei opened his eyes. A shrill scream resonated before him. His gaze focused, and he recognized the sharp, pale face of General Guan. After a moment of bewilderment, he inquired, "General Guan, what is the meaning of this?" At that moment, General Guan was seated at the edge of the sofa, grasping both of Chinwei's hands tightly. General Guan immediately released his hands, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he explained, "I stepped out to use the restroom and noticed your blanket was not properly arranged, so I thought to help you cover it. I did not expect you to suddenly scream and clutch my hand tightly before you opened your eyes. Chinwei, were you having a nightmare?" Chinwei let out a long sigh, still somewhat shaken, and replied, "Yes, I dreamt that my son was taken away, and as I tried to chase after him, I fell into a river. Rest assured, your little Housie will not get lost again. Moreover, even if he were to stray, he is clever enough to find his way back." General Guan spoke softly. "Indeed," Chinwei nodded, then suddenly sensed something amiss, shaking his head vehemently. "No, my child cannot go missing again." General Guan chuckled lightly and reassured him, "All right, stop overthinking. It's all in the past. Make sure to get some rest. Dawn is approaching." "Okay." "General Guan, are you finding it comfortable to sleep?" With a smile, General Guan pondered for a moment before responding, "I suppose it's adequate." Noticing the slight awkwardness in General Guan's demeanor, Chinwei assumed she must have had a restless night. However, when morning arrived and his mother returned with buns and hot soy milk, General Guan was still fast asleep. After being awakened by his mother, Chinwei glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was already 9:15. Recalling that General Guan had mentioned a meeting at 8:30 the previous day while they were dining at a barbecue, he hurriedly went to knock on the door. After a considerable wait, General Guan finally opened the door in a rush. Chinwei was momentarily taken aback by her rosy cheeks hidden beneath a tousled mane. Feeling as though he were facing a spirited young woman in her early 20s, brimming with vitality. "General Guan, it's already past 9. "Ah!" General Guan exclaimed in panic, slamming the door shut with a bang. Shortly thereafter, she emerged wearing a coat, her hands busily smoothing her long hair. A faint scent of her hair wafted towards Chinwei, who stood at the door. At that moment, his son bounced out of the house and asked, "Sister, did you sleep well last night?" "Very well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have overslept," General Guan replied, bending down to gently pinch Chinwei's son's cheek. "Little Guan, I have prepared your toothbrush and warm water for washing your face," his mother announced as she exited the bathroom. "Thank you, Auntie." As General Guan entered the bathroom, His son turned to Chen Weiguo and said, "Dad, why are you still standing there? Aren't you going to work today?" Reminded by his son, Chen Weiguo suddenly realized he was running late and felt a wave of panic. However, after reflecting that his boss was right in his home, he relaxed. He playfully pinched his son's cheek before leisurely heading to change clothes. "Dad, stop pinching my face. It makes me drool," his son protested. "Hey, you rascal. It's fine when your sister does it, but not when I do. Don't forget, I'm your father." Just then, as Chen Weiguo emerged from his room dressed, General Guan stepped out of the bathroom. "Chen Weiguo, you haven't brushed your teeth or washed your face yet. Hurry up." Chen Weiguo hesitated for a moment. "I'll do it right away. Please take me to the third shop first, then drive my car to the first and second shops," Mr. Guan instructed. "All right." Chen Weiguo nodded, contemplating that this meant he would have to pick up Mr. Guan again in the evening. Would he have to take her out for barbecue once more? Last night, he had treated, and he hoped it wouldn't fall on him again tonight. Mr. Guan, a wealthy business tycoon, seemed to have a rather modest mindset. "Xiao Guan, I bought some buns and hot soy milk. You can have them on the way," his mother told Mr. Guan. Mr. Guan nodded repeatedly, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. A few minutes later, after Chen Weiguo finished his grooming, he hurriedly departed with Mr. Guan. "Hurry up, Chen Weiguo," Mr. Guan urged. Just as they were descending the stairs, they nearly collided with someone. "Excuse me," Mr. Guan immediately apologized. Mr. Guan." To Chen Weiguo's surprise, he encountered Wang Lifeng again. Wang Lifeng had come to visit Chen Weiguo with Li Jing, so seeing him was to be expected, but encountering Mr. Guan was entirely unexpected. The pressing question was, why was Mr. Guan here so early in the morning? She appeared as if she had just left home, hurrying off to work. When Wang Lifeng had seen Mr. Guan's car at the entrance of the community, she assumed Chen Weiguo had returned it, not realizing he had brought Mr. Guan along. "Are you both heading off to work?" Wang Lifeng inquired. Mr. Guan promptly nodded, flashing her a signature smile before hastily moving along. "I'm off to work. I'll call you later," Chen Weiguo said to Li Jing, then quickened his pace to match Mr. Guan's. After the two had departed, Wang Lifeng turned to Li Jing and asked, "Are they together now?" Li Jing shook her head. "How would I know? Weren't you two the closest? Didn't you celebrate New Year's together?" "Well, he hasn't mentioned anything to me. Perhaps the timing isn't right." "Does that mean they are nearly there?" "I never said that." At that moment, Mr. Guan and Chen Weiguo had already entered the car. Once buckled in, Chen Weiguo retrieved his phone from his pocket and made a call. "I'm just calling home," he explained to Mr. Guan. Mr. Guan frowned slightly, irritated, as she was eager to meet with the supplier, and Chen Weiguo's call seemed ill-timed. Once the call connected, Chen Weiguo said, "Mom, Li Jing and Xiao Wang are here. Please remember not to mention that Li Jing brought us something a couple of days ago." "Chen Weiguo, what do you mean by that? Why can't Xiao Wang know that Li Jing delivered something to our home? Is Xiao Wang not agreeable to Li Jing bringing us gifts?" His mother questioned from the other end, her tone clearly displeased. "Don't ask so many questions. I'll explain later when I get home. I need to drive now," he replied, ending the call promptly and steering the car towards the third shop. "Chen Weiguo, why can't Wang Lifeng know that her husband brought something to your home? It's not like it was something inappropriate," Mr. Guan queried. "I had mentioned that Xiao Wang sought you out yesterday to deliver a gift on my behalf. Did I not? Since she presented it to me in your presence, it would have been rather impolite for her to withhold a portion for herself, wouldn't it? Then she casually remarked that she had originally intended to visit my home in a couple of days with Li Jing to present gifts. Upon hearing this, I surmised that Li Jing, fearing her disapproval, had orchestrated the delivery to my home in secret." As Chen Weiguo drove, he gradually elucidated the situation to General Guan. "So you had your aunt give me a heads up to avoid putting Li Jing in a difficult position?" "Indeed." Chen Weiguo let out a resigned chuckle. "That foolish lad Li Jing didn't even think to inform me before coming over. Had we not coincidentally encountered them downstairs, his spouse would undoubtedly have found out." "Well, Chen Weiguo, I must say I'm surprised by your emotional intelligence. It's not something I've noticed before." Chen Weiguo turned to glance at General Guan, replying, "General Guan, I hardly perceive your comment as flattery." General Guan chuckled softly, leaning forward to lower the sun visor and reveal the makeup mirror. She retrieved several cosmetics from her bag and began to apply her makeup with practiced ease. Chen Weiguo watched in astonishment, unable to resist stealing glances. "Have you never seen a woman apply makeup? Focus on driving," General Guan remarked coolly, her gaze fixed on the mirror. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Chen Weiguo scratched his head, thinking that if only his boss were as casual during payroll as she was now. "General Guan, I believe you look quite lovely even without makeup. Do not force compliments if you lack the skill, General Guan retorted sharply. Chun Weigua's expression darkened slightly. All right, I shall refrain from further comments. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the third shop, just as General Guan had finished her makeup and stowed the sun visor. Observing her unbuckle her seatbelt, Chun Weigua reminded her. Don't forget the buns and soy milk. General Guan retrieved the buns and soy milk from the cup holder between them and, before exiting the vehicle, advised Chun Weigua. Take the time to learn from your aunt. After she departed, Chun Weigua pondered her parting words for a considerable time before driving off. Not long after, he spotted an ATM and promptly parked the car by the roadside, hastening to the machine. He pulled out his wallet and retrieved his salary card. Inserting it into the ATM, entering his password, and selecting the balance inquiry option. After several moments of loading, the balance finally appeared. After accounting for his previous deposits, he swiftly calculated the amount of his year-end bonus. He widened his eyes in sheer delight. General Guan truly exemplifies a person of great vision. Her perspective is indeed unparalleled. Originally estimating his bonus to be around 10,000, he was astounded to discover she had awarded him 60,000. According to his store manager's commission rate, that would require achieving a revenue of 1.5 million since the establishment's opening. However, in reality, the figure fell short by approximately 300,000. At the moment he retrieved his bank card, Chun Weigua resolved to treat everyone to barbecue tonight. Meanwhile, at home, Li Jiying and Wang Lifeng had already settled down to enjoy tea brewed by their mother. Due to the recent phone call from Chun Weigua, the elderly mother found herself repeating the words spoken by Li Jiying when she delivered gifts a few days prior. Jiying, Xiao Wang. It is truly thoughtful of you to bring such items to our home this year. Grandma, you are mistaken. This year, we have received gifts twice. Which is double the thoughtfulness, Chun Weigua's son interjected. Wang Lifeng, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean twice? Double the thoughtfulness? Suddenly, the elderly mother coughed twice. And Li Jiying appeared visibly anxious. Aunt Wang, are you not aware? Aware of what? The elderly mother desperately gestured to her grandson, urging him to remain silent. A few days ago, Uncle Li Jiying visited our home. Wang Lifeng cast a surprised glance at Li Jiying and pressed. And then? Then he brought New Year's blessings for our entire family, the son replied. Upon hearing this, both the elderly mother and Li Jiying silently exhaled in relief. If only Uncle Li Jiying could send us blessings every day, the son mused. Why is that? What makes his blessings so special? If he could gather 365 blessings in a year, Uncle Li Jiying could rename himself Teacher Li Guoqing, the son added. Wang Lifeng shuddered slightly, suddenly sensing a chill in the Chen household. By the way, Auntie, Wang Lifen's voice rose, her pupils dilating with curiosity. How did Guanzong just leave your home? The elderly mother was about to explain when the child interrupted. Sister Guan came early this morning to deliver gifts, then left for work with my father. Is that so? Really? I thought she seemed like. Wang Lifen hesitated. Indeed. Aunt Wang, how could a child possibly lie? Hearing this from Chun Weigua's son, Wang Lifen's lips twitched. She pondered that typical children do not lie, yet this child was certainly unusual. However, since the child had spoken, she refrained from probing further. After sitting for a while, Wang Lifen and Li Jiying prepared to take their leave. Are you leaving already? Won't you stay for a meal? The elderly mother urged them to stay. Li Jiying, with a resigned twist of his mouth, and Wang Lifen, smiling, replied, Auntie, we cannot. We have a lunch appointment with two important clients, very wealthy business magnates. Aunt Wang, there is no need to emphasize that they are wealthy magnates. The son chimed in. Wang Lifen's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly pulled Li Jiying away. Once the door closed behind them, the elderly mother let out a long sigh and murmured to herself, wealth indeed changes people. After checking his year-end bonus at the ATM, Chun Weigua proceeded to the advertising company to collect the promotional materials for the New Year's Eve dinner. Before the stores opened for business at noon, he plastered the promotional posters in both the first and second stores. Coincidentally, the number of employees willing to work overtime at the first store during the New Year's period matched precisely with the current staffing of the first store. Thus, one of the two heavy burdens weighing on Chun Weigua's mind was alleviated. His primary concern was whether there would be sufficient manpower when the time came. The other weight on his mind was the reservation status for the New Year's Eve dinner and the New Year's meals. However, upon reflecting that the year-end bonus had already been dispersed, Chun Weigua realized there was little to worry about, with merely 3 days remaining until the New Year's Eve. Most establishments and companies had already commenced their holidays. Thus, even though today was a weekday, the bustling business at the restaurant during lunchtime was hardly surprising. Most patrons were either treating clients to meals before the year concluded or engaging in company gatherings. As for dinner, the situation was even more pronounced, with an average of over 2 table turnovers proceeding. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the restaurant was completely devoid of guests. After giving a few instructions to a supervisor, Chen Weiguo hurriedly departed the restaurant, driving to the third establishment to pick up General Manager Guan. Unlike the previous night, when he arrived at the third restaurant, the renovation workers were still diligently at work. Upon seeing Chen Weiguo, General Manager Guan promptly expressed her hunger. Although he had not brought her any food, he had prepared a bowl of 8 treasure porridge for her. By nearly 10 o'clock, the workers finally finished their tasks. Following today, they would not return until the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. Fortunately, given the current progress, the grand opening on the 15th day should pose no significant issues. Once in the car, as she fastened her seatbelt, General Manager Guan addressed Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo, once the new company is established after the new year and you assume the role of brand director, the responsibilities of opening and renovating the establishments will fall upon you. Absolutely, Chen Weiguo replied eagerly. When the second restaurant was opened, he had considered monitoring the progress, but General Manager Guan had insisted he remain at the first restaurant. Now, with the opening of the third, he once again proposed to oversee the progress. Yet she insisted he continue managing the first establishment due to the flourishing business before the new year. He understood perfectly well that General Manager Guan treated each restaurant as her own home during renovations, concerned that others might not supervise adequately, which was why she took on the task herself. The fact that she was willing to entrust him with such responsibilities in the future was indicative of her intentions to expand into new markets and fields, leaving her with little time to oversee every detail. Furthermore, it reflected her belief that he would also treat the restaurant with the same care and dedication she did. Chen Weiguo genuinely admired her diligent and focused work ethic. What troubled him, however, was that someone as dedicated as she was hardly seemed to have any time to enjoy life, let alone seek companionship or romance. Yet, with her approaching 30th birthday, he wondered if she ought to contemplate significant life matters. Upon this realization, Chen Weiguo recognized his overthinking, with General Manager Guan's exceptional qualities. Finding a suitable partner would surely be a matter of moments. His concerns were merely those of an anxious bystander. General Manager Guan, what would you like to eat later? Perhaps we could return to that barbecue restaurant from last night. I found the flavors quite delightful. Sounds good. Once the car started, Chen Weiguo proudly declared, General Manager Guan, I have wonderful news to share. What news might that be? The reservations for the New Year's Eve dinner are nearly complete. Not only for the dinner, but we have also secured over 10 tables for lunch on the 30th. It should be fully booked without any issues. General Manager Guan smiled, clearly unperturbed by the news. She had already suspected as much, given the numerous inquiries about the New Year's Eve dinner that Chen Weiguo had relayed to her yesterday. If only she had heeded Chen Weiguo's suggestion to coordinate both restaurants together. To speak candidly, I did not anticipate that reservations would nearly be completed so swiftly, especially given that prices are almost double the usual rates. One can only surmise that the nation's progress has flourished, and its citizens are becoming increasingly affluent. Indeed, General Guan gazed at the towering constructions on either side, vividly envisioning a future where this place would be adorned with skyscrapers, intertwined neon lights, and the bustling flow of traffic. Chen Weiguo, have you ever pondered who will accompany your mother and little Housie during the New Year celebrations while you are occupied at the store? General Guan inquired abruptly. Chen Weiguo's expression darkened momentarily. After some contemplation, he replied, I have already reserved a private room. I will invite my mother, my child, and a few close friends to the restaurant for the New Year's Eve dinner. General Guan, surely we can enjoy an internal discount of 20%. What a delightful thought. Others may receive discounts, but you will pay the full price. Why ever not? Upon observing Chen Weiguo's anxious demeanor, General Guan rolled her eyes and said with a hint of exasperation, I was merely jesting. If all the tables are fully booked on the 30th, your table will be complimentary. Is that truly the case? What about the drinks? General Guan, exasperated, clenched her fist, momentarily contemplating striking Chen Weiguo but refrained. Not receiving an immediate response, after a pause, Chen Weiguo conceded, never mind, I shall cover the drinks myself. At this point, General Guan could no longer contain her amusement. Subsequently, Chen Weiguo first took General Guan out for barbecue and then escorted her back home. General Guan resided in an upscale villa, and this was Chen Weiguo's first venture into such a neighborhood. as he pondered how to navigate his way out of the community. General Guan suddenly turned to him and said, "Chinwei, starting tomorrow, I will also be on holiday, so I shall leave the restaurant's affairs in your capable hands." Ah. Oh. Although Chinwei uttered but 2 syllables, they were laden with surprise, envy, disappointment, and a sense of calm. During the new year, traveling is rather inconvenient. So feel free to take my car. Is that permissible? You won't need it? General Guan glanced at her villa and shook her head. I have 2 other cars at home. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chinwei's eyes as he responded, Then I shall see you after the new year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, General Guan replied before exiting the vehicle. By the way, General Guan. Chinwei was suddenly rolled down the car window and called out to her. She turned back and asked, What is it? Is there still money on your fuel card? What is the password? Upon noticing the irritation on her face as she advanced towards him, Chinwei promptly drove off. Alas, my perspective seems rather narrow. He mused within the car. Chapter 56, New Year's Eve dinner on the eve of the new year. The Starry Fields restaurant operated as usual. Likely the sole establishment in Jianing City still serving patrons on this day. During lunch, although all tables had been reserved well in advance, numerous families still arrived at mealtime. These guests, caught off guard by the restaurant's operation, either stumbled upon it by chance or hurried here upon hearing the news. However, due to the necessity of prior reservations for both tables and dishes, they were left disappointed, regretting their failure to book ahead. In light of such circumstances, Chinwei also felt a sense of regret, realizing that he should have prepared more ingredients in advance. He could not utilize the supplies intended for the first 3 days of the Lunar New Year, for fear that he would be unable to replenish them later, which would lead to complications. Thus, immediately after lunch, he swiftly reached out to several food suppliers to see if they could deliver some goods on short notice. Unfortunately, all the suppliers had already closed for the New Year holiday. After some contemplation, Chinwei decided to contact a supermarket where he had previously worked. This supermarket was among the few establishments that remained open during the festive period, although the prices for agricultural products were noticeably higher than usual. After negotiating with the supermarket manager, they agreed to deliver the goods at regular prices, although the prices were still considerably higher than those from suppliers. The festive meal pricing would yield a profit, albeit minor, which could be regarded as unanticipated earnings, an opportunity not to be missed. As evening approached, before the dinner service commenced, Chinwei, on behalf of General Guan, distributed red envelopes to all employees and allowed them to partake in the New Year's Eve meal. At precisely 5:30 p.m., the restaurant opened its doors. By 6 o'clock, the establishment was nearly filled to capacity, pulsating with festive cheer and lively commotion. Several groups of walk-in customers arrived but, upon learning of the 1-hour wait, promptly departed. By 6:30 p.m., the restaurant was alive with chatter, bustling with patrons. Every table was occupied by families gathered for a rare reunion, and each toast contained the warmth and joy of togetherness. Chinwei's elderly mother had already arrived at the private dining room with the children. He had also invited the families of Li Jiying and Zhong Aimin. Initially believing that Zhong Aimin's family might visit his mother-in-law and thus would not attend, while Li Jiying and Wang Lifeng, having no relatives to visit, would likely come. Contrary to his expectations, Zhong Aimin's family did indeed arrive, while Li Jiying and Wang Lifeng chose to visit a friend's home. Noticing that most dishes had been served, Chinwei seized a moment amidst the busyness to join his family and friends in the dining room. Before entering, Zhong Aimin and his wife had already gifted a red envelope to Chinwei's son, and upon his arrival, he presented the pre-prepared envelope to Zhong Aimin's daughter. Come, come. Everyone raise your glasses, Chinwei declared, standing with his glass raised. The others gradually rose, lifting their glasses in response. Don't forget me, Chinwei's son exclaimed. Unable to reach the table like the others due to his small stature. Laughter erupted, and Chinwei bent down, lifting his son onto the table. Cheers, the boy shouted, raising his cup of calcium milk, eliciting more laughter from the crowd. Once seated, the customary toasting commenced. Being the eldest, Chinwei's mother was honored first, with everyone, from Chinwei to Zhong Aimin's daughter, taking turns to toast her, showering her with well wishes that echoed sentiments of health and longevity. As Chinwei was preparing to toast Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu, his son suddenly looked up and said to his grandmother, Grandma, I wish you a happy spring festival and may all your wishes come true. I also hope my dad can ease your worries in the future. Upon hearing this, the old mother beamed with joy, her smile wide and uncontainable. Hey, you little rascal, when have I ever made your grandmother worry? It's you. Already so clever at such a young age, that will surely keep me on my toes in the future, Chen Weiguo replied. Chen Weiguo, while I can't guarantee much, I can assure you that your son will definitely not give you any trouble in the future. Instead, you should work hard to ensure he becomes a wealthy heir, otherwise, he will end up worrying about you. Zhong Aimin teased. Huang Lu, smiling, nodded in agreement and remarked, exactly, Chen Weiguo. If he isn't considered easygoing, then there is no such thing as a carefree child in this world. Chen Weiguo affectionately ruffled his son's hair and said, that is true. Since his birth, my son has never cried unnecessarily. He reminds you when he is hungry and never makes a mess. Even when we took him for vaccinations, he didn't cry once. Indeed, you still aren't satisfied with such a wonderful child? Others pray to gods and goddesses for children like him. At this moment, the son turned to Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu, gesturing joyfully, Uncle Zhong and Huang, I wish you both a happy new year. I hope Aunt Huang takes good care of her health and remains happy, and Uncle Zhong, I hope you stay on the right path and have a successful career. Hearing these words, both Zhong Aimin and Huang Lu felt pleased yet slightly perplexed. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chen Weiguo stood up and addressed everyone. It must be something from the shop. You all continue eating. As he walked towards the door, he called out, coming. When the door opened, an unexpected face appeared. Manager Guan, what brings you here? Chen Weiguo exclaimed, flustered. Who would have thought Manager Guan would arrive at such a busy time while he was dining with family and friends? Surely, he would receive a reprimand for it. Manager Chen, hiding here to attend to those esteemed customers? Chen Weiguo forced a smile and opened the door wider. Happy New Year, Manager Guan, his son exclaimed excitedly. Manager Guan responded cheerfully and then approached Chen Weiguo's son with a smile. Wishing you prosperity, now where is my red envelope? Chen Weiguo's son said, cupping his fists. Manager Guan's smile widened even more as she pulled out a large red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Chen Weiguo's son. Little Guan, have you eaten? We haven't started our meal yet. Come and join us, the old mother invited. Manager Guan nodded graciously. All right, Andy. At that moment, Zhong Aimin immediately stood up and pulled out a chair for her, smiling as she said, please, have a seat. After exchanging a courteous smile with Zhong Aimin, Manager Guan took another red envelope from her bag and handed it to Zhong Aimin's daughter. Little sister, Happy New Year. After glancing at her parents, Zhong Aimin's daughter stood up to accept the red envelope. Thank you, sister, she said. Just then, Chen Weiguo walked over from behind the door and announced to everyone. I must get back to work now. Chen Weiguo, why not stay and dine with us? Although the outside is bustling with activity, the necessary tasks have all been completed. You may venture out later, suggested Manager Guan. With such an invitation from the boss, Chen Weiguo naturally felt at ease and took a seat. Sister Guan, I wish you a prosperous new year, flourishing business, and eternal youth. Hearing her son's New Year blessings, Manager Guan beamed with joy, exclaiming, Sister, I so wish to scoop you up for a kiss. Sure, the son eagerly replied. Chen Weiguo stifled a laugh, covering his mouth to suppress the urge to burst into laughter. Wasn't he his son once averse to being kissed by anyone, even by him, his father? Upon hearing Chen Weiguo's son consent to a kiss, Manager Guan felt a twinge of shyness and smiled. After a brief pause, she leaned in and gently planted a kiss on Chen Weiguo's son's cheek. The boy erupted in delighted giggles, once again endearing himself to everyone present. Hey, Chen Weiguo exclaimed, thinking to himself that his son truly resembled him. As the clock approached 9, the New Year's feast finally concluded. The Zhong family departed first, and Chen Weiguo busied himself with the final tasks at the shop. The private room had a television, so Manager Guan, her mother, and the boy settled down to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The boy's grandmother felt a pang of disappointment as her grandson, who usually nestled against her while watching television, chose to sit in Manager Guan's lap instead. Observing their harmonious interaction, she suddenly thought that perhaps having someone around for the child was indeed beneficial. She had great admiration for Manager Guan, but she felt that Chen Weiguo, despite his merits, fell short and thus refrained from contemplating further. By nearly 11 o'clock, the shop was finally ready to close. Earlier that afternoon, Chen Weiguo had already distributed red envelopes to the employees on behalf of the shop, but since everyone was present, he decided to give another round of red envelopes personally, delivering a heartfelt New Year's speech to express his gratitude for their hard work. As the shop closed, Manager Guan, having arrived without a car and unable to hail a ride at that hour, had no choice but to walk home with Chen Weiguo and his family. Initially, it was planned for Chen Weiguo to drop her off, but after being invited by his son to join in setting off fireworks and firecrackers, they instead headed to Chen Weigua's home together. The firecrackers and fireworks had been prepared in the trunk, and after parking the car in a relatively safe spot outside the community, they began with some toy firecrackers suitable for children, like snap pops and buzz bees. However, the son showed little interest in these gentler firecrackers, preferring the more powerful ones like sparklers and skyrockets. Each time the snap pops emitted a puff of smoke followed by a bang, or when the skyrockets whooshed into the air and burst. Both Manager Guan and the grandmother felt a twinge of concern, worried that Chen Weigua's son might get hurt. Chen Weigua, however, was unperturbed. His son, barely over a year old, was already running about, as lively and nimble as a monkey. Boys should be adventurous and spirited like this. After playing for a while, it was nearly midnight, and the sounds of firecrackers began to resonate in the vicinity. Chen Weigua returned to the trunk of his car and retrieved a large firecracker, arranging it in a circle around the building where his family resided. As he reached into his pocket for a lighter to ignite it, his son rushed over, hugging his leg and looking up at him, saying, "Daddy, let me light the firecracker." Chen Weigua's eyes widened in surprise as he immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. It's far too dangerous." "No, no." His mother also wore a serious expression. "I want to light it. I want to." His son insisted. "Just wait a few more years, and then I'll let you," Chen Weigua replied, gently patting his son's head. The boy shook his head vigorously, saying, "In a few years, they won't allow it anymore." "How could that be?" General Guan approached, crouched down, and gently embraced Chen Weigua's son, joining in the persuasion. Ultimately, the boy had to relent, letting out a long sigh and looking skyward, declaring, "Who knows which will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected event? One must seize the joy of life." Hearing these words, General Guan chuckled, marveling at the child's eloquence. "If I let you light it, an accident will surely follow," Chen Weigua remarked. The boy glared at him, expressing his discontent with a huff. "You're making me very angry. The consequences could be severe." Chen Weigua smirked, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "How about I hold you while lighting it? That should be acceptable, right?" "Hooray!" the boy exclaimed joyfully. "That is not permissible." His mother interjected. Chen Weigua lightly swatted her hand, saying, "My child is usually very well behaved. It's rare for him to make a request, so as his father, I must oblige. Don't worry, I'll be holding him tightly." With that, Chen Weigua carried his son towards the firecracker fuse, concerned that something might go awry. General Guan followed closely behind them, thinking that if Chen Weigua were to stumble, she could at least catch the child in time. As for Chen Weigua, his sturdy frame was unlikely to suffer harm from the firecracker. Initially worried, his mother observed the scene of General Guan trailing behind the father and son, and a sense of warmth washed over her, prompting a gentle smile. Upon reaching the fuse, Chen Weigua crouched down, gripping his son firmly under the arms. "Son, we're about to light it. Don't be afraid." The boy suddenly turned around and looked at him disdainfully, saying, "Daddy, the lighter." "Oh," Chen Weigua responded, retrieving the lighter from his pocket and handing it to his son. Once in possession of the lighter, the boy skillfully ignited it. Seeing the flame, Chen Weigua panicked, exclaiming, Hey, I'm not ready yet. I was just testing it." "All right, go ahead and light it," the boy replied. Chen Weigua tightened his grip on his son's ribs, preparing to flee at any moment. "Daddy, don't squeeze so hard. My 2-year-old ribs are going to break," the boy protested, turning back to look at him. Chen Weigua sighed in relief, loosening his grip slightly. "Come on, it's just a firecracker. Do you really need to be this anxious? You little rascal, I'm just worried about you. Just take care of yourself." Listening to the conversation between the father and son, Mr. Guan behind them couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Weigua turned around and offered an awkward smile to Mr. Guan. Just as he did, a sudden burst of flames was followed by the crackling sound of firecrackers. His son turned back and exclaimed, "Dad, let's go." Caught off guard, Chen Weigua immediately picked up his son and turned, but as he rose to run, his left foot faltered, causing him to stumble forward. He instinctively released his son, ultimately landing on the muddy ground, propped up on his elbows. Seeing this, Mr. Guan rushed over to assist him. After they had moved some distance away, the son covered his ears with his hands and looked at him with disdain, saying, "Dad, can I do it myself next time? You little rascal. I'm doing this for you." Chen Weigua retorted, "You made such a simple matter seem like I sacrificed myself to cover for my teammates' retreat." Fine. Next time you handle it yourself, I won't interfere," he added. Upon saying this, he glanced aside to find Mr. Guan laughing uncontrollably, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. After the firecrackers were set off, midnight had passed, and they exchanged New Year greetings before they set off fireworks again. This time, for Chinweigua's safety. Both his mother and Mr. Guan agreed to let his son ignite them himself. As he watched the fireworks burst in the sky, Chinweigua's son suddenly asked Mr. Guan, "Sister, do you know why it gets colder after fireworks are set off?" Mr. Guan shook her head and smiled, asking, "Why?" "Because fireworks are easy to cool." Fireworks are easy to cool. Mr. Guan was perplexed. You'll understand this joke in the future, Chinweigua's son explained. After the fireworks, Chinweigua's mother carried his son upstairs while Chinweigua drove Mr. Guan home. The journey was filled with the booming sounds of firecrackers and the dazzling display of fireworks. Stopping at a red light, he noticed a smile on Mr. Guan's face and inquired, "Mr. Guan, what brings you such joy?" Mr. Guan suddenly chuckled again, saying, "Just thinking about how you almost fell while trying to protect Xiaohaozi. It nearly turned into him saving you instead. Your Xiaohaozi is truly adorable and entertaining. Especially when you two argue. I always feel like you never win." Mr. Guan added, "That little rascal spends all day watching television, especially since we got a computer." Strangely enough, while most kids enjoy cartoons, he prefers shows like the Kangxi Dynasty and Emperor Wu of Han. At first, I thought it was my mother watching. Mr. Guan gave a thumbs up. Unable to resist praising, Xiaohaozi is impressive. Then, the light turned green, and the car continued moving. Chinweigua continued, "My mother is also peculiar, at her age. She has become enamored with Korean dramas. Whenever she watches them, my son shouts, claiming that Korean dramas are the slide of human civilization's progress. Always about car accidents or amnesia. What kind of serious person talks about romance every day instead of working? Who do you think my child learned this from?" "He must have picked it up online," Mr. Guan replied. However, Xiaohaozi's summary is indeed quite accurate. It is remarkable that someone so young can articulate such sentiments. Reflecting on his son's previous extraordinary feats, Chinweigua sighed, "Indeed, I find it quite astonishing." Subsequently, General Guan yawned, leading to a brief silence. Upon encountering the next red light, the two unintentionally exchanged glances, prompting Chinweigua to inquire, "General Guan, may I pose a question? Are you wondering why I am not celebrating the New Year with my family at home?" Chinweigua, taken aback, nodded repeatedly. "Yes. My father invited numerous guests to our home for dinner today, one of whom is a suitor he selected for me. Feeling rather awkward, I decided to leave. However, with nowhere else to go on this festive occasion, I ended up at the shop. Fortunately, it has turned out to be quite enjoyable." As he spoke, General Guan wore a smile, and Chinweigua was so absorbed in the moment that he did not notice the traffic light had turned green. It was only when General Guan reminded him that he drove forward. "In fact, you could meet your suitor. Perhaps you may find someone suitable." "Suitability does not necessarily equate to affection," General Guan remarked, glancing out the car window. At that moment, they were driving along the riverside road, where many were setting off fireworks. "Chinweigua," General Guan called through the rearview mirror. "Yes? What is it, General Guan?" "I have a question that I am uncertain about asking." "Just ask it," he encouraged. "Have you ever considered finding a stepmother for Xiaohaozi in the future?" "Please don't be upset. If you prefer not to answer, you need not feel obliged," General Guan inquired cautiously. Chinweigua's eyes initially sparkled, but then gradually dimmed. The road ahead was about to curve, making visibility difficult. "There is nothing I wish to avoid discussing. It's simply that I am currently overwhelmed with work and life as chaos. As long as I can take good care of my son, that is sufficient. I genuinely have no time to contemplate distant matters. My son is right. Life should be enjoyed in the moment." Hearing this, General Guan chuckled and remarked, "It seems that your son has imparted many valuable lessons to you." She had initially assumed her question would be a sensitive topic for Chinweigua. Yet it turned out that he was more open-minded and cheerful than she had anticipated. Naturally, if he were otherwise, he would not have such a lively and mischievous son. "Indeed, I have grown alongside him, and he has certainly taught me much." They continued to converse like friends, and when they arrived at General Guan's villa, both felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled conversation. "I'm off now. Happy New Year," General Guan said as she unbuckled her seatbelt, looking at Chinweigua. "Ah, wait." Chinweigua produced a red envelope from his pocket and extended it towards General Guan. After glancing at the envelope, she asked, "What is this for?" "My mother asked me to give this to you. It's not much, just a small token of blessing from an elder." Upon hearing this, General Guan promptly accepted the envelope and joyfully exited the vehicle. "Goodbye, General Guan." As Chinweigua drove away, General Guan looked up at the sky. Fireworks blossomed above, illuminating the night with their splendid brilliance. Regrettably, it appeared only for a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace. In that instant, she was reminded of the phrase fireworks are easily cold. So this is what Xiao Haozi referred to as the fleeting nature of fireworks. Suddenly filled with melancholy, she turned and headed home. When Chen Weiguo returned home, it was nearly 2 in the morning. His mother and son had both fallen asleep, while the sounds of firecrackers continued outside. From his pocket, Chen Weiguo retrieved 2 red envelopes, one from General Guan for his son, and the other from Zhang Aimin. General Guan had generously filled the envelope with 2,000 yuan, as per his usual grand gesture. To Chen's surprise, however, Zhang Aimin's wife, Huang Lu, had given an envelope containing 800 yuan, while he had only placed 600 yuan in the envelope for Zhang's daughter. Initially, he had presumed his contribution would exceed Zhang's, feeling somewhat shortchanged. Alas, it seemed that everyone operated on a grand scale except for him, who remained on a smaller scale. At that moment, a text message arrived. It was from General Guan, inquiring whether he had arrived home safely. Chen Weiguo quickly typed several lines, but ultimately deleted them, leaving only the word arrived. And then, silence ensued. On the first day of the new year, as dawn broke, his son eagerly rushed in to awaken Chen Weiguo, demanding his red envelope. Still groggy, Chen Weiguo retrieved the red envelope meant for his son from General Guan, hoping to pass it off as his own. However, upon seeing the bulging envelope, his son exclaimed, "Dad, you're so stingy, you wouldn't possibly put that much money in there. This must be from Sister Guan." Chen Weiguo widened his eyes, realizing that the little rascal was not easily deceived. "How much do you think I would give you?" he retorted. "Whether I give more or less depends on my intentions. Remember, you reap what you sow. Whatever you give me now, I shall return to you in kind when you are older." Upon hearing his son's words, Chen Weiguo was taken aback and in a fit of playful annoyance. He picked up his son and playfully swatted his bottom twice. "You little rascal, how dare you speak such nonsense? Though your words may be coarse, the sentiment holds true." "Dad, you ponder that," replied his son, before jumping down and scampering away. After scratching his head, Chen Weiguo let out a long yawn and went to the drawer, pulling out several thousand yuan he had stashed away. "Son, your New Year's money has arrived, though I suppose it's fine without the red envelope cover, right?" Chen Weiguo called out to his son. "It's all right. The envelope is merely a superficial formality. The money is the genuine token of goodwill." After receiving the money, his son promptly handed it over to his grandmother. Watching her count the money while licking her fingers, Chen Weiguo suddenly realized he had been outsmarted. Chapter 59, The First Meeting with General Guan's Parents. During the first and second days of the new year, Chen Weiguo spent nearly all his time at the restaurant. Although the New Year's meals had long been fully booked, many customers arrived at mealtime. Fortunately, Chen Weiguo had sourced a batch of ingredients from the supermarket where he had previously worked, preventing the loss of these customers and allowing the restaurant's turnover to reach an impressive 3 times over the 2 days. Despite numerous complaints from customers regarding the high prices at the restaurant, they found themselves with little choice, as it was the only establishment of its kind open for business in the entire city of Jianing over the past 3 days. Moreover, it was understandable that the cost of ingredients and labor had surged several-fold during this period. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, a light rain fell in Jianing, bringing an end to the unseasonably warm and sunny weather. Although the temperature had plummeted, it did little to deter the restaurant's thriving business. With the holiday break approaching, Chen Weiguo had not stocked an abundance of ingredients. After lunch, the head chef informed him that the remaining supplies were barely sufficient to cater to the customers who had pre-ordered their New Year's Eve meals, and they could accommodate only 3 additional tables at most. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo instructed the head chef to serve only the reserved customers that evening, allowing the staff to finish early and enjoy their holiday. "As for the remaining dishes and meat, we shall partake ourselves, and I will treat everyone to a couple of fine bottles of wine," he commanded. After the head chef departed, Chen Weiguo, thinking about returning home early that night, called his mother to invite her and his son to the restaurant for dinner. By around 6:30 in the evening, his mother and son arrived. He ushered them into his office before returning to his duties. Upon entering the dining area, he noticed Ms. Guan leading a girl of about 5 years old, while Mr. Guan's brother held open the windbreak curtain for them. Following Ms. Guan was a couple who appeared affluent and dignified, their age seemingly comparable to that of his mother, though they had dyed their hair black and styled it, unlike his mother's salt and pepper locks. The elder couple was soon followed by Mr. Guan himself. Upon entering, Mr. Guan quickly spotted Chen Weiguo and beckoned him over. "Manager Chen, come here for a moment." After a brief pause, Chen Weiguo promptly approached. surmising that the well-dressed couple were indeed Mr. Guan's parents. As he drew near, Mr. Guan's brother offered him a polite smile and greeted him warmly. Ms. Guan was patiently engaging her daughter in conversation, not glancing in his direction. Dad, Mom, this is Chun Weigua, the person in charge of both restaurants, Mr. Guan introduced. As Chun Weigua had suspected, they were indeed Mr. Guan's parents. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, Chun Weigua greeted them. The elderly couple merely glanced at him, nodding slightly before directing their gaze elsewhere. Manager Chin, although my parents have never been here before, they are, in fact, the true proprietors of the restaurant, Mr. Guan's brother jested at that moment. I didn't expect so many people to dine out on the third day of the new year, Ms. Guan remarked. Observing the bustling business of the restaurant, Mr. Guan nodded in approval and, addressing his father, said, when you first mentioned wanting to enter the catering industry, I opposed it. But it seems I was mistaken. You've made quite a spectacle of it. Well done. Keep up the good work. Ing is always exceptional, diligent, and energetic. There is nothing she cannot accomplish, Ms. Guan praised from the side. Mother, I shall sing praises upon returning, for it would be quite embarrassing to do so in front of others. After exchanging a few words with Mother Guan, President Guan turned to Manager Chun. Mr. Chun, is there a private room available? Manager Chun promptly nodded and replied, yes, the guests in room 2 have just finished their meal and it should be tidied up shortly. With that, Manager Chun led President Guan and his family towards room 2. Upon reaching the entrance of room 2, Manager Chun opened the door, and Brother Guan said to him, Mr. Chun, if you are not busy, why not join us for a meal? No, you all enjoy your meal first. Manager Chun declined with a smile. It's quite all right, Mr. Chun, do join us, President Guan insisted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Manager Chun twisted his mouth and quietly explained, President Guan, my mother has come with my child, and I will dine with them later. At that moment, Mother Guan turned around and said with a smile, oh, Mr. Chun, you are already married and have children. Why not invite your mother and child to join us as well? They must be hungry by now. Indeed, Mr. Chun. Go fetch your mother and child so we can enjoy the lively gathering together. Otherwise, it would just be our family eating, which is no different from dining at home. Brother Guan concurred. At a loss for a reason to refuse, Manager Chin reluctantly headed to his office to bring his mother and child. Upon entering the private room, Manager Chin instantly noticed the gaze of President Guan's family upon them, reminiscent of the look in the eyes of Sister Guan when she first laid eyes on him. Son, greet everyone, Manager Chin said as he lifted his child. The child scanned the room, clasped his fists, and wished everyone a happy spring festival before turning to his grandmother, insisting she take him outside. This was the first time Manager Chin had witnessed his son wanting to flee from unfamiliar faces. What is the matter? He inquired. They are strangers. I cannot eat at the same table with them, the child replied. Upon hearing this, some felt awkward while others chuckled. What nonsense are you speaking? Manager Chin exclaimed, forcibly sitting his son beside President Guan. Once settled, President Guan leaned in and softly reassured him, little Housie, do not be afraid. These two grandparents are your sister's parents. This uncle is your sister's brother, and this aunt is your sister's sister. The young lady beside her is the aunt's niece. Why should I be called sister when the sister's sister becomes an aunt? Sister Guan protested. Because Sister Guan appears more youthful. Please do not put me in a difficult position, dear aunt, Manager Chin's son candidly replied to Sister Guan. Upon hearing this, President Guan erupted in laughter, while Sister Guan's countenance darkened. My mother is also quite young. Do not speak nonsense. Sister Guan's daughter retorted angrily, raising her chopsticks, unable to bear her mother's humiliation. Manager Chin's son imitated his father with a hey, addressing Sister Guan's daughter. If I call Sister Guan sister, then I must be her younger brother, and you are her nephew. Which means you ought to call me uncle. Hearing this, Brother Guan could not help but commend, impressive. Thus, one could say, I should be considered your elder. You must not speak to your elders while holding chopsticks. Chen Weigua's son continued to address Sister Guan's daughter. The daughter of Sister Guan displayed a look of alarm and timidly turned to her mother, asking Mom, is he right? Chapter 60, Standing at the Wind's Edge. Even pigs can soar in response to her daughter's inquiry. Sister Guan's expression darkened considerably as she hastily whispered, ignore him. Guan, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, forced a smile and shifted his gaze to Chen Weigua, saying, please have the dishes served promptly. Chen Weigua nodded immediately and stepped out to arrange for the food to be brought in. Once Chen Weigua departed, Sister Guan scrutinized the elderly woman, inquiring, Manager Chen's mother, how should I address you? You may simply call me Xie, with Fong as my given name, the old woman replied with a smile. Surely you should be retired by now? I retired several years ago, she responded. Sister Guan nodded slightly, unsure of what else to say, and the conversation among the Guan family members began to flow. Their discussions revolved around either substantial investments and business dealings or high-end consumption related to clothing, food, and living arrangements. Listening to the exchanges, the elderly woman felt somewhat out of place, as if she and her grandson were not truly part of the same world. Much like her grandson had just remarked, we are not of the same ilk, thus we do not share the same table. The atmosphere finally shifted when Chen Weiguo returned. Guan, in a few minutes, we shall serve the dishes, he informed. Guan nodded in acknowledgement, then please take a seat. Once Chen Weiguo sat down, Guan's father, who had remained silent until then, unexpectedly rose and poured tea from his cup into Chen Weiguo's. Taken aback by the gesture, Chen Weiguo quickly stood, saying, Uncle, there's no need. I can do it myself. It's quite all right. Guan's father replied steadily, noticing the assertive intensity in Guan's father's gaze. Chen Weiguo felt a surge of pressure and retook his seat. Manager Chen, today we shall forego alcohol and instead toast with tea, Guan's father stated. Very well. Chen Weiguo agreed, lifting the steaming cup to his lips. After he set down the cup, Guan's father focused intently on him and asked, I have heard that you were once a workshop director in a factory, only venturing out after being laid off a couple of years ago. Indeed, Chen Weiguo nodded affirmatively. You should have sought new opportunities much earlier. Working in an environment that favors complacency and comfort only dulls one's senses and hinders the motivation to learn and grow. Individuals like you, laid-off workers in their 30s, face the most challenging circumstances, as there are still many years until retirement and you lack the vigor and potential of youth. Guan's father remarked. Chen Weiguo's eyes sparkled with understanding, resonating deeply with Guan's father's words. Noticing that Guan's father had finished his tea, Chen Weiguo instinctively rose to refill it. However, Guan's father placed his hand over the cup, shaking his head. I may pour tea for anyone as a sign of respect, however. Not just anyone can serve me tea. Manager Chen, consider this cup of tea as a debt for now, he declared. Father. Guan interjected abruptly, interrupting his father's discourse. Guan's father cast a glance at him before withdrawing his hand. Momentarily taken aback, Chen Weiguo could only force himself to pour tea into Mr. Guan's cup. Fully aware that this was merely a gesture of respect towards Mr. Guan from Guangzhou. Beside him, his mother seethed with indignation. As the atmosphere grew awkward, Guan urged chuckled and said, Manager Chen, please don't take offense. My father has always been this way. Just consider it a form of motivation. Chen Weiguo managed a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Father, it's all right. Today, Grandfather Guan may seem indifferent towards you, but tomorrow, you shall surpass him. Chen Weiguo's son chimed in. At this remark, Chen Weiguo's expression darkened, and he quickly turned to his son, whispering, Children should not speak so carelessly. Mr. Guan let out a chuckle, regarding Chen Weiguo's son with a hint of amusement. Ah, young one, I am rather curious to see how your father will indeed surpass me. Chen Weiguo's son grinned widely and replied, When the wind is right, even pigs can fly. Grandfather Guan's current standing is a result of the opportunities provided by the times. As long as my father positions himself correctly, he will eventually soar higher than Grandfather Guan. Upon hearing this, Mr. Guan's smile faded, and the expressions of the other Guan family members turned awkward. Only Guanzhong, seated beside Chen Weiguo's son, silently stifled a laugh, having never witnessed her father so visibly flustered by a child's words. Uncle, children speak without reserve. I hope you won't be upset. Chen Weiguo quickly apologized to Mr. Guan. Mr. Guan waved his hand, a smile gradually returning to his face as he gazed into Chen Weiguo's son's eyes. Manager Chen, it's quite all right. Your child speaks the truth. I indeed have been fortunate to live in a prosperous era. With such an intelligent child, you should be proud. Chen Weiguo could only manage a bitter smile. Manager Chen, your son is so articulate at such a young age. Who has he learned this from? Guan Urge inquired, attempting to alleviate the tension in the room. He mostly learns from watching television or browsing the internet, Chen Weiguo replied. At that moment, there was a brief knock on the door, followed by two waitstaff entering with steaming dishes. Once the waitstaff departed, Guan Urge picked up his chopsticks and addressed everyone. Shall we begin? As soon as he spoke, Guan Dajia's daughter, seated to his left, exclaimed urgently, Uncle, no. The teacher says we must pray before eating. What kind of prayer? Guan Dajia's daughter explained. We thank God for the bountiful food he has provided, expressing gratitude and ensuring we do not waste a single grain. Immediately, Guan Dajia interjected. This is what her international kindergarten teacher taught her. They pray before every meal. That's wonderful, truly. The international kindergarten instills the value of food conservation from such a young age, Guan Urge remarked. Everyone must pray together before we eat, Guan Daji's daughter insisted. The guests found this quite amusing and were eager to comply, mimicking her gestures and closing their eyes, except for Chun Weigua's son. Why aren't you praying? Guan Daji's daughter asked, her eyes wide with surprise. I don't want to, Chun Weigua's son replied. At that moment, Chun Weigua opened his eyes and said to his son, Be good, listen to your sister. Seeing Chun Weigua's son shake his head, Sister Guan's daughter exclaimed in indignation. You will be punished by God for that. The fervor in her tone startled the others, causing them to open their eyes wide. What is the matter, dear? Sister Guan inquired. He is disobedient. Sister Guan's daughter pointed urgently at Chun Weigua's son. This is a great Eastern nation. It is not his place to dictate. Chun Weigua's son retorted. With a frustrated slam of his hand on the table, he continued, It is commendable to save food, but why should we thank him? He is not the one who provides my rice. If gratitude is due, it should go to Grandpa Yuan for his research on rice, to the hard-working farmers, and to the nation that allows us a good life. Upon hearing his son's words, had it not been for the sake of appearances, Chun Weigua would have applauded him. Thus he could only silently commend his son in his heart. The Guan family exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. With such a statement from Chun Weigua's son, any attempt to counter or insist on prayer would only reveal their ignorance. Mom, make him pray quickly. Sister Guan's daughter began to act petulantly. Xiao Xian, look at that boy. Although he is younger than you, he understands more. If you continue to be unreasonable, Grandpa won't give you gifts on your birthday, Guanba interjected gently to Sister Guan's daughter. Feeling aggrieved, Sister Guan's daughter pouted but ceased her insistence. Subsequently, Guanba turned to Chun Weigua's son and asked with a smile, Little friend, who taught you those words? Chun Weigua expected his son to mention learning from television or the internet. However, this time, his son pointed to his chest with a tiny finger and declared, One must remember the well-digger when drinking water. That is what my conscience teaches me. Upon hearing this, Guan Urge, Sister Guan, and Guanma were nearly left speechless. Such profound words were hardly what one would expect from a 2-year-old. Guanba laughed heartily and remarked to Chun Weigua, Manager Chun, Your son is destined to achieve remarkable things in the future. Hearing her grandfather praise another child, Sister Guan's daughter huffed in discontent and retorted, He is not more knowledgeable than I am. I can recite many ancient poems. Sister Guan smiled and nodded, encouraging her daughter, Indeed. It has been so long since we last saw Grandpa. Quickly let him hear which ancient poems you have memorized. Sister Guan's daughter sprang up and walked over to Guanba and Guanma. Guanma, smiling, took her hand and said, Hurry and recite for Grandpa and Grandma. If you do well, they will reward you with a big red envelope. At sunset, the sun sinks behind the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. If one seeks to see 1,000 miles, one must ascend another floor. After reciting a poem, Sister Guan's daughter received applause from the crowd. During the Qingming festival, the rain falls in a drizzling manner. Travelers on the road feel a deep sorrow. May I ask where there is an inn? The shepherd boy points to Xinghua village from afar. Sister Guan's daughter recited another poem, and the audience applauded again. Though they felt that reciting a poem about the Qingming festival on such a celebratory occasion was somewhat inappropriate. At that moment, Guanma took out 2 large red envelopes from her bag and handed them to her granddaughter, planting a kiss on her forehead. Reflecting on the embarrassment his son had caused the Guan family, Chun Weigua deliberately remarked to his son, My dear boy, look how remarkable your sister is. Able to recite so many Tang poems at such a tender age. You should learn from her. To his surprise, his son raised his head, disdainfully retorting, Such simple poetry. Who can't recite it? Chun Weigua was taken aback, pondering, could it be that his son had learned these ancient verses from television? Then why don't you recite one for us? Guan's daughter inquired. Listen closely, Chun Weigua's son promptly replied. After tapping a bowl with his chopsticks, he began. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, a year departs. The spring breeze brings warmth into the Tusa wine. The doors of every household greet the sunlight, exchanging old charms for new peaches. Upon finishing, Chun Weigua blinked in astonishment. He had never heard this poem and was uncertain if it was something his son had concocted. Observing Guan's astonished expression, he deduced that his son was not fabricating it after all. Grandfather, which poem did he just recite? Guan's daughter asked. Guan nodded slowly, responding, that is Yuan Ri, written by Wang Angshi during the Song dynasty, a poem about the new year. Clearly, the poem recited by Chun Weigua's son was more fitting for the occasion, distinguishing him markedly. Guan then turned to Chinwei's son and inquired, "Little one, can you recite any other poems?" Last year, on this day at this door, the face of a person reflects the peach blossoms red, the person's face. I know not where it has gone, yet the peach blossoms continue to smile in the spring breeze. Chinwei recognized this poem, and upon hearing his son recite it in a tender voice, he felt an inexplicable sadness. "Do you understand the meaning of this poem?" Guan asked. Chinwei's son shook his head, replying, "On television, they said, if you are not the person in the poem, you cannot comprehend its meaning." Guan gave a thumbs up. "Xiaohaozi, do you know any other poems?" At this moment, Guan appeared eager. Chinwei's son shook his head. "Sister, I only know these two." "Well, I can recite another poem, so I win," Guan's daughter declared proudly. Chinwei's son rolled his eyes and raised his hand, exclaiming, "I just thought of another one. You go first. You go first. No need to recite anymore." Guan interrupted the children's playful squabble, then turned to his granddaughter. "You've already lost, but I am satisfied. Xiaoxian, you did wonderfully." Guan's daughter furrowed her brow in confusion before being called back to her seat by her mother. "Grandfather, grandmother, I have recited too as well." "Do I get a red envelope?" Chinwei's son asked. Guan's mother smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, come here quickly." Chinwei intended to stop his son, but to his surprise, his son darted to Guan's side like a nimble cat. After chuckling a couple of times, Guan accepted a red envelope from Guan's mother and handed it to Chinwei's son. "Little friend, study diligently, and you shall surely achieve great things in the future," Guan declared as he presented the envelope to Chinwei's son. Upon receiving the envelope, Chinwei's son joyfully expressed his gratitude. Just as he was about to return to his seat, Guan's mother suddenly called out to him, "Xiaohaozi, wait. Grandma has another red envelope for you." As Chinwei's son turned around, he noticed Aunt Guan retrieving a red envelope from her bag. He stepped forward, accepted the envelope, and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude with a soft "Thank you, Grandma." Observing his son's obedient demeanor, Chinwei felt a twinge of discomfort. It appeared that his son had impeccably inherited this admirable trait, the ability to navigate through any circumstance, yet never to disregard the value of money. Aunt Guan beamed with a benevolent smile, gently stroking Chinwei's son's head, and remarked, "What a clever and considerate child. Grandma, Grandpa, you truly live up to your reputation as successful business people." Each red envelope is distributed individually, demonstrating remarkable generosity. Upon hearing this, Mr. Guan furrowed his brow and glanced at Chinwei, noting the unmistakable resemblance between the father and son, both fond of referencing the concept of grandeur. Once Chinwei's son returned to his seat, Brother Guan could not resist inquiring, "Little friend, you mentioned learning from television. What dramas do you usually watch?" The boy seemed rather different from his peers, often gravitating towards historical dramas, such as Kangxi Dynasty, and towards the Republic. Recently, he had been watching Yongjing Dynasty. Chinwei replied. Brother Guan, taken aback, sighed, "No wonder you are so articulate. But tell me, can you truly comprehend Yongjing Dynasty?" Chapter 62, to everyone's surprise. "The son speaks English." Chinwei's son shook his head and replied, "I believe it tells the story of several princes vying for the throne, called the 9 sons competing for succession." Brother Guan nodded in astonishment, repeatedly affirming, "That's correct. Have you not watched any cartoons?" Sister Guan's daughter asked, eyeing Chinwei's son. The boy paused, pondering for a while before murmuring, "Attack on Titan? Tokyo Ghoul? Imo Daozushir?" Sister Guan's daughter shook her head earnestly, stating, "I prefer watching Big Head Son and Small Head Dad, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, and Detective Conan. Have you not seen Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf?" Chinwei's son looked up at the ceiling, bewildered by the notion. Just then, a knock echoed, and 3 servers entered, wheeling in a substantial cart laden with dishes. Once the dishes were set on the table, Aunt Guan exclaimed, "Come, everyone, let us dig in before the food gets cold." For quite some time, the table was filled with silence as everyone focused on their meals, occasionally commenting on the tastiness of a dish or the spiciness of another. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Mr. Guan first glanced at his father, who, during such moments, would typically engage in grand discussions or impart wisdom to his children. However, today he remained unusually silent, engrossed in his meal, likely affected by Xiaohaozi's remark about the pig riding the wind. Although his father presented a facade of generosity, Mr. Guan understood that his proud father was concealing his dissatisfaction. Next, Mr. Guan turned his attention to his elder sister. Unlike their father, she struggled to mask her emotions, her expression decidedly grim. Typically, She relished showcasing her daughter to others and enjoyed having her shine in front of an audience. However, today her daughter was overshadowed by the mere 2-year-old Xiaohaozi, which likely left her feeling quite embarrassed. Had I known this earlier, I would not have invited the Chen family to dinner. However, upon reflection, my niece, who has been pampered since childhood and constantly praised, has developed an arrogant disposition. It may not be entirely detrimental for her to encounter some setbacks and challenges. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, General Guan glanced at his second brother, signaling him with a subtle look. If it weren't for his suggestion to include the Chen family in the gathering, we would not be facing this uncomfortable situation. As the instigator, he must take responsibility for the matter. Upon catching the meaning in General Guan's gaze, second brother Guan appeared helpless. He turned his attention to elder sister Guan, who wore a stern expression, contemplating how to cheer her up. After a moment's thought, he addressed her. Hey, elder sister. Does that international kindergarten that XIN attends also teach in English? Elder sister Guan immediately perked up, her spirits lifted. There is a course conducted entirely in English, taught by a dedicated foreign instructor. How is XIN's English progressing? Quite well. Her teacher praises her for her linguistic talent. Come on, XIN. Say a few sentences in English for everyone to hear, elder sister Guan encouraged her daughter. Pausing from her shrimp, XIN raised her head and began to speak a passage in English. Her fluent and precise pronunciation garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience, dispelling the gloom on elder sister Guan's face. Impressive, Chen Weiguo exclaimed while casting a glance at his son. Initially, he contemplated advising his son to study diligently, but reconsidered, fearing that his son might inadvertently pick up a few phrases from television. Suddenly, his son also looked up at him, and after a brief exchange of glances, as the boy appeared ready to speak, Chen Weiguo gently covered his mouth with his hand and patted his back, anxiously saying, Take your time eating, darling, don't choke. Can you speak English? Elder sister Guan's daughter asked Chen Weiguo's son, her tone laced with pride. After pushing Chen Weiguo's hand away, the boy replied, I only know one sentence. I don't believe you. Say it. Believe it or not, Chen Weiguo's son muttered softly. Hurry up and say it. Elder sister Guan's daughter urged, her excitement palpable. Life is like a box of chocolates, Chen Weiguo's son blurted out. The room fell silent as everyone processed his words. What does that mean, Ingmei? Guanma inquired of General Guan, realizing she might be the only one who could comprehend it. General Guan looked at his mother, astonished, and explained. Little Haozi must be quoting life is like a box of chocolates. Though his pronunciation isn't perfect, at least he articulated each syllable. The remarkable part is that at such a young age, he could remember such a complex sentence. After speaking, General Guan turned to Chen Weiguo's son and asked, Little Haozi, where did you learn that phrase? From the television, he replied. Which channel? The children's channel. General Guan nodded. Do you know what the next line is? I do. Chen Weiguo's son nodded, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. One can never be certain whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will arrive first. Thus one must indulge in life's pleasures in a timely manner. Chen Weiguo let out a chuckle, as he recalled hearing these very words from his son before. On that fateful night of the 30th, little Haozi had uttered this phrase, prompting manager Guan to remark, That's quite similar, isn't it? Little Haozi, you are truly impressive. Darling, what is troubling you? Suddenly inquired Aunt Guan, her voice laced with concern. All eyes turned to her daughter, who appeared to be on the verge of tears. Her small face flushed with distress. Her gaze was fixed intently on Chen Weiguo's son. After a few moments of shared silence, Chen Weiguo's son suddenly asked her, What's wrong? In an instant, Aunt Guan's daughter burst into tears, leaning forward and shouting at Chen Weiguo's son, I don't like this little brother. Get him away. Startled by her outburst, Aunt Guan and her mother quickly embraced her, offering soothing words. Chen Weiguo exchanged a glance with his elderly mother, both at a loss for how to respond. Mama. Aunt Guan's daughter pointed accusingly at Chen Weiguo's son, I don't want to see this little brother. Xiaoxin. He hasn't done anything to you. I don't care. I don't want to see him. Aunt Guan's daughter screamed, frantically slapping her hands against her mother. Out of sheer desperation, Aunt Guan relented. All right. Mama will send him away. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo's mother turned to him and said, Then shall we leave? Chen Weiguo nodded, rising to say, We have eaten our fill, so we shall take our leave. The Guan family nodded in acknowledgement, showing no intent to retain them. After Chen Weiguo lifted his son onto his back, the child looked at Aunt Guan's daughter and remarked, Xiaoxin, you really need to try harder. Is it so difficult to accept someone who excels beyond you? Hearing his son speak this way, Chen Weiguo quickened his pace. Previously, His son's expressions were merely cheeky. Now, his words had taken on a sharper tone. There are always those who surpass us. Just because you can recite a few poems does not grant you the right to be arrogant, nor does having a little money justify disdain for others. As Chinwegua's son made this statement, they exited the private room. With a wry smile directed at the Guan family, Chinwegua promptly shut the door behind them. Observing his granddaughter still sobbing uncontrollably, Guan father let out a huff and set his chopsticks down. That last remark from manager Chin's son was intended for us. Wasn't it? He questioned with a stern expression. Guan's own, glancing cautiously at her father, replied, Dad, is it really necessary to stoop to the level of a child? She added with a hint of a smile, it seems like the perspective has shrunk. Chapter 63, The Old Mother's Regret Upon Exiting the Private Room. Chinwegua instructed his elderly mother and son to wait for him in the office while he returned to his duties in the store. Before parting, his mother sighed heavily. Chinwegua sensed her discontent regarding the meal shared with Guanzong's family. As the clock approached 8, most patrons had left the store, and soon after, the Guan family emerged from the private room. Chinwegua approached them with a smile, asking, Have you all eaten well? Leading the way were Aunt Guan and her daughter, who, hand in hand, passed by Chinwegua without even glancing in his direction. Following closely behind were Guan's father and mother. Guan's mother offered a polite smile to Chinwegua, while Guan's father kept his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly indifferent to him. Next came Guan's second brother, who approached and patted Chinwegua on the shoulder, remarking, Next time, bring your little one out to play. Your child is truly delightful. Finally, there was Guan, who paused before Chinwegua and quietly inquired, Has Auntie and Xiaohaozi returned? Chinwegua shook his head, replying, They are still at the office and will return with me shortly. Great. Tomorrow is a holiday. Make sure to rest well at home for a few days. I approve of you taking a few extra days off, as long as you return to work 2 days before the opening of the third store, Guan stated. Chinwegua initially displayed joy, but then his brow furrowed as he quietly asked, Will the salary be issued as usual? Guan cast him a sidelong glance, offering no response as she headed toward the door, leaving him to ponder. Guan, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your tacit approval, he thought. As the glass door closed, Chinwegua observed Guan and her family conversing outside before they each entered different luxury vehicles. In that moment, he felt that this door did not merely separate the interior from the exterior of the store. It distinctly divided two different worlds. After 8 o'clock, Chinwegua instructed the chef to stir-fry all the remaining ingredients in the store and opened several bottles of fine wine to celebrate the impending holiday. After enjoying the last meal before the break, everyone worked together to clean the store before finally clocking out for the holiday. By this time, it was already past 10 o'clock. On the ride home, Chinwegua glanced at his mother in the rearview mirror, noting her sullen expression. Mom, are you still unhappy? He asked. At this, his mother looked up at the rearview mirror and pondered before asking, When will we return this car? We'll return it after the holiday. Chinwegua replied. After a moment of thought, his mother said, The sooner, the better. If possible, let's avoid driving someone else's car in the future. It's always better to drive your own. Even if it's just a two-wheeler, it's superior to someone else's four-wheeler. Chinwegua nodded expressionlessly, recognizing the underlying message in her words. A few minutes later, while waiting at a traffic light, his mother suddenly spoke in a subdued tone. Chinwegua, I see that your salary is decent each month, and your boss values you. I thought you were having an easy time at work. After visiting your store a few times these past few days, I've realized that you have it tough as well. You must greet customers, superiors, and even subordinates with a smile, no matter how they treat you. You can only endure. Hearing his mother's words, Chinwegua chuckled. Mom, it's not as serious as you think. This is how work is for everyone, especially in the service industry. It's normal to face some pressure. Just then, the green light turned on, and Chinwegua proceeded forward. It's just that your father and I lack the means to provide for you like other parents do, buying you a car, a house, or giving you money to start a business. His mother lamented further. Mom, what are you saying? You and Dad have worked so hard to raise us. Now you're even helping me with the child. You've done more than enough. His mother's self-reproach felt like an invisible slap, striking Chinwegua hard across the face. At this point in his life, in his 30s, the words of his elderly mother served only to highlight his own inadequacies. Grandma, do not be disheartened. Father is working hard to earn a living. Enduring some hardship is not shameful. It is laziness that brings disgrace, whispered the son, seated on his mother's lap. With great effort, the mother managed to force a smile, gently caressing Chinwegua's son's head, saying, You were right, darling. Your father's job is nothing to be ashamed of. Feeling an unbearable bitterness lodged in his throat, Chun Wei-gwa swallowed hard, forcing the discomfort back into the recesses of his stomach. He understood that the dinner with Manager Guan's family had stirred painful emotions within his mother, prompting her words. He was acutely aware that, aside from Manager Guan, the rest of the Guan family looked down upon him. Perhaps it was true, as his son had remarked before the meal, that they were not of the same ilk, unworthy of sharing a table. He recalled the years when he worked in the factory. Back then, even the factory manager earned a wage comparable to that of ordinary workers, and everyone had the opportunity to claim their own home. In that environment, individuals floated like boats upon a still pond, gradually sinking as they lost momentum. Eventually, a tremendous wave of change surged forth, propelling everyone forward. Some dared to seize the moment, leading the way and undergoing a transformative leap. Others, unwilling to progress, were buried beneath the tidal wave. Yet, the majority willingly sacrificed their own ambitions, becoming a force within the wave, driving the era forward, empowering the pioneers and opening new horizons for those who would follow. Each person, upon receiving the task bestowed by the times, diligently fulfilled their own mission, which ultimately led to the monumental changes witnessed in society today. Everyone ought to be a protagonist in this era. The disparities of wealth should not dictate separate paths. He firmly believed that the future would indeed see the affluent uplifting those who follow, all journeying towards prosperity together. On the eve of the new year, knowing that Chun Wei-gwa had just started his holiday, Zhang Aimin specifically arranged a dinner for this day. Besides Chun Wei-gwa's family, he also invited the couple Li Zhiying and Wang Lifeng. As the dining hour approached, Wang Lifeng and Li Zhiying arrived fashionably late. Wang Lifeng had changed her hairstyle, transforming her long black locks into a chic short blonde curl, appearing much more fashionable. Upon entering, Wang Lifeng immediately boasted to Zhang Aimin's wife, Huang Lu, about her newly purchased handbag, which had cost nearly 10,000 yuan. The others were taken aback by the price. After a long year of hard work, I thought I deserved a little treat, Wang Lifeng remarked, eliciting laughter and nods of agreement from the group, who showered her with compliments. At that moment, Chun Wei-gwa's son unexpectedly piped up, "Sister Guan has a bag like that too. Why does hers look like it costs tens of thousands, while yours looks like it costs just a few hundred, Annie Wang?" Wang Lifeng's expression shifted, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. What nonsense is this child speaking? Chun Wei-gwa immediately admonished his son, insisting they look the same. Wang Lifeng shot a disapproving glance at Chun Wei-gwa and his son, muttering unhappily, "What do you two know?" Aunt Wang, the television proclaimed that one's value is determined by oneself. Regardless of attire, one may appear as luxurious, otherwise, one risks being perceived as nouveau riche. Chun Wei-gwa's son chimed in. Infuriated, Wang Lifeng turned to Chun Wei-gwa, expressing her frustration. "Could you perhaps limit your son's television time?" Chun Wei-gwa, with a resigned smile, immediately whisked his son aside. "My dear boy, with such a sharp tongue at your tender age, whom do you resemble?" he inquired softly. "Like Dad," the boy retorted. "Do not speak so foolishly. Your father was quite the charmer wherever he went in his youth." After exchanging a few words, Zhang Aimin approached, announcing, "Chun Wei-gwa, little Housie, it's time for dinner." Due to the limited space in Zhang Aimin's dining area, the table had to be set in the living room. Feeling a bit cramped, Wang Lifeng turned to Huang Lu, saying, "Cousin-in-law, isn't it time for your family to consider upgrading to a larger home?" Huang Lu chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "We cannot afford a new place. Our eldest is in middle school, and the youngest is about to start school and various tutoring classes. All of this incurs expenses. If finances are tight, consult me. Let us arrange for a down payment and manage the repayments gradually," Wang Lifeng suggested. Li Jing glanced at Wang Lifeng, hesitating to speak. "Really? Lifeng, don't tease my preferences. Of course, why would I toy with your tastes? I have better things to do," Wang Lifeng assured Huang Lu. Observing Huang Li's expression brighten, seemingly persuaded by Wang Lifeng's words, Zhang Aimin interjected, "Why buy a house? I believe it is unnecessary. Living here is quite comfortable, conveniently located near the city center." Huang Li turned to Zhang Aimin, exclaiming, "Our eldest is now in middle school. He cannot continue sharing a room with his younger sister. Isn't he currently staying at my brother's house? How often does he return from Xinjiang? It's no trouble for him to share a bed with me," Huang Lu retorted. Just as she was about to argue further, Chun Wei-gwa's son piped up, "And Huang, don't worry, a bigger house will be ours soon." Huang Li turned to Chun Wei-gwa's son, her expression shifting from anger to delight, asking, "Really?" Concerned that his son might say something inappropriate, Chun Wei-gwa quickly clarified, "Of course. Your family Zhong will soon be making money. Huang Le scoffed, disdainfully replying, relying on him is less reliable than depending on myself. If you're capable, why not just produce the funds to buy? You two are constantly bickering. Now that the new year has come, can you not take a break and give your mouths a rest? Chen Weiguo remarked. We can argue after the new year, his son added. Chen Weiguo nodded initially, but then sensed something amiss and shook his head vigorously. After exchanging glares, Zhang Aimin and Huang Le called a truce. And they finally began their meal. After a few bites, Huang Le inquired, Li Jiying, Li Fin, where did you dine on the 30th? We went to a friend's house. He's also from out of town and did not return for the new year. Like us, he is in the clothing business and earned over 10 million last year. Huang Le nodded. That explains it. We went to the restaurant where Chen Weiguo works that day. It was quite crowded, fully booked. Indeed, on that day. The proprietor of the restaurant, Mr. Guan, joined us for the New Year's Eve dinner. Mr. Guan came. Wang Lifin's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Chen Weiguo. Why didn't you mention this to me? How was I to know she would come? Besides, do you expect that if I told you, you would have the time to join us? Chen Weiguo replied with displeasure. That's not what I meant. I was merely surprised as well. Someone of her stature ought to be quite busy during the new year, she responded. That day, Sister Guan even set off firecrackers and fireworks with us. Chen Weiguo's son chimed in. Wang Lifin's gaze flickered momentarily, as if she had uncovered a hidden secret. After lunch, Zhong Aimin, Li Jing, and Chen Weiguo were assigned the task of washing the dishes. The three men squeezed into the cramped kitchen, each employing their own clever tactics to avoid washing an extra plate. The adage goes that 3 women create a performance. What about 3 men? Huang Lu went to summon the neighbors across the way, forming a mahjong table with Wang Lifin and her elderly mother. Chen Weiguo's son watched from the side, with his grandmother on the left and Wang Lifin on the right. Aunt Wang, do you mind if I sit beside you and watch? He inquired. Not at all. Since you wouldn't understand anyway, are you afraid I might teach your grandmother to cheat? Wang Lifin replied. However, after playing a couple of rounds, Wang Lifin scolded Chen Weiguo's son, sending him to the kitchen for constantly reminding his grandmother not to let her hand be revealed. Aunt Wang, you can afford a 10,000 yuan bag, so what's a few dozen yuan lost? Your perspective is too narrow. At the mahjong table, it's all or nothing. There's no room for small-mindedness. Indeed, it was at the mahjong table that true emotion surfaced. Upon entering the kitchen, where 3 men had created a haze of smoke, Chen Weiguo's son had no choice but to retreat. The living room was a battleground of mahjong chaos, prompting him to knock on Zhong Aimin's daughter's door. An hour later, after Chen Weiguo finished washing the dishes, he noticed his son was no longer beside his grandmother and found him in Zhong Aimin's daughter's room. Upon entering, he discovered his son had fallen asleep, clutching her arm. Goodness! Chen Weiguo murmured in astonishment. After emerging from the room, he joined Zhong Aimin and Li Jiying on the balcony for a smoke. Is your child inside? Zhong Aimin asked. To highlight that his son had been the one at a disadvantage, Chen Weiguo nodded. Your child was asleep with mine. Zhong Aimin nodded, somewhat indifferent. At that moment, Chen Weiguo thought to himself. Thankfully his son was still young. Had he been a few years older, Zhong Aimin might have chased him away with a slipper. The 3 men silently smoked for a while, when Zhong Aimin suddenly turned to Li Jing, before New Year's Day. You mentioned you had borrowed quite a bit of money. Look at your cousin, buying a 10,000 yuan bag and wanting to borrow money from us to buy a house. Which of these claims is true? Li Jiying extinguished her cigarette but in a nearby flower pot, responding helplessly, I've recently realized that the bigger the business, the more inflated the ego becomes. Dinner was also held at Zhong Aimin's home, though most of the food consisted of leftovers from the morning. Just as they were finishing, Wang Lifin suddenly asked, Are you all free on the 6th day of the new year? As both Zhong Aimin and Chen Weiguo nodded in agreement, Wang Lifin remarked. Then let us have dinner at my place. Chen Weiguo, you haven't yet seen our new house, so it's the perfect opportunity. All right. And Annie and Xiaohaozi will join us too. Wang Lifin smiled at her mother and Chen Weiguo's son, then turned her gaze to Chen Weiguo, suggesting, Could you check if Manager Guan is available and invite her as well? Chapter 65, Sun S play upon hearing Wang Lifin's intention to invite Manager Guan. Chen Weiguo expressed his surprise. Since it's your gathering, shouldn't you be the one to invite her? What does it have to do with me? But you are more familiar with Manager Guan, and you work under her, Wang Lifin countered. Chen Weiguo, displaying a hint of displeasure, promptly declined. That's a different matter altogether. Besides, I don't wield such influence. Dad, his son suddenly interjected, looking up at him. Isn't Andy returning on the 6th day? After a moment of hesitation, Chun Weiguo nodded and addressed Li Jing. Look at my memory. I would have forgotten if my son hadn't reminded me. My sister is bringing my nephew back the day after tomorrow, so I'll have to visit you another time. No worries, we can reschedule. Please send my regards to your sister, Li Jing responded, understandingly. Shortly thereafter, Chun Weiguo's family departed from Zhang Imin's residence. Once they reached the ground floor and ensured no one was around, the elderly mother sighed. It seems Wang only intended to invite manager Guan and had no plans to include us. Forget about her. Chun Weiguo replied, lifting his son affectionately. Fortunately, my son is clever and provided me with a valid excuse. My dear boy, how did you become so astute, just like your father? The son scoffed lightly and quipped. Dad, perhaps you should take some time to tend to our ancestral grave. What is this? Have you dreamed about our Chen family ancestors again? Were it not for their virtue, how could you have been born? Chun Weiguo found himself at a loss for words. Upon returning home, the elderly mother embraced her grandson and watched Korean dramas in her room, leaving Chun Weiguo to watch a replay of the Spring Festival Gala in the living room. Before long, the son dashed out of the room and settled beside Chun Weiguo. Why aren't you watching the drama with Grandma? He asked. She was moved to tears. While I was left bewildered. Hearing this, Chun Weiguo questioned, a Korean drama could leave my astute son bewildered? A man and a woman fell in love, only to discover that the woman is the illegitimate daughter of the man's father. And then what? Then the man marries someone else, and the woman contemplates suicide. That hardly seems problematic. Such themes often recur in Xiangyao dramas, Chun Weiguo noted. The man's father saves the woman and reveals that the man is not his biological son, but rather the offspring of his first love, the son continued. Chun Weiguo's eyes widened, intrigued by the unfolding plot. What happens next? He inquired eagerly. The son, with a look of disdain, replied, Dad, I think you should join Grandma for this. You don't need to worry about me. I'm already 2 years old and can take care of myself. I find your retelling far more engaging than the actual performance, Chun Weiguo chuckled. All right then. After the male lead learns the truth, he chooses to be with the female lead. Isn't that a delightful ending? Why did Grandma cry? The female protagonist has been diagnosed with an incurable illness and is on the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Chun Weiguo felt an immediate sense of disinterest, as this narrative trope has been excessively employed in television dramas. Only the woman who was previously engaged to the male lead possesses the means to save her, leaving the male lead with an agonizing choice, either marry her or witness the demise of the woman he cherishes. His son interjected, but Chun Weiguo, already weary of the conversation, urged him to refrain from further commentary. At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail from his elderly mother pierced the air. Exchanging glances, the father and son simultaneously sighed deeply. Father, I'll join you in watching the replay, the son suggested. All right, but this year's gala lacks excitement, Chun Weiguo replied. Cherish it, father. The future will only be more mundane, the son remarked. Chun Weiguo nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words, recognizing that each subsequent iteration is less engaging than the last. Suddenly, his son exclaimed with enthusiasm, What is happening? Jay Cho has taken the stage. As the clock approached 10, the elderly mother carried her son off to bed, granting Chun Weiguo the opportunity to finally approach his computer. Once logged in, he was surprised to find that General Guan was online. Since their last meeting at his home, where they had mutually added each other as friends, they had not conversed. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Weiguo decided against messaging General Guan and instead opened a video application to watch the Korean drama his mother had just enjoyed. Although he had little interest in such narratives, he was curious to determine if they were indeed as outrageous as his son had claimed. After nearly an episode, as Chun Weiguo began to drift into slumber, a sudden ping from a message notification jolted him awake. Minimizing the application, he noticed a flashing avatar in the bottom right corner of his screen. Upon double-clicking, a chat window appeared, revealing a message from General Guan. Chun Weiguo? Still awake? After reading the message, Chun Weiguo slowly typed back, Not yet, just watching a Korean drama. Just as he was about to hit send, he abruptly retracted his finger as if electrified. Changing his response to not yet, watching Iron Teeth and Copper Teeth, Ji Xiaolan, he finally dispatched the message. His son was engrossed in dramas like the Yongzheng dynasty and Toward the Republic, so he felt compelled not to fall too far behind. Before long, General Guan replied, Oh, I'm also watching some American shows. As Chun Weiguo was in the midst of typing, when you don't visit relatives during the new year. General Guan sent another message. It's so boring being at home on break. How could General Guan type so swiftly? Chun Weiguo marveled at the screen. Just as he managed to finish his message and send it, Less than 2 seconds passed before General Guan responded, I don't want to go, wherever I go. It's either marriage pressure or being set up with potential partners. That's true. He is certainly not young anymore. Chen Weiguo muttered to himself as he continued to type. However, he had barely completed half of his message when General Guan chimed in again. Chen Weiguo, your typing is too slow. Chen Weiguo felt embarrassed. He had been discovered. He had initially considered making an excuse, claiming he was engrossed in a show or occupied with other matters. Yet, realizing it would take considerable time to finish typing, he decided against it. After all, General Guan was essentially an ally, knowing this secret would not bring shame. Upon sending the message, within mere seconds, General Guan extended a video invitation. Chen Weiguo clicked to accept. After a few moments, he was taken aback to see General Guan appearing in a pink fleece pajama set, her face adorned with a facial mask. Chen Weiguo, are you courting danger? Who says I'm not getting any younger? General Guan inquired, her tone laced with playful indignation. With a chuckle, Chen Weiguo responded, General Guan, it was merely a jest. If you take offense at such trivialities, your perspective is rather narrow. Day in and day out. She spoke of broadening one's horizons, as if she were engaged in grand business ventures. Observing the unusual appearance of General Guan on the screen, Chen Weiguo found it quite amusing. His son was right. The internet was indeed a wonderful place, allowing one to hide behind a keyboard and be oneself. By the way, Chen Weiguo, haven't you taken your little housie to pay New Year's visits? General Guan queried. Chen Weiguo suddenly let out a lengthy yawn before replying. Today we visited Zhong Imin's family. Tomorrow I'm heading to my aunt's house, and the day after, I was supposed to visit another friend. Seeing Chen Weiguo hesitate, General Guan pressed, supposed to do what? My friend is Wang Lifeng's partner. He invited me to his home on the 6th day of the new year before the holiday. However, during dinner at Zhong Imin's today, Wang Lifeng brought it up again, asking if I could check with you about your availability. Upon hearing that, I felt a bit irritated and made an excuse to decline. Chen Weiguo explained. You want me to inquire? That's rather unexpected. What purpose would that serve? I want to be going, since I'm not particularly close with her. Indeed, that person seems to have lost their way in thinking. So, does this mean you are free the day after tomorrow? General Guan shifted the conversation. That should be the case. Why? General Guan, you're not suggesting I work overtime, are you? Chen Weiguo suddenly expressed concern. General Guan, exasperated, pulled off her facial mask, revealing a radiant and smooth complexion. Am I the type of boss who solely seeks to exploit employees? I simply have nothing planned for the day after tomorrow. How about we take little Housie for a stroll along the riverside? General Guan extended an invitation to Chen Weiguo. Absolutely. Chen Weiguo readily agreed. Then I shall see you the day after tomorrow. After waving goodbye to Chen Weiguo, General Guan ended the video chat. However, she swiftly sent another message stating, From now on, you needn't call me General Guan in private. It makes me sound rather old. Chen Weiguo glanced at the screen, diligently typing his response. So, should I address you as Ingmeizi like they do? He finally sent. General Guan promptly replied with an angry emoji and a message that read, No. That is too unpleasant. Just call me Xining or Inger. Understood, General Guan. As soon as Chen Weiguo sent the message, General Guan responded with an ellipsis. Alright, Xining. Chen Weiguo typed back. Initially, he intended to write Inger, but found it too sentimental and somewhat awkward. General Guan replied with a smiley emoji, followed by a text. It's getting late. You should rest early. We've agreed to go to the riverside the day after tomorrow. Let me finish this episode before I sleep. The main characters are about to meet. You are not watching Iron Teeth and Bronze Teeth Ji Xiaolan, are you? It is a play featuring 3 men. Where could a female lead possibly fit in? Upon receiving this message from Director Guan, Chen Weiguo realized, to his dismay, that he had inadvertently revealed too much. On the 5th day of the new year, a light rain began to fall outside, and the weather turned gloomy and damp. Upon waking, Chen Weiguo discovered that his son was already seated at the computer desk, engrossed in a basketball game on the screen. Observing that his son was too close to the monitor, he admonished, How many times must I tell you not to sit so near? Come over here. His son turned to look at him, contemplated for a moment, then promptly jumped off the chair and burrowed into his father's blankets. Chen Weiguo felt a swell of pride. His son still listened to him. When the game on the screen was paused, the boy asked, Dad, are we going to play by the river with Sister Guan tomorrow? Chen Weiguo widened his eyes in surprise and looked down at his son's innocent face, saying, You little rascal, you've been snooping on my conversations? The boy explained. It's because you didn't turn off the computer. I saw your chat with Sister Guan as soon as the screen lit up. Chen Weiguo was left speechless. suddenly recalling that he had fallen asleep while browsing on his computer last night. "Dad, why don't you call Sister Inger instead?" his son queried. "Don't you think that calling Inger is far more intimate than calling her Guan?" Shinwei felt helpless in response to his son's question. It was one thing for his son to peek at his chat records, but discussing it in front of him felt quite disrespectful. He ruffled his son's sparse hair and explained, "You said it yourself that it's intimate, so it mustn't be used." The boy shook his head in resignation and sighed. "Dad, you're hopeless." At that moment, his mother entered, urging them, "Your aunt has called to ask if we're ready to leave. Stop lounging about and go brush your teeth and wash your face." An hour later, the family arrived at Shinweigu's aunt's home. She had given birth to 3 daughters and 1 son, all of whom were present that day, along with their children. As soon as they entered, the boy greeted all the elders with a cheerful, "Happy New Year. Now, where are my red envelopes?" The elders praised his cuteness and presented him with red envelopes. Since others had given their children red packets, Shinweigua felt obliged to reciprocate. However, unlike his cousins, after receiving the envelopes, his son handed them over to his grandmother, who then distributed them among his aunt's grandchildren. Consequently, the only one truly parting with money was Chun Weigua, which pained him greatly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time for the children to perform poetry recitations, arithmetic, and songs. Concerned that they might witness a repeat of the previous incident where Sister Guan's daughter had broken down in tears, Shinweigua specifically cautioned his son to refrain from boasting. However, after the other children had finished their performances, his aunt unexpectedly called out his son's name. "Xiaohaozi, can you recite poetry or do some arithmetic?" "Is there a reward?" the aunt asked. "What will I get?" the boy inquired. "You'll receive candies and biscuits." His son chuckled lightly but soon turned serious, coldly declaring, "I can't do it." Shinweigua let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, his son understood the importance of restraint. However, what Shinweigua did not anticipate was that his elderly mother suddenly spoke up. "Darling, why have you forgotten? Just a few days ago, when we went out to dine, you recited several poems. Please perform one for your great aunt," she encouraged. Noting that Shinweigua's son shook his head in refusal, the mother gently grasped his hand and urged him once more. Shinweigua observed that the relationship between his mother and aunt was rather strained, though they were sisters. They had been in an unspoken rivalry since childhood, and even in their old age, they continued to compete over whose grandchildren were more accomplished. Reluctantly, Shinweigua's son eventually succumbed to his grandmother's persistent coaxing. 1, 2, 3, 4, up the mountain to hunt the tiger, but the tiger is not at home. The sound is merely him. The boy recited the poem swiftly. Upon finishing, everyone applauded in approval. Noticing his mother's slight dissatisfaction, Shinweigua deliberately clapped louder, elevating the atmosphere and denying her the chance to speak. The poem chosen by his son was perfectly simple. It showcased his cleverness and charm without being overly ostentatious, striking just the right balance. Reflecting on this, Shinweigua felt a sense of difficulty in his situation. While others reveled in showcasing their children, he was intent on concealing his son's talents. Chapter 67. Once a person reaches 30, they become easily moved. After dinner, Shinweigua's family departed from his aunt's house. On the way back, his mother suddenly remarked, 2 years ago, when Ihua passed away, shortly after that you lost your job, and since then, your aunt has hardly been in touch with me. Last year, when the baby turned 1, I called her to invite her for a meal, but she assumed I was asking to borrow money and hung up before I could speak. A few days ago, she unexpectedly invited us to her home for the new year. While chatting with her in the afternoon, I subtly inquired, only to discover that she had heard you have been driving a car lately and thought you had struck it rich. As his mother spoke, Shinweigua's expression grew increasingly somber. If it weren't for the fact that she is your biological sister and to allow Xiaohaozi the opportunity to connect with relatives, I would have preferred not to come today, his mother lamented, her tone tinged with sadness. Grandma, it is perhaps better not to maintain ties with such relatives, Xiaohaozi, sitting beside his grandmother, gently reassured her. She nodded and sighed. Once your great aunt and I are gone, you descendants will naturally cease to interact. Hearing his mother's words, Shinweigua, who was driving ahead, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. His memories of his aunt were of a warm-hearted, generous woman who treated him as her own, and he recalled the close bond he shared with his cousins. It seemed that ever since his aunt's eldest and third daughters married well, the connection between their families had grown distant. It was not only his aunt. Nearly everyone around them was undergoing change. People's judgment of another's worth seemed solely based on their wealth. Shinweigua. His mother suddenly called out his name. Startled, he responded, "What is it, Mom?" No matter where life takes you in the future, never forget that you have an older sister and a younger sister, and above all, remember that you have endured through difficult times, his mother cautioned earnestly. After returning home in the evening, his elderly mother had already taken little Housie to bed. Chenwei was switched on his computer and logged in. Upon discovering that Manager Guan was still online, he sent a message, Manager Guan, did you not go out today? Manager Guan? Shining, he corrected himself. We have guests at home. While Chenwei was still typing, Manager Guan sent 2 more messages. Did you return from your aunt's house? How was it? Was it fun? Did everyone praise little Housie for being clever? Chenwei pondered for a moment. Realizing that responding to these 2 questions would take him over half an hour due to his typing speed. Therefore, he opted to initiate a video chat invitation. Soon, Manager Guan accepted the call. Seeing that Guan was only wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt, Chenwei asked, Manager Guan, aren't you cold? I turned on the air conditioning. Chenwei immediately expressed his envy. Where is little Housie? I want to see him. My mother took him to bed. How did little Housie perform at your aunt's house today? Did he recite any ancient poetry? Chenwei shook his head and then recounted the events of the day at his aunt's house. After listening, Manager Guan expressed some disappointment, saying, Little Housie only recited such a simple poem. What more do you expect from him? The song of the lute or the song of everlasting regret? Guan pouted in displeasure and then asked, What time are we heading out tomorrow? Morning or afternoon? Manager Guan, do you have a lunch appointment tomorrow? Noticing the narrowing of Guan's eyes filled with irritation, Chenwei quickly rephrased, Shining, will there be lunch tomorrow? What? Are you treating? If there is nothing else, you can come over for a meal and try my mother's cooking. After lunch, we can take my child out. After hesitating for several seconds, Manager Guan finally agreed. After chatting a bit more, Guan indicated that he would hang up the video call. Get some rest early. All right. After the video chat ended, Chenwei opened the video software again and continued watching that Korean drama. Although his son was quite dismissive, he found the show rather enjoyable, primarily due to its emotional depth. He realized that once a person surpasses the age of 30, they become easily moved. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, after 3 consecutive days of drizzling rain, the weather finally cleared up, making it a splendid day to go out. Early in the morning, his elderly mother entered the room to wake Chenwei. When she saw that he was unresponsive, she boldly pulled back his blanket. In his school days, she often used this method to rouse him. Chenwei shivered from the cold, opened his eyes, and complained to his mother, Mom, what are you doing? His mother covered him back up with the blanket, saying, Didn't you schedule to meet with Xiao Guan today to take your child to the riverside to play? Mom, how did you know? Did your child tell you? When I came in with your child yesterday morning, I saw your chat history on the computer. Chenwei was taken aback. It turned out his mother had also peeked at his chat records. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. His son could not read, so he surely could not understand the conversation between Chenwei and Manager Guan. It must have been his mother who informed him after reading it. Pausing for a moment, he addressed his elderly mother. By the way, Mom, Mr. Guan will be coming to our house for dinner later. Why didn't you mention it earlier? We hardly have any ingredients left at home. His mother complained. You keep an eye on the baby. I will rush to the supermarket to buy some groceries. With that, she hurriedly departed. As the clock approached 11, Mr. Guan arrived, bearing fruits and a box of Ferrero chocolates. After examining the chocolates in his hands for a while, Chenwei's son looked up at Mr. Guan and remarked, Sister Guan, the television says chocolates are meant for lovers. After a brief, awkward laugh, Mr. Guan clarified, Indeed. I like you, and this is a gift for you. That seems fair. Perhaps this means I can toil less in the years to come. Chenwei's son mumbled quietly. What did you say? Less toil? Mr. Guan inquired, puzzled. Chenwei's son shook his head, smiled at Mr. Guan, and then clutched the box of chocolates as he walked away. To entertain Mr. Guan, the elderly mother had meticulously prepared 8 dishes. Although Mr. Guan intended to assist in the kitchen, the mother declined, calling for Chenwei instead. Consequently, Mr. Guan had no choice but to play computer games with Chenwei's son in the living room. Xiao Housie, are you watching Iron Teeth and Bronze Teeth with your dad? Mr. Guan asked. After glancing at her, Chenwei's son moved the mouse to open the video software and then access the viewing history. Upon seeing it, Mr. Guan quickly grasped the situation. I have a secret to share with you, Sister Guan, he said. My dad cried while watching this drama last night, late into the night. Like a child, Mr. Guan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. At lunch, as the array of 8 delectable dishes was laid out on the table, Mr. Guan praised the elderly mother for her remarkable culinary skills. After the meal, Due to Mr. Guan's insistence on washing the dishes, the elderly mother, unable to refuse, called Chen Weigua for assistance. In the kitchen, Chen Weigua and Mr. Guan worked harmoniously, one washing while the other rinsed. Chen Weigua, is iron teeth and bronze teeth worth watching? Mr. Guan suddenly asked. Chen Weigua's eyes flickered momentarily before he nodded. It is quite good. I heard that you cried while watching it alone at night. Chen Weigua blushed and turned to glance into the living room, gritting his teeth. His son was seated on the sofa, basking in the warm afternoon sunlight, cradling a glass cup filled with hot tea, reminiscent of an elderly gentleman savoring the tranquility of life. After washing the dishes, Chen Weigua's family departed with Mr. Guan. However, as they reached the ground floor, they coincidentally encountered Li Jiying's car entering the community. Chapter 68. Mind your own business soon. Li Jiying's vehicle came to a halt before them. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Wang Lifeng's face. Chen Weigua, didn't you say your sister would be back today? She inquired. Besides Li Jiying and Wang Lifeng, the car also contained the Zhong Iming couple and their daughter, evidently having returned from dropping off the Zhong family. Before Chen Weigua could respond, his son interjected, My aunt's mother-in-law is hospitalized and won't be returning. Chen Weigua nodded earnestly, though upon reflection, a sense of unease crept in. His elder sister's mother-in-law had passed away many years ago, back when she was yet to be married. Wang Lifeng turned to General Manager Guan, smiling as she said, I had intended to invite you over for a meal, but I feared you might be too busy. General Manager Guan smiled back at Wang Lifeng and replied, Indeed. I initially had no time, but I canceled my lunch appointment at the last minute, as I needed to discuss something with Manager Chen, hence my visit to his home. Wang Lifeng's smile was genuine, radiating warmth. So, General Manager, where are you headed for leisure? Guan nodded and said, I have an appointment this afternoon, and coincidentally, Manager Chen's family is also going out, so I thought I might catch a ride with them. Hearing this, Chen Weigua mused that Guan was indeed a businessman who spoke with great discretion, striving to avoid offending anyone, even if others recognized her deception. They would at least appreciate her effort in crafting such a falsehood, which preserved their mutual dignity. Very well, let us reschedule for another day, Wang Lifeng suggested. All right. We shall arrange it for another time. Guan concurred. Wang Lifeng rolled up her car window and drove away slowly. Just before the window was fully closed, Chen Weigua noticed Li Jiying waving at him. After more than half an hour, Chen Weigua and his companions arrived at the riverside promenade in Shaoxi. As development in Shaoxi was just beginning to gain momentum and the promenade had only recently been completed, there were not many people around. Upon alighting, Chen Weigua observed the construction of new buildings across the street, when his son suddenly murmured in his ear, This place will be bustling in the future. Chen Weigua did not share this sentiment. After all, this area had previously been a village, with roads only completed by the end of last year. He pondered when public transportation would reach this place, realizing that only those with cars would venture here from afar. The newspaper had once reported that the current length of the riverside promenade exceeded 1,000 meters, with plans to extend it downstream to Xinjiang, ultimately spanning over 70 kilometers. This project was intended to serve as a recreational and fitness initiative for the combined population of over 1 million in Jianing, Tanzhou, and Xinjiang. Chen Weigua found this plan somewhat unrealistic, considering the numerous issues surrounding environmental ecology, financial distribution, and rural relocation. After parking the car, Chen Weigua and his group first arrived at a plaza. The wind blew strongly, and only a few people were present. There were parents letting their children fly kites and a few young people skating. Surprisingly, no one is dancing in the square. His son exclaimed, peering towards the west. Dance? Who comes here to dance? Chen Weigua replied. They crossed the plaza and arrived at a shop renting out sightseeing bicycles. The bicycles were categorized into two types. One was a single-row tricycle for couples or families, while the other two were double-row bicycles for couples. Let us ride this bicycle, suggested Chen Weigua's son. Indeed, cycling along the promenade sounds quite delightful, General Manager Guan agreed. After placing his son down, Chen Weigua approached the shop and called out, Excuse me, how do we rent these bicycles? The shopkeeper strode over, pointing at two different types of sightseeing vehicles, saying, This single-row 3-seater costs 15 yuan per hour, while this double-row 2-seater is 20 yuan per hour. A deposit of 200 yuan is required for each vehicle. So expensive, and there's a deposit too. Chen Weigua sighed. The shopkeeper replied, Oh, it's not too costly. You can make several round trips along this scenic route for just 10 yuan. If you were to walk, how long would it take? Chen Weigua pondered for a moment. He would need to rent at least 2 vehicles, and they would have to be the 20 yuan per hour double-row ones. which seemed unwise. However, if you were not to ride, his mother and General Guan could take the three-seater for 15 yuan, saving 25 yuan in the process. After all, he preferred to stroll. Just as Qin Weiguo was about to speak, his son suddenly dashed over from behind. Tearing open a red envelope and presenting a stack of 100 yuan notes to the shopkeeper, declaring, "Boss, rent 2 double-row two-seaters. Here, as the deposit." The shopkeeper crouched down, happily agreeing, and took the money from Qin Weiguo's son, promptly turning to unlock the vehicles. The boy glanced back, exhaling a sigh of resignation at Qin Weiguo. Surprised, Qin Weiguo exclaimed, "Hey, mother, why didn't you take his envelope? What if it gets lost or someone tricks him? Don't worry, your child is sharper than you." His mother reassured him. Qin Weiguo found it utterly unacceptable. After all, this was a considerable sum of money. Shortly after, the shopkeeper pushed over 2 double-row vehicles. Qin Weiguo looked at his son and asked, "Son, do you want to ride with your sister Guan, or with me?" The boy shook his head and replied, "I want to ride with Grandma." "You and Grandma? One old and one young. You want to be able to manage." The boy sighed in exasperation and said, "Mind your own business." At that moment, General Guan approached, crouching down to pat Qin Weiguo's son on the head and inquiring, "Xiaohaozi, don't you want to ride with your sister?" "I do. But sister can discuss work with my dad. You talk about your matters. Just leave me and Grandma out of it." "Son, your sister and I agreed not to discuss work after hours," Qin Weiguo interjected. The boy looked at him, sighed again, and remarked, "Dad, the television often says that just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to use it to talk." Qin Weiguo let out a sound of irritation. Suddenly, the boy ran to his grandmother, shaking her arm and saying, "Grandma, I need to go to the bathroom." She nodded and turned to Qin Weiguo, saying, "You and Xiao Guan go ahead. I'll take the baby to the bathroom and catch up later." With that, she led the boy away. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Weiguo redirected his attention to General Guan, saying, "General Guan, shall we proceed?" "General Guan? I meant, Xianing." Qin Weiguo quickly corrected himself. Not far off, as his mother made her way to the restroom. She turned back and smiled wryly upon seeing Qin Weiguo and General Guan already riding away on a bicycle. "Baby, tell Grandma. Do you want your father to find you a mother?" she asked. "Do not follow him. However, it would be wise to find someone, lest he grow old in solitude, and I be burdened with his care each day." "My dear child, what words are these? Truly, you are small but spirited." Though the mother scolded with a tone of admonition, a gentle smile graced her visage. Chapter 69. A rare moment of clarity after watching Qin Weiguo and General Guan pedal away on their bicycles, the mother gradually urged her son to follow. Soon, Qin Weiguo, glancing at his watch, returned the bicycle precisely at the 59-minute mark. As evening descended, a group of Westerners dined at a quaint eatery run by local fishermen along the riverbank. To Qin Weiguo's astonishment, despite the establishment's dilapidated state and mediocre fare, the prices were exorbitantly high. Had it not been for General Guan discreetly settling the bill, he would have certainly confronted the proprietor for an explanation. Upon leaving the restaurant, Qin Weiguo's son suddenly remarked to General Guan, "Sister Guan, remember to open a restaurant here in the future." General Guan nodded and inquired, "Little Haozi, do you like this place? Is that why you want your sister to establish a restaurant here?" With a playful grin, Qin Weiguo's son elucidated, "That way. When we come here to play, we won't have to pay for meals." "Ah, so that was your clever plan, little Haozi. But truth be told, I visited this place a few times recently. Once the Riverside Bar Street is completed, I intend to lease a venue and open a branch," General Guan replied. Listening to this, Qin Weiguo muttered under his breath, "Son, you should aspire to greater things than merely seeking free meals." His son turned to him and retorted, "Father, if your aspirations were indeed grand, why didn't you pay the bill just now?" Qin Weiguo was left speechless. Nevertheless, he could honestly say he had initially intended to treat, unaware that General Guan would surreptitiously handle the expenses. Ultimately, General Guan was still youthful and somewhat naive in the ways of social etiquette. Watching the father and son bicker anew, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Each time Qin Weiguo and his son quarreled, she found it immensely entertaining. Initially, the plan was to return home after dinner. However, upon witnessing the lanterns illuminating the riverside promenade, they strolled leisurely, treating it as a casual walk. As they approached a wishing tree, Qin Weiguo's son requested his grandmother to accompany him to the restroom, leaving Qin Weiguo and General Guan to wait. Observing a couple hanging their wishes on the tree, General Guan stepped forward, took a pen, and inscribed her wish on a piece of red paper. Chen Weiguo remained stationary, captivated by General Guan's presence. She stood sideways to him, the glow of the lanterns casting a warm red hue upon her face, seemingly enveloping her in an ethereal charm that rendered her both near and distant. When General Guan set down the pen and glanced in his direction, he hastily averted his gaze. Chen Weiguo, aren't you going to make a wish for your son? General Guan inquired. If wishes were effective, my child would already be a wealthy heir, Chen Weiguo replied. General Guan, uninterested in his retort, proceeded to hang her wish beneath the wishing tree. Watching her close her eyes, Chen Weiguo thought she appeared as devout as an innocent maiden. In his view, perhaps individuals like General Guan, who live in a realm of beauty and happiness, naturally perceive life as increasingly splendid. Conversely, those who have been harshly struck by the realities of existence merely hope that tomorrow will not be worse than today. When General Guan returned to his side, Chen Weiguo inquired, Xining, what wish did you make? I hope for the health of my family and the prosperity of my business, General Guan replied. Chen Weiguo turned to General Guan and remarked, isn't there something missing? Missing what? You should wish to find a suitable husband soon. General Guan's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, mind your own business. Afterward, perhaps unable to contain his irritation, he lightly tapped Chen Weiguo on the left shoulder. Chen Weiguo was somewhat startled, taking a moment to respond, Xining, your aspirations lack ambition. If it were me, I would wish for world peace and an era of prosperity. Chen Weiguo. General Guan suddenly called out sternly, if you continue down this path, in a few years, your little housie will surely have plenty to worry about regarding you. Chen Weiguo chuckled, thinking it was merely a jest, remarking that he was still too young and narrow-minded. Sometimes, you can be quite annoying, General Guan added. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation. Being disliked by one's boss could be quite perilous. Indeed, one must never truly treat their employer as a friend and jest recklessly. That evening, Chen Weiguo first drove his elderly mother and son back to their community before taking General Guan home. Upon arriving at General Guan's doorstep, he asked, Xining, you're returning to work the day after tomorrow, right? I don't need the car for a while, so I can return it to you. He recalled his mother's advice clearly. No, you should keep driving it for now. The weather will be nice in the coming days. Take little housie out for some fresh air, General Guan said after fastening her seatbelt, gazing at Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo did not refuse and replied, just let me know when you need the car back. Ah, time flies so quickly. There is only one more day of holiday left, General Guan suddenly remarked. Chen Weiguo smiled silently, thinking that as the boss, she could take a few days off at her leisure. Xining, both our stores will reopen the day after tomorrow. If it gets too busy, I can help out at the shop. Help out? A sly smile crept across General Guan's face. But helping out wouldn't count as paid work, you know. Chen Weiguo glanced around and then slapped his thigh, exclaiming, but we agreed that we wouldn't discuss work during the holidays. General Guan stifled a laugh, then playfully pinched Chen Weiguo's right arm. Ouch, he exclaimed, attempting to cover her hand with his left, wishing to dislodge it. After a brief standoff, at the moment their eyes met, General Guan furrowed her brow and quickly released her grip. Chen Weiguo also withdrew his hand, awkwardly lowering his gaze. After a moment of silence, he said, my elder sister will be returning to stay for a couple of days. All right, good. Spend quality time with your family. I'll get out now, General Guan replied. Okay. Goodbye. As General Guan exited the vehicle and entered the villa, Chen Weiguo finally felt at ease to drive away. After traveling a short distance, he realized that although General Guan was no longer in the car, the lingering scent of her perfume filled the space, making him feel dizzy. He rolled down the window, and a fierce gust of cold wind rushed in like a deluge, instantly revitalizing him. He understood the wisdom of preferring a moment of clarity over a lifetime of confusion. With determination, he pressed the accelerator and sped northward, knowing that his elderly mother and son were waiting for his return at their old home. Upon arriving home, Chen Weiguo discovered his mother and son in his room, munching on sunflower seeds while engrossed in a Korean drama. He pulled up a chair and settled beside them. Have you returned the car yet? His mother inquired. Not yet. I will do it another day, he replied. Make sure to pick up your sister tomorrow. I know. Chapter 70. The simplicity of a child's homework. The night deepened. His mother and son soon retired for the evening. After staring blankly at the screen for a while, Chen Weiguo moved the mouse cursor away, ultimately deciding not to open the software. He took out his phone and dialed Li Jiying. The call connected swiftly, and he heard her voice, hurried and hushed. Weiguo, wait a moment. I need to dash to the restroom. After a considerable pause, her voice returned. Weiguo, I'm ready. You can speak now. Do you have any idea how much of my phone credit you were wasting? Chin Weigwa complained. I called you to explain today's events, he continued. Weigwa, we are close enough that there's no need for explanations. I understand that General Guan would never visit my home. Li Fin should not have asked you to invite her. I'm glad you understand. Then, a sigh escaped Li Jing's lips over the phone. Weigwa, you're not upset, are you? How could I be upset? What kind of person do you think I am? I'm relieved to hear that. I was worried you might be angry. All right then, let's leave it at that for now. We should all get together sometime. Absolutely, but you're treating, Chen Weigwa emphasized. On the 7th day, the weather was splendid once again. Early in the morning, Chen Weigwa drove with his son to the Jianing City bus station. After waiting for a while in the car, he spotted his sister and nephew emerging from the station and immediately exited the vehicle with his son. As soon as he stepped out, he waved his hand and called out, Chen Weilon, Chen Weilon. His sister turned toward him at the sound, first smiling. Then her eyes gleamed with recognition upon noticing the car emblem beside him. Did you buy this car, Weigwa? She asked. Chen Weigwa shook his head and smiled, explaining, Sister, you overestimate me. I could never afford such a car. This belongs to our company. The boss lent it to me for convenience during the new year. The boss is a young and beautiful lady. His son chimed in. Ah? His sister paused momentarily before looking down at Chen Weigwa's son. After smiling joyfully, the elder sister crouched down to lift Chen Weigwa's son, exclaiming, Little Housie, come here for a hug. Your aunt has missed you dearly. Once in her embrace, the boy, with clenched fists, said, Aunt, may you prosper and have a happy spring festival. Chen Weigwa was somewhat surprised that his son did not ask for a red envelope. Uncle, at that moment, his 12-year-old nephew called out to Chen Weigwa. Ah, Xiaoming, it's been a year and you've grown quite a bit. Chen Weigwa remarked with a smile, ruffling his nephew's hair. As they got into the car on their way home, Chen Weigwa inquired, Sister, why hasn't my brother-in-law returned? He has to work, she explained. He mentioned that he could earn double pay during the new year, so he didn't take any time off. Like Chen Weigwa, her husband had also been laid off. He had lost his job earlier in 1998, at the age of 32. Chen Weigwa understood all too well how painful and difficult it was to be unemployed at such an age. After losing his job, his brother-in-law struggled to find stable employment and now worked as a security guard in a small community. Meanwhile, the elder sister sold electronics in a mall, and together, the couple barely managed to make ends meet. Upon arriving home, their elderly mother was busy preparing vegetables in the kitchen. As soon as she heard the door open, she eagerly rushed out. Mom, Grandma, oh, you're back, their mother exclaimed with tears of joy in her eyes. Once the elder sister and her son were seated, their mother couldn't wait to present 2 red envelopes, one for her grandson and the other for her daughter. Mom, I'm so happy. You are the only one who still gives me red envelopes, the elder sister smiled. It's not much, just a token of my affection, their mother replied, squinting her eyes with a smile. Observing this, Chen Weigwa felt a tinge of disappointment because this year his mother had not given him a red envelope. Turning to him, their mother asked, Chen Weigwa, where's the red envelope for Xiaoming? I've prepared it long ago, he responded, retrieving an envelope from his coat pocket and handing it to his nephew. Seeing that it was plump, their mother smiled contentedly before returning to her kitchen duties. Soon after, the son and nephew retreated to a room to play on the computer while Chen Weigwa and his elder sister conversed in the living room. Noticing his cousin's adeptness with the computer mouse, Chen Weigwa's son remarked, Cousin, you must frequent the internet CAF. His cousin's face turned pale, and he made a shushing gesture, whispering, Keep your voice down, little Housie. When the cousin opened the browser to search for Pow Pow Tang, Chen Weigwa's son immediately said, We have that on our computer. I'll show you where it is. My uncle plays it too. The cousin was taken aback. Now, it was Chen Weigwa's son who made a shushing gesture, saying, Lower your voice, cousin. The cousin nodded in understanding. However, moments later, he suddenly wore a puzzled expression and murmured, Could it be, little Housie, that you have been secretly playing this game? After lunch, noticing the pleasant weather, Chen Weigwa decided to take his family out for a stroll. As they descended the stairs, they coincidentally encountered Huang Lu, the wife of Zhong, along with their daughter. Sister Zhong, Chen Weigwa's son called out eagerly to Zhong's daughter. Huang Lu glanced curiously at his daughter and Chen Weigwa's son, and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Housie, why didn't you greet your aunt? Huang Lu inquired. Hello, auntie, came the cheerful response, after which Huang Li's gaze shifted to Chen Weigwa's elder sister. Oh, is that not the elder sister? Huang Lu exclaimed in surprise. Hello, Huang Lu, It's been a long time, she replied with a smile. Huang Lu, puzzled, asked, elder sister, isn't your mother-in-law unwell and hospitalized? Ah, the elder sister replied, looking bewildered, my mother-in-law? Auntie, my great-aunt's mother-in-law has recovered, Chen Weigua's son chimed in. Chen Weigua immediately nodded and urged, let us leave quickly, Huang Lu. We can talk another day. With that, he hurriedly led his family away. Watching their retreating figures, Huang Lu was left in confusion, wondering, have they recovered so swiftly? As night fell, after dinner, Huang Lu noticed the elder sister instructing her nephew to take out his homework. Chen Weiguo expressed his surprise, elder sister. It's quite a rare occasion for you to return home. Why are you being so strict with Xiaoming's studies? He is about to transition to junior high. And at his current performance, he would barely qualify for a decent school. We must be diligent, the elder sister explained. Son, come out and don't disturb your cousin while he studies, Chen Weiguo called out to his son in the room. Don't worry, Dad. I won't bother my cousin, the boy replied before shutting the door. Cousin, hurry and finish your homework so we can watch Naruto, Xiaohaozi urged. I want to as well, but this homework is too challenging, came the reply. How difficult can elementary school homework be? Chen Weiguo's son scoffed. Chapter 71. The wind at the station was rather strong. Not difficult? Then you do it, the cousin retorted. Chen Weiguo's son approached, hesitating to speak. Seeing his silence, the cousin remarked, you can't even comprehend the numbers, can you? Cousin, could you read the question aloud for me? Don't disturb your brother's studies, be good. Chen Weiguo's son insisted, left with no choice but to lie on the bed. After a while, he heard his cousin reading. The two locations are 100 kilometers apart. At 6 a.m., A and B depart simultaneously from both locations. A travels at 10 kilometers per hour, while B travels at 15 kilometers per hour. Upon reaching their destinations, they return along the same route. When do they meet for the second time? After hearing the problem, Chen Weiguo's son scoffed. However, when he heard his cousin state that their first meeting was at 100 divided by 10 plus 15, he furrowed his brow and sighed softly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, A and B meet for the first time. Then A continues on, and after calculating 100 minus 15 multiplied by 4 divided by 10, he pondered. At this point, B should be. No, wait, first calculate for B. Listening to his cousin's analysis, Chen Weiguo's son could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Cousin, stop calculating. They will meet for the second time at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 12 hours later. The cousin turned to him and said, Xiaohaozi, don't mess around. Chen Weiguo's son's expression darkened, and he sighed again. After 10 minutes had passed, the cousin suddenly exclaimed excitedly, I've got it. It's in the afternoon, indeed. As he spoke, my cousin's eyes suddenly sparkled with disbelief. Xiaohaozi, how did you figure that out? He inquired. I saw this problem on television, explained Chen Weiguo's son. Is there a program that teaches how to solve problems? After a moment's reflection, my cousin asked, do you remember how they solved the problem on TV? Of course, I did not recall. Only that it seemed unnecessary to calculate when they first met. Rather, one should analyze the broader context, determining the total distance during their second encounter, and then divide that distance by the total speed. My cousin exclaimed with delight. The total distance during their second meeting is 100 multiplied by 3, and then you divide that by their total speed of 25, and thus you can calculate the time. Is that so? Cousin, what is total speed? Xiaohaozi asked innocently. It is simply the sum of both individual speeds. You will learn that in elementary school. Hee, understood. Just then, my cousin stood up, took his homework, and leaned over in front of Chen Weiguo's son. Xiaohaozi, has the television ever taught the problem of chickens and rabbits in the same cage? Chen Weiguo's son initially furrowed his brow. Then a pure smile broke across his face as he replied, rabbits are the cutest. Why would we put chickens and rabbits in the same cage? Is it because they enjoy causing mischief together? My little phoenix would never agree, since rabbits and chickens have different numbers of legs. My cousin explained earnestly. Oh, how fascinating. A rabbit has 2 more legs than a chicken. If we were to cut them off, wouldn't it just become a chicken? Chen Weiguo's son stared in astonishment. After a moment, he recovered and gazed at the problem, saying, the television said, if we imagine that the cage is filled entirely with chickens, how many legs would 20 chickens have? 40 legs, my cousin replied. Then how many would be missing? A total of 60 legs. So that would mean 20 legs are missing. So what are those missing 20 legs? Are they chicken wings? Chen Weiguo's son was once again taken aback, muttering to himself. I should find a better place to work in the future. What kind of place? A chicken farm. Meanwhile, Chen Weiguo, his mother, and his older sister were still conversing in the living room. Suddenly, upon hearing music emanating from the room, Chun Weigwa frowned and raised his hand to interrupt his sister. After listening intently for a moment, he stealthily made his way to his own room, pressing his ear against the door for a few seconds. He confirmed that the two children were playing on the computer and immediately signaled to his sister. She abruptly stood up, visibly irritated, and approached. Chun Weigwa gently placed a hand on his sister's shoulder and whispered, "Sister, please don't be anxious. Speak to the children calmly." Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open after Chun Weigwa stepped aside. Upon entering, she saw her son sitting on the computer chair with Xiao Haozi, engrossed in an animated show. Angrily, she asked Chao Ming, "Have you finished your homework, only to watch cartoons with your cousin?" "I have completed it." "Completed it? How long has it been? You finished already?" "I just did it quickly." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. "No, I really have finished." My sister walked in and snatched the homework notebook from the computer desk. After casually browsing through the assignments, she inquired of the class, "May I ask why we first multiply 100 by 3 and then divide by 25? The answer was that during their second encounter, they had collectively traversed the full distance 3 times, and dividing by their total speed yields the time until their next meeting. The older sister hesitated, then scrutinized the problem closely. At that moment, Chun Weigwa, standing outside the door, approached and remarked while examining the homework, "What he said makes perfect sense." The older sister shot him a disbelieving glance and then further questioned, "And what about this problem? Why is it that we had 20 to 1 before multiplying by 2? The road measures 100 meters, with a tree planted every 5 meters, hence 100 divided by 5, and the addition of 1 accounts for the tree at both ends. Therefore, we multiply by 2. The older sister looked back at Chun Weigwa, who nodded in agreement, yet her incredulity persisted. She then asked, "What about the problem of the chickens and rabbits in the same cage?" The explanation was that if you consider the chickens as rabbits, the excess legs represent the deficit of chicken legs. After hearing her son's explanation, the older sister's expression softened, revealing a kind smile as she said, "You two brothers certainly enjoy your cartoons, but don't sit too close." With that, she and Chun Weigwa exited the room. Once the door was closed, the cousin joyfully exclaimed, "Xiao Haozi, aha. Brother, the television also mentioned that the answer to a problem is not the goal. The thought process is key. Just like in business, where short-term gains are insignificant compared to the broader vision." All right, Xiao Haozi, quick, look. Naruto is about to harness the power of the 9 tails within. The cousin's attention was entirely captivated by the animation. Later that night, as the room was given to the older sister and nephew, Chun Weigwa found himself relegated to the sofa. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, the older sister unexpectedly emerged from the room, holding the red envelope he had given to her son. "Chun Weigwa, you actually gave my child a red envelope of 2,000. That's far too generous. I cannot accept it." Chun Weigwa rose and pushed the envelope back towards her, saying, "Sister, I received a substantial year-end bonus last year. Xiao Ming is about to take his entrance exam for junior high and is at a growth stage. He needs to eat well. As his uncle, living so far away, I can only express my care through generous red envelopes. Besides, the small shop our father left behind has been sold. I have the means. However, Mother has already given me a sum of money." "Has Tishi mentioned it to you?" the older sister inquired. Chun Weigwa was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Of course she did. Besides, that was left to her by Dad. It's her decision how to use it." After exchanging a few more words, the older sister ultimately accepted the envelope. The following day, just before departing, the older sister presented Chun Weigwa's son with another red envelope. While waiting at the station in the waiting area, the son exclaimed, "Mom, how come I have a red envelope in my pocket?" Upon seeing the envelope he produced, the older sister immediately recognized it as the one she had just given to Chun Weigwa's son. After a brief moment of surprise, she opened her bag to find a stack of cash wrapped in newspaper. It dawned on her why Chun Weigwa had eagerly offered to carry her bag. He had secretly slipped money into it. Judging by the thickness, it must amount to around 20,000. "Oh, Chun Weigwa." She glared furiously at the entrance of the station, and in an instant, tears filled her eyes. "Mom, what's wrong?" "The wind is a bit strong." The elder sister wrapped her arm around her son's shoulder and said, "Chao Ming, always remember that you have a wonderful uncle in Jining." Chapter 072. The sudden thunderstorm. When Chun Weigwa returned home after seeing off his sister and nephew, it was nearly afternoon tea time. At that moment, his son was taking a nap, while his elderly mother sat on the sofa with a cup of tea before her. as if waiting to speak with him upon his return. After glancing at his mother, Chen Weiguo, while changing his shoes, asked, "Mom, I thought you didn't drink tea?" "Your son drinks it," she replied. "Ah." Chen Weiguo chuckled and added, "By now, my sister must have boarded the bus. She just called me and scolded you." Hearing this, Chen Weiguo raised an eyebrow. "Scolded me?" "She scolded you for sneaking money into her bag without saying hello." Chen Weiguo let out a sigh of relief, then sat down in front of his mother. "How much did you give her?" she inquired. Chen Weiguo raised 2 fingers, and his mother looked somewhat astonished. "You are still young, and there are many places where you will need money. If you can save a little more now, do so. I still have some funds here. If your sister needs any in the future, I can assist her. If it becomes absolutely necessary, I will discuss it with you." Chen Weiguo nodded slightly and continued. "I remember when my son was a month old. I was still struggling then. My sister came to see me and secretly tucked 6,800 yuan into my wardrobe before she left. That was likely the most she could offer at the time." He choked up for a moment, then added, "The amount she could give me. Otherwise it wouldn't have been just shy of 7,000. I never touched that money, even when I had nothing to my name. Today, I have finally returned it to her, principal and interest." His mother sighed quietly, then shifted the conversation, saying, "There is something you should know. I divided that relocation compensation into 3 equal parts. Each of you siblings received 1 share. I have saved yours for you, while the other 2 have already been given to them." Chen Weiguo nodded in acknowledgement. "You are not angry with me, are you?" He immediately shook his head. "Of course not. What kind of person would I be?" His mother's serious expression finally softened into a gentle smile. Observing the wrinkles revealed by her smile, Chen Weiguo silently lamented the relentless passage of time. "If your perspective were truly broad, why would you use your son's red envelope for your own favors?" his mother inquired. "Ah," Chen Weiguo exclaimed. "What red envelope?" "Your sister sent a red envelope to your son this morning," his mother clarified. "Didn't you return the envelope and put it in Ming's pocket?" "I didn't put it there," Chen Weiguo exclaimed in surprise. After a moment of thought, he said, "Mom, he must have put it there himself." At this point, Chen Weiguo suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "No wonder when I saw my sister yesterday. That little brat first said congratulations and prosperity instead of asking for the red envelope. It seems he knew his aunt was not in a good position and did not intend to ask for her money. The little rascal, with such grand ambitions, is indeed reminiscent of me," Chen Weiguo added. In an instant, the expression on his mother's face turned grave once more. She leaned closer to Chen Weiguo and whispered, "Chen Weiguo, do you not think that the baby is a bit different?" "Mom, isn't that an obvious statement? Have you ever encountered another child as intelligent as he is?" His mother shook her head, her demeanor serious. "Initially, I too believed he was simply clever, but after dining with Xiao Guan's family that day, I began to suspect he might be too clever for his own good. For the past few days, I have been reflecting on the events following his birth. And the more I ponder, the more unsettling it becomes. The television claims that infants at 6 months have poor vision, perceiving everything as blurry. Yet he was able to see a ball at that age." Hearing his mother's words, Chen Weiguo recalled the incident when his son hinted for him to buy a ball. However, the child ultimately guessed the outcome of the final match incorrectly. For a 2-year-old, being able to utter a few simple phrases is quite remarkable. Yet look at him. He articulates with such eloquence that we often find ourselves outmatched in conversation. "Mom, my child is a prodigy. Even if he is a prodigy, he is still only 2. His mother emphasized. "As brilliant as he may be, merely understanding cartoons would be impressive enough. Yet he prefers to watch those dry historical dramas. So, Mom, what are you implying?" After glancing at her bedroom door, his mother smiled proudly. "Do you think our baby might be a reincarnation of a celestial being?" Chen Weiguo couldn't help but chuckle at his mother's whimsical notion, finding it both amusing and absurd. "Mom, you and my child are both too influenced by television." His mother playfully slapped him on the arm, her expression stern. "Be serious. There's a Master Zhang back home who has an uncanny ability to see things clearly. I've heard he is also a reincarnation of a celestial being. Perhaps we should take the baby to see him after the new year." After conversing with his mother for a while, Chen Weiguo retreated to his room. Upon opening his computer, the software interface had not yet appeared when a series of message alerts chimed. Upon noticing that the icon of General Guan was flashing in the lower right corner of the screen, Chen Weiguo felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a twinge of anxiety. When he opened the chat window, General Guan's icon had already dimmed. The general had sent him 2 messages. The first from the night before last, and the second from last night. "Have you made it home safely? Did your elder sister praise little Haozi for his cleverness? After reading these messages, Chen Weiguo's expression shifted from delight to disappointment. After much contemplation, he finally replied to General Guan, I haven't had time to log in these past few days. Of course, who wouldn't praise my child for his intelligence? After closing the chat with General Guan, Chen Weiguo resumed watching the Korean drama. Having subjected himself to it, he found it to be as absurd as his son had claimed. However, adhering to the principle of seeing things through to the end, he persisted until the conclusion. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Weiguo suddenly became aware of the howling winds outside, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of wailing ghosts. Is it going to rain? He inquired. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous clap of thunder erupted, startling him considerably. Moments later, a rumble of thunder echoed once more, swiftly followed by a series of thunderclaps that merged into a resounding roar lasting several minutes. Finally, the torrential rain arrived. Such thunderstorms are a rarity in Jianing City during this season. After the rain had fallen for a while, as Chen Weiguo was about to lie down on his bed, his mother suddenly flung open his door. Chen Weiguo, come quickly. Your child seems to be in distress. Without hesitation, Chen Weiguo sprang to his feet and rushed to the adjacent room. There, he found his son trembling under the covers, emitting pained cries of wah-woo-woo. He approached, calling out to his baby several times before lifting him into his arms. However, as soon as the child was cradled, he vomited. What should we do? His mother exclaimed, her voice laced with panic. To the hospital. To the hospital. Chen Weiguo replied, carrying his son as they hurried from their home. Half an hour later, Chen Weiguo and his mother arrived at the municipal hospital with their son. By the time they reached the hospital, although the boy, Xiaohaozi, had ceased his cries of agony, his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. The pediatric emergency doctor, upon seeing them, placed a hand on Xiaohaozi's forehead and inquired, Did the child consume anything unclean today? The grandmother immediately shook her head, anxiously responding, No, he only had some fish and meat, along with some vegetables. We ate the same, and none of us had any issues. The doctor furrowed his brow and listened to Xiaohaozi's heartbeat with a stethoscope. His heart is racing. As the doctor's expression grew increasingly serious, both the grandmother and Chen Weiguo felt a wave of worry wash over them. After a considerable pause, the doctor set down the stethoscope and retrieved a flashlight from her pocket. Sweetheart, listen to the lady and open your mouth for me. Xiaohaozi obediently complied. Once the doctor switched off the flashlight, Xiaohaozi shivered and said, The doctor is a sister, not an aunt. The doctor, momentarily taken aback, squinted her eyes and smiled. You speak so well, little one. Chen Weiguo, standing nearby, was both amused and exasperated, thinking to himself that this was hardly the time for playful banter. He and his mother were on the verge of panic. The doctor then took out a pen, scribbling in the medical record with a series of incomprehensible symbols, while stating, First, we'll need to draw some blood for testing, and then show me the results. Doctor, is there anything seriously wrong? Chen Weiguo asked. It seems likely that the distress was caused by a fright. We'll need to await the blood test results for clarity. If everything checks out, you can go home after the 4 drip. With that, the doctor paused her writing, handed the medical record to Chen Weiguo, and advised, monitor him for 3 days. If any issues arise, be sure to seek medical assistance promptly. Understood, doctor. Chen Weiguo nodded repeatedly. He then took his son for a blood test and proceeded to administer in 4. Soon, Xiaohaozi's trembling finally subsided, and his pale complexion began to regain color. While the second bag of 4 fluids was being administered, the grandmother went to retrieve the blood test results, and at that moment, Chen Weiguo's phone rang. Noticing it was a call from General Guan, he promptly answered. Hello, Xining. Where are you now? I am currently at the hospital. Is there anything happening at the store? Chen Weiguo inquired. Ah, you are at the hospital. What has occurred? A concerned voice from the phone belonged to General Guan. My child suddenly fell ill and is currently receiving intravenous fluids at the hospital. After Chen Weiguo hung up the call, his son abruptly turned to him and said, Dad, from now on, I want to develop in a peculiar way. What kind of development? Chen Weiguo asked, furrowing his brow. Son, are you feeling unwell? You must grow and develop healthily and happily. Just as his son was about to respond, a sudden clap of thunder resonated. The boy lowered his head and fell silent. Chen Weiguo felt a sense of unease. He recalled a similar incident from the past, where thunder interrupted his son's attempts to speak. Reflecting on it now, he believed it to be more than mere coincidence. Though he found it somewhat absurd, he preferred to err on the side of caution for his child's sake. He pondered further. How could his son suddenly be like this? Dad, his son abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Kai, what is it? From now on, you must rely on yourself, the boy declared. Shinweigwa was taken aback. Grasping his son's arm, he said, "Son, are you not feeling well? Don't frighten your father. I am perfectly fine, rest assured. In 100 years, I will personally carry you up the mountain." But what? But you must put in some effort. Do not wait until I have outgrown my rich second-generation years, and you have yet to achieve even a small goal. What small goal? The boy raised a finger and proclaimed, "Dad, you must remember, I am destined to become a wealthy man. You haven't even fully matured yet. And you are already talking about becoming a man." At that moment, the boy's grandmother returned with a test report in hand. "Mom, what did the doctor say?" "The doctor said everything looks good, no issues, but we still need to monitor him when we return," she replied. Hearing this, Shinweigwa felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, he still harbored a lingering worry, sensing that today's events were not as simple as they appeared. As it approached 7 in the evening, just as the last bag of intravenous fluid was nearly finished, General Guan hurriedly arrived, carrying a large bag of meticulously prepared meals. "Sister Guan," the boy immediately cried out to her. General Guan quickened her pace towards them, and Shinweigwa promptly stood to receive the meal she brought. After greeting the boy's grandmother, General Guan asked, "Xiaohaozi, are you all right?" The boy bit his lip, his face contorted in a mournful expression as he lamented, "Sister Guan, the injection hurts." Witnessing his son in such a state left Shinweigwa speechless. Just moments ago, the boy had boasted of his masculinity. "Sister Guan, hug me. Please." Watching as General Guan held his son on her lap, Shinweigwa squinted his eyes, contemplating the situation. However, this also confirmed that his son was not in serious danger. Seizing the moment while General Guan conversed with his son, Shinweigwa pulled his mother aside. "Mom, please do not mention today's events again, and do not speak of them to anyone else," he urged. "What events? It was you who mentioned taking my child to see some master, along with a few miraculous occurrences, and let us not speak of it further." Shinweigwa, while speaking, turned to glance at his son. "Regardless of whether he is a reincarnation of a deity or a prodigy, he is merely my child, Shinweigwa's son. I do not desire anything else. I only wish for him to grow up safely and healthily." As his words faded, he noticed Manager Guan planting a kiss on his son's forehead, and Shinweigwa's eyes sparkled with delight. Naturally, it is also imperative to educate him on proper conduct and morals. Shortly thereafter, after little Hausi finished his 4-drip, the group of Westerners departed the hospital. Shinweigwa first escorted his son and elderly mother to the foot of their building. After getting out of the car, his mother expressed her gratitude to Manager Guan, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Guan, that was thoughtful of you. Auntie, you flatter me. As long as little Hausi is well, that is sufficient," Manager Guan replied with a smile. "Goodbye, Sister Guan." Little Hausi waved at Manager Guan. After watching his mother and son ascend the stairs, Shinweigwa inquired, "Xining, how was the restaurant's business today?" "It was decent at noon. Both locations were packed, but the torrential rain in the evening dampened our spirits, and we barely reached 80% capacity," Manager Guan responded. "Will you be taking the car back? Or shall I keep it for a few more days? You'll likely need to run between the stores frequently, so it's best you continue using it," Shinweigwa suggested, glancing at Manager Guan, hesitating to voice his concern about whether the store would reimburse fuel expenses. He decided to refrain from asking, planning to inquire once he officially returned to work in a few days. "Then allow me to drive you back." All right. Chapter 74. Spring breeze of success. After caring for his son for 2 days and seeing that there were no significant issues, Shinweigwa returned to work at the restaurant. Although Manager Guan did not explicitly state it, he could easily imagine how busy she must have been lately. In addition to managing both the first and second locations, the third store was set to resume renovations tomorrow, which required her attention. Therefore, he chose to return today, considering it a reflection of his foresight. Aside from the afternoon on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, when business was affected by thunder and rain, the operations at both the first and second stores had been booming, much like before the New Year. The morning that Shinweigwa returned to work was no different. It was not until 3 in the afternoon that he finally got a moment to rest while at the second store. Just as he was about to head back to the first store, Manager Guan called him. "Hello, Manager Guan. Shinweigwa, where are you?" "I just left the second store and am on my way to the first," he replied. "I haven't eaten yet. It's driving me mad. Those electricians completely disregarded my instructions, and when I asked them to make changes, they had objections," Manager Guan vented over the phone. "If they refuse to adjust, then don't hire them. Worst case, I'll handle it myself tonight," Shinweigwa responded. "Never mind, they have already made the changes as I requested." "Well, that is good, Shinweigwa. That is not the main point." Manager Guan's voice on the phone carried a tone of exasperation. What? The main point is that I haven't eaten. Half an hour later, Chinwagwa arrived at the third store, carrying a meal. Once inside the car, it was evident that Manager Guan was quite famished, as she disregarded her usual graceful demeanor, completely shattering the image of elegance she once held. Observing General Guan in such a manner, Chinwagwa thought to himself, "Dear boss, could you at least be mindful that I am a mere outsider here?" Nevertheless, he had to concede that this version of General Guan possessed a certain warmth of humanity. "How about I stay here and keep watch while you return home to rest?" Chinwagwa suggested. "This is not technically work hours." "Ah, are you the one who asked me to deliver meals to you? How can you not consider this part of my wages?" General Guan nearly spat out his food, then looked at Chinwagwa, shaking his head in disappointment. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of understanding appeared in Chinwagwa's eyes, and he suddenly realized General Guan's implication, exclaiming, "Oh, Shining." With a deep sigh, General Guan inquired, "How's Xiaohaozi doing?" "Quite well. He should be fine," Chinwagwa replied. General Guan smiled and added, "I am craving barbecue." "Is that barbecue place you took me to before still in operation?" Chinwagwa shook his head, considering whether General Guan wanted him to treat again. "I am not sure. Let's check it out another day." After finishing their meal, General Guan reclined her seat and closed her eyes for a brief rest. Shortly thereafter, Chinwagwa removed his coat and draped it over her. Surprised, General Guan opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. "This weather is most conducive to catching a chill," Chinwagwa remarked. General Guan did not respond, choosing to shut her eyes again with a slight smile at the corners of her lips. Chinwagwa turned the ignition key, shutting off the engine. The heating inside the car consumed an excessive amount of fuel. He reasoned that as long as he maintained his integrity, he could endure the cold. After withdrawing the key, he glanced at General Guan and realized that in this confined space of less than 10 square meters, it was just the two of them, one of whom was fast asleep. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate, prompting him to turn away, opting to remain oblivious. Not long after, hearing the soft sound of General Guan's breathing, he discreetly turned back to steal a glance. What drives a young woman to work so tirelessly? He pondered. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that a girl from a privileged background still exerted herself, while some individuals with nothing preferred a life of ease. This disparity perpetuated the rich growing richer and the poor growing poorer. Furthermore, the affluent had advantages in terms of resources, vision, and connections. He could not deny that although he was older than General Guan by a few years, his interactions with her over the past 6 months had imparted many valuable lessons. The most significant of these was the virtue of diligence. Particularly for someone like him, who had few alternatives, hard work did not guarantee success. But a lack of effort assuredly precluded all opportunity. Of course, not everyone must strive to become a certain type of person. If one were to adhere to the philosophy learned by his son from television, life is short, and one should seize joy, then the essence of living is simply to find happiness. Contemplating this, Chinwagwa felt that his son's perspective was more fitting for his own life. As the clock approached a little after 10, General Guan awakened. Returning the coat to Chinwagwa, she said, "It is past 10. You should hurry back to the store." "All right. Should I pick you up later tonight?" Chinwagwa inquired. "Come whenever you wish. It's entirely up to you." After General Guan disembarked, Chinwagwa's face betrayed a look of irritation as he realized he had forgotten to inquire about the reimbursement for fuel expenses. In the following days, Chinwagwa diligently spent his mornings at the second store, brought lunch to General Guan at the third store during noon, visited the first store in the afternoon, and returned to the third store to escort General Guan home in the evening. If he had an extra room in his house, he would have invited General Guan to stay overnight, not merely to save on fuel, but to allow her a bit more rest each morning. For she was exceedingly weary and in dire need of recuperation. On the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, the third store opened as scheduled. Much like the inaugural events for the first and second stores, Sister Guan and Brother Guan, the two shareholders, were present. To Chinwagwa's astonishment, during the ribbon-cutting ceremony, General Guan had thoughtfully prepared a pair of scissors for him, inviting him to join her and her siblings in the ceremonial act. It was evident to all that Chinwagwa was destined to become the future head of all restaurants under the Tianyuan Star brand. For him, this moment marked a pinnacle of pride and success in recent years. However, he felt a twinge of shame, as his busy schedule left him little time to care for himself. Although his son was still quite young, he was remarkably understanding and considerate, never demanding his father's presence, but rather encouraging him to work diligently and earn money. One early morning, as soon as he stepped outside his home, Chinwagwa's phone rang. Initially, he presumed it was General Guan calling, only to discover it was Jiang Dehai, with whom he had lost touch for quite some time. Since Jiang Dehai had assisted him in acquiring a property in the 301 neighborhood, their only communication since then had been a festive greeting during the new year. Director Jiang. It has been a while since we last spoke, Chen Weiguo remarked. Indeed, it has. What prompted you to call me today? Jiang Dehai replied. I have two pieces of news for you, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let us start with the bad news, Chen Weiguo said. The bad news is that you likely won't be receiving any properties in the 301 neighborhood anymore, Jiang Dehai informed him. Chen Weiguo did not perceive this as particularly troubling and inquired, and what is the good news? Have you considered developing your career in Xingqing? Guess what? Jiang Dehai teased. It wouldn't be that the 301 area is being expropriated, would it? Chen Weiguo asked. Precisely. They're about to initiate expropriation in that area. What? Chen Weiguo exclaimed. Unable to believe his ears. Didn't you tell me that we wouldn't have to wait until at least June? That was then. The latest insider information indicates that. To expedite the renovation of the old city and the construction of main thoroughfares between several central districts, the expropriation in the 301 area will be accelerated. Jiang Dehai explained over the phone. Within a month, mobilization efforts will begin. Good heavens. Chen Weiguo sighed. Director Jiang, you own 7 properties in the 301 area. So you must be quite fortunate. You have one as well, Jiang Dehai reminded him. Hearing this, Chen Weiguo's expression turned wistful as he lamented, Director Jiang. If only I had met you sooner. Perhaps next time we can both prosper together, Jiang Dehai suggested. Let us leave it at that for now. Once the properties are expropriated, we can arrange a gathering. After concluding the phone call, Chen Weiguo glanced around his residential community, pondering when it would finally be demolished. He could empathize with Director Jiang's current elation. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, March had arrived. With the arrival of spring, flowers bloomed and life rejuvenated. During this period, Chen Weiguo commuted daily between 3 restaurants, leaving early and returning late, overwhelmed by the demands of his work. Fortunately, hard work often yields rewards. His base salary increased from 4,200 to 6,000 per month, and his commission rose from a mere 1% at a single establishment to 2% across all outlets. This also implied that the more branches opened, the better the business thrived, consequently elevating his commission rewards. Additionally, he received a long-awaited fuel subsidy of 450 yuan each month. However, due to the registration of a new company, the plan to open additional restaurants had been temporarily postponed until after the new year. By mid-March, the new company was finally registered, with its location established in Xingqing. Chen Weiguo was not at all surprised by General Manager Guan's decision. She was an ambitious entrepreneur. And a city like Jianing could not contain her aspirations. She needed a larger stage. After the establishment of the new company, General Manager Guan almost exclusively resided in Xingqing, returning to Jianing only occasionally. Whenever she returned, her first request was for Chen Weiguo to report on the recent business conditions. The last thing she did before leaving Jianing was to visit Chen Weiguo's elderly mother and young brother, Xiaohaozi. Unbeknownst to him, time stealthily advanced into September amidst the busyness. During this time, Chen Weiguo felt a sense of melancholy due to 2 matters. The first was concerning the apartment in Community 301. Ever since Jiang Dehai had called him after the new year, there had been no further developments. When he inquired with Jiang Dehai, he was always told to wait a little longer. Moreover, he could sense Jiang Dehai was even more anxious than he was. The second matter was his promotion. The new company had been established for a month, and the Tianyuan Xingguang restaurant had long been incorporated into the company, with the development plans for both the West and Fifth stores already determined. Yet, he had not received any announcement regarding his promotion to brand director. Chen Weiguo contemplated approaching General Manager Guan but hesitated, recognizing that although he lacked the title of director, he was already enjoying the benefits of one. Thus, he decided to wait a while longer, not wanting to give General Manager Guan the impression that his ambitions were limited. Furthermore, General Manager Guan had been exceedingly busy lately. In addition to the Tianyuan Xingguang restaurant brand, the new company also launched 2 other brands, Tianyuan Western Pastry and Under the Starlight, with one focusing on Western-style pastries and the other primarily selling coffee and milk tea. Given General Manager Guan's hands-on approach, she was deeply involved. Much like during the initial restaurant openings, since both brands targeted the Xingqing market, General Manager Guan returned to Jianing even less frequently. Chen Weiguo calculated that it had been a full week since he last saw her. Even his son had been asking him frequently when they would see Sister Guan again, wondering if his father had upset her. There are often unfounded remarks about middle-aged individuals suffering from digestive issues, cautioning against consuming overly hard foods. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Weiguo concluded his shift at the third store when a text message arrived unexpectedly. To his surprise, the sender was General Guan. He wondered why such matters could not be conveyed through a phone call. Chen Weiguo, I am on my way back from Jianing. I need to discuss something important with you. Please hold on for a moment. All right. After replying, Chen Weiguo furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. By 9:30, General Guan arrived, visibly weary. The moment Chen Weiguo saw him alight from the vehicle, he felt a pang of nostalgia, as if they had not met in ages. After exchanging a brief smile, General Guan inquired, You haven't been waiting long, have you? Chen Weiguo shook his head. The reason for my sudden visit is twofold. Both matters are quite significant, so I thought it best to address them in person, General Guan explained. Go ahead, General, Chen Weiguo replied. Taking a deep breath, General Guan asked, Have you ever considered pursuing opportunities in Xingqing? Chen Weiguo shook his head vehemently. That is simply impossible. I anticipated as much. General Guan replied with a wry smile, Given your responsibilities towards both your elders and your children. After a moment of silence, Chen Weiguo queried, What about the second matter? After a lengthy pause, General Guan finally spoke. The promise I made regarding your appointment as director may require some adjustments. As he spoke, he dared not meet Chen Weiguo's gaze. Nodding in understanding, Chen Weiguo had already anticipated this news upon receiving General Guan's message. The restaurant is about to open in Xingqing, which will be our strategic market focus, necessitating some changes on my end. I understand. Chen Weiguo replied, striving to maintain a smile. Henceforth, you will serve as the deputy general manager of the brand, overseeing marketing strategies and all branches in Jianing, with compensation remaining unchanged, General Guan stated. Chen Weiguo nodded, affirming with a simple, good. Another silence ensued. In that case, General, if there is nothing further, shall we part ways? Chen Weiguo broke the silence. All right. As Chen Weiguo took a step forward, General Guan suddenly grasped his left arm. I apologize. Chen Weiguo turned to face General Guan. It was indeed a challenge for her, who had always been proud to offer such a humble apology. General Guan, there is no need for apologies. I will always remember that when I was struggling to find employment, you offered me a chance. I am genuinely grateful for where I am today, Chen Weiguo replied solemnly. Then why do you still call me General and not Xining? It's primarily because your sudden message made me anxious. When I'm nervous, I tend to become overly formal, he explained. General Guan exhaled deeply, her gaze fixed upon Chen Weiguo's eyes. The truth was evident. He appeared somewhat disheartened. Come, let me treat you to some barbecue, Chen Weiguo suggested. Just as he was about to take a step, General Guan unexpectedly intertwined her arm with his, resting her head gently upon his shoulder. I'm a bit tired and feeling lightheaded, she murmured softly. A faint fragrance wafted into Chen Weiguo's nostrils. Xining, you must remember to bathe regularly, no matter how busy you are, he jested, finding amusement in his own humor. Get lost. Manager Guan immediately pushed him away, exclaiming, I bathe every day. In Chapter 76, the amusement of tapping glasses, Manager Guan, exhausted from the day's exertions, concluded his discussion with Chen Weiguo, after which they each drove home. On the journey back, Chen Weiguo pondered Manager Guan's earlier words. When Manager Guan initially proposed that he assume the role of brand director, a sense of trepidation had gripped him. He was acutely aware that his abilities and knowledge fell short of the expectations for such a position. Relinquishing the title brought him a sense of relief, yet he believed Manager Guan could have directly communicated this change, rather than suggesting it was due to his inability to thrive in Star City. Regardless, he remained grateful to Manager Guan. He was already quite content with his current circumstances. Upon arriving home, Chen Weiguo was surprised to find that it was already past 10 and his son was still awake, engrossed in a Korean drama with his grandmother at the computer. Xiaohaozi, why are you still up at this hour? He inquired. The boy, nestled in his grandmother's embrace, looked up and replied, I am cultivating immortality. His grandmother also turned to him, tears streaming down her face. Chen Weiguo sighed in exasperation, wondering why Korean dramas could not produce something uplifting. Chen Weiguo, are you unhappy? His mother asked, sensing his mood. Mom, just take care of yourself. Your tears are about to drip onto my son's head, he retorted. No sooner had he spoken than his son quickly left his grandmother's arms and rushed to him, asking, Daddy, why hasn't Sister Guan come to see me yet? Bending down to meet his son's gaze, Chen Weiguo replied, She just returned. But she'll have to head back to Star City early tomorrow. She will be quite busy from now on. and it may be a long time before she visits again. Alas, his son sighed, it feels so far away. My dreams seem distant. What do you mean by distant dreams? Chinwei asked, bewildered. Seeing his son return to his grandmother, he followed suit. Mom, I got promoted to vice president of the brand department, he announced. Ah, his mother, momentarily startled from her drama, turned around. Wiping her tears, she exclaimed, Chinwei, how did you become a vice president? I thought you were aiming for the director position. He offered a wry smile before responding, being a vice president is quite good too. My base salary is over 70,000 a year, and with commissions, it could exceed 100,000. Mom, I'm thinking of buying a car by the end of the year. That's wonderful. If you need extra, I can help a bit. It's nice to have your own car, his mother unexpectedly agreed. That's not necessary. Chinwei replied, contemplating the impending demolition of the property near 301. Daddy. Xiaohaozi suddenly turned to him, if you're like this, when will I ever become a rich second generation? There is no challenge too great in this world. As long as one is willing to let go. Chinwei never anticipated that one day he would utter such words to his son. His son, squinting thoughtfully, eventually spoke. Dad, working won't fulfill our dreams. What else can we do if not work? We lack the funds to start a business. We must wait. Chinwei initially intended to argue that waiting was futile, but just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he recalled the unseasonable thunderstorm on the 8th day and some extraordinary events from his son's past, prompting him to hold his tongue. His son's words surely carried a deeper significance. Glancing around, he noticed a cup on the computer desk, which he promptly retrieved and placed between himself and his son. He began to tap the rim of the cup with his fingertip. If memory served him right, this was how spies exchanged secret information in espionage dramas. He cast furtive glances at his son, hoping he would grasp his intent. After a series of taps, Chinwei withdrew his hand and eagerly watched his son. Soon, his son also placed his finger on the rim of the cup and began to tap it rhythmically. Witnessing this, Chinwei was taken aback. His son had indeed understood his meaning, confirming his suspicion that the boy harbored something he found difficult to articulate. However, before he could revel in this small victory, his son abruptly ceased tapping and asked, Dad, what is so amusing about tapping a cup? Chinwei's expression darkened, disappointment washing over him. Another half-month passed. Chinwei never envisioned that his inaugural visit to the headquarters would be prompted by a call from the newly appointed brand director, who summoned him from Jianing to Xingqing for a meeting. The headquarters resided in a commercial building in Xingqing, adjacent to the city's most bustling pedestrian street. As he approached the building, Chinwei was spotted a soon-to-open bakery, a testament to the financial prowess of Mr. Guan, who could afford to lease such a sizable space in this prime location. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Guan was either in the office above or within that very bakery. Upon entering the elevator, Chinwei arrived at the company entrance, where he was guided by the receptionist to the meeting room. Through the adjacent floor-to-ceiling windows, he beheld the towering skyscrapers and the throngs of people below, resembling a swarm of ants. At that moment, he comprehended why Mr. Guan had chosen Xingqing as the battleground. Once in the office, Chinwei encountered the brand director for the first time. The man, a middle-aged individual in his 40s named Lu Wang, was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding sophistication. His black-rimmed glasses suggested depth of character, and his meticulously styled hair and gold watch further enhanced his polished appearance. He epitomized Chinwei's preconceived notion of a so-called director. In addition to the director, several others occupied the meeting room. You must be Chinwei, Lu Wang remarked, studying him. Upon Chinwei's nod, Lu Wang gestured for him to take a seat, then introduced him. This is our regional head for Jianing, Chinwei. Taken aback, Chinwei managed to smile at the assembled crowd. Subsequently, he learned that apart from being merely a regional head, the brand's marketing and promotional strategies were entrusted to others, a divergence from what Mr. Guan had initially communicated to him. Furthermore, effective immediately, the restaurant's operational status will be reported to Lu Wang rather than General Guan. After the meeting concluded, Chinwei intended to greet General Guan. However, considering her busy schedule, he decided against disturbing her and left instead. Just as he approached the bus station, General Guan unexpectedly called him. Chinwei, I heard you were at the company for a meeting. Why didn't you inform me? Where are you now? General Guan, I'm already on the highway. There are some urgent matters at the restaurant that I need to attend to, he replied. After hanging up, he arrived at the bus stop just as the bus pulled in. Upon alighting from the bus, his phone rang again. Chinwei initially assumed it was General Guan once more, but to his surprise, it was Director Jiang Dehai. Director Jiang, it's wonderful to hear from you. Director Chen. I have both bad news and good news. Zhang's voice came through with palpable excitement. Let us hear the bad news first, Chen Weiguo replied. The 301 community will not be expropriated. A sudden jolt of dismay struck Chen Weiguo's heart. This was indeed unfortunate news. And the good news? At that moment, the blaring of a car horn drowned out Zhang's voice. What has happened to our community? Chen Weiguo inquired over the phone. A few seconds later, his face contorted in utter shock as he asked, What did you say? After Jiang finished speaking, he reiterated, Could you please repeat that? Director, you must be jesting. You are fully aware that the 301 community is no longer being demolished, but now they intend to expropriate yours. I have 7 properties invested in this venture. Are you trying to drive me to despair with such news? Chen Weiguo hung up the phone, gazing skyward. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds pure white, and the leaves a vibrant green. He had never felt the world so richly vibrant before. Ha 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 ha. Chen Weiguo could not contain his laughter. Is this the joy of the wealthy? His exuberance drew curious glances from passers-by, who regarded him as if he were somewhat simple-minded. Joy, indeed, came Jiang Dehai's voice, laced with irritation through the phone. Realizing he had yet to disconnect, Chen Weiguo glanced at his phone, quickly apologized, and ended the call. After tucking his phone away, he found himself smiling foolishly at the sky once more. At that instant, a car pulled up beside him, and the window rolled down. Chen Weiguo. He looked down, stunned to discover it was General Guan. General Guan, what brings you here? He asked incredulously. With a huff, General Guan commanded, Get in the car. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Weiguo slid into the passenger seat. General Guan, how did you end up here? He inquired again. General Guan ignored his question, appearing quite irate. Once she parked in a roadside space, she finally spoke. I anticipated your department would convene a high-level meeting, so I waited for you to approach me. I didn't expect you to leave without so much as a word. General Guan, I feared you were busy, so I did not wish to disturb you. General Guan raised her hand and struck him on the arm in a fit of anger. However, to her surprise, Chen Weiguo was oddly smiling. Are you really that happy about being hit by a beautiful woman? He replied. General Guan furrowed her brows, puzzled, and said, Chen Weiguo, what on earth is wrong with you? With your emotional intelligence, you shouldn't be the type to utter such words. Chen Weiguo shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips as he explained, as a middle-aged man who is widowed and raising a child, it seems entirely inappropriate for me to say such things, especially to my superior. Then why is it appropriate today? She inquired. Today is a splendid day, Chen Weiguo responded, struggling to suppress his laughter. General Guan, do you have any plans later? Allow me to treat you to a meal, order whatever you like. However, 2 dishes and a soup should suffice for 2 people. Wastefulness is shameful, he quickly added. The moment one arrives in Star City, their perspective broadens, yet not entirely. The doors of opportunity seem to be stuck at 2 dishes and a soup, General Guan remarked. To be honest, today is undoubtedly the happiest day I've had in years. Even more so than the day you told me that fuel expenses could be reimbursed. General Guan chuckled softly, thinking to herself that his joy seemed rather simplistic. Chen Weiguo, are you certain you want to treat me to a meal? Absolutely and unequivocally, he affirmed. General Guan nodded and restarted the car. Observing her, Chen Weiguo asked again, Shining, you still haven't told me how you knew I was here. I distinctly mentioned that I was already on the highway. Because the company reimburses travel expenses for those taking the car, and based on what I know of you, how could you possibly have driven here yourself? General Guan clarified. The smile on Chen Weiguo's face gradually faded. He realized that he was perceived as rather small-minded in General Guan's eyes. After half an hour, he followed General Guan to a very upscale Western restaurant. Upon seeing that the cheapest steak set was priced at 198 yuan, he regretted his earlier exuberance, feeling that he should not have been so presumptuous. To save some money, he ordered a 99 yuan pasta for himself. By the time he was nearing the end of his meal, despite not being full, he had to deceive General Guan into believing he was utterly stuffed. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend a little more for his satisfaction. He simply felt it was not worth the expense. Especially since General Guan's steak was undercooked, no amount of money justified such wastefulness. After their meal, General Guan and Chen Weiguo wandered aimlessly through the mall. After a few steps, General Guan asked, Chen Weiguo, may I pose a question? Are you upset with me regarding the director's matter? Chen Weiguo shook his head and replied, to be honest, I wasn't angry at first, but after attending today's departmental meeting, I became quite irate. Why is that? General Guan inquired. Chen Weiguo hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, saying, forget it. According to company policy, I should not be reporting above my level. Now is not working hours. Consider me a friend. She reassured him. Xining, although you always say that, do you genuinely feel that way in your heart? Chen Wei was suddenly asked. Of course. Isn't it so? General Guan responded, appearing somewhat displeased. Chen Wei nodded and said, I believe that with your discerning eye and high standards, it would be impossible for Lu Wang to become the director. The only person within the company who could persuade you would be the true mastermind behind it all, our father. He quickly corrected himself. I mean, our dad. This elicited a laugh from General Guan, who then playfully raised her bag to tap Chen Wei. Xining, friends should be able to joke with each other. But I really just want to hit you. After her moment of mischief, General Guan swiftly returned to her usual dignified demeanor. Ah, Chen Wei, you are quite the enigma. I never realized your thoughts ran so deep. Of course, he replied. I used to be a workshop director at a large factory. In such environments, one cannot ascend to a position of leadership without a cunning mind. However, if everyone had focused solely on their work back then, perhaps the company wouldn't have gone under. So, you are aware that my father intervened in the selection of the director? Chen Wei continued. Our dad isn't entirely at fault. My abilities indeed fall short of being a director. However, Lu Wang likely possesses even less competence, which is why I feel frustrated. Of course, this is merely my personal perspective. General Guan let out a sigh of relief and said, since you understand, I feel reassured. Even if you genuinely believe I am unfit for the role, I want to take offense. After all, I have a broader vision. She chuckled lightly and added, it's exhausting to hear you constantly mention broader vision, making it seem like I can only talk about that now. After a while, General Guan personally escorted Chen Wei to the bus station. Just before he got out of the car, he turned to her and said, Xining, our little Housie has been talking about you a lot lately. Make some time to visit him. I'll reimburse your travel expenses. Hearing this, General Guan felt the urge to strike him again. And remember to rest. Don't tire yourself out. With that, Chen Wei exited the vehicle. Watching his retreating figure, General Guan murmured to herself, finally, he's learned to show concern for others. Chapter 78. The old boy on the bus returning to Jianing from Xingqing. Chen Wei couldn't help but chuckle from time to time. An elderly gentleman seated nearby assumed he was unwell and opted to change seats. However, once the demolition matter was confirmed, Chen Wei would find himself grappling with two dilemmas. Should he purchase a car first or invest in a house? In fact, if he were to be a bit ruthless, a villa could also be a possibility. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. His mind in a state of turmoil. Having money truly brings its own set of troubles, unlike when he had no choices and no worries. By the time he returned home, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Upon entering the community, he felt a pang of sadness at the thought that this place would soon be razed to make way for towering buildings. However, this melancholy was quickly overshadowed by a wave of happiness. What the television had stated was undeniably true. While having money does not guarantee happiness, lacking it certainly leads to hardship. Upon arriving home, he found his mother washing clothes in the bathroom while his son sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television. After removing his shoes, Chen Wei approached his son and said, Son, I have some news for you. Our neighborhood is about to undergo demolition. Tell your father. He hesitated, then turned to grasp a cup from the table, gently tapping its rim. The son remained unresponsive, his expression blank as he gazed at him. Silence, Chen Wei thought, equates to tacit agreement. At this moment, reflecting on various perplexing past events, he found clarity and conviction regarding many matters. Father, should I buy a car or a house? Chen Wei inquired softly. A car. I want a car. A remote-controlled car. His son replied eagerly. Chen Wei narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. It was imperative not to interpret his son's words at face value. When he spoke, there was undoubtedly intent or indication behind it. For instance, while he asked about a car, his son insisted on car. Although it is common for children to repeat words, his son was anything but ordinary. What then? Did car signify? As he pondered, he absent-mindedly tapped the rim of his cup. After much deliberation, it dawned on him. Did his son desire 2 cars? But why 2? One for daytime use and another for the night? Shifting his perspective, he wondered what profession might necessitate the purchase of 2 vehicles. After a prolonged period of contemplation without resolution, he continued to explore the thought. His son mentioned a remote-controlled car. Could it be that he was subtly suggesting a venture into selling remote-controlled cars? Just then, his mother emerged from the bathroom. Grandma, I want a remote-controlled car. His son immediately exclaimed. No, it's too expensive. Chen Wei looked at his mother, astonished. Mother, do you happen to know what a remote-controlled car means? Isn't it simple? Today your child saw someone playing with a remote-controlled car and cried for me to buy him one, she replied. Chinwegu's mouth fell open as he turned to his son. Car, Daddy wants a remote-controlled car. After scratching the back of his head, he stood up and said to his son, Today, I saw you were concerned about sister. She mentioned she would come back to see you in a few days. His son looked at him and said, Father, relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. Initially, Chinwegu dismissed his son's words. But upon re-entering the room, he reflected on them again and seemed to grasp his son's intent. His son wished to visit General Guan in Star City. After closing the door, Chinwegu powered on his computer. Upon logging in, he noticed General Guan's avatar was offline, prompting him to send a text message. Shining, I'm home. After a considerable wait, General Guan replied, I'm still at the new store. It opens the day after tomorrow. Don't overexert yourself. When you have time, take Xiao Haozi to see you. Chinwegu responded. Men must keep their word. General Guan replied almost instantaneously. I'm not a man. I'm a boy. An old boy. Enough said. I'm busy. All right. Remember to rest early. After sending this message, Chinwegu set his phone aside, believing his conversation with General Guan had concluded. However, half an hour later, General Guan called him. Shining, are you done with your tasks? I'm on the way back. General Guan replied. Chinwegu, what is going on with you today? What do you mean? Do you have something difficult to discuss? Or are you in need of a loan? General Guan inquired. Chinwegu pouted slightly before responding. No, not at all. Why this sudden display of warmth? It leaves me quite unaccustomed. The scope of my thoughts has diminished. Chinwegu initially intended to express the concept of scope, yet he opted for a different term. Realizing he has evolved beyond his previous self. Often, what one lacks the most becomes a constant topic of conversation. For instance, he cannot refrain from mentioning his charm, as it is evident to others regardless. The horizons have indeed shrunk. Relying on parents at home, leaning on friends, it is essential for friends to show mutual concern. Chinwegu remarked. Very well, my friend, what are you engaged in at present? Manager Guan inquired. I am conversing with a lovely lady, he replied. Laughter echoed from the phone as Manager Guan responded. Chinwegu, how overly sweet. Oh, I was just about to wash up and retire for the night. I genuinely envy you for being able to rest so early. Then I shall forego sleep and share in your toil and troubles. Thus, the two continued their banter, only ending the call after Manager Guan returned home. Good night. Manager Guan's words were soft and gentle, as if she were whispering sweetly beside him. After concluding the call, Chinwegu glanced at the nearly 30 minutes of conversation time, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was Manager Guan who called. Receiving calls incurs no cost. In the subsequent days, Chinwegu awaited the demolition while navigating his daily work and life. During his free moments, he would send Manager Guan a message or two. Although her replies often took quite some time, she would invariably call him for a chat on her way home in the evening. They used to engage in discussions about the store's performance. Now their conversations revolved solely around life, with work never mentioned. On Monday, Chinwegu took a day off, bringing his son and elderly mother to Star City for a day of leisure. Upon arrival, he first took them to the zoo before seeking out Manager Guan. At lunchtime, the three encountered Manager Guan at a restaurant. Little Haozi, exclaimed Manager Guan joyfully, waving at the child. Little Haozi dashed to her side, lifting his arms and calling out, Sister Guan, it's been so long. Hug me, hug me. As Manager Guan smiled and bent down to embrace him, Chinwegu unexpectedly approached from behind, lifting Little Haozi into his arms. Little Haozi, Sister Guan is already quite tired. Let your father hold you. No, I want Sister Guan to hold me. She hasn't hugged me in ages. Little Haozi protested, wriggling in his father's grasp. After sharing a laugh, Chinwegu presented his son to Manager Guan, proudly declaring, Shining, what do you think? Am I man enough? Humph, you old boy. Chapter 79, A Wealth of Knowledge After Their Midday Meal. Manager Guan accompanied Chinwegu's family as they strolled through a shopping mall. Before a toy store, observing Chinwegu and Manager Guan assisting her grandson in selecting toys. His mother couldn't help but smile faintly, reflecting on how this is the image of a complete family. Lamenting that her son is unworthy of such a remarkable young woman as Guan. After a considerable while, Chinwegu and Manager Guan emerged from the toy store, laden with a multitude of toys. Is that so many? His mother exclaimed with a sigh. Indeed, Chinwegu concurred. I spent over 700 yuan in total. It is quite extravagant. His son directed a retort towards him that was funded by Sister Guan, not by you. I intended to pay. But she insisted on taking care of the bill, Chin Wei-gwa explained. I would be surprised if you actually believe that. His son rolled his eyes in response. Chin Wei-gwa, taken aback, widened his eyes in exasperation and let out a prolonged sigh. You two should cease your bickering. It's utterly amusing. Guan interrupted the father-son exchange, affectionately ruffling Xiaohaozi's hair. Xiaohaozi, these gifts are a token of apology from your sister. She has been too busy to visit you. So don't hold any resentment towards her, Guan said gently. How could I possibly be upset with such a beautiful and generous sister? Xiaohaozi replied earnestly. But sister, amidst your busy schedule, do keep an eye on my dad. Ever since you left Xinjiang, he hasn't even bothered to style his hair. It's all disheveled. Hardly befitting a wealthy man as father. Xiaohaozi spoke with utmost seriousness. Guan couldn't help but chuckle at this and then turned her gaze to Chin Wei-gwa, saying, It seems I must also send you a little something. What kind of gift? Chin Wei-gwa inquired. Some hair gel. Guan teased. Chin Wei-gwa, why have you neglected your hairstyle since I left Jianing? What other reason could there be? Men dress to please those they admire, he replied. My father is the epitome of a reserved yet brooding type, with many hidden thoughts, which is why he has such a limited perspective. Xiaohaozi interjected on behalf of his father. Chin Wei-gwa felt a tinge of embarrassment. His son's words were becoming increasingly sharp and biting. He glanced at his son, who wore a sly grin, as if to say, This is the consequence of your earlier interference with my choice of remote-controlled car. Suddenly, Xiaohaozi turned to Guan again and suggested, Sister, perhaps you should gift him a bottle of styling gel, because every time he uses mousse, he always runs his hands through his hair and then comes to pinch my cheeks or ruffle my hair, leaving it all sticky and bothersome. Don't speak nonsense. I've washed my hands, Chin Wei-gwa retorted. At that moment, Guan was already stifling her laughter. After wandering around the mall for a while, they came across a tea shop. And Xiaohaozi exclaimed that he wanted milk tea. While waiting for the drink to be prepared, Guan said, Xiaohaozi, once my coffee shop opens, I will take you there to enjoy some coffee. Xiaohaozi squinted his eyes, revealing an innocent smile, and cheerfully replied, That sounds wonderful. However, sister, the television mentions that we have a long-standing tea culture, which we might prefer. If we could incorporate our tea heritage to create some healthy and delicious beverages, it would surely be more appealing. Guan nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Chin Wei-gwa's eyes sparkled with interest. This was crucial information he needed to remember. When the milk tea finally arrived, Xiaohaozi took a sip and grimaced, declaring, This isn't tea very good. He then handed the drink to Chin Wei-gwa, saying, Here, Dad. You can have it. You've worked hard carrying all these items. Chin Wei-gwa's pupils constricted in surprise, wondering if Xiaohaozi was passing it to him because he thought it tasted bad. After taking a sip himself and wrinkling his brow, he confirmed, Indeed, it's not good. He then glanced at his mother, who had a fierce glint in her eyes, as if she were about to speak but hesitated. Having spent 7 yuan on the milk tea, one must sip it through tears. Only after departing from the tea shop did Chin Wei-gwa dare to express. No wonder this establishment struggles with business. They ought to invest in hiring individuals to queue, thereby extending the preparation time, remarked Xiaohaozi. Glancing at Xiaohaozi, General Guan asked, Did you see this on television as well? Xiaohaozi nodded, speaking in a childlike tone. Yes, I heard it on the news yesterday. A sesame cake shop hired over a dozen university students to stand in line. When others see it, they assume it must be delicious and join the queue. This is a clever manipulation of the herd mentality. General Guan sighed in agreement. Chin Wei-gwa chuckled quietly to himself, yet another nugget of wisdom acquired. As they continued on their way, observing General Guan receiving several phone calls, the old mother suggested that he attend to his business. Before departing, Xiaohaozi insisted on a kiss from General Guan. After taking a few steps, General Guan suddenly turned around, exclaiming loudly, Chin Wei-gwa, remember to take care of your hair. If you're out of mousse, let me know. With that, General Guan chuckled, turned, and strode away. Watching his retreating figure, the old mother sighed, saying, This young Guan truly becomes more endearing with each glance. Chin Wei-gwa feigned ignorance and instead lifted Xiaohaozi, tentatively asking, Son, if you wish for milk tea, perhaps I should open a milk tea shop so you can indulge to your heart's content. Forget it, Dad, you're not good at storytelling. What does storytelling have to do with running a milk tea shop? Dad, I want ice cream, the boy suddenly declared. Haven't you just eaten your fill and had a big cup of milk tea? What do you need ice cream for? Chin Wei-gwa replied, I want it. I want it. Xiaohaozi began to throw a tantrum. With a sense of resignation, Chin Wei-gwa carried his son to the nearest ice cream parlor. Observing this, the old mother smiled with satisfaction. Ever since their last visit to the hospital, her grandson's demeanor had increasingly mirrored that of an ordinary child, rarely uttering nonsensical phrases. Developing a fondness for animated shows like Big Head Son and Small Head Dad, and eagerly requesting toys and sweets. The one constant remained his penchant for cradling a cup of tea on the sofa, appearing to ponder profound matters. Before long, Chinwagwa and Xiaohaozi approached her, each holding an ice cream. "Mom, would you like some ice cream? If you do, I can buy you one," Chinwagwa inquired. "Chinwagwa, haven't you just eaten a hearty meal and downed a large cup of milk tea?" The old mother replied, somewhat irritated. She could understand her grandson's youthful whims. But her son was already in his 30s. "The milk tea I had was only given to me after I finished, so it doesn't count." Xiaohaozi immediately looked at Chinwagwa, displeased, saying, "Dad, you're lying. However, I now wish to return to the previous milk tea shop for a cup of green tea." "Didn't you say that place was tea tasty?" "The tea alone isn't great, but when paired with ice cream, it's a different story." With that, the son grasped Chinwagwa's hand and began to march back towards the milk tea shop, singing, "I love you, you love me, milk tea plus ice cream." "Oh, so sweet. What sort of song is that? How cheesy. How can a child sing such things?" "It's a song for Sister Guan. Where is the sentimentality?" After a while, the presence of mice and rice becomes even more sentimental. "What about the mice? Are they stealing rice?" Chapter 80, The Way Back. After strolling through the shopping mall until 3:30, Chinwagwa took his elderly mother and son to visit his elder sister, Chinwailon. Upon arriving at his sister's home, they found her still at work, and his nephew, Xiaoming, had gone to school, leaving only his brother-in-law at home. His brother-in-law was exceedingly pleased with their arrival. Initially, Chinwagwa and his mother intended to stay only briefly to greet his sister and Xiaoming before departing. However, his brother-in-law insisted they stay for dinner and hurried out to buy additional groceries. Once his brother-in-law left, Chinwagwa's mother took her grandson to sleep, while Chinwagwa made his way to the balcony of his sister's house. The first time he stood there was over a decade ago. Before him lay an expansive view, with a bustling street below where many vendors set up stalls, and the crowd flowed incessantly, only quieting down after nightfall. At that time, he envied his sister for living in such a vibrant provincial capital. Yet now, towering buildings obscured the sunlight, and while the street remained crowded, it had been reduced to a desolate alley by a wall erected by a nearby residential complex, filled with refuse and discarded items. The lively throng had vanished, replaced instead by rats and cockroaches, and a faint, foul odor lingered in the air. Chinwagwa never anticipated that in just 10 years, this once thriving area would be forgotten and forsaken. His sister and brother-in-law, whom he had once envied, seemed to share the fate of this neighborhood, devoid of any hope. He recalled a phrase his son had seen on television: "When the times abandon you, they do not give you a heads up." This thought inevitably led Chinwagwa to reflect on his own life. He had once been cast aside by the tides of change, and as he aged, the likelihood of being abandoned again loomed large. How could he navigate through the tumult of changing times with his head held high? This was a question he found himself compelled to ponder. Working for others would not fulfill his dreams. Suddenly, he recalled something his son had said. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that working for someone else means one could be easily replaced, much like a position of a director that could be vacated at any moment. What he needed to do was secure an alternative path for himself before facing such an eventuality. Nearly half an hour later, his brother-in-law returned with groceries and busied himself in the kitchen. Chinwagwa offered to help, but his brother-in-law stopped him at the kitchen door. "Brother-in-law, can you still manage night shifts?" Chinwagwa inquired. "It's all right. Not much to do," his brother-in-law replied. "Have you ever thought about doing something else?" Chinwagwa asked again. His brother-in-law fell silent. Realizing he had crossed an unspoken boundary, Chinwagwa discreetly took a seat. He pulled out his phone and responded to a message from Manager Guan. "Are you home yet?" "No, I'm at my sister's house. I'll probably return in the evening." "All right. Remember not to drink if you're driving tonight. Would you like to join us for dinner?" After that, Manager Guan did not reply. After a while, the door suddenly swung open, and my elder sister returned. "Sister, Wagwa," she exclaimed excitedly, casting her gaze around the living room. "Where are Mother and Xiaohaozi?" "They are resting inside." At that moment, my brother-in-law emerged from the kitchen, surprised to see her. "Why are you back so early?" he inquired. "As soon as you called, I requested leave from our manager. It's rare for my nephew to visit." My sister replied with great joy. My brother-in-law nodded, saying, "You chat with Wei Guo. I will go prepare dinner." "Did you buy the crabs?" "Yes, don't worry." After he closed the kitchen door, My sister sat down beside Chen Weiguo. Weiguo, it's a rare opportunity for you to visit Xingqing. You must have driven your boss's car, right? Chen Weiguo nodded. Driving is indeed more convenient. By the way, my sister leaned in. Your boss seems to treat you exceptionally well. I've heard he is even younger than you, and, notably, still unmarried. Chen Weiguo felt a surge of displeasure. Who did you hear that from? He glanced towards the door of the right room, where the sound of his mother's snoring could be heard. Sister, don't listen to what mother says. Our boss has a grand vision and is generous to everyone. It's not at all as you think. What do you think I think? She replied innocently. You. Chen Weiguo was rendered speechless. Don't be angry. I was merely asking. Ahua has been gone for nearly 3 years, and Xiaohaozi grows day by day. No matter how attentive a man may be, he cannot compare to a woman. So it is best for a child to have a mother, my sister said earnestly. Chen Weiguo chose not to respond, suspecting these words were merely a reiteration of their mother's sentiments. You've always been like this, from childhood to now. Whenever the conversation turns to topics you wish to avoid, you fall silent. Do you enjoy discussing things you prefer not to? Chen Weiguo retorted. Alas. My sister sighed briefly. We must think more about the child. Reflecting on his son's often invincible demeanor, Chen Weiguo felt it unnecessary. It was better for him to manage himself, preventing his son from worrying about him in the future. Let us talk about you. He shifted the conversation. What are your plans with your brother-in-law? Are you going to continue like this? Of course not. My sister lowered her voice. I plan to save some money first. And once we have enough, I'll have your brother-in-law drive a taxi. At that point, I'll learn to drive too. We could alternate shifts between day and night. Chen Weiguo nodded, relieved that his sister and brother-in-law had the desire for change. There was still hope. For many, resigning to fate is far more daunting than enduring hardship. At that moment, Chen Weiguo had already resolved to provide some financial assistance to his sister's family once the compensation from the demolition arrived. Did his son imply that his 2 cars were meant for this? One for himself and one for his sister? After exchanging a few more words, they began discussing his nephew, Xiaoming. You wouldn't believe it. Ever since Xiaoming stayed at your house for a couple of days during the new year, his math grades have skyrocketed. Even his teacher praised his rapid progress and asked if we had hired a tutor for him during the winter break. My sister said joyfully. Chen Weiguo's eyes sparkled as the image of his son helping his nephew with homework flashed in his mind. As the clock approached 6, young Ming returned home from school, and his mother and son had just awakened. Upon seeing Xiaohaozi, Ming pulled him aside and inquired, Have you ever watched a television program that teaches writing? After pondering for a moment, Xiaohaozi shook his head in response. Later that evening, at 8 o'clock, the Chen family had finished their meal at the elder sister's home and was preparing to depart when a call from manager Guan came in. Whose call is that? The elder sister asked with curiosity. Of course, it's my sister Guan, Xiaohaozi replied. Chen Weiguo rose and stepped out onto the balcony to take the call. Chapter 81. Gao Daqiang. Once the call was connected, Guan's weary voice came through the line. Hello, Chen Weiguo. Have you finished dinner at your sister's? You're being formal. Let us be more relaxed. It's our elder sister, he replied. Guan's melodious laughter followed before she asked, You haven't had any alcohol, have you? Not at all. Chen Weiguo quickly affirmed, only to be interrupted by a sudden yawn. By the way, Xining, have you eaten? Not yet. I'll eat when I get back to Jianing. Ah, are you heading back to Jianing later? Will you be driving yourself? Chen Weiguo immediately asked. Before Guan could respond, he added, Driving while fatigued is exceedingly dangerous. Let us go back together in my car. Where are you? I'll come and pick you up. Chen Weiguo, you've really stepped up. Every time you arrive in Xingqing, the atmosphere changes, Guan complimented. That's simply a sign of elevated perspective. After hanging up, Chen Weiguo returned to the living room. Dad, what did Sister Guan say? Why did it take so long? His son approached with curiosity. Chen Weiguo merely ruffled his son's hair and turned to his elder sister and brother-in-law, saying, Sister, brother-in-law, it's getting late. We must be on our way. Oh, you're leaving already? I wanted to chat with you a bit longer, the elder sister expressed, her eyes filled with reluctance. Next time, don't worry. I'll be visiting the company in Xingqing often for meetings, and I'll bring Mom and my son along then. The brother-in-law nodded in agreement, saying, We want to keep you. See you next time, drive safely, and take care. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the elder sister's family, the Chun family descended the stairs. Once in the car, before starting the engine, Chen Weiguo remarked, Mom, Xiaoguan will also be heading back to Jianing. Let us go pick her up. Really? The elderly mother was quite surprised, noting that she hadn't heard her mention it at noon, to prevent her from overthinking. Chen Weiguo fabricated an excuse. She mentioned she had some matters to discuss with her family regarding important company affairs. Grandma, please sit in the front, Xiaohaozi suddenly interjected. The elderly mother looked down at him, somewhat bewildered. I want to sit with Sister Guan, Xiaohaozi clarified. With a long sigh, the elderly mother resigned, saying, you too. Father and son. With that, she exited the car and took her seat in the passenger side. Seeing Chen Weiguo gazing at her, she retorted, what is the matter? Don't you want me sitting here? If so, I might as well go upstairs and stay at your sister's. There is no seat for me in this car anyway. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I just wanted to check if your seatbelt was fastened properly. Besides, my sister's house only has 2 rooms. There is no space for you to stay, Chen Weiguo replied. Approximately 20 minutes later, General Guan arrived. Instinctively, he reached for the door of the passenger seat, only to be taken aback upon discovering his mother already seated within. Auntie, my sincerest apologies. I did not realize you were here, he exclaimed. It's quite all right, Xiao Guan. I, too, never expected to be brought here by my grandson, his mother replied. Once in the car, General Guan affectionately pinched Xiaohaozi's cheek and inquired, why do you not wish to sit with your grandmother? Of course, I want to sit with my sister, Xiaohaozi responded. A hint of weariness softened General Guan's features into a gentle smile as he embraced Xiaohaozi. Your sister enjoys sitting with you as well. With that, he reached back to pat Chen Weiguo on the shoulder and asked, Chen Weiguo, are you truly sober? Indeed, Xiao Guan. No, Xining, would I dare to deceive you? Chen Weiguo replied, Sister, you are not worried about my father, are you, which is why you chose to return with us? Not at all, General Guan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. There are some urgent matters at the company that require discussion with the family. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Weiguo couldn't help but think, how uncanny that it mirrors the excuse I just concocted. Could it be that Xiao Guan is fabricating as well? Half an hour later, the car glided smoothly along the highway. After casting a glance at his mother, who was snoring in the passenger seat, Chen Weiguo looked up at the rearview mirror. There, General Guan reclined with her eyes closed, while her son sat atop her lap, seemingly asleep. A warm sentiment blossomed within him, prompting a heartfelt smile. As they approached 9:30, Chen Weiguo first escorted his mother and son to the foot of their building. Goodbye, Sister Guan. His son waved before heading upstairs. Farewell, Xiaohaozi, General Guan responded. Watching his mother and son vanish into the corridor, Chen Weiguo then drove away. Xining, haven't you yet dined? How about we indulge in some barbecue? That sounds delightful. But who will treat? I shall, Chen Weiguo declared, thumping his chest with a show of generosity. However, let us not be extravagant, he added. Though he spoke thus, upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, he boldly ordered dozens of skewers, leaving General Guan astounded. Chen Weiguo, are you expecting your home to be demolished? She quipped. Chen Weiguo paused momentarily, taken aback, and chose not to respond, pondering how she could so swiftly deduce his situation. Indeed, it seemed that a woman's keen intellect could be both a blessing and a curse. It was impossible to conceal anything from her perceptive gaze, making the notion of saving private funds utterly futile. Lost in thought, Chen Weiguo realized he was overthinking, spiraling into fanciful musings. As the barbecue arrived, General Guan continued to eat while discussing the recent demands of her business with Chen Weiguo, who listened attentively, occasionally pouring coconut juice into her empty cup. They dined until after 11 before finally taking their leave. When do you plan to depart this time, Xining? Perhaps after lunch. It has been ages since I last visited the stores. I am curious to see how those 3 restaurants have fared under your management. Then I shall come to fetch you tomorrow morning. General Guan nodded in surprise, finding it hard to believe. Just before disembarking, she jested, Chen Weiguo, you ought to visit Star City more often. Each visit seems to expand your horizons a bit. The morning air gradually warmed. By 9 o'clock, Chen Weiguo arrived early at General Guan's doorstep. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, General Guan hurriedly emerged from her home and took her seat in the passenger side. Fastening her seatbelt, she glanced at Chen Weiguo and inquired, let me see, did you use mousse today? I did, Chen Weiguo replied with a hint of resignation. He then retrieved a bag from the cup holder, saying, I bought you breakfast. After a moment's hesitation, General Guan accepted the bag, blinking a few times while looking ahead and pursing her lips. Observing her struggle to suppress laughter, Chen Weiguo remarked, don't hold it in. If you want to laugh, just laugh. General Guan covered her mouth with her right hand and giggled. So, leader, what do you think? Are my horizons broad? Indeed. General Guan nodded vigorously. Is my awareness strong? Absolutely. She gave a thumbs up. Is my perspective elevated? General Guan clutched her stomach, bursting into hearty laughter. Then reached out to pinch Chen Weiguo's shoulder playfully. Chapter 82. The second meeting of senior brand executives moments later, as General Guan continued her playful pinching. Chen Weiguo began to yelp in pain. Just then, a knock sounded on the passenger window. Startled, General Guan withdrew her hand and turned her head. Upon seeing her second brother standing outside the car, she rolled down the window and asked, "Brother, what's the matter?" Brother Guan lowered his head, first acknowledging Chen Weiguo with a nod before turning to General Guan, saying, "If Manager Guan has made any mistakes, just dock his salary. Resorting to physical punishment is unwarranted." "In that case, let us go for it," Chen Weiguo promptly retorted. Brother Guan chuckled and remarked, "Haven't seen you in a few days, Manager Chen. Your humor has certainly flourished." "Brother, do you need something?" General Guan inquired. Brother Guan let out a resigned chuckle, saying, "I'm your brother. It's been ages since I last saw you. You claim it's a challenge just to return, and now you're off again?" "Well, it's because I've been too busy, and you wouldn't help me," General Guan answered. "All right then." Brother Guan stepped back, stating, "I'm heading to the construction site today. I'll come by Star City to see you tomorrow or the day after. You better be ready. I intend to treat you to a lavish meal. If I can bring my close friend, we might even have 2 meals," Brother Guan added. "So that is your plan. Farewell," General Guan retorted, promptly rolling up the window. "Remember," Brother Guan knocked on the window a couple more times. "Let us go," General Guan urged Chen Weiguo. As the car exited General Guan's neighborhood, Chen Weiguo casually asked, "Hey, who is your close friend that brother mentioned? I've never heard you mention her before." Noticing the sharp glare from General Guan, he felt a chill and chuckled awkwardly, just asking out of curiosity. "No inquiries allowed." "Understood," Chen Weiguo nodded, thinking to himself that perhaps his perspective was indeed narrow. General Guan let out a soft huff before starting to eat her soy milk and buns. "By the way, has Director Lu Wang visited the restaurant in Jianing?" General Guan suddenly asked. "I'm not sure. Perhaps he has made an unannounced visit," Chen Weiguo replied diplomatically. "It appears that you have not seen him appear." Chen Weiguo remained noncommittal. Otherwise, it would seem as though he were reporting on his superior to General Guan. The first branch in Xingqing is about to complete its renovation, and there is much success from Jianing that can be learned or borrowed from. General Guan, contemplatively gazing ahead, remarked that Xingqing is the capital, whereas Jianing is merely a city nestled between the Sanchi line, with differing market dynamics on either side. Chen Weiguo attempted to defend his superior, stating that despite the market disparities, the processes and management models should adhere to a unified standard. Otherwise, how could they promote to the entire province or even larger markets in the future? General Guan, somewhat irritated, responded. After speaking, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she inquired, "Director Lu, how long have you been with the company? May I ask if you have visited the 3 stores in Jianing for inspection? The opening of the first store in Xingqing is imminent, and I trust you understand the significance of this store's success for our company and brand better than I do. I am confident that with your background and capabilities, you will not submit a disappointing report. Indeed, to be frank, the 3 stores in Jianing have performed remarkably well, and we are about to open the 4th. This year, the brand's development goals are clear. Firstly, Xingqing must have more stores than Jianing, and secondly, the performance of each store must surpass that of Jianing. Otherwise, it would be a pity to waste the substantial consumer power and market potential of Xingqing." Observing General Guan's stern and commanding demeanor, Chen Weiguo felt an undeniable pressure. He recalled that she had never been this severe with him before. After hanging up, General Guan took a deep breath and turned to Chen Weiguo, stating, "Director Lu is somewhat arrogant and looks down upon the small market of Jianing. If he fails to deliver a satisfactory report by year's end, I will certainly seek an explanation from my father. There's no need for that. Our father is also acting for the good of the company," Chen Weiguo advised. "Who is your father?" General Guan feigned anger. Such remarks are quite presumptuous. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Weiguo's phone rang. General Guan retrieved his phone from the cup holder and said, "It's Director Lu calling you. Please answer and put it on speaker." Once the call was connected, Director Lu's voice immediately echoed, "Manager Chen, do you have any urgent matters this afternoon?" Chen Weiguo did not respond, prompting Director Lu to continue, "There are no pressing matters. Please come to the company for an urgent meeting this afternoon." "All right," Chen Weiguo replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Lu abruptly hung up. "Is this how he usually calls you? Hanging up the phone without so much as a greeting?" General Guan inquired, visibly annoyed. "Not really. Perhaps he is just particularly busy today, hence the abruptness," Chen Weiguo explained. Feel free to express any thoughts you have in front of me. I will not consider you to be speaking ill of him. Nor will I use such comments to criticize him. I simply wish to understand everyone's perspective on him and to view him objectively. As long as it is a human perspective, it cannot be entirely objective. General Guan playfully tapped Chen Wei on the shoulder and remarked, previously, I always thought your emotional intelligence was lacking. Now I realize you are quite the smooth operator. Chen Wei smiled and said, this afternoon. I need to head to Xingqing for a meeting. You can ride with me. You'll have to cover your own fuel costs. Or perhaps it would be better to take a bus from the station. After having lunch at Sandian, Chen Wei drove with General Manager Guan towards Xingqing. Before they even reached the highway, General Manager Guan had fallen asleep. Chen Wei couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Knowing how much pressure she faced daily managing numerous responsibilities, yet he could not alleviate her burdens. He could only strive to fulfill his own duties and avoid causing any additional complications for her. At 2:30, they arrived at the underground parking lot of the office building where the company was located and took the elevator up together. Just before exiting the elevator, General Manager Guan instructed, after the meeting, meet me at the bakery across the street. Upon entering the office, Chen Wei first proceeded to Lu Wang's office, where the brand marketing manager, market manager, and the store manager of the first Xingqing location were already present. Manager Chen, please have a seat, Lu Wang beckoned, gesturing for Chen Wei to occupy a spot farthest from him. Manager Chen, I believe I saw you entering the office with General Manager Guan, inquired the market manager. Chen Wei nodded and explained, we happened to meet in the elevator. All right, Lu Wang interrupted their conversation. Manager Chen has arrived. Let's commence the meeting. He then turned to Chen Wei and asked, Manager Chen, you previously gained experience following General Manager Guan in opening stores in Jianing. Could you briefly outline the process for us? The process? Chen Wei replied, surprised. There's not much to elaborate on. First, you select a location, then proceed with renovations, hire staff, conduct trial operations, and when everything seems ready, you're good to go. Are there specific aspects we should pay particular attention to during this process? Lu Wang continued to inquire. Chen Wei pondered for a moment, realizing there was nothing of particular note, and replied, if issues arise, we simply resolve them. I understand, Lu Wang remarked. Your point is that unexpected challenges will undoubtedly emerge. The problems themselves are not the crux. Rather, it is essential for the team to collaborate in addressing these issues, which will enhance the cohesion of the group. Upon hearing Lu Wang's perspective, Chen Wei internally acknowledged the cleverness of his approach. Lu Wang was evidently interested in such insights. Otherwise, if everyone responded as Chen Wei had initially, the meeting would have concluded in less than half an hour, lacking the appearance of a professional team. After all, he had previously served as a director in the factory, and he was well versed in such discourse. Chapter 83, an important meeting. Pausing for a moment, Chen Wei turned to Lu Wang and stated, Director Lu, I would like to add a few points. Please continue, Lu Wang encouraged. While collaboration among team members is indeed essential, the most crucial factor is the wise guidance of General Manager Guan. It is akin to a ship. The crew's diligent efforts alone are insufficient. What matters most is the captain steering them in the right direction, Chen Wei articulated. I hold great confidence in the first store in Xingqing, he continued, for in your leadership, Director Lu, I perceive a semblance of General Manager Guan, which reminds me of my earlier days opening stores alongside her, thus instilling me with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing Chen Wei's remarks, Lu Wang waved his hand with a smile, saying, Manager Chen, you flatter me. I could never compare myself to General Manager Guan. You are indeed correct. As long as the direction is right, the distance poses no fear. Our department stands united, striving together, and surely we shall achieve the desired results, allowing everyone to reap their rightful rewards. The other managers present nodded in agreement. After a brief cough, Lu Wang turned to Chen Wei and said, Manager Chen, please continue discussing the specifics of the preparations for the opening. Elaborate further so that our colleagues may glean some advanced insights. Chen Wei cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, articulated, the preparations prior to the opening can be primarily divided into 3 focal points, 2 emphases, and 1 central theme. First, let us address the central theme, which is unmistakably centered around our Director Lu. Wherever Director Lu points, we shall follow. This not only ensures efficiency, but also unites our efforts harmoniously. Now, regarding the 2 emphases, the first is to highlight our service, which must be meticulously managed and enhanced through rigorous training, Chen Wei asserted, instinctively tapping the table. The second is to underscore our flavors and quality, Even if some present do not work in the stores, they should frequently sample our offerings, listen to customer feedback, and propose constructive improvements. Continuous progress is essential to avoid obsolescence. I must interject, Lu Wang interrupted Chun Weiguo. Manager Chen speaks wisely. Although our department has clearly defined roles, I do not wish to witness individuals acting independently without a sense of team spirit, merely content with fulfilling their own responsibilities. The relationships among us should transcend mere professional camaraderie. We ought to be akin to brothers striving together. After a brief pause, Lu Wang turned to Chun Weiguo and remarked, "You are quite right, Manager Chen. Please proceed." Chun Weiguo smiled, cleared his throat again, and continued his discourse. Following an extensive discussion, the meeting concluded around 9:30. Upon departing from Lu Wang's office, Chun Weiguo felt somewhat parched. He retrieved his phone, noticing a text from Manager Guan sent just 10 minutes prior. Without delay, he dialed Guan's number. The call connected swiftly, and Guan's voice emerged. "I am at the pastry shop. Come over." With that, Guan ended the call. 5 minutes later, Chun Weiguo arrived to find Guan seated in a corner, quietly observing the staff as they busily attended to their tasks. Once Chun Weiguo settled into his seat, Guan produced a card from his bag and said, "This is a membership card for the pastry shop, containing 300 yuan. Choose some cakes and bread to take home for Annie and Xiaohaozi." Sheaning, Chun Weiguo extended his hand to accept the card but hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. "If you don't want it, just return it to me." Upon hearing Guan's words, Chun Weiguo quickly stowed the card in his pocket. Guan chuckled, raising his hand as if to playfully strike him. "How did your department meeting go?" Guan suddenly inquired. Chun Weiguo glanced around, ensuring that the shop's employees were not observing them before responding quite successfully. Successful? Director Lu delivered an important address, summarizing several shortcomings within our team and department, while also offering a plethora of constructive suggestions. Furthermore, he outlined a clear plan for the department's future development, providing invaluable insights to all present and enabling each member to gain a lucid understanding of their roles and positions within the team. Upon hearing Chun Weiguo's remarks, General Guan, visibly displeased, retorted, "Speak plainly." Chun Weiguo awkwardly chuckled and clarified, "I haven't quite got to the point yet. I was merely asked to share some experiences from our previous collaboration in opening stores and to arrange the preparations and timeline for the launch of the first store in Xiqing. However, since I am from Jianing District, my responsibilities are rather limited. Nonetheless, I must emphasize that my heart is always aligned with our department and company." "No one believes you, you old hand," General Guan responded. Chun Weiguo sighed in resignation. "All right, I understand your situation." General Guan suddenly softened his tone. "When are you heading back? Would you like to join me for dinner before you leave? That depends on whether someone has treating. If not, I'll be going." No. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight had passed. During this time, Chun Weiguo had not encountered General Guan. It seemed she had become even busier, only finding time to respond to his texts or calls in the evenings. With the preparations for the Western store in Jianing already underway, Chun Weiguo found himself exceedingly occupied. Unlike before, this time he had to forge ahead without General Guan leading the charge. Everything relied solely on him. It was through these personal experiences that he truly comprehended the challenges and hardships involved, further deepening his respect for General Guan. Meanwhile, just 2 days prior, on the first day of the May Day Golden Week, the Tianyuan Starlight Hotel's first store in Xiqing had grandly opened its doors. Chun Weiguo was unaware of the actual situation at the opening, but gathered from General Guan's brief comments that she was quite dissatisfied. Such circumstances had long been anticipated by him. Lu Wang, who previously held senior positions in several large chain supermarkets, possessed extensive experience. Yet transitioning between industries required time and effort. Mere meetings and slogans would not suffice to achieve success. When the May Day Golden Week concluded, Lu Wang called Chun Weiguo once more, requesting him to visit Xiqing. Chun Weiguo was delighted, as he had not seen General Guan for quite some time, and there remained over 200 yuan unspent on his pastry shop membership card. At 2:30 in the afternoon, he arrived at the company again, meeting Lu Wang and other senior executives from the department. Unlike their previous encounter, Lu Wang now appeared somewhat perturbed, indicating that he was likely anxious. After inviting Chun Weiguo to sit, Lu Wang proceeded to criticize several other department managers. It was not merely that the market manager had chosen poor locations, rather, the marketing manager's promotional plan was deemed abysmal, having squandered substantial funds on advertising yet yielding minimal impact. In essence, the blame lay with them, while the burden of labor rested solely on one individual. After half an hour of criticism, Lu Wang finally paused. After a brief pause, he turned to Chen Weiguo and said, "Manager Chen, the opening of the Star City flagship store has not met expectations. We are currently conducting a thorough review and require your expertise to devise a new marketing strategy to reverse the store's declining fortunes." Chapter 84. The summer breeze. Upon hearing Lu Wang's remarks, Chen Weiguo furrowed his brow. Having previously served as a director in the factory, he was not well acquainted with this particular approach. Should his marketing plan fail, Lu Wang would undoubtedly place the blame squarely on him, attributing all the issues to his proposal. Conversely, if it succeeded, Lu Wang would bask in the glory of having turned the tide and achieved profitability. Chen Weiguo, averse to taking the fall, was reluctant to acquiesce to Lu Wang's request. "Director Lu, I appreciate the opportunity you've extended to me." He initially refrained from outright rejecting Lu Wang. However, before Lu Wang could respond, Chen Weiguo interjected, "Director Lu, the market in Jianing is small and cannot be compared to Star City. You are asking someone who can only row a boat to captain an oil tanker. I truly lack the capability. Manager Chen, with your skills, this should pose no problem." Lu Wang replied, his expression slightly displeased. "It is not solely a matter of capability. It also significantly pertains to market familiarity. I grew up in Jianing and have a better understanding of the market and consumer preferences there. Star City, however, is entirely foreign to me," Chen Weiguo explained. "Familiarity is not an issue. You will stay in Star City for the next few days to conduct market research and aim to present a proposal swiftly," Lu Wang insisted. "Director Lu, you overestimate me. I lack formal training in marketing. The marketing strategies for those stores in Jianing may have my name attached, but in truth, Director Guan provided substantial guidance. If I am to undertake this task, I would likely need to consult her for final approval," Chen Weiguo mentioned, invoking Director Guan. Naturally, Lu Wang was not inclined to accept this approach. If every decision required Director Guan's input, what purpose would Chen Weiguo serve as the brand director? This minor matter shouldn't trouble Director Guan. "Manager Chen, you will draft a proposal, and then our team will discuss and refine it, with you taking the lead," Lu Wang suggested, attempting to find a compromise. Realizing that Lu Wang was determined to place the burden upon him, Chen Weiguo decided to be forthright. "You want me to take the lead? What then is the role of our marketing and market managers?" Lu Wang and the other two managers mentioned visibly soured, leading Lu Wang to exclaim in frustration, "Chen Weiguo, what do you mean by that? We want you to lead the proposal because we value your capabilities and relevant experience." "Director Lu, you flatter me. In this regard, you are undoubtedly more qualified than I. Moreover, Jianing is currently busy preparing for the West store, and given the tight schedule, I would face difficulties in explaining any delays to Director Guan," Chen Weiguo countered. Hearing this, Lu Wang slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Chen Weiguo, what is your attitude? Are you refusing to accept the task assigned to you by the company? Do you not wish to proceed?" "Oh," Chen Weiguo scoffed, "Director Lu, what a temper you have. I never claimed that I wish to withdraw," Chen Weiguo stated. "However, if Director Lu deems my abilities insufficient, then it would be best for him to terminate my position." Rising from his seat, he continued, "Director Lu, if there is nothing further, I must return to Jianing, as I have an appointment with the foreman regarding the renovations this evening." Director Lu waved his hand, simply saying, "Let us go." Once outside the conference room, Chen Weiguo placed a call to General Manager Guan. As soon as the line connected, Guan's urgent voice came through. "Chen Weiguo, what is the matter? I just finished a meeting at the company and wanted to check in with you. Meet me at the coffee shop. I will send you the address shortly," Guan instructed. After hanging up, Guan promptly sent a text message. Unfamiliar with Xingqing, Chen Weiguo opted for a taxi to locate Guan. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of a pedestrian street. The first branch of the coffee shop, under the starry sky, was situated on the rooftop of a building at the street's edge. Ascending in the elevator, he reached the rooftop, where he found Guan engaged in discussions with the renovation workers. Having not seen him for 2 weeks, Chen noticed that Guan had lost considerable weight and appeared somewhat haggard. Upon noticing Chen, Guan's serious demeanor softened into a fleeting smile before he resumed his earnest dialogue with the workers. After a brief discussion, Guan approached Chen with a frown and said, "Why did you come empty-handed? You haven't skipped lunch, have you?" "I have eaten, but I am a bit parched." As soon as Guan finished speaking, Chen Weiguo descended to fetch refreshments. A few minutes later, he returned, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. "I was careless. I hope it's not too late to mend my mistake," he said, handing the tea to Guan. Guan stifled a laugh, giving a thumbs up and remarking, "Your vision is commendable." As they toured the site, Guan shared his thoughts and aspirations. Chen found himself captivated by Guan's expressions, his focus entirely on Guan's face, oblivious to the words being spoken. Eventually, they reached the railing, and Chen shifted his gaze downward, taking in the expansive view of Xingqing, which was rapidly evolving. This city underwent constant transformation, brimming with opportunities. Opportunities are always reserved for those prepared to seize them, Guan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Chen nodded, sensing Guan's ambition and vision. Then Guan turned to him and inquired, "What was discussed in your meeting?" After a moment's reflection, Chen decided that it would be best not to burden Guan with his troubles. The performance of the flagship store in Xingqing has not been particularly satisfactory. Director Liu has requested our department to conduct a self-reflection. It is indeed time for introspection. Jianing has delivered 3 perfect scores, yet they seem incapable of even replicating them. It appears that capability does not necessarily correlate with education, nor does experience guarantee insight. Just focus on managing the Jianing store, and we will reevaluate at the end of the year, Guan replied. After spending time in the coffee shop until 6 o'clock, Chen Weiguo and Guan departed. They found themselves on a bustling pedestrian street, filled with numerous dining options. Observing the throngs of people, Chen marveled at the potential of this city, gaining a deeper understanding of Guan's earlier reflections on the rooftop. After indulging in an array of delectable snacks, the 2 individuals arrived at the riverside and settled onto a bench. As night descended, the towering edifices across the river illuminated, merging into a splendid and magnificent tapestry of urban splendor. "I'm utterly exhausted." Upon uttering this exclamation, Mr. Guan let out a prolonged yawn. Chen Weiguo playfully patted his shoulder and jested, "Feel free to lean on my shoulder, but I'll charge by the minute." To Chen Weiguo's surprise, Mr. Guan's head immediately rested upon his shoulder. His heart raced, and he swiftly turned to gaze at Mr. Guan, who had already closed his eyes, murmuring, "Boss, I require a package deal." A slight smile graced Chen Weiguo's lips as he tilted his head towards the river. At that moment, a refreshing breeze wafted in from the river, carrying with it the essence of summer. This year's summer winds arrived earlier than in previous years and seemed to penetrate the heart with greater ease. Approximately half an hour later, Mr. Guan finally opened his eyes. Instinctively, she covered her mouth with her hand before straightening her back. "I wasn't drooling. I was merely observing," Chen Weiguo remarked from beside her. Mr. Guan chuckled softly and glanced at her watch, explaining, "I apologize, I was just overwhelmingly tired." Chen Weiguo looked at her, saying, "No matter how busy or weary one may be, rest is essential. Health is the foundation of all." "I understand," Mr. Guan nodded, then rose to her feet, asking, "When do you plan to head back?" "What's the matter?" Chen Weiguo inquired. "If you're not in a hurry to return, let us scout the surroundings." "Scout?" A short while later, the 2 found themselves at a CAF by the riverbank. The so-called reconnaissance was indeed this. Glancing at the price list, Chen Weiguo exclaimed quietly, "Isn't this a bit too expensive?" "Since you're treating, I have no objections," Mr. Guan replied. Chen Weiguo nodded and called out loudly, "Waiter, could we have 2 cups of plain water, please?" Mr. Guan stifled a laugh and lightly kicked Chen Weiguo's foot. "When you're out with a girl, you ought to spend a little. Don't waste it. Save that money for future endeavors," Mr. Guan retorted, shaking her fist in mock exasperation. After a moment, she replied, "Who said I wanted to share a life with you?" Chen Weiguo shrugged in response. Subsequently, when the waiter brought the plain water, Mr. Guan ordered a cup of coffee for herself and one for Chen Weiguo as well. "Our purpose is to scout the surroundings, not to save money," she asserted. "In that case, the company should reimburse us," Chen Weiguo countered. Mr. Guan widened her eyes in mock fury, stating, "Your cup can be reimbursed by the company, but mine is on you." Chen Weiguo scratched his head. "Had I known, I would have ordered something more expensive." No sooner had he spoken than Mr. Guan stepped on his foot again. When the coffee arrived, Mr. Guan took a sip, nodding in satisfaction. "This flavor is quite delightful. It's worth considering. What about yours?" When Mr. Guan turned to look at Chen Weiguo, she found him grimacing, disdain etched on his face. "Doesn't tea this taste like dishwater? And it costs $25 a cup?" Observing his expression, Mr. Guan erupted into a fit of giggles, covering her mouth in amusement. After emerging from the CAF, the 2 strolled along the riverbank once more. Mr. Guan, brushing back his wind-tousled hair with his hand, remarked, "This CAF has 3 branches in Star City, and all 3 of our Sky Under Stars locations are in close proximity. They may soon become our primary competitors. All their establishments are situated by the river, while ours are atop rooftops, targeting the same demographic of young professionals." Chen Weiguo pondered for a moment before responding, "Ultimately, it's all about the same ingredients. there's little that can set the flavors apart. The main distinction lies in the ambience and pricing. Which environment do you believe is superior? Mr. Guan inquired. Each has its merits. The riverside has its own charm, while the rooftop offers its own beauty. The riverside, however, is more convenient, Chun Weiguo replied. So, based on your assessment, we can only differentiate ourselves through pricing? Mr. Guan pressed further. Indeed, Chun Weiguo nodded. Our prices are slightly lower than theirs. Mr. Guan halted, gazing earnestly at Chun Weiguo, and declared, I intend to price our offerings higher than theirs. Ah, Chun Weiguo exclaimed, taken aback. Mr. Guan sighed in disappointment. I had hoped you would share my perspective. The two continued their walk along the river for a while longer until Mr. Guan escorted Chun Weiguo to the office building where his company was located, and they parted ways. After retrieving his car from the parking lot, Chun Weiguo drove back to Jining alone. Throughout the journey, he contemplated why Mr. Guan wished to set the coffee prices so high. 7 days later, as on previous days, Chun Weiguo was supervising the renovation progress at the West store. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. As soon as he answered, her excited voice burst through. Chun Weiguo, I have wonderful news. What news? He inquired. Our community is set for demolition. Someone just came to inform us. All right, understood. Chun Weiguo responded in a remarkably calm tone. Son, why aren't you more excited? We're about to have 5 properties expropriated. His mother continued, still brimming with enthusiasm. What? Chun Weiguo's voice escalated. What? Mother, please repeat that. Our community is really going to be demolished? Wasn't it said that only the area near 301 will be torn down? He added. Yes, I too was surprised, but it has now been confirmed that our side will be demolished. After hanging up the phone, a faint smile graced Chun Weiguo's face. After such a long wait, it was finally settled. Not long after, his phone rang again. It was Zhong Aimin calling. Chun Weiguo. Have you heard? Our community is going to be demolished. Yes, my mother just informed me, Chun Weiguo replied. You possess 5 properties in our community. Doesn't that mean you're about to strike it rich? Zhong Aimin exclaimed. It's as though fortune has fallen from the sky. There is no way to avoid it, Chun Weiguo remarked. Tell me, did you already know our community was to be demolished? Which is why you purchased so many properties here within a year? Zhong Aimin queried. How could I have known? Chun Weiguo answered sincerely. Weren't you the one who told me about insider information regarding the demolition near 301? That is true. Previously, there was indeed a plan to demolish the area near 301, but due to a revised scheme, the focus shifted to our side. I can only say that fortune has smiled upon me. That is indeed splendid. However, Chun Weiguo, there is something I must remind you of. At the beginning of last year, you spent 5,000 to acquire the old house of Li Jing, and now that it is set for demolition. If his relatives were to find out, they would surely have objections. Subsequently, after ending the call, Chun Weiguo contacted Li Jing. By late May, as the weather gradually warmed, the demolition and relocation process for the community commenced. Due to work commitments, Chun Weiguo could only entrust his elderly mother to oversee this matter. The demolition plan essentially offered 2 options. One could either receive monetary compensation or a new residence. Unlike other residents of the community, Chun Weiguo's family faced no dilemma over choosing between cash or a house. After consulting with his mother, they decided on cash for the Western-style house and to exchange the remaining property for a new apartment. The only consideration left was the location of the new home. There were 3 choices, one in a nearby developing community, another in a different district adjacent to a park, and the last one by the riverside in Xiaoxi, which, while more remote, boasted a much larger area. His mother preferred the first option, as she was accustomed to the surroundings. Chun Weiguo leaned towards the second, appreciating the proximity to the park and the ease of travel. However, his son subtly hinted at choosing the third option. Chapter 86. The conflict arising from the house at that moment. As Chun Weiguo and his mother deliberated over which property to select, little Haozi suddenly ran over and declared, Daddy, I want the house by the riverside. In the past, Chun Weiguo would have urged his son to be quiet. But now he refrained from doing so, and instead asked, why? He then signaled to his son with a glance and tapped on the glass cup before him, suggesting that if he could not articulate his thoughts, he could tap the cup. Rather than tapping, his son immediately responded, I like the place where I rode bicycles with Sister Guan during the New Year, and I enjoy living by the river, plus I prefer a larger house. Yet, his grandmother interjected, but it's too remote. You wouldn't know where to buy groceries, and there is no bus service for outings. There will be soon, little Haozi countered. The television says we must view things with a developmental perspective. A developmental perspective? Chen Weiguo nodded slightly, pondering that this was yet another significant lesson. But when will that be? His mother chuckled, gently stroking little Hausi's head. Grandma, no. I just want to live by the riverside. The child pleaded, shaking her hand. Seeing his son's steadfastness, Chen Weiguo realized that this house was indeed special. Therefore, after his mother departed, he embraced little Hausi and assured him, "Do not worry, my son. I will persuade Grandma to choose the house in Xiaoxi." Little Hausi gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Great idea, Dad." As Chen Weiguo pondered how to persuade his elderly mother, the following evening, upon returning from work, his son suddenly approached him and said, "Dad, let us choose the house in the nearby community." Chen Weiguo was taken aback by his son's unexpected statement. In an effort to convince his mother, he had purchased numerous health supplements that she favored, albeit useless, yet now his son had changed his mind. "Son, did your grandmother bribe you with a toy?" he questioned. Sitting on the sofa, his mother glanced at him and chuckled. "Buying a toy is hardly a bribe for your child. It's simply that today on the way, we encountered Huang Lu, and he suggested picking a house over there. What does that have to do with my child? Your son has a fondness for Zhong Imin's daughter, you see. This little rascal spends his days perched on the windowsill, eagerly calling out to Sister Zhong whenever he sees her," she explained. In disbelief, Chen Weiguo exclaimed, "Son, is that really so?" Seeing his son's lack of denial left him perplexed. "Beware, son, for beauty can be deceptive. Besides, Zhong Imin's daughter is rather plump and has a cross-eyed appearance, resembling a little chubby potato." "Dad, you must adopt a progressive perspective on all matters," his son retorted. Left without words, Chen Weiguo conceded. As both his son and mother had opted for the house in question, this arrangement would allow him to reside in proximity to Zhong Imin, making casual visits more convenient while providing mutual support. Once the decision regarding the house was settled, Chen Weiguo believed he would only have to await the moving day and the disbursement of the relocation funds. However, trouble soon arrived. The first complication came in the form of Old Zhang, the former deputy director of the factory. Among the properties Chen Weiguo had purchased in the Shitao community was one belonging to Old Zhang. Last year, while preparing for the opening of the Shidian shop, his mother had suddenly called, stating that Old Zhang, accompanied by his son and daughter-in-law, had come to argue, claiming Chen Weiguo had deceived him into selling the house. Now that the property was being redeveloped, he demanded compensation for the relocation funds. Upon hearing this unsettling news, Chen Weiguo hurried home. Upon arriving at the base of the building, he found it surrounded by neighbors. "Hurry up, it's about to turn into a fight," they urged upon spotting him. Ascending to the upper floors, Chen Weiguo discovered his mother valiantly confronting Old Zhang and his family, while Zhang Imin and another neighbor attempted to mediate. "You must have some insider information to have purchased so many houses in this community. If my family truly had such capabilities, would we rely on this for profit? Had it not been for your son Chen Weiguo deceiving me, I would never have sold to you." Old Zhang fumed, his face flushed. "Andy, Old Zhang, please stop arguing. Let us discuss this calmly. There is no point in bickering endlessly," Zhang Imin implored. "Who deceived you?" Chen Weiguo retorted loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Old Zhang, it was you who wished to sell your house, which prompted me to purchase it from you. But how did you phrase it back then? What nonsense. You bought this house for your mother, yet she never even lived here. You've rented it out to someone else, just in time for the demolition. Do you dare claim ignorance of the inside information? Do you dare say you haven't deceived me?" Elder Zhang furiously pointed at Chen Weiguo, berating him. "Elder Zhang, you are quite amusing. Even if I hadn't purchased the house back then, it would have been sold to someone else eventually. Why is it that I am the one being deceived? You simply didn't foresee the demolition and now wish to renege," Chen Weiguo retorted. Elder Zhang, incensed, shook with fury and rolled up his shirt sleeves, preparing to confront Chen Weiguo. However, Zhong Imin intervened, exclaiming, "Elder Zhang, please listen to me. When you sold him the house last year, there were already plans for demolition on the 301 side. Oh, Zhong Imin, if that is the case, there indeed seems to be inside information. It is common knowledge that you are particularly close to Chen Weiguo, so my suspicions are confirmed." Elder Zhang tugged at Zhong Imin's collar. Zhong Imin, feeling helpless, realized that his attempt to assist had backfired. If there were truly inside information, why didn't I purchase it myself? You lack the funds, or perhaps you conspired with him to deceive everyone, Elder Zhang shot back. This is utterly absurd. Are you even being reasonable? Elder Zhang, out of respect for your age, I have tried to advise you kindly, but if you continue with such unreasonable assertions, we need not extend you any courtesy, Zhong Imin asserted, lightly pushing Elder Zing away in an attempt to extricate himself. Unexpectedly, as Elder Zing stumbled back, he tripped over his own feet and fell right in front of Chun Wei's door, landing with a thud. His son, witnessing this, shouted "Dad," and lunged towards Zhong Aimin, while his daughter-in-law cried out, "Someone help. He has been attacked." Chen Weiguo rushed forward to assist Zhong Aimin, becoming entangled in a scuffle with Elder Zhang's son. "Call the police. Call an ambulance. My father is in critical condition," Elder Zhang's daughter-in-law shouted to the onlookers on the stairs. At that moment, Xiaohaozi emerged, rushing to his father's side, clutching his leg and shouting, "Don't hit my dad. Don't hit my Uncle Zhong." Elder Zhang's son turned, dismissing him with a curt, "Get lost, kid," and gave his leg a slight shake. What he did not anticipate was that the force of his movement sent Xiaohaozi stumbling back, landing beside Elder Zhang. Chapter 87. He is still just a child. Seeing Xiaohaozi sprawled on the ground, his grandmother let out a piercing scream. "I merely brushed against him. How could he fall?" Elder Zhang's son frantically protested. "He is just a 2-year-old child. How could he withstand even a light touch?" Chen Weiguo countered, seizing Elder Zhang's son's collar, ready to retaliate. "You dare strike my grandson? I will fight you to the end," the grandmother shouted defiantly. With that, she picked up a shoe from a nearby cabinet and hurled it at Elder Zhang's son, then charged towards him. Elder Zhang's daughter-in-law quickly intervened, blocking the grandmother, and soon they were grappling each other's hair. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang's son was engaged in a brawl with Chen Weiguo and Zhong Aimin. After a tumultuous struggle, the street director arrived with a group of onlookers. With the assistance of the crowd, the two parties were successfully separated. They had been neighbors for many years. What words could not be exchanged amicably? Why create a spectacle for others to witness? Director Tang Hong of the street advised. After speaking, Tang Hong turned to the elderly man and the young boy lying on the ground and inquired, "What has happened? Surely, this cannot result in a fatality?" Chen Weiguo and his elderly mother immediately approached to lift the boy from the ground. Meanwhile, the elderly man's son and daughter-in-law gently assisted him to his feet as well. "Father, how are you?" the daughter-in-law of the elderly man asked. "I seem to remember nothing clearly," the elderly man replied, slightly shaking his head. His son immediately turned to Zhong Aimin, filled with fury, and exclaimed, "Zhong Aimin, look at the trouble you've caused." "Son, how are you?" Chen Weiguo asked his son. The boy looked at him and questioned, "Who are you? Who am I?" Hearing this, Chen Weiguo was struck with horror and exclaimed, "Son, you haven't injured your head, have you?" At that moment, the elderly mother pointed at the elderly man's son, shouting, "If anything were to happen to my grandson, I would fight you to the death." Coughing twice, the elderly man placed a hand over his chest, gasping for breath. "My chest feels tight. I'm unwell." Upon hearing this, Xiaohaozi clutched his stomach, lamenting, "My liver hurts, my gallbladder aches, my stomach is in pain. Every organ is suffering." "Ah." The elderly mother turned pale with fright, then shouted at the elderly man's son, "You wretched scoundrel, he is still a child. My husband merely nudged him lightly. How can this be so severe?" The elderly man's daughter-in-law retorted, "I only lightly touched your father-in-law. I too merely nudged your grandfather." Zhong Aimin countered, "This is intolerable. Call for an ambulance, quickly." The elderly man gasped urgently. Xiaohaozi echoed his distress, rasping, "Father, grandmother, the younger generation is unfilial. We may cause you to bury your own children." The street director helplessly twisted her mouth, looking first at the elderly man and then at Xiaohaozi, and asked, "Is it truly that grave? Do we really need to summon an ambulance?" After exchanging glances with the elderly man, Xiaohaozi replied, "As serious as it is for great-grandfather, so it is for me." The elderly man, seething with anger, grit his teeth and trembled. After a pause, he spread his hands and, with the support of his son and daughter-in-law, managed to rise. Xiaohaozi was lifted into his grandmother's arms. Subsequently, both families were invited to the street office. Inside the office, after understanding the sequence of events, Director Tang Hong addressed the elderly man, saying, "Elder Zhang, allow me to speak words you may not wish to hear. Regardless of whether Chen Weiguo was aware of the community's expropriation, he has a signed contract with you, and all necessary procedures have been completed. There is no justification for you to retract now." "What do you mean there is no justification?" "Initially, he deceived me into believing the house was for his elderly mother. Otherwise, I would not have considered selling it to him." The elderly man retorted, "Elder Zhang, you have sold the house to someone else. What they choose to do with it is beyond your concern. Moreover, the price he paid when he purchased the house was consistent with the market conditions at that time." Tang Hong explained, "Director Tang, why do you always speak in favor of their family? The elderly man's daughter-in-law interjected. Tang Hong's expression darkened. And with a sense of resignation, she remarked, "Am I not speaking honestly? If you doubt it, feel free to ask anyone on the street and see if I am wrong. We shall not debate this. Regardless, today, Shinweigwa must return that house to me." Elder Zeng slammed the table and exclaimed, "This is quite unamusing, Elder Zeng." Tang Hong replied with evident frustration, followed by a deep sigh. After a moment of silence, she continued, "If we cannot reach a resolution, I will have no choice but to contact the authorities." "Go ahead," Shinweigwa replied, furrowing his brow in agreement. Wait. Elder Zeng suddenly interjected, turning his gaze towards Shinweigwa. "How about this? I shall bear the loss. Let us split the demolition compensation for the house equally." Shinweigwa scoffed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Not a chance. Why should I share the compensation for my own property? If the house gets demolished, will you cover half the costs?" "Director Tang, please call the police," Zhang Aimin urged Tang Hong. Just as she reached for the phone, Elder Zeng stepped forward and snatched the receiver from her. "Elder Zeng, what are you doing?" Tang Hong exclaimed, angered by his actions. Elder Zeng placed the receiver back down, his face flushed with rage. "No need for that. I shall take my leave." With that, Elder Zeng strode out, followed closely by his son and daughter-in-law. After exchanging farewells with Tang Hong, Shinweigwa and the others departed from the street office. On the way back to the community, Tang Hong's mother looked at Xiaohaozi with concern and asked, "Darling, are you all right?" Xiaohaozi shook his head, contemplating before responding, "I'm fine now." Zhang Aimin gently patted Xiaohaozi's head, smiling as he said, "Little Haozi, if you hadn't been pushed by Elder Zeng's son, your uncle would be in the hospital right now undergoing a full examination." Xiaohaozi looked up at Zhang Aimin and replied with a grin, "Uncle, we're family. It's only right." After a brief pause, Zhang Aimin nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed, family." Meanwhile, Shinweigwa squinted thoughtfully, wondering if perhaps his future daughter-in-law had already been decided upon. Yet, Zhang Aimin's daughter was 3 years older than his own son. Upon returning to the community, Shinweigwa resumed his work. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night when he finally finished and returned home. Just as he stepped out of the car, a sudden honk from a vehicle behind him caught his attention. Turning around, he spotted Li Jiying and Wang Lifan alighting from a car. As they approached, Shinweigwa inquired, "What brings you here?" "Shinweigwa, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. I tried calling you, but it was unreachable," Wang Lifan replied. "My phone ran out of battery. What is the matter?" "We heard the community is set for demolition. We should discuss this." Chapter 88. A friendship worth 15,000. Let us talk then. Shinweigwa agreed. Following the earlier commotion caused by Elder Zeng at his home, Shinweigwa anticipated that Li Jiying and Wang Lifan would seek him out regarding this matter. However, he had not expected their visit to come so swiftly. Subsequently, he settled into the car with Li Jiying and Wang Lifan. Li Jiying occupied the front seat, while he and Wang Lifan took the back, clearly having prearranged their roles for the conversation. "Shinweigwa, you initially purchased our old house for 5,000 yuan, and now, in less than a year, it is set to be demolished. I have always valued fairness and am not greedy. Thus, the compensation from the demolition should be split equally between our families. You have no objections, I trust?" Wang Lifeng inquired. Shinweigwa glanced at Li Jiying, focusing solely on her profile. After a prolonged silence, Li Jiying did not turn back, seemingly resolute in her decision to refrain from participating in their conversation. After a moment's pause, Shinweigwa retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, followed by a lighter. Upon hearing Wang Lifeng mention her pregnancy, he put the lighter away and offered his congratulations. "Li Jiying must have informed you of our current predicament, right? We are burdened with numerous loans each month, and now that I am pregnant, it is best that I involve myself as little as possible in matters. Although the demolition compensation may not be substantial when divided, it could alleviate our urgent needs during a critical time," Wang Lifeng explained. Shinweigwa nodded in agreement, contemplating for a considerable time before replying. "I wonder if you have heard from your sister-in-law that an ex-deputy factory director came to our home today to cause a scene. The reason is quite similar to yours. I purchased his house last year." Upon hearing this, Wang Lifeng's eyes sparkled with interest, and she asked, "Shinweigwa, have you already caught wind of something? It was Guan that informed you, was it?" "Your statement both overestimates my awareness and underestimates Guan," Shinweigwa retorted. Wang Lifeng was left speechless. "I recall that initially, Li Jiying intended to sell the house for 20,000 yuan, but later, out of goodwill, she only accepted 5,000 from me. And what next?" Wang Lifeng inquired. "I can offer you a maximum of 15,000. Anything beyond that is off the table. Furthermore, Li Jiying, from this moment onward, we are no longer friends. Should we cross paths in the future, do not greet me, Chen Weiguo declared. Naturally, Wang Lifeng was unwilling to accept such a proposal. Li Jiying turned to Chen Weiguo. Are our years of friendship truly worth only 15,000 yuan? There is no need to discuss the value of what has already been lost, Chen Weiguo coldly replied. With that, he opened his briefcase and produced a stack of cash. I anticipated your visit, hence I prepared this money in advance. Chen Weiguo, 15,000 yuan. Do you think this is enough to dismiss a beggar? Chen Weiguo looked at Wang Lifeng, his expression impassive. If you find it insufficient, you may refuse it. Just know that after tonight, you shall not extract a single cent from me. After careful consideration, Wang Lifeng ultimately accepted the 15,000 from Chen Weiguo. With a smile, Chen Weiguo patted Li Jiying's shoulder, saying, Take note, it is your cousin who severed our friendship for this sum. Who would still wish to associate with you after this? Wang Lifeng responded with displeasure. Chen Weiguo opened the car door, exited the vehicle, and walked into the community without looking back. Once he reached his apartment, he relayed the incident to his elderly mother. Upon hearing this, she sighed, lamenting, I had thought the demolition of the house was a joyous occasion, but it has turned out to be fraught with so many worries. It was noon, after the lunch break at the third restaurant. Chen Weiguo drove to the nearby fatty restaurant. Upon entering, he was greeted by a chorus of cheers. Following the sound, he noticed Li Jiying sitting in the northeast corner, waving at him. Once seated, Li Jiying handed him a cigarette with his left hand and a bundle of cash wrapped in newspaper with his right. This is 15,000. Please count it, Li Jiying said. Why count? That is beneath us. Chen Weiguo replied, accepting the money and stowing it in his bag. I truly appreciate your help last night. Your performance was remarkable. What a shame you're not pursuing acting, Li Jiying remarked. If it weren't for this cigarette, I wouldn't have taken on the role of the villain for you. Chen Weiguo had informed Li Jiying about the impending demolition of his residence long before, promising to give him part of the compensation. Upon hearing this, Li Jiying insisted he would only take half, and only when he found himself in dire financial straits. If I never need the money, then I shall never take it, he had stated. Thus, on his way home after work yesterday, Chen Weiguo received a text from Li Jiying, indicating that Wang Lifeng was at his door demanding the demolition compensation. Upon reading the message, he promptly turned off his phone and withdrew 15,000 yuan from the bank. The sum Li Jiying handed him was to repay the amount he had given to Wang Lifeng the previous night. Li Jiying, I always thought you were a simpleton. I never imagined you had stashed away so much private savings. Chen Weiguo exclaimed. It's all from winning the lottery and betting on sports, Li Jiying replied. Strangely enough, it seems I've been quite fortunate these past few days. Just by a little, don't go overboard. Remember, one must maintain a visionary perspective. No one can be perpetually unfortunate, nor can anyone be eternally lucky. The universe is fair, energy is conserved. Chen Weiguo borrowed a phrase his son often used. Li Jiying raised his glass, clinking it against Chen Weiguo's teacup, and laughed. May our friendship last forever. After dining with Li Jiying, Chen Weiguo hurried to the West Store. At this point, all preparations for the West Store were complete, awaiting the grand opening on the 1st of next month. In addition to the West Store in Jining, the Tiantian Xingguang restaurant's second establishment in Xingqing was also set to open on June 1st. Consequently, an unavoidable internal comparison between the two establishments loomed. For the opening promotional activities, Chen Weiguo opted for a steady approach, employing the marketing strategy used for the first 3 Jining stores, while Xingqing's second store adopted a more grandiose strategy, offering significant discounts to boost business for the first store. As this was his inaugural endeavor in leading and overseeing the establishment of a branch, Chen Weiguo was eager to achieve commendable results. Finally, with bated breath, June 1st arrived, and the West Store opened. However, due to its somewhat remote location and the impact of road construction, the opening day attracted only a modest crowd, failing to achieve the overwhelming turnout seen at the previous 3 stores. Had it not been for the even poorer performance of the second store in Xingqing, the average results of the West Store might have been further highlighted. In June, Chen Weiguo received another call from Lu Wang, requesting his presence at a meeting in Star City. Chapter 89. Training for the brand director. In the afternoon, Chen Weiguo drove to Star City. Unlike his previous visits, this meeting was held at the second store. Upon arrival, he noticed that among the department executives, only he and Lu Wang were present. The marketing and sales managers were absent. Additionally, the manager of the first store and several lobby managers were in attendance. Around 2 o'clock, the meeting commenced. Instead of gathering around a table, everyone stood in a line. Observing Lu Wang, who stood with his hands behind his back and a stern expression, Chen Weiguo pondered, surely he is not about to conduct a training session? After surveying the group, Lu Wang spoke. Today's meeting includes not only the managers from both Star City stores, but also Manager Chen Weiguo from the Jianing district. I have urgently called everyone here to discuss a matter of great importance. After conducting investigations at both the first and second stores, I have identified a significant issue: the employee's appearance, mental state, and service attitude. This is a serious concern because the unprofessional service and communication skills of the staff have severely impacted store performance. Many customers have reported that while our prices are higher than others, our service is lacking. This issue is not solely the fault of the employees. It is also closely linked to the negligence of you store managers. The root cause lies in the lack of belief in your work, absence of life goals, and a sense of responsibility towards the company. Upon hearing Lu Wang's remarks, Chen Weiguo thought to himself, this certainly shifts the blame for poor performance onto the store management and staff. While the Jianing district has been performing well, I have heard that similar issues exist there. If not addressed promptly, the performance in Jianing will inevitably decline. Therefore, I must eliminate this threat before it escalates. As Lu Wang continued, Chen Weiguo mused, is it not enough to acknowledge the issues, but rather to create problems? Manager Chen. Lu Wang suddenly turned to him. Today, you are the sole representative from the Jianing district. I hope you will diligently absorb our corporate culture and employee training protocols and subsequently convey them to the stores in Jianing. Chen Weiguo nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, I will diligently study the essence of today's meeting. Lu Wang then instructed Chen Weiguo and the manager of the first store to stand behind him, while the manager of the second store was to assemble all the service staff in front of him. Everyone, listen carefully. Attention, stand straight. Look to the right. Lu Wang commanded. Such a simple series of actions, executed poorly, demonstrated the lack of cohesion within your team. Let us try that again. Attention, stand straight. Look to the right. Observing the reluctant demeanor of many employees at Star City Branch 2, Chen Weiguo pondered that with Lu Wang's incessant meddling, this department was destined for ruin. It seemed prudent to plan an early escape. Subsequently, Lu Wang produced a sheet of paper from his pocket and declared, First, we shall conduct training on corporate culture. I will recite a line, and you shall echo it. Remember, your voices must be loud and resounding. Our corporate vision is to become the leader in the catering industry. Lu Wang frowned, expressing displeasure. Your voices are too faint. Have you not eaten? I will ask, and you shall respond. Speak up. Our corporate vision is to become the leader in the catering industry. He demanded even louder participation, urging, show me the spirit of your team. Our corporate vision is... The employees of Star City Branch 2 responded with a deafening roar, causing Chen Weiguo to inwardly exclaim in admiration. Had Lu Wang not been present, he might have laughed out loud. Our corporate values are trust, breakthrough, growth, gratitude. Trust, breakthrough, growth, gratitude. Hearing the employees grimace as they loudly uttered the word gratitude, Chen Weiguo felt a bittersweet mixture of amusement and sorrow. The absurdity lay with Lu Wang, while the melancholy stemmed from the plight of the weary waitstaff, who toiled for meager earnings under such duress. To phrase it more eloquently, while it is inevitable to face some discomfort in the pursuit of labor, it is disheartening to witness dignity eroding in the quest for mere survival. As the clock struck 5, this so-called corporate training and employee code workshop finally concluded. Although Chen Weiguo verbally acquiesced to Lu Wang, he had already resolved not to subject the staff at Jianing West Branch to such training. He could not fathom where General Manager Guan had unearthed a gem like Lu Wang, who had mastered this routine to perfection, so much so that Chen felt he could not compete. The crux of the matter was that most business owners subscribed to this approach, viewing it as effective. Ultimately, it reflected a lack of recognition of employees as part of the family. At that moment, he recalled a saying his son once shared, when standing at the windward point, even pigs can fly. He mused that the next line should be, yet a pig remains a pig, foolish and easily deceived. After the meeting adjourned, Chen Weiguo placed a call to General Manager Guan. Upon connecting, Guan's urgent voice came through. Chen Weiguo, what is the matter? Our department held a meeting today. I'm at Star City. Excellent. I'm at the CAF at Branch 2. I'll send you the address shortly, Guan replied rapidly. Oh, and remember to bring me some food, he added. Approximately 15 minutes later, Chen Weiguo arrived with a portion of crayfish and a cup of milk tea. The last time he saw General Manager Guan was before the grand opening of Star City Branch 1, which had since launched successfully with impressive results. Seizing the opportunity, Guan had opened a branch on another commercial street in Star City. According to his plans, he intended to establish another branch near the university town later this year, with the first Jianing location set to open in early next year. Upon their initial meeting, General Guan immediately expressed his grievances to Manager Chen, stating, "If it weren't for your department's meeting, I would scarcely have the opportunity to see you." Chen Wei was scrutinized General Guan, noting her evident weight loss, though her curves had become more pronounced. Additionally, the day's temperature soared, and General Guan donned a short skirt, her slender and fair legs somewhat dazzling. In an effort to uphold his image as a paragon of virtue in her eyes, he swiftly diverted his gaze elsewhere and remarked, "I brought you some crayfish." Wow. General Guan unabashedly revealed her fondness for the delicacy, her face alight with joy. Chen Weigua, this crayfish must have cost quite a bit. Your generosity is impressive. Indeed, Shini. One must adopt a perspective of growth when considering all matters, including myself.